Today, I found out from my own mother that her ex-boyfriend, the man I lived with from ages 11 to 20, secretly videotaped my younger sister and myself in our own bedrooms, taking showers and baths, and even going so far as to sit on the roof and watch us through the skylight in our bathroom. I am a 22-year-old female, and my sister is 3 years younger. My mom left him when I was 20. Around the same time, I moved in with my boyfriend. The reason I moved in with my boyfriend was because my mom's boyfriend, Greg, had started to make me more and more uncomfortable. Now, since I was 11 and met him, Greg and I had always gotten along fairly well. My mom went through a slew of boyfriends after divorcing my father when I was 4. By 11, I had already been to 3 different elementary schools and lived in 4 different houses, from living with my mom's boyfriends and it not working out. I was used to it. I was a quiet girl who liked to read and kept to herself, so I was always polite enough, knowing at some point or another, either him or my mom would go off the deep end and I'd never see him again. My little sister hated Greg from the first day, absolutely would not tolerate him. For the 9 years he was in our lives, they'd have screaming matches almost every day. We should have listened to her innocent 8-year-old instincts, I suppose, but as I said, Greg and I got on fairly well, although he always did make me a little uncomfortable, just from certain instances here and there happening. When we first moved in with him, within a week, he coincidentally lost his job. It took over a year before he got another one. My mom supported him for a year, yet he was always giving her crap if her, my sister, or myself had a shopping day, or she gave me money when I went with friends. One time he, accidentally, walked in on me when I was about 13, changing out of my bikini after we all got home from the lake. Another time, I was 14, I awoke to him in me and my sister's bedroom on Christmas Eve in the middle of the night, just staring at us. I confronted him the next day, and he chalked it up to saying he wanted to make sure we were asleep before Santa came. When I was 16 and had my first real boyfriend, Greg would absolutely terrorize him to the point he refused to come over to my house. Now, my real father is a cool cat who, unfortunately, had to deal with my mother in order to see us. She's selfish and crazy, and played up the whole "I deserve my little girls over a man raising them" blah blah. But my father would shake hands with the boys I dated, if they had a chance to meet, and treat them with respect unless given a real reason to dislike them. Greg would belittle them, get in their face, treat them all like they were asshole punks. I ended up dating the same guy for the last 3 years of high school, and Greg never once had anything nice to say about him. My boyfriend at the time thought it was because he was taller than Greg. I think the most memorable and prominent memory that really made me so uncomfortable that I moved in with my boyfriend happened when I was 19. I had just moved back home from a college out of state after 1 semester. Greg opened up to me that my mom, quote, hadn't fucked him in a year. There are a few more instances that happened, but basically, I lived with this guy for 9 years of my life, through the hardest years yet of my life. Puberty, discovering my own body, dealing with the fact that at 12, I was already a C-cup with a size 0 waist, learning to love my body and be comfortable with dealing with the horny boys my age, always trying to mess with my head and heart, just to be able to have a story in the locker room. Never mind discovering a supposed father figure in my life was secretly watching me in intimate places where I thought I had 100% privacy from the entire world in. I haven't lived with him in 2 years, but I honestly feel so violated. And I'm still trying to cope with this bomb that has been dropped on the final years of my childhood. My little sister doesn't know, and I hope she never finds out. I'm furious my mom didn't do anything about it, other than leave him when she discovered the videos and files on his iPad. She initially told us she left because she kept catching him on teen pornography websites. That makes me wonder if he sold any of his videos of us to other pedophiles or uploaded them anywhere. I shudder at the thought. I guess he's involved in a pretty serious sexual harassment case at his work currently. He has a grown daughter of his own that seems to worship him. My friends have seen him out downtown at the bars with girls who are clearly old enough to drink but resemble 16-year-olds. I'm honestly just so confused and hurt and feel so violated. I'm fortunate enough to have been protected from the truth until I was 22 and in a stable place in my life that it most likely won't traumatize me for the rest of my life, or so I hope. I honestly am just so shocked. I feel like I'm just rambling now, because I legit just do not know how to feel about this. So many mixed emotions. Greg, let's never meet again, you pedo. I was about 7 years old in 2007. I remember this vividly and I'm still terrified of what happened. I live in a 2-story house in a safe neighborhood. My mother and I were the only ones home at the time. My mother was taking a bath upstairs while I watched Nickelodeon downstairs, alone, in the living room. The way my house is set up is that anyone can see the living room through the front door, even if the door is shut. I remember hearing a knock on the door, and I couldn't ignore it, since whoever it was at the door could see me and knew that someone was home. My mom usually would hide in the kitchen until the person knocking went away, and it was too late for me to run into the kitchen since he could see me. I remember feeling guilty since my mom has always warned me to never open the door to strangers. I got the key and unlocked the door. A man in his early 30s or late 20s, wearing work clothes with a green tie, was at the door. He asked if I knew where my neighbor was and that he needed to see him. I also noticed that the guy was looking around the inside of my house while he waited for me to answer. I asked him which neighbor he was talking about, and then he said he was older and lived somewhere near here. He didn't give me a name and was as vague as possible. I felt bad because I didn't know who he was talking about since I live in a neighborhood with primarily older couples. I told him that I couldn't help him, but then he insisted that I help him search the neighborhood for my neighbor. I declined, but the guy kept asking me. I told him no once more, and the guy then grabbed my arm and started to pull me out of my house. I grabbed the door frame and called for my mom. The man let go of my arm and started to casually walk back to his car. I'm pretty sure that it was a beige Civic, but I'm not too sure. What honestly scares me the most is that he didn't bolt and speed off. He was too calm. I just stood there and watched him drive away, as if nothing bad had happened. I didn't tell my mom about this incident until I was about 15, and she flipped her shit. I regret not telling her sooner, because there's no telling what this guy has done after trying to kidnap me. To this day, I still panic when I hear someone knock on the front door. About a year ago, my family and I went on a vacation, and eventually came home afterwards to find a bunch of bird poop everywhere, and some objects moved ever so slightly. The couch was moved about an inch to the right. The fan was facing the wrong way, a shelf was moved about an inch or two, etc. Nothing was stolen, and the police didn't find any home intruders when they conducted a sweep of the home. A few months before that, I saw a strange man with a beard outside on my driveway, taking pictures of my house with a camera. Pissed off, I confronted him. When I asked him why he was taking pictures of my house, he claimed he was a previous tenant of the home and left soon after. I never saw him again. Jumping back to today, I went downstairs only to find that my back door lock had obviously been picked open. Lockpicking happens to be a hobby of mine, and I found that the cylinder to the lock was turned in the open position, a position that generally cannot happen without the lock being picked. I immediately checked the house for intruders and found nothing. So far, nothing has been stolen at all. And now there is evidence that there was someone inside. I'm quite confused by this and worried. And the strange thing is that the intruder could have easily simply turned the cylinder back into its original position, and I would have been completely oblivious to their threat. I'd hate to sound cliche or dramatic, but it's almost like whoever he is, he wants me to know he's been inside my house. I know my parents and landlord would likely never approve, but I just went and disassembled the lock and added a mushroom pin and security pin to the quickset. I've also noticed some hammer marks on the quickset. Maybe a failed attempt. Hey everyone, it's Sino. I wanted to take a quick second and thank everybody for all the support you guys have shown me since I started uploading daily last week. We've gotten 220 new subscribers in a week after going through a bit of a rough patch the last couple of months on YouTube because of all the changes. It's been an experience recording and editing a video every day and putting it out, and then I'm losing my voice a little bit. I still wanted to get the video out today, so here it is. I want to pick a day to upload one longer video per week, 45 minutes or more. So if there's a certain day of the week that you think would work best, maybe like on the weekend or something, let me know in the comment section down below. Also, I want to do some kind of giveaway, so if you have any ideas of a contest that I could do and what I could give away as a prize, let me know in the comment section down below. I recorded this Friday night and I finally had a little bit of time to catch the first episode of Season 5 of House of Cards. And finally, I'm going to be doing a live stream on my wrestling channel on Sunday. I'll put the link in the video description down below. And that is going to be Sunday, June 4th, 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 Eastern. I'll be doing live commentary for WWE Extreme Rules. So remember, as always, if you enjoyed the video, leave a like, subscribe if you're new for daily uploads, and I hope you enjoyed the video. May your wildest nightmares come true. I visited my dad in Washington State when I was about 17 years old. He was doing some work out there, and I was fresh out of school, so I went to stay for a month or so. I thought we would be doing all kinds of touristy things like checking out the Space Needle or taking a hike up Mount Rainier. I never got to do any of those things though. Apparently, all my dad wanted was some company in the hotel room when he was home. He worked all day, and a few hours after he got home, he would go to sleep. Understandably, after a while, I got bored. He started leaving me money in the morning before work, encouraging me to get out and see the city. Now, I'm a pretty shy person, so I definitely wasn't keen on getting out in a new city on my own. I was too scared to take the bus or anything for fear of getting lost. There were no smartphones, so it's not like I could have just used GPS to figure it out myself. Eventually, I made my way out of the hotel. I walked down to the first store I could find. It was an A&W connected to a convenience store. I went inside and just got a drink. On the way out, I noticed how many unkept folk were hanging around the store. Most of them had a pretty disheveled appearance, with torn clothes and a bunch of scabs on their face and arms. I just assumed they were homeless. While I was making my way towards the end of the lot, I thought it might be a good idea to ask one of these folks if they knew where I could score some bud. It probably wasn't my best moment, but I was pretty desperate, in a new place with no smoke. The guy I talked to had a crooked grin, with a mouthful of cracked and missing teeth. He looked much cleaner than the rest and seemed to be eager to help me. We talked for a bit, and his eagerness started to make me nervous. Initially, I had just wanted something small, but asking for anything made him think I had money. This got him excited. It didn't take me long to figure out he wanted a win-win situation, where he would score me some weed and I would buy him some crack. No thanks. Even though I refused with a little tact, these people can be pretty unpredictable. His demeanor did a complete U-turn. The eagerness and excitement were gone, replaced with nothing but anger and probably hate. The way he looked at me was like he wanted me dead, right there. I guess I led him on a bit about the drugs. Unintentionally, of course, but still. I just kind of backed away from him until I was far enough to turn around and walked a bit faster back than I did on the way there. It was a complete waste of time. I wasn't able to score and sort of got harassed by a local bum. I didn't want to give up though, and decided after my dad got home and went to bed, I would go out and see if I could get some beer. My dad is never one to stay up late. He works really early in the morning, and most of the time, he's in bed before 8 p.m. This night wasn't any different. By 8:30, he was completely out. I grabbed his laptop and looked for the closest grocery store. I really didn't want to go back to that A&W. I saw that there was a Safeway maybe 6 blocks away from the hotel. Great. I grabbed my phone and a $20 bill so I had some cash for beer. I was planning to play Hey Mister in front of the store until someone took the bait and bought the beer for me. It wasn't really a long walk, but it was dark. Washington was a lot more, hilly than I'm used to coming from the beach. You couldn't really see too far ahead unless you were walking downhill. While I walked, I thought it was strange that not too many other people were out. I'm not sure what day of the week it was since I was more or less bumming it. Still, it was almost like a ghost town. I got to the Safeway and walked up into the lot. It was situated right next to a pretty big hill with a steep incline. On the side of the building was a flight of concrete steps leading up into the second floor. Directly across from the stairs and up the hill were some sparse woods that had a path straight through. You could tell people used it often as a shortcut to the store. The parking lot was dimly lit. It had plenty of lights, but the bulbs were more or less yellow, so it cast an eerie glow on the asphalt. Since it wasn't too late, I really thought nothing of it and began to look for someone close by about to go inside. It didn't take long before I spotted a guy outside, hanging over near the stairs on the side of the building. Before I could even decide whether or not I wanted to ask him, he waved me over. I thought I might as well. I haven't really seen too many people out, and I really don't want to go home empty-handed again. So, I walk over to this guy and see that he's the same type of character I had met earlier. My dad did warn me that certain parts of Washington are prone to tons of hardcore drug users like crack and heroin, but I didn't think he knew what he was talking about. This guy smelled pretty bad. He had about 6 square yellow teeth that I could see, and was wearing clothes 3 sizes too big. His eyes were strange. One was bigger than the other, like he was popping out of his skull a bit. It creeped me out, but I tried not to let him see he made me nervous. His hair was really long, unkempt and stringy. It just fell limp across his face and down to his chin, all soggy and matted. He asked me for a cigarette, which I didn't have on me. His voice sounded like it was a struggle to talk. It was raspy and had a sort of inflected wheeze to it. The voice shook me more than his eye. I told him that we might be able to help each other if he would do me a favor and get me a 6-pack. I offered to buy him some smokes if he got me the beer. He shrugged and held out his hand, so I assumed that meant yes. I gave him my 20 and watched him walk into the store. Since I was underage, I thought it was a good idea to hang out on the stairs around the side of the building. That way, no one saw him bring me the goods. I probably sat on those steps for a good 20 minutes or so before I saw him staggering back. He handed me the beer and $3. I was pissed. Not that I knew how much it costs, but I knew it wasn't $17 for a pack of smokes and a 6-pack. I told him I didn't think it cost that much, and he just stared at me with that big eye. and a nasty grimace on his face. I just sort of rolled my eyes and grabbed my beer, trying to walk away. I got maybe a few feet before I heard this really weird noise. It sounded like a grunt, but repetitive, like someone was coughing almost, but not trying to be heard. It had a bit of a short, raspy wheeze with really quick breaths. I would almost call it hyperventilating. At first, I thought maybe something was wrong with the guy, so I turned around and just saw him smiling. He wasn't hurt. He wasn't in trouble. He was laughing. It wasn't like any laugh I have ever heard in my life, and it just sent chills down my spine. He was cackling like a raspy, wheezing donkey, and it creeped me the fuck out. Now, I had this bright idea. My hotel was only a few blocks away, and those woods had a pretty quick shortcut. I really didn't want to walk back alone, on the street where this guy could see me or where I could get caught with the beer. I just wanted to get home and drink. I thought about that path through the woods and how I could easily reach it from the steps if I just walked past that nutcase around the side. He was still sitting a foot or two away from the stairs when I started to climb. He didn't turn the corner or even look at me, so I calmed down a bit. When I got to the top, I could see it was a good hop across the gap between the hills and the stairs. I just thought to myself, oh, this bum could never make this jump the way I saw him stumbling earlier. So I thought I was good to go. I jumped over to the path and started to make my way into the woods. Now, when I said the woods were sparse, it was from what I could see on the outside. Once I was about 5 minutes or so down the path, the brush became much thicker and a little harder to navigate. The foliage had grown over the path in certain places, so you couldn't see it unless you knew it was there. I was trying my hardest to follow the dirt spots that shone through the leaves with the light on my phone. After walking a little more, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It's normal when you're paranoid like me, walking alone at night in the woods or not. It's just one of those things that makes you nervous. This was different though. My entire body went rigid. I started getting waves of goosebumps. Kind of like hot flashes, I guess, but it's like an immediate rush of goosebumps over your entire body. It goes as quick as it comes, but it keeps happening. Then I heard it. Swish, swish, swish. I couldn't see anything more than a few feet in front of me, even with a crappy light on my phone. It sounded like something was shifting through the dirt somewhere behind me. It didn't sound like footsteps or anything. It sounded like something was being dragged across the dirt really slow. I stopped right there and just listened for who knows how long. My entire body was frozen, trying to listen through the sound of the night for something unnatural. It stopped, and I eventually shrugged it off as just wood noises and kept walking. Then, about 3 or 4 minutes later, I heard it again. Swish, swish, swish. This time it was definitely closer. It was behind me and to my right side a bit. Like I could look over my right shoulder and be staring in the assumed direction of the noise. Now, this time, I was sure there was someone or something there. Even if it was a loose branch or something dragging in the ground, I wanted some peace. I turned around and called out, just the typical, "Hello?" I only did it to try to ease my mind a bit. You know, you call out, the noises stop, and no one answers, so you can write it off. But this time, something did answer, and it still gives me nightmares when I think about it. Even when writing this, I'm trying not to shake. My hair is already standing up just thinking about what I heard. first, I couldn't be sure of what I was hearing. It started as a light whisper, just barely audible. Then as it grew louder, I was certain about what it was. I recognized it immediately. I will always recognize it. That laugh. That fucking laugh. That grunting, rasping, wheezing cackle. Even though I couldn't see him, I knew who he was, and I didn't want to find out why he was there. That was enough to send me into full panic mode. In a tenth of a second, my flight or fight response kicked in. I dropped my beer right there and booked it. I must have been closer to the other side of the path than I thought, because in a few minutes or so, I tore through the opening and down a second flight of stairs toward the street. I didn't look up or behind me, and I didn't stop. I ran until I got back to my hotel and locked myself in the bathroom with the lights on. I didn't even want to be in a room with windows. I fell asleep in there, and when my dad woke up, I told him I just wanted to go home. He put me on a plane a few days later, and I couldn't have been happier to be going home. I don't know if both of those men knew one another and they planned that, or if it was just another bad place, bad time scenario. Either way, creepy bum in the woods. I don't know what more you wanted, and I'm glad I never found out. Two nights ago, while walking to my car, an older gentleman named Jeff asked me if I had a cigarette. I politely said no. He continued to talk out loud to himself whilst walking away, during which time he said, "I've gotten away with murder in Chicago." We get in the car, and 3 blocks later, we stop at a light, and he's there, leaning against the pole, smoking a cigarette. I'm fairly certain he's a time traveler. No way he could have gotten that far faster than us in the car. We stop at the light, and he points directly at me, and then does the slicing your throat movement with his thumb. He had a straight, angry face, and we drove away thinking, did that guy just threaten my life because I didn't have a cigarette? At that point, it was creepy but kind of funny. Fast forward to last night. 2 friends and I were downtown, sitting outside at a brewery, talking about what had happened. All of a sudden, the same guy comes walking up to our table out of nowhere. He walks past us, we get up to go inside, and he makes a U-turn and walks directly by me. We think, okay, that's weird, but there's no way he remembers me or that he threatened me last night, right? We go to the back and play some foosball. A little over an hour later, we go to leave, and he's still right outside the door, waiting for us to leave. Looking at himself in the window, pumping himself up like Rocky before a fight. At that point, it wasn't really funny anymore. For the next 30 minutes, we sat there, seeing what he would do, and he just stayed there, waiting for us, or rather me, to walk out. A few times we thought he had left, but he had actually just walked down the street to the entrance of the building my office is at, where he originally saw us. At 11:55 p.m., he finally walked away, and we walked to my car. My friend said he was down the street, so we were fine, only to find that when we got to my car, he was standing right by it. Again, time traveler. We got in the car, and almost immediately, a cop car pulled him over. We couldn't make out what they were saying, but it's fairly obvious something is wrong with this man. Either drugs or an extreme mental disability. Regardless, the cops let him go and he walked away. What started out as a joke / kind of funny scenario ended up being kind of creepy and weird. Medium build, mid-40s, baseball cap on, and walks really fast while talking to himself. Has anyone seen this guy or encountered him before? I hope he gets help. I'd love to not have to worry about getting killed every time I go downtown. everybody, it's Sino. A few quick notes before the video. If you enjoyed the video, remember to leave a like, and consider subscribing for daily uploads of scary stories from Reddit. I'm including a link to my playlist featuring videos sorted by popularity in the video description below. And finally, this Sunday, June 4th, I'll be hosting a live stream on my wrestling channel for WWE Extreme Rules, where I'll be doing live commentary and coverage. If you're interested in joining me and checking out the channel, I'll include a link in the video description below. Again, thank you for all the support, and may your wildest nightmares come true. When I was 22 years old, I was a stay-at-home mom trapped in a failing marriage. My husband worked as a deckhand on a crew boat in the Gulf of Mexico. The schedule he worked kept him offshore for 3 weeks at a time, and then he would come home for a week. This meant my 1-year-old daughter and I were on our own most of the time, and I was going crazy. I had to get out. Out of the house, out of the marriage, just out. So, despite heavy protest from my husband, I decided to rejoin the workforce. Having no useful skills aside from diaper changing, I started applying for every horrible retail job I could find. A few weeks passed with no success, and I began to get discouraged. My husband was home from work and raising hell at the idea of me working, so I decided to throw in the towel. Then he called me, Mike, the Radio Shack manager. Mike asked me to come in for an interview later that afternoon. I put on my most professional outfit, argued with my husband for a while, and left for the local Radio Shack. I was so nervous. This was my first step towards freedom. Away from that house and away from my husband. I had to ace this interview. I walked through the glass door in the tiny strip mall and was greeted by Mike. He was a short, stocky man in his 30s. I followed him to the back room where he asked me the usual questions. Then the questions became a little more personal, about my husband, my child, myself in general. I assumed he was just getting to know me and blew it off. He finished the interview by saying, "I've interviewed a lot of people, some of them have more experience, but you're definitely the best looking. The job is yours, if you want it." I didn't want it anymore, but I needed it, so I accepted. I went home feeling relieved, and before he left for work the next day, I told my husband I wanted to separate. I started my new job the following week. My first couple of days working there went well. I spent most of my time in the back room doing training on the computer. Mike hadn't said anything else inappropriate, so I thought maybe that comment at the interview was a failed attempt at humor. Then I began working on the floor. Every shift I worked the next week was with Mike, and Mike alone. He was the manager and I was new, so that seemed perfectly reasonable. However, Mike got progressively creepier as the week went by. He said he could tell how unhappy I was and that I should leave my husband. I didn't dare tell him I already had. He made endless remarks about how much money I was going to make the store because I could, quote, sell anything to a man. He told me how fat his wife was and how miserable he was with her. Definitely inappropriate, but nothing I couldn't handle. I'm not terribly unattractive, so I've dealt with many a creep in my day, so I dealt. My second week there, things got worse. I was still only scheduled to work with Mike and only closing hours. His comments got more aggressive, and he began texting me non-stop when I wasn't there. I was getting annoyed, but I really needed this job. I would always sidestep his advances, and he began to get angrier each time I did. One slow night, around closing time, we were sitting around killing time until we could lock the doors and begin cleaning. The registers were on this little semicircle island in the middle of the store. I was sitting on the counter, and he leaned against the counter opposite of me. He started walking towards me as he was talking. Eventually, he got uncomfortably close, so I stuck my leg straight out in front of me, trying to play it off as me stretching, which put my feet within 2 inches of his belly. He laughed, grabbed my ankle, and slung my leg down. That won't stop me. I turned and noped right off the other side of the counter, locked the door, and began cleaning. He sat on the counter watching me without saying a word the rest of the night. The next night, I closed with Mike again. I dreaded it, but I had no choice. I needed this job. To my surprise, the shift went by without incident. When closing time finally came, I locked the door and began cleaning. Mike sat quietly, perched on the counter, and stared at me again. I cleaned as quickly as I could. He eventually spoke up. "Come here. I need to show you something." He walked through the door and into the hallway that led to the bathrooms and office, and I followed. As soon as the door swung shut behind me, he turned. I pressed myself back against the door as he put his hand against it and leaned down. "You know, this is the only spot in the store with no cameras. I can do whatever I want right here and no one would know. I wish I could tell you I punched him in his ugly, smug face, or that I came back with some equally terrifying threat, but I didn't. I just stood there, pressed against the door." He removed his hand from the door, stood up, and took a step back. I ran. I ran through the store, out of the door, and to my car. I quit. I didn't need the job that badly. I would figure something else out, but at least this nightmare was over. I never had to deal with that man again. Wrong. As I was driving home, trying to process what just happened, my phone buzzed. A text message. From fucking Mike. I threw my phone back in my purse without reading it and went home. In the 5-minute drive from Radio Shack to my house, I got 11 texts from him, and they kept coming. "I'm sorry. Didn't mean to scare you. It was a joke. Please come back. Where the fuck did you go? I have your address on file, you know, and GPS. Your husband is at work, right? You're in the blue house, right?" I was scared and home alone. What do I do? He's obviously outside of my house. Call the police? No, that would have made sense, so I didn't do that. I just kept the gun that my dad gave me within reach and ignored him. The text kept coming over the next week until my husband finally came home. I didn't tell him at first because we weren't together, and we fought a lot about that fact. But he could tell something was bothering me. I finally told him. Everything. He didn't say anything for a few minutes. After a while, he said he was going to the store for cigarettes. He was gone for about 45 minutes. A trip to the gas station shouldn't have taken more than 10. I never heard from Mike again. This happened when I was doing nightclub security in the UK. It's actually the main reason I no longer work in the industry, though I tell people it was the hours that made me quit. I was chilling by the front door, and I see a fight happening, with a guy chasing another guy down across the street, and I'm like, oh well, it happens. 99% of the time, they just shout a little bit and try to intimidate one another, and go get a kebab, and puke. Mainly, they just look to make the other person think they are going to fight. Think peacocks shaking feathers at one another. This time, however, the guys got into a tussle against the parked car, and pretty quickly, the chased guy was down for the count and passed out after some hefty blows. At this point, I need to intervene. It has literally been seconds since the start of the fight. They are across a very busy one-way street, so I try to stop the cars so I can get there in time. It feels like hours, but I get in between them. The aggressor is kicking the other guy's head over and over, full force as he lies on the ground. This is when I realized he might die. I think to myself, why am I getting in the middle of it? But I can't help it. I get between them and shout at the aggressor to stop. Luckily, guys don't often want to fight girls, but I am ready to defend myself in any case. He makes at me like he is going to start kicking me too, and I brace myself to block any strikes. He grins and books it up the road instead, and I can focus on the guy on the ground. I try to give him first aid. I stop the bleeding His face is just a hole basically, so it's pretty hard. And the back of his head is gone too. I know of the old, if you need someone in a gathering to phone an ambulance, you need to choose a person and give them direct orders, not just ask in general. So I ask, or more like bark an order at, the only guy around I see with a phone out to call 999 or 911 in the US. His eyes are blank and he holds his phone still. It's like in a nightmare when you yell to draw attention to something but no one can hear you. I tell him again. Nothing. Again. Nothing. I start shouting, raising my voice. He needs to call an ambulance. The guy is dying. He needs help. I realize by the way the guy is moving around that he is filming us, probably trying to get a good shot of the guy's face as he lies dying by me. I feel like I am in Black Mirror. Eventually, someone else phoned. I haven't seen any YouTube clips from that area or from around that date, though I've looked. He might have taken it down. My incessant shouting at him and asking what is wrong with him might have deprived him of some likes or something. I don't know what happened to any party. I am going to court soon for the assault/attempted murder, but I'm not sure what the charge is. I am pretty sure the injured guy made it out. I never saw anything about it in the news, which is a good indicator. He might not have been so lucky though. I am sure he stopped breathing just before help arrived. I just pray that if something happens to me or someone I care about, bystanders will call for help, instead of trying to capture something on film. Hey everybody, it's Sino. A few quick notes before the video. If you enjoyed the video, remember to leave a like, and consider subscribing for daily uploads of scary stories from Reddit. I'm including a link to my playlist featuring videos sorted by popularity in the video description below. And finally, this Sunday, June 4th, I'll be hosting a live stream on my wrestling channel for WWE Extreme Rules, where I'll be doing live commentary and coverage. If you're interested in joining me and checking out the channel, I'll include a link in the video description below. Again, thank you for all the support, and may your wildest nightmares come true. I grew up in a very safe, very affluent neighborhood. It was unheard of for anyone to lock their cars or houses, and when someone new moved to the neighborhood, it was mere moments before they were welcomed with open arms and open doors. Despite being surrounded by what could be described as one large neighborhood family, my mom was very particular about house rules being followed, one of which was never going out alone. Walking to a friend's house, 3 of us have to go, so 2 could walk home together after dropping you off. It was rare, but occasionally, just 2 of us would be able to sneak out from under her watchful eye and run to the corner store a few blocks down for some candy or soda. One sweltering day during the summer I turned 9. I found myself home alone and restless. I decided to take my sister's cool new 10-speed for a spin around the block a few times. Now, even though I was tall for my age, the bike was still a few inches too big for me. I decided that didn't matter, jumped on, and started pedaling. My first lap around the neighborhood went off without a hitch. Birds were chirping, sun was shining, and the wind blowing through my curled hair felt wonderful. Second lap around the block, I passed an older, unfamiliar car parked on the side of the road, and the sun reflecting off the huge scrape down the side temporarily shocked my vision into bright blue stripes, which I furiously tried to blink away. The third lap, I saw the car pull off the side of the road heading towards me, and a tiny pit of unease began to grow in my stomach as the driver slowed when he passed me. I chalked it up to being scared of getting caught out alone, and continued on my way. I picked up speed as I rounded the corner towards my house, and decided to go for one more time around the block, but to make it quick, so I'd beat my mom home and avoid the trouble I knew I'd be in if she caught me out alone. I hit the bottom of the hill next to our house with some speed and started to climb to the top, slowing more and more the closer I got. By the time I reached the top of the hill, I had to stop and catch my breath, teetering the too tall bike at my hip. As I struggled to catch my breath, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. My arms locked on the handle brakes, and every inch of my body froze. I had been caught. I just knew it. I heard a car creeping up behind me, and it just had to be my mom. But it wasn't. When relief should have washed over me, the unknown dread only deepened, further stiffening my frozen still limbs. I turned to see the same old car, with the same blinding scratch down the side, slowing down right next to me. The man stopped the car right next to my bike, on the wrong side of the street, and through his opening driver door, started to ask me if I had seen a stray dog running about, because his had come off the leash and run off. I froze. This cliché question is the one they warned us about in school. The one every kidnapper supposedly uses. I decided if I answered him firmly and rode my bike away, that he would know his plan wouldn't work on me. Plus, he might just really be looking for his dog. This was my plan. My terrified body betrayed that plan, and a trembling no is all I could manage. As I fumbled my feet to the pedals of this too big bike, his car door flew open, and out he lunged. "No!" I said again, as I wobbled my way past his open car door, his hand brushing the back of my shirt and knocking my back tire as I pedaled as fast as I could the 50 feet to the next driveway I saw. I pedaled, legs burning, up the drive, running my front tire so hard into my neighbor's front step that it bent the wheel. My body catapulted over the handlebars, and I bursted my neighbor's front door. "Edie! Edie! Help!" My neighbor was not home. I ran into the kitchen, still calling in hopes I was wrong. "What are you doing?" A man's voice behind me, and I froze. Hearing my heartbeat in my ears, feeling the blood pumping through my veins, knowing that this was it. I slowly turned around, not knowing what else to do, and there stood my neighbor's son, home from college. I dissolved into tears, gulping out what happened. He tossed the bent bike into the back of his truck and drove me around the corner to the safety of my home. My mom was home and had the look of death in her eyes until she saw my tear-streaked face. The police were called. The neighbors were called. The car had been spotted frantically circling the block the few minutes following our encounter, but he was gone by the time police arrived. To this day, 20 years later, I still have a hard time riding my bike alone. I still get chills when cars slow down next to me. I still wonder if the next girl was as lucky as I. When I was a teen, there was a break-in incident in my dad's neighborhood that triggered my dad telling us about a time when I was a toddler, around 2, talking to the man in the window. A little scene setting. My room had 2 windows. One window, you could see our backyard and back porch. You could climb out that window onto the porch if you wanted. The other window was around 12 feet or so off the ground and faced our neighbor's house. Earlier on in the day, my dad had been changing out the screens in the windows. As luck would have it, something went awry with the screen in the window facing our neighbor's house. My dad left the screen off and just took the ladder and laid it next to the house, intending on taking care of it later. That night, my mom and dad put me in bed as usual, turned on the baby monitor, and went to their room. A few hours later, they wake up to me talking in my crib. They hear me from the baby monitor. It's not unusual. From the moment I could speak, I have never stopped talking. My mom always said my vernacular and mannerisms were older than my age. My dad called out to settle down, and I replied, "I'm talking to the man in the window." They laughed it off, assuming it was nothing. Some time goes by, and they settle back in, when I suddenly start talking again, going on and on. So my dad says again, from across the hall, to quiet down. I was adamant there was a nice man and lady at my window. I said, "The nice man and lady want to take me away with them." My dad went immediately into high alert and came barreling into my room. Our rooms were separated by a dozen feet max. He flips on the light, and as the light comes on, he sees the window facing our neighbors is open. I'm standing in my crib, all smiles, and then he hears the chain link fence. He bolts to the window and sees the ladder set up against the window, and a figure bolting into our neighbor's yard and around the corner. My dad, in his underwear and bare feet, bolted out the door and gave chase. Unfortunately, he never caught them, nor did the police. They were gone by the time my dad reached the point he last saw them. My dad said he didn't sleep for months. After hearing the story that very same night, as a 15-year-old teen, I made my dad help me rearrange my room so I wouldn't have to sleep near that window. Never slept by it again, and technically speaking, it was the safer of the windows to sleep by. It turns out, my being overly talkative likely saved me from being kidnapped out of my room. I told my mom I shared the story. She reminded me that I forgot a pretty vital piece of information. This was around Halloween, and there was a young girl who had been kidnapped, tied up, and murdered just 10 minutes down the road, so tensions were already high. Once my dad realized I was serious about talking to people at the window, all hell broke loose. I had quite a bit of interest in my first story, titled, "I was almost kidnapped when I was 4. So I decided I'd share another fairly creepy story from my childhood. This story also took place at the store my mom worked at, the one I mentioned in my first story. This store is in a national forest and other national forest campgrounds, so it's not too unusual to have some pretty colorful characters come off of the trail or from the campgrounds travel to the store for necessities. Most of the people we would meet were totally harmless and really cool and interesting. Some gave off weird vibes but otherwise didn't bother you, but every once in a while you'd get a real loony, either a hiker or someone staying in the remote campgrounds. This happened when I was probably 8 or 9. It was fall, and there was still a lot of people camping in the area to enjoy the foliage. My mom was working one night when this man walked in, extremely tall and wearing a really nice brown suit. He had glasses and sandy blonde hair. The second he walks in, he puts on the grandiose act, telling everyone in the store how he was from Pennsylvania and was staying at one of the campgrounds in the national forest. He made a point of striking up a conversation with just about everyone in the store, but he especially took interest in women. My mom thought he was pretty weird, him wearing a suit and all while supposedly camping, but she brushed him off as some eccentric out-of-stater. He also kind of gave off a missionary vibe, and in that case, it wouldn't have been too weird for him to wear a suit while camping. That night, he stayed at the store for a good hour and a half. Always on the verge of loitering, but every once in a while, he'd slap a cowtail on the corner and buy that. As it got closer to dark, he finally announced that he was going back to the campground. Mom closed up the store and didn't think much about it. For the next week, that guy was in the store every day, inserting himself into conversations where he wasn't welcome and staying for hours on end, solely buying cowtails every now and again so that he technically wouldn't be loitering. He especially bothered the ladies, asking personal questions and asking for dates, even when he got shot down multiple times. He told my mom he was, quote, just looking for the perfect wife, and hopefully I'll find the one up here. I'm just trying to find the one. I met him once or twice while hanging out with my mom at the store, and to this day, I don't remember his name, and neither does she, so we just dubbed him Pennsylvania Guy. After that week, everyone had finally had enough, and he was really starting to creep people out. So much so that women who were usually regulars would avoid the store if they saw his car there. One night, he was in there doing his usual act when 3 of our area's burliest, most intimidating guys walked in, one after the other. My mom knew this was her chance. While Pennsylvania Guy was distracted, she went to each of the guys and asked them if they'd watch her back while she kicked him out. They readily agreed, so my mom approached Pennsylvania Guy. You need to leave. You've been loitering in the store for a week now, and you're scaring away my customers, so I need you to leave, now. Pennsylvania Guy looked shocked. He pointed to a half-eaten cowtail. What do you mean? I haven't been loitering, I'm buying cowtails. My mom shook her head. That's not enough. Leave. The 3 guys she asked for help were now standing right behind her, giving Pennsylvania Guy a mean look. He got out of there fast after that. My mom had the day off the next day, so she didn't get to experience Pennsylvania Guy's last visit to the store. He came in very agitated and upset, yelling about how he had every right to spend as much time as he wanted there, and he could talk to whoever he pleased. He was so animated that the cashier that day had to call the cops while he was in there. He fled after realizing the cops were called, and we never saw him again. The cops even went up to the campground to see if he was there. He had vacated the area. Sometimes I wonder about what happened to him. I honestly assume he just went to a different area and tried the same thing there. I wonder if he ever found a wife or was just chased out of every place he attempted. Number 1. When I was 17, I was always in Yahoo chat rooms. I was always chatting with people in the local Seattle rooms. This one guy and I chatted a lot and decided to meet. We met at Herfy's for lunch. When he showed up, it was very obvious the guy lied about everything. His age, what he looked like. The guy even admitted he lied about having a job. And he showed up to Herfy's on the bus. After we eat, I say it was nice and I have to go. And as I walk away, this guy starts following me. I walked to the burger joint because I didn't live very far. I didn't want this guy to follow me home. My mom was a flight attendant and was out of town and had about a week left until her days off from flying, so I really did not want this weirdo knowing where I live. I started telling this guy I had some appointments to take care of, trying to shake him from following me. He insisted it was okay, he would just go with me to be company. Not knowing what else to do, I stopped at a bus stop and waited for the bus to downtown Seattle. He stopped too, and got on the freaking bus with me. The whole ride, he kept trying to talk to me, asking me all sorts of questions. I would answer with the bare minimum, and fill the rest in with lies. At one point, he tried to put his arm around me, and I just leaned away. He tried putting his hand on my thigh, and I told him I don't know him well enough for him to touch me. I felt sick to my stomach the whole bus ride, trying to rack my brain with what the fuck to do once I got downtown. Once downtown, I walked over to the building where my best friend's mom worked. Since I knew the layout of the building, I could play it off. I asked the woman at the cafe there if I could use the restroom. She agreed. Let me explain this. There's a delivery service store outside. It leads to this hallway, and this hallway has doors that lead to all the different shops and to a service elevator to take things/merchandise to the other stores on the upper levels. I exited the cafe through the back door and into the hallway and left the building out the door next to the docking bay. I took this as my chance to make my way to a bus stop to go home. I was going to take the express bus and just get off at the airport instead of the other bus that takes forever. Well, as I make my way to the bus stop, I see the guy in the cafe still waiting for me. I managed to make it on the bus and I never saw the guy again. A few nights later, I was on Yahoo Chat again when someone messaged me. I told him I wanted to see a picture to know who I was talking to. He sent one. I see the picture and instantly pick up the phone and call one of my friends. He answers and I start talking to him. Hey, are you on Yahoo Chat right now? No, why? Someone is trying to talk to me and they gave me a picture of you, claiming it was them. I go back to talking to the guy online and he admits it's not a picture of him. He admits who he is and said he felt we had a great connection but lost me when we went downtown. He started to profess his love to me and everything. I cussed the guy out and told him I lost him on purpose. I changed my Yahoo name and never met anyone from Yahoo Chat room in person ever again. Number 2. I was 11 and on a school trip to Paris. We got to go to the Eiffel Tower and the teachers pretty much let us roam around by ourselves. I had the impression that the Eiffel Tower was full of stores and restaurants and lights and was gorgeous. That wasn't really the case. My friends and I went to the first floor and there was nothing but a closed butcher shop and some museum. I also remember the stairs to the second floor with no handrails. It looked dead and creepy. It was also getting dark. After trailing around the museum part, which wasn't too bad, my friend and I were just walking along. We seemed to be the only ones around. As we were walking, I heard a meow and I wondered what on earth a cat was doing up here. When I heard the meow again, I looked behind me and I saw a man whose features were distorted. It was like his eyes and mouth were folded in, making lines on his face. He was dressed like a butcher. As I was looking at him, he smiled and then he meowed again. My friends also saw this and, realizing it was him doing the meowing, we sped up our walking speed a bit. As we looked back, the guy was now holding a butcher's knife and meowed again, then started walking towards us. We started jogging, and every time he meowed, we just ran faster. We ran around a corner, and my friend who was afraid of heights accidentally looked down and freaked out. A tall guy who claimed he was the manager asked if we were okay and if my friend wanted to have a seat. He gestured to a chair inside a tall glass box with a padlock on the outside of the door. His grin was so creepy. He was just standing there, still gesturing, waiting for my friend to take a seat. She declined and we hurried off to the elevator to find our teacher. As we were heading back, we saw the meowing guy coming from the side of the closed butcher shop, dragging a giant trash bag. He stopped when he heard us, looked at us, and meowed. Almost peeing ourselves, we ran straight to that elevator. To be honest, I'm still not sure exactly what happened that day. Though speaking with my friends, we all remember the day very clearly. 10 years later, my friend who was afraid of heights went back there with another friend. She told me we weren't making it up. The glass box with the chair inside and the padlock on the outside really was there. She didn't see the meowing man or the manager again because they hurried to the third floor and didn't stick around. Number 3. This took place about 3, maybe 4 years ago. It was a very calm winter evening. My parents were gone for a couple of days on Christmas Eve to relax after a very tiring last day at work. It was just me, my video games, and my dog, Chase. Now, I'm a 14-year-old male, 6'1" at the time, so I was a pretty big dude for my age. I'd taken up MMA, and I started going to the gym for a couple of years by that time, so I could take care of myself if needed to. I was home alone, playing Battlefield on my PS3, all chores taken care of. My dog was fed and lying next to me. I did my usual routine as every other night. Play some PS3 until about 12:30 a.m., brush my teeth, mess around on my phone for a bit, and then go to sleep. It was about 1:20 a.m., and I was on my phone when I heard something like faint footsteps going around my backyard onto the left side of the house where the bathroom window is. To give an insight of how my house is from the inside, it is basically like this. There are 2 floors. The first is where the kitchen, living room, and bathroom are. There is a staircase to the left of the bathroom door, which goes upstairs to the bedrooms. My room is the first door to the right, as soon as you walk up the stairs, and then my parents' room is a few steps to the left. Chase is a very protective dog, so when he hears anything, he stands up and bolts it downstairs to the front door. Only now, he just stood up and went to the start of the staircase, just staring down onto the bathroom door. As soon as I exited my bedroom to check out what was going on, I heard what sounded like the bathroom window shuffling. I froze. Slowly, I made my way onto the bedroom, calling Chase behind me with a hand gesture. I turned off the lights in my room, as they were the only ones on in the house, and I made my way to the staircase again. I don't know why I did that. Dumb move, I know, but I did. I crouch walked down the stairs, and on the second to last step, the bathroom window opened, with a slight thump as it hit the top of its frame. Right then and there, fight or flight kicked in. If I made a run for it, there was a very high chance he would see me, and I didn't know if he had a gun on him, so I stood there, unarmed, with my only options being whatever I had learned over the course of 5 years of MMA and my dog. I waited for what seemed like a minute, which in real life couldn't have been more than 10 seconds. Then I saw him, black hood on, black skinny jeans, black all-stars, and long, greasy blonde hair. He hadn't seen me yet, but if he turned around, me and Chase were ready for a fight. He turned around, and as soon as his eyes met mine, my fist had already connected with his bottom jaw. I hit him hard enough to hit his head against the wall, and then he proceeded to lose consciousness, with Chase growling on top of him. After that, I called my mom, then the cops. The police showed up in 10, maybe 15 minutes, and they arrested the dude. My parents arrived the next day, never to leave me home alone again. Number 4. This happened to me when I was around 20 or 21. I lived 3 houses away from the corner on my street, and then there's a side street that leads to a corner store, which is on a busy street. On this particular day, in broad daylight, I was heading to the corner store, which is literally a 1-minute walk. I bought whatever it was I went there for, and I proceeded to walk back down the side street. As I was walking, I could hear a man calling to me. He had just stopped in the middle of the street, and he was waving me over to his car. He kept calling me over, saying, "Come here," and "Get in, I just want to talk to you." Obviously, I completely ignored him and walked faster. I lived on this block my whole life, and I would have recognized this man if he was from around here, but I didn't. He was yelling at me now, and still stopped in the middle of the street. So I looked back, and I saw a line of cars behind him. They were honking at him and he wasn't moving. As soon as I turned onto my street, I walked even faster. I was practically jogging. I walked up the stairs to my door and opened it and put half my body in when I just had this feeling to look around. When I did, I saw the guy driving down the side street from the direction I came. He was driving so slow that it was like he wasn't even pressing the gas pedal, just letting his car creep along. He couldn't see me. My deck was blocking most of me, but I could see him looking left and right, and I realized he was looking for me. I don't even know how he managed to turn around with all of those cars behind him. As soon as he left, I went inside looking for my dad so I could describe the man to my dad. I figured maybe he knew him and could give him a talking to. The man was driving an old red Toyota, and the driver's door was black, like he replaced it and just never got around to painting it. My dad wasn't home. He was at the ice cream shop at the other end of my block. I decided to go talk to him right then because I was so upset. I walked out and stood on my porch, glancing around to see if this guy had come back around. I didn't see him, so I walked as fast as I could to the ice cream shop. When I got there, they were pretty crowded and my dad was waiting in line outside of the open doors. I told him everything that happened, and he didn't believe me. I started arguing with him, telling him it's true, when the guy pulled up across the busy street and parked. He was just sitting there, staring at me. He had still been driving around, trying to find me. As soon as I saw him watching me, I raised my arm and pointed and said, "That's him." My dad had just enough time to turn around and see the car before the guy sped off. We didn't go to the cops or anything, and we don't really talk about it much, but it bothers me to this day thinking, what if he grabbed another girl off the streets? Hey everyone, it's Sino. I wanted to take a second and thank everyone for their support. We recently hit 3,000 subscribers, and I'm currently working on a special video in honor of this milestone. I live in Southern California, and we had strong winds last weekend that made it impossible to record. I also started school again this week, so I've fallen a few days behind, but I'm working hard to get the video out tomorrow or Monday at the latest. Fingers crossed. That being said, I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and thank you once again.
When I was a sophomore in college, I lived in a small but beautiful historic studio apartment in a small East Coast city that had somewhat of a reputation for crime and danger. However, the neighborhood I lived in was usually considered one of the good neighborhoods. It was close to the city's university and was mostly students living there, especially on the street my building was on. My building was a huge 4-story townhouse, if you can really call it that. It was really a mansion as a whole, built in 1895. The architecture was really awesome, built-in bookshelves and huge mahogany pocket doors that slid into walls. Anyways, the building wasn't exactly in mint condition, and my landlord was pretty lazy. He would always come by and check up on things and make promises to get stuff fixed, but never really got around to doing much of anything. The apartment I was renting was on the first floor, and my front door immediately on the left as you walked in the building's door to the street. This door, the building's front door, which from the street opened to a small lobby area with only one door in it, mine, and a staircase to the other apartments upstairs, was huge and heavy and never really locked. In fact, you couldn't lock it, and in fact, it didn't even close all the way. So basically the door to my apartment was open to the street. I asked my landlord countless times to please do something about the front door, but he never did anything. Well, one night I was getting home from work and it was really late, about 3:45 a.m. I worked as a pizza delivery driver at a place that was open really late every night, and I was just sitting on my couch watching a little TV before I went to bed. I'd also gotten totally naked, something I truly loved being able to do considering I lived alone. Anyways, not 10 minutes since I'd gotten home and sat down, I hear 3 slow knocks on my door. I'm thinking, who the fuck would be at my door at this hour? What could they possibly want? And why didn't I hear the building's front door open like I normally do? Young and naive, I was half scared and half intrigued. I put a robe on and slowly crept towards the door, which, by the way, was literally right next to the couch where I was sitting. At this point in time, my door didn't have a peephole, so I just had to kind of take a leap of faith and open the door. When I did, a tall, emaciated, middle-aged man stood staring down at me with low eyes and a grin. He was wearing all black in many layers and a big black trench coat. The first thing he said was, "Can I come in?" With the door barely open, I got a deep pit in my stomach and just went, no man, what's up?" He just stared into my eyes for a second, clearly disappointed, and then said, "I've seen you around," and then started to grin again. The pit in my stomach had evolved into a churning sensation, and I was starting to get nauseous. "Yeah, I've been watching you, and I like the way you look," he said. "So, you gay? Bisexual?" I was just like, "I don't know, but it's getting late. I'm going to bed. Bye." He kind of nodded and lingered for a second, as did I, watching to make sure I saw him leave the building. Once he did, I closed the door, locked it, and stood with my hand still on the knob for a good minute at least. After I snapped out of my shock, I ran over to my couch and pushed it up against the door. I ended up sleeping on the couch that night. Even though it was right there, it just made me feel safer, like I could hear if something happened. Well, nothing happened that night, and it wasn't until about a week later, on one of my nights off from work, that I was sitting around my apartment winding down by myself after I had some friends over drinking and smoking a little bit, as college kids do. All of a sudden, I heard a weird rattling noise coming from across the room, so I turned off the music I was playing to find out that it was coming from none other than my front doorknob. I looked at it for a second and saw that both the knob and the top lock were jiggling. Someone was trying to get in. Like a deer in the headlights, I was frozen, staring at things wiggle and shake until I started to see the top lock actually budge and start to turn. I leapt up from my chair and soared to the door, grabbing tightly on the lock and forcefully twisting it back to being locked. The jiggling of the lock and knob stopped for a second because whoever it was clearly knew that I knew. It was only a second though before they just started struggling again, and I had to use all my might to keep it still. Sweat was dripping down my forehead and ribcage after about 15 seconds of wrestling with this intruder. It suddenly stopped, and I heard the building door open and close, and footsteps run down the stairs of the stoop of the sidewalk. Just like I was before, I was paralyzed with my hands on the door for a good while before I realized I was crying and shaking and that I needed to call someone. My instinct was to call the police. In hindsight, I regret this for the following reasons. I was having basically a panic attack while I was on the phone with 911 and actually threw up during the call. And I think that's why they decided I was just fucked up or something. When the two police got to my apartment, they stood in my doorway as I struggled to recount to them what had happened as I was shaking and crying. I noticed at one point they're both smirking and laughing and say, "What's funny right now?" One of them goes, "It reeks of marijuana." I was just like, okay, and basically argued with them after that. Long story short, they ended up confiscating a bunch of shit from my apartment and basically turning the whole situation into a little mini drug bust. Although they said they weren't going to charge me with anything, just take my shit. Nothing about this attempted break-in besides keep your door locked. I was devastated and felt so helpless. I hate to make this story so long, so I'll try to keep the last part short. Basically the same scenario happened one more time about 2 weeks from the last time. Only instead of calling the police, I called my dad, who raced down in an hour, 2-hour drive from his house to this place, with a crowbar up his sleeve. Unfortunately, by the time he got here, whoever it was had already left. They didn't struggle very hard this time. My dad ended up cussing out the landlord and demanding he get the door fixed and install a new lock and peephole on my door. He did make this happen within a reasonable amount of time, and I also got one of those bars you wedge between the doorknob and the floor, as well as an aluminum baseball bat to protect myself with. So I felt a lot better from then on. Needless to say though, I ended my lease for that apartment a month early and never moved back to that street. I never found out for sure who was trying to pick my locks and if it was the guy who had come to my door the first time. But whoever it was, let's not meet.
So here's a little backstory. I'm a 19-year-old female living in the UK. I was on my day off from work, as I worked 6 days a week at a very unpopular delivery service called Yodel. My mom was out the night before, staying at my grandmother's house due to her being ill. I have 2 small dogs, both Chihuahua Cross Yorkshire Terriers, who don't really need all that much walking, but this Sunday morning I was feeling it. around 7:30 in the morning, which means it was still pretty dark out when I put their coats on and left the house. The local park is a 2-minute walk away from my house, which I had no problem getting to. So, cut to about 10 minutes into my walk. I'm halfway around the park when I notice that it's brighter than usual. I turn around to see a parked car in the parking lot with its lights on full beam, directed straight at me. Now, at this point, I'm starting to feel uneasy as I'm about to start making my way back there, as that is the way that I had entered the park. Something in my gut told me that it was an incredibly bad idea, so instead, I decided to cut across to the adjoining field and make my way across from there, as there was a public pathway running parallel to both fields. So again, cut to about 15 minutes later, and I'm starting to calm down, feeling like I had overreacted to the whole situation. I get to the end of the public pathway. I've passed a few harmless people, and I'm feeling pretty stupid at that point. What I had forgotten was that the parking lot previously mentioned was just up the road, and the road I had come out at connected to it. As I was just about to turn off the public pathway back onto the main road, a car drives past that, at first, didn't look particularly memorable until the passenger seat in the car drove past with the biggest, cruelest, most evil grin on his face as they passed me. I stopped in my tracks, and they pulled up just down the road and waited. I started walking home double time, and the walk that would have taken me 20 minutes took me 10. And the entire walk home, this car followed me. Thankfully, I had to cut through little alleyways to get to the road leading to the park, and I managed to lose them by the time I got to my house. After I had caught my breath, I looked out my kitchen window carefully, without moving the blinds, to see 3 guys maybe in their mid-20s, stalking around the area, presumably looking for me and my dogs. So to you 3 creeps who have prompted me to change my dog walking routine like a freaking cop, let's not meet.
Okay, bit of background. There was a time when I was 17 where I sort of lived in 2 houses. We were moving and my dad lived in the new house where he had a job, and my mom, my siblings, and I lived in the old house where our friends in school were. The new house wasn't anywhere near the old one. It was about 6 or 7 hours drive. So on a good long weekend, we could make the drive, and my dad would come up in our smart car whenever he could. One weekend, I was off on break and was going to spend a few days basically camping in the new house with my dad. I felt totally safe with him, and I was looking forward to the trip and even the time alone while he worked. The trip started out normally. We stopped at a rest stop about a quarter of the way there to pee, and we planned to stop at a halfway point for a gas station, tea, and another bathroom break. We were familiar with the gas station and had stopped there many times. It was a Royal Farms, if you have those near you. It's a chain place and relatively safe compared to some of the greasier places. We went in and I hit the bathroom while Dad made us both tea. I noticed a man looking awfully stoned standing near the men's room in the fire exit. He was wearing an entirely too tight leopard print shirt with a white jacket, and he had slimy white blonde hair. He looked maybe 45. I smiled politely and went to my dad where I felt safe. I'm socially anxious, but not cripplingly. My dad isn't huge, but he's kind of a prepper and knows self-defense better than I did at the time. I knew that if there was someone who wanted to hurt me, he'd be there. Checking out with our tea, the stoned guy was right in front of us, and he turned around to talk with us. The first thing I noticed was that he seemed more aware now. Less stoned for sure, but still off somehow. But in a different way. He was laughing and talking with the cashier about the Cosmo magazine on the rack. He wasn't buying one, but he said, and I quote, "Nice, they sell these everywhere these days." He seemed to be trying to initiate us into conversation. The cashier was just trying to ignore how much he was looking at her boobs and cash him out. "So, how many months?" he asked us. At first, I was wondering if he thought I was pregnant. Now, I'm a big girl, but my weight's on my hips and thighs, and I'm not shaped like a pregnant woman at all. "Pardon?" my dad asked the man, putting an arm around me. "How long have you two, He grinned, raising his eyebrows. My dad immediately dropped his arm, which was unfortunate because I felt safer with it there. The man, seeing some kind of opportunity, put his hand gently on my right hip. "Oh, no, this is my daughter," he said, a bit baffled and too unprepared for the situation. The man's hand slid a bit lower. Is she single?" he said to my dad, as though I were property he was buying. "No," my dad snapped. "She's not. Goodbye." The man left, and thank goodness, and the cashier rolled her eyes and told us he was a regular and to be careful going out because he smoked by the entrance. My dad and I waited until we saw him enter his car before we left. I never feel safe in the smart car. It's tiny and it always attracts a lot of attention because it's a bit of a novelty. There was some traffic as we continued, and it was getting dark, but I swear that man's red truck was always somehow behind us. I pointed it out to my dad, who said that he probably wouldn't follow us all the way to the house, seeing as we split off the highway soon, and the drive was still about 3.5 hours long. The truck followed us for 2 hours, but finally we stopped seeing him. We were on a more secluded road, a 2-lane one with hills and curves, but still well traveled. We stopped again at a rest point, and I was in the car watching the road when I saw the red truck drive past on the road. He had still been following us, only an hour from our house. Thank God he didn't notice we'd pulled off. He might have known where our new house was. "Too close for comfort," leopard shirt man. Let's not meet.
I live in a small town in Canada. I'm a 16-year-old half Asian and half Native American girl, but I pass as full Asian. It's relevant to the story. A lot of people here hate Asians and or have yellow fever. I'm about 5'4" and about 90 or 100 pounds, and I know well I'm weak and not threatening. A few months ago, I was downtown for about an hour after school, and I was heading home. The street I was on was busy. Lots of cars driving or parked on the sides of the street, and a lot of people on the sidewalks. One of the cars slowed down a little, and a woman yelled, "Hey," or something. And I looked over, but I couldn't really see them, so I ignored it and kept walking, thinking they were talking to someone else. Not long after I passed the driveway, I heard a sort of yell that sounded the same. I kept walking, but they pulled out of the driveway and followed me slowly. I tried to ignore it, but I came to an intersection where I had to wait, and they pulled up next to me. In the passenger seat was a woman who I think was in maybe her mid-30s. To be honest, she kind of looked like stereotypical white trash, but that may be too harsh. I could see a man maybe mid or late 40s in the driver's side. Again, the woman said, "Hey." I said hi because I didn't want to be rude, and she asked my name. I almost told her before realizing I probably shouldn't, so I said why, and she responded, "Because you're cute." I awkwardly thanked her, and I think she said you're welcome, but I was starting to cross the street already. I was a little freaked out because in the interaction she seemed kind of laughing like she was making fun of me or knew something I didn't. I saw the car again a couple of times, and they seemed to be circling blocks trying to keep up with me or know where I was. I was scared because soon I would reach my house, and they would see me going in and know where I live. I heard them come up behind me, and the woman said something again. I tried to ignore her, but she kept going and said things like, "Turn around. Why won't you talk to me?" I didn't want to be rude, but I was very uncomfortable. When I wouldn't talk to her and started walking faster, she started yelling things more violent and saying they wanted to take me somewhere or tell me or show me something. She called me a squinty-eyed chink, said I should go back to my own country if I don't even speak English. I was starting to tear up because I was confused and I was alone, and they were both much bigger than me. I walked straight past my house and went on for 6 or 7 blocks to my stepmom's friend's house. They seemed to follow me until 2 streets before the house, sometimes still saying things, but I couldn't hear or I don't remember. I don't know why they gave up there. My stepmom's friend luckily was home and let me in and called the police, but they never found the people, probably because I never saw the license plates. I've been followed before, but nothing like this happens to me often, so to the laughing woman, I really hope we don't meet again. Hey guys, thanks again for all the support. Thank you guys for watching, and special thanks to Lady Spook for contributing to this video. Check her channel out, the link is in the description below. If you enjoyed this video, please click the like button and subscribe if you're a new viewer. It really helps the channel out tremendously. If you'd like to submit your own story or artwork to be featured, email it to me at sinostudiosofficial@gmail.com. The link to my email is also in the description below. You can also email me there with questions or business inquiries or inquiries about collaborating. Follow me at Sino Studios BMF on Twitter and Instagram. Once again, thank you guys for all your continued support. Without you guys, my channel's nothing. Hey everybody, it's Sino. I wanted to take a quick second before the video got started to thank you all for all the support that you've been showing me on my past few videos this week. As most of you know, I finished up my spring semester, I'm done with finals, I'm done with school for the summer, so I'm going to be uploading daily videos every day. That includes daily uploads of scary stories from Reddit, as well as movie reviews, starting with Baywatch and Pirates of the Caribbean tomorrow on Sunday. In this video, you will hear 4 true scary stories from Reddit about creepy encounters with kidnappers and abductors. As always, if you enjoyed the video and you like the stories, remember to leave a like and subscribe if you're new. Movie reviews for Pirates of the Caribbean and Baywatch come tomorrow on Sunday. Also, by popular demand, I'll be including a link in the video description for those of you who care to support the channel. Any amount you choose to donate is fine. All donations are taken through PayPal, so you know that you and your money are safe. We all know that YouTubers have been in a bit of a crunch the past few months, so any amount helps, but of course don't feel pressured to donate to this channel or to anyone else. No need to worry, unlike other channels, I won't be holding my content hostage. That being said, I hope you guys enjoyed the video, I hope you guys like the stories, and have fun. Thank you again for all of your support. My mom worked at a small store, and since we were young, we hung out there a lot with her. One night, there was an accident about a quarter of a mile down the road from the store. Me and my sister were outside watching all the lights from the cops and ambulances. We lived in a small town, so we really didn't see cops or anything often. A guy from out of state pulls in and notices how interested we are in the accident. Smiling, he approaches and says, "Hey, how are you two? You like those lights over there?" Me and my sister nodded eagerly. "Well, I've got to run into the store real quick, but when I come out, I can drive you over to it so you can get a closer look." Me being 4 at the time, thought this was a great idea, but my sister was a little older, and a red flag popped up in her head. He enters the store, and we follow. My mom is the cashier and sees that he is walking around the store, looking around as much as he can. Not at items, but at other people. He was looking for our mom and didn't assume she was the cashier. He buys like 1 or 2 items, and as he is about to leave, me and my sister are running around to another part of the store, totally forgetting the accident and moving on to something else to keep our attention. He goes, Hey, where are you going? I thought we were gonna go out together." My mom instantly freaks, calls the police, and he flees. The whole time it was happening, I was totally oblivious, but after my mom freaked, I was really upset. All I really knew was that someone tried to take me from my mom, and I didn't really understand it, but it was pretty terrifying. For a while, I didn't talk to anyone I didn't already know. This happened when I was about 18 years old. I was big into running back then, and lived in a town that was a suburb but had big swaths of farmland, as in smallish tomato and strawberry fields, not huge, never-ending wheat fields. I preferred running on the dirt at the edges of these fields because it was a lot easier on my legs than running long distances on concrete or asphalt, and I was usually training for half marathons, 13.1 miles for those who aren't insane enough to think running is fun. This particular day, I was planning to run an easy 6 miles. I told my mom and she suggested I do a loop and meet them at the dog park about 3 miles from our house as my halfway point. This is pre-cell phone era, when all the craziest shit went down, but being careful, I took a walkie-talkie that my dad always used, and my mom took the other one. Now the walkie-talkie had a range longer than the ones my brothers and I played around with when we were younger, but it definitely did not work 3 miles away, and I honestly had no idea what its exact range was. I take off on my run. I'm planning to go to the sidewalk for a little bit, until I get to the fields. I'm running in the dirt with the road a few yards to my left. I have to run south and then turn right onto a slightly smaller, less traveled road to get to the dog park. As I'm running on the first dirt path, my parents drive by and, being dorks, they honk and wave and yell at me. I wave and then soon after, I make my turn onto the smaller road. This one is road, me on flat dirt, small drainage ditch, forever of lettuce field. Then a wall that is the backyard of some houses. I start noticing how quiet the street is and how few cars are passing me. Then I randomly start thinking to myself, if someone tried to do something, I could run to those houses. No, they're so far away, I'd never make it. Then I hear a car, but this one doesn't pass me like all the others. I hear it slow down so that it's behind me, just out of my peripheral vision. My senses go super alert, and I immediately realize what a dumbass I was to pick this route because I'm stuck out here with no one to help me and nowhere to hide. The car starts speeding up enough so that it's next to me. I glance over and I see a man. Middle-aged, white, dark hair. Totally normal looking, but I get a chill down my spine immediately. He sort of leans over into the passenger seat and says in a super sweet voice, "Hi, where are you going? Do you need a ride?" I am scared and I realize this is not good. Admittedly, nothing has happened yet, and he could be totally innocent, just wanting to chat, but my intuition is in overdrive, telling me I'm not safe. I hop over the ditch, thinking at least that will make it harder for his car to follow me if I need to take off across the field to try and make it to those houses in the distance. This pisses him off. He guns it and gets closer to the ditch and in front of where I am, and then he says in a voice I can only describe as bone-chillingly evil, "You know, you shouldn't be out here all alone. Something horrible could happen to you out here and no one would ever know where to find you." He has put his car in park and is taking off his seatbelt when I remember the walkie-talkie. The piece of crap is all static, but I'm too far away. So I immediately turn down the volume and say loudly, "Hey Dad! Yeah, I see your car. I'm over here by this red Buick, do you see me?" And I fake wave to no one. There was no car coming from the direction my parents were, and when I had started talking, there was no one behind us either. But by the grace of the universe, at that exact moment, a car turned onto the road. The guy saw it, looked at me, and sped off so fast he left skid marks. I have never run faster in my life, and I was looking behind me every few seconds and thought he'd be waiting for me at every intersection I had to cross. I was shaking. I was so scared and relieved when I got to that goddamn dog park. I told my parents everything and my mom called the cops. They took a statement but said it would just help if something actually happened to someone else. The weird part was, I was having trouble getting my story out. I was so upset, and before I gave a description of the car, the cop asked, "Was it a red Buick?" He wouldn't tell us why, but that just added to my feeling that I had narrowly escaped something awful. First of all, let me say that I'm a 24-year-old male, and I live in Brazil, and we are kind of in a really bad situation. Basically, our healthcare, education, and security are garbage at the moment because of corruption and corporate greed. Last month, after I left my workplace, I went to my bus stop. Everything was normal except that my bus was really late, but that's very common. I got another bus that gets me a little further from my home, and I have to walk a little bit to get to it. The bus arrives at my stop, and I proceed to walk to my place when a car speeds over the sidewalk with a guy inside holding a gun to my face. "Get the fuck inside the car," he shouted angrily. I was so scared I just dropped my headphones, as I'm always listening to music. So I proceed to get near the door and pick up my headphones at the same time. "Hurry, motherfucker, get in the car." He was getting very impatient. Suddenly, while I'm holding the door and trying to open it, I see a blind spot. He cannot see me clearly, so I run like it's the fucking devil behind me to the opposite direction of the car. I hear screeches and a gunshot. I bolt into the first house yard that I see. Luckily, the gate was open, and when I have nowhere left to run, and I'm just surrounded by walls, I look behind, and I see a man running after me. I fall to the floor, covering my head and eyes with my arms, thinking, this is it. I'm gonna get shot in the head. Nothing happens. I open my eyes, and the guy was just the random dude that was near me in the street who, like me, ran, scared of the car and the gunshot. There were 3 ladies in that house. They helped me get my head back together before I left a couple of minutes later to my place, safe at last. So, whoever you are, and whatever you were going to do to me, please, let's not meet. I am a female, currently 22, and this happened back in 2008 when I was 14. Just some backstory. I was living in a small town out in the middle of nowhere in Australia. It was sometime in December when this happened because I remember it being hot. The main street was about a 2-minute walk across an empty lot and about another 3 minutes to the small market, which was where I was going on this day. I left my house and walked across the lot, no problem. When I got out onto the main street, a white ute turned the corner and slowed down next to me. The guy driving just kept staring. At the time, I was not the kind to confront people, so I just kept my head down and kept walking until I reached the market. I went into the market and got what I needed to get. When I left, the ute was parked across the market near the bank, and the person was sitting in the car and it was idling. It was about 7:30 in the morning. The bank didn't open until 10. At the time, there was no ATM at the bank. You had to actually go in and get money out, so it is not like he was getting money out. As I started to walk back, the guy spoke to me through his window. He asked several times if I wanted a lift home. I told him no several times. I started to panic since I hadn't yet crossed the road, which means I had to cross in front of his car in order to get home. There was no other way home. I tried to keep my cool and I started walking across the road when he finally said, "Get in." This felt like a command, not a question, so I started to run, as fast as I could, across the rest of the road and through the parking lot. I got home and inside before the white ute came speeding around the corner past my house. He didn't see where I went. I couldn't stop crying and I told my parents. They called the police and an officer came, but since he didn't threaten or physically try to abduct me, there was nothing that could be done. I know this isn't the scariest story, but it was scary to me. I honestly believe if I was dumb enough to get in the car, I wouldn't have been going home. number 1, read by Worst Nightmare.
This happened to a close friend of mine from work who told me this last night, and it sufficiently creeped me out. So her mother is in the hospital, and she was on her way home from visiting her one night last week. She stopped at the 24-hour Tesco on the way back to get some groceries and petrol, so it was around 10 p.m. when she finally set off for home, the journey to her house taking around 40 minutes. About 5 to 10 minutes into the usually routine trip home, she noticed a car coming up close behind her, flashing the lights as if trying to pull her over. It was just as she was approaching a few miles of road that were fairly deserted, save for a couple of houses, but mainly flanked by fields on either side. It was dark, so she couldn't make out the car or driver, but was fairly certain it wasn't a police car. Besides, she's a careful, teetotal driver with a fully functional vehicle. There should have been no reason for someone to pull her over. Also, she's not so naive that she would just stop on this lonely stretch of road for anyone without a good reason. The other driver was persistent, though, and alternately pulled really close, then backed off and flashed the lights. The car continued to follow closely and flash her. It was only as they entered a more populated area and more cars were driving around that the flashing lights and tailgating stopped. Still, right behind her, though. At this point, she was significantly freaked out, but in the panic of the moment, couldn't think what to do, and still wasn't positive she was being followed. But that was just wishful thinking, she said. The small town where she lives has a huge and very busy day and night as truckers use it to get onto the motorway roundabout with many lanes that must be navigated carefully as you approach. It's very easy to take the wrong exit, especially if you're unfamiliar with the area. She waited until the very last second before pulling out just before a truck, hoping that the car stalker would get stuck behind a stream of traffic. She could easily lose the car after that, she thought, as where she lives has so many roundabouts that if you don't know where you're going, you'd be lost without a GPS system. Her heart sank, though, when she heard the honk of a truck horn behind her, and looking in the rearview mirror, realized car stalker had took a chance, pulled out right after her, and was again now right behind her. With absolutely no doubt now that she was being targeted, her mind raced, and all she could think was that she couldn't drive home, or even to her daughter's or sister's house, as she didn't want to lead this person right to her, or her family's door. She grew up in the town, though. She knows all the shortcuts, dead ends, roundabouts like the back of her hand. So she proceeded to lead a merry dance around the area, up a street, down a street, round a roundabout, double back, and so on. This went on for a while, maybe an hour or more, she estimated. Earlier, she had almost skipped getting petrol, as she knew she'd have just enough to get home. At this moment, she was thanking her lucky stars that she had got it, or she'd be breaking down right about now. The car was still following, but at a further distance this time. She pulled suddenly, without indicating, onto a long main road where there are about 10 or 12 identical side streets running parallel to each other all along the road. These lead up to cul-de-sacs that pretty much all look the same. Seeing no sign of a car behind, she swung into a random street, drove up a little behind another car, then killed the engine. Ducking down, after 5 to 10 minutes of what she described felt like holding her breath, she had another check of her surroundings, and it appeared she had lost the stalker. Full of relief, she turned around, pulled out of the side street, and there he was. She could make out the outline of a man in the driver's seat, so she knew for sure now he was male, which somehow made it so much worse. He had pulled up on the opposite side of the main road and was just waiting for her, like he knew where she'd gone and was just taunting her. Frozen for a second, she was unable to gather any more details before she got it together and sped off in the opposite direction. It took about another 30 minutes of cat and mouse, plus around 20 minutes waiting it out, before she finally lost him. She'd managed to quickly pull into an empty driveway after taking a few erratic turns. She was on the right side of a 4x4, which obscured her car, and she switched off all the lights before he'd had the chance to follow her. She waited even longer this time, though. She was sure he'd been waiting, but he must have either got bored or lost her. She was looking over her shoulder the whole way home, though, and she still does now. In hindsight, she realized the best thing to do would have been to go to the nearest police station, or at least call them. But hindsight is a wonderful thing. The next day, she was telling her daughter, who was furious with her for not calling the police or telling her sooner. She did then make a report at the local police station and was disturbed at what she discovered. First of all, her report was not the only one. 2 other women had reported almost identical experiences. One of them had called the police while being followed and asked if there were any unmarked police vehicles in the area that may be signaling for her to pull over. They indicated that there were not any such vehicles and advised the woman to pull into a nearby well-lit and staffed service station where they met her to take her report. He soon took off when he saw where she was headed. The other woman had managed to lose him also by driving towards the police station. This one was in broad daylight. There may have been more women who just haven't reported it. Even more worrisome, the police suspect the stalker is an already convicted rapist who has recently been released from prison. The MO in his previous crimes matches this. He would pose as a concerned fellow driver, pull a woman over with some BS about a light being out on her car or whatever, then pull her into the back of the car and rape her. They have been unable to charge him with anything so far, as, fortunately, he has not managed to succeed in his tactics this time. It is worrying to think, though, that this guy might have to actually rape someone before he can be arrested. And he's in my local area. Shivers. So, weird and creepy car stalker guy, let's not meet.
Number 2. Read by Mr. Sinister.
So last Saturday evening, myself and my girlfriend had gone out to a friend's to drink a bit and play games. Since I'm driving later on, I only have a couple of beers pretty early in. Anyways, we leave around 3 AM, and on the way home, my girlfriend is craving some Jack in the Box, since it's about the only food place that's open around that time. To clarify for people on the eastern side of the US, it's a fast food chain. Well, there's a couple of cars ahead of us, and the one immediately ahead has a few people, so it's a pretty large order, and taking a while. Pretty usual on a Saturday night, even that late. I guess I sort of space out as I'm talking to my girlfriend while we wait, because I hadn't noticed that I never put my window back up after ordering for her. I don't know what it was that made me glance in my side rear view, maybe just habit, but I see a person slowly walking up the drive-thru in a red sweater with their hood pulled all the way tight over their face. Now, on a really cold January night, something like that wouldn't strike me as too weird. However, it was a surprisingly mild temperature evening that night, which may be why I didn't notice my window was down in the first place. But as soon as I see this person, my brain just fires off all kinds of red flags. My girlfriend notices me tensing up a lot as I roll my window, make sure all the doors are locked and my eyes are glued to the rear view, not saying a word. I let her know that there's a person right there who is really shady looking. I've been a victim of a couple of muggings in the past, so she understands why I'm so on edge. This person, though, just keeps very slowly moving closer to the car, even after he must know I can see him. I start tripping out because the car up ahead still hasn't received their order, and this person is still moving up toward my car. And this is one of those narrow drive-thrus, so my only other escape route would be just towards him if he approached the car. So I quickly shift my car from neutral to reverse, and the guy stops as soon as those reverse lights come on, and then moves forward, still the same pace. This time I start revving with my e-brake engaged. He moves forward again. I rev up again, and I had a second to see him quicken his pace forward a little drastically before I reacted by disengaging the brake and reversing and pulling a really quick stopping short, so I only moved like 6 inches back. He stops again. By this time the car in front is leaving, and I move up, pay, get my food, and inform the employee he's there. He's standing in the middle a few large paces back from my car, and I leave. I'm glad that whatever he was planning, he was hesitant about, as it's likely in the area I live in that he at least had a knife. I didn't hear any robbery reports either, so I don't think he bothered the employees, or they didn't go near the window while he was there. To the man in the drive-thru, let's not meet.
Number 3. Read by Worst Nightmare.
I literally just made this account to post here because I love the stories in this sub, and it made me remember one I experienced myself. Flashback to me when I was 17, just got back from work. I made it to the station near work on a hot summer day at the end of my shift. It was as usual as any. I took the train to the bus to another one. When I got to the station to take my final bus towards home, smoke began to submerge from the engine. Typical. My guardian couldn't pick me up at the station, so I had to walk the 7-mile route to home myself. As I crossed the street walking away from a near gas station, oh God, I should have just stayed there. Oh well. I noticed an elderly man walking behind me at a distance of around 50 meters. Now note that I usually overreact and panic a lot, but I had a tough day and I didn't think much of it. After 2 miles or so, the man was still walking behind me at the same distance and space, and now tiny alarm bells started softly ringing. So I used my main method to debunk my fears. Act like I'm in a phone call with someone and sit near a tree or wherever I can sit. Unfortunately, the man just slowed down until I started walking again. Now, I started to get more worried. I decided to quicken my pace and take a different route through a near town. Once again, the man was behind me. I figured that if I take a small alleyway, it would escape this pursuit. I was wrong. I took the alleyway and came down to a near small soccer field where some kids were playing soccer. I acted like I was very interested and sat down to watch their game. Finally, the man walked past me and slithered off into an unknown alleyway. Safe to say, I was relieved, but it doesn't end there. I waited 2 minutes before moving on and walked to a different alley, and guess who just came walking down another side road back to me? Yeah, damn right. Now I started to worry a lot. As a kid who is a bit overweight and has almost zero stamina, I knew I couldn't run. I walked normal towards another alley, and thank God I ran into a mother hanging up her laundry in her yard. I sat down near a trunk and tried to act like I was busy on my phone. Of course, at any given moment, right now was the best time for my phone to be completely drained of battery. I tried to leave when I just saw him walking behind me at a small pace, making eye contact. It was hard for me not to look him in the eyes, and I made sure I acted like I didn't notice him. Thank God, after about what seemed like an eternity, he left, but I knew it wouldn't be for long. He came back. I just knew it. I went to make my way out of the alley. When I was almost out the street, I felt it. I felt it. I know in my gut. He was lurking at me with those eyes. I just knew it. So I listened to my instincts and began to run as hard as I could, ignoring oncoming traffic and whatsoever. I ran into a big building office thing, and I almost jumped inside, breathing heavily. I told them what had happened, and I asked if I could maybe phone my group, that they just had to pick me up. It was urgent. But of course, they came with the answer I was already afraid of. No, sorry, we're making dinner, so we're very busy and can't pick you up. Are you sure you didn't just imagine the whole thing? Well, they helped me out a lot. I guess I was on my own. The office was about to close, and I had to leave. There I was again, alone, out on the streets. Just when I lost all hope and knew I would become one of those kids on TV who were missing only to never be found again, I spotted my friend in a car. He waved, and when I came storming down to his car, he knew something was off. I stepped into his car, explained everything, and we went looking for the man. Knowing my friend is skillful kickboxer, I knew what went down if we found him. Lucky for the creep, we didn't find him, and my friend proceeded to safely drop me off at home. Thank God. So, creepy old dude who was following me around, eyeing me, creeping on me, and ruining my day, let's not meet ever again.
Number 4. Last month, I got a job in a mini-mart to pay for college since my savings weren't quite enough. I was only able to take night shifts since I spend most of the day at school and at home studying. When you're on the night shift, you're all alone, but it's not too hard, since barely anyone comes in during the evenings. There's an office where employees can hang out when there's nothing to do. There, you can monitor the security cameras and go over what needs to be done. The security cameras even have built-in motion detectors that will alert you if a movement is detected. I spend most of my time there with snacks, playing on my phone, while I wait for customers to come in. The other employees describe it as getting paid for being alone in a store, with the occasional break to help the handful of customers that come in during the night. On my first shift, I immediately noticed something out of the ordinary was going on. The motion detectors would go off when the store was empty and the cameras didn't show anything. Then I began hearing faint voices and footsteps from within the store. The voices would be indistinct but spoken in the same tone of voice that people usually speak in when they're chatting with someone they haven't met in a long time. Even customers would sometimes hear this and think it was me saying something when I really hadn't. I usually go to check but find nothing. The store is empty. Later, when I was refilling the soda cooler, I started seeing people walk past me in the reflection of the glass door, but no one was there. This happened several times, and I never saw anyone near me. The coolers would also sometimes open and slam quietly shut at random times. Do you know that feeling you get when you're in a crowded room? That minor claustrophobic sense, and that feeling like people are looking at you? That's how I always feel when I'm closing up the store and cleaning up. It could be paranoia, and I'm just imagining it, but my past experiences lead me to believe it is not. I've never had the nerve to mention this to my boss, out of fear of getting labeled crazy and possibly getting fired for being unfit. But I'm dead certain there is something going on there. I don't intend to quit anytime soon, since I don't feel like I'm in any danger, and I need the money, but this scares me a lot. Every night seems to have more going on than the last, and I've began writing down in my phone what I witness. I'm not aware that anyone has ever died in this store, but the store has been open since the 1920s, and anything could have happened. I've wanted to research it, but it's changed names and owners several times, which makes it hard to do so. Number 5. Read by Mr. Creepy Master.
Hey guys, this is my first time posting here, so here it goes. This event happened to me this spring 2015. So I'm a young adult, male, living in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. I joined a fairly popular BDSM website mid-January and was instantly drawn into the community. For those of you who don't know, BDSM is a variety of erotic practices involving bondage, dominance, submission, and masochism. Think 50 Shades of Grey if that helps. The community welcomes all kinks and fetishes alike, and everyone I've ever met from that site have been very welcoming and friendly, except for one. It all started with me coming across her profile. She was a gorgeous woman, very fit, with long legs and firm breasts. She was an older woman, but I was into that. I started browsing her collection of photos, mostly fairly vanilla images of her sitting at a dining room table, drinking a glass of wine and smiling at the camera. Real classy, which just urged me forward. I went ahead and messaged her. I wrote the usual greetings and offered to chat and get to know each other. She replied almost instantly. She greeted me as Sir, given the role I take. We continued to message back and forth for a week or two. She explained to me that she wanted me to be her master since her last master died in a car accident. This was odd to me, but unfortunate accidents can happen to anyone, right? She continued giving me details of what she wanted me to do to her, and I very much obliged. The next couple of days, we kept trying to meet up for a coffee, but unfortunately she had to cancel last minute each time. Eventually, I began getting very eager as all the kinky discussions have gotten me worked up. So late one night, she messages me inviting me over to her place. She explained to me that she doesn't work in the morning, so we can be up all night having our fun. Well, being so worked up and lacking the necessary blood flowing to my brain to make an educated decision, I agreed and asked her for her address. She messaged me an address along with a phone number she said was her home line, and I got ready to head out. So I got into my car and plugged the address into my GPS. This is where I noticed she lived in Hamilton, which is about 45 minutes away from Toronto. It's currently 1 a.m., but this doesn't bother me as I drove to Hamilton quite often, and considering I'd be spending the night, I could just leave in the morning. 45 minutes later, I found myself passing Hamilton. Okay, so it's a little further than that. No big deal. But then I reached a stretch of highway void of streetlights. This is where I start to get concerned, as I only had my own headlights lighting my way. Suddenly, my GPS chimed in, with the female voice indicating my exit. It was coming up on the right, and I feared driving into darkness of the mild comfort of the highway. The exit took me into a long dark stretch of country road. My red lights started going off as I passed silhouettes of farmhouses and forestry, a good distance between each of them. My GPS chimed again, indicating that my destination was coming up on my left, but as I approached the location, it was not even close to what I expected. It was a small church house with one yellow streetlight illuminating the dirt lot in front of it. I pulled into the lot and took a closer look with my vehicle's headlights pointing at the building. The windows and door were boarded up, and definitely not recently, as the wood seemed weathered and worn. My blood began to run cold as I made sure my doors were locked and my windows rolled up. The full tank of gas gave me some kind of comfort in the situation. I figured she possibly made an error in typing out her address and called the number she gave me. All I got was, the number you're trying to reach is no longer in service. Okay, at this point, I'm ready to turn and leave until I notice my phone alerting me that I have an email. It was a message from her. Hey, I see you there. It's not the church. My place is the small house behind the church. All I could do is replay all the horror movies I've seen throughout my life, and I just couldn't believe I could possibly be living one out in real life. However, a small jolt of curiosity persuaded me forward, even if just to look at this house. There was a small path beside the church and I slowly pulled up into it. As I crept forward in my car, a small little farmhouse poked itself out of the trees at the top of the hill. At this point, I was certain I'm not going in there. I'd made the decision in my head that my own survival took precedence over my need for sex. I was about to reverse out of there until I saw the upstairs balcony door open. A hooded figure stepped out. I couldn't see their face, but I could tell by the posture and shape that it was a man. Despite the darkness of his facial features, I could feel he was looking directly at me. He stood there for about 30 seconds before he motioned his head in a way I recognized as the universal signal for "look behind you." Just then, I felt the metal handle on the outside of my driver door being tugged at. I quickly turned my head in that direction to see the woman from the profile photos hunched over and pressing her face up against the window. My heart leapt out of my chest as I stared at her horrifying smile. The best way I can describe her expression would be any creepy cartoon image of the Joker you've ever seen. It was undoubtedly her behind that insane grin, only much older. She whispered through the glass, "Open the door, baby." I was frozen in my seat, unsure how to respond or what to do next, so I just sat there continuing to stare at her like an idiot. Her face then quickly fell into an angry, malicious expression as she continued to violently jiggle at the door handle. She then yelled at the top of her lungs, "Open the door now!" This knocked me into panic mode and I pressed my foot to the gas. My car, set to reverse, began to pull out of the pathway backwards. The woman tried holding onto the door handle, only to let go shortly after being dragged off her feet. I flew down the dark road back towards the highway, almost tripled the speed limit just in case they had a car themselves and decided to chase me. I called a friend of mine who I also met on the same website. She lived in Hamilton and insisted I come stay the night at her place. When I got there, she poured me a cold glass of Coke Zero as I explained to her what happened. She told me she read an article in the local paper over a week ago regarding an older couple luring a man into their farm. I stopped her right there as I didn't want to be freaked out even more than I currently was. So crazy, potential murderous woman, let's never meet.
Hey guys, real quick. The timestamps for each story can be found in the comment section below, as well as in the video description. If you enjoyed the video, remember to leave a like and subscribe if you're new. Let me know in the comment section below which story was your favorite. The first 75 people to comment will receive a redemption code, good towards 2 free Doctor Strange digital comic books. It seems that the codes are only valid in the United States, so sorry to my international viewers. Also, I'm going to start doing movie reviews on my channel, so be sure to let me know in the comment section below which movie you want to see me review first for a chance to win a $25 gift card for your choice of either Regal or AMC theaters in the United States. The choices are Moana, Allied, Doctor Strange, and Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Good luck, and thank you for tuning in.
So before I start, I want to thank the people who are reading/listening to this. It is important to understand that the word colorblind is actually very ignorant and insensitive, especially if no one is saying it to a person of color. It is okay to see color. If you walk in a field of beautiful roses, all ranging different colors, are you going to say, no flower is better than the other, therefore I don't see the colors of the petals? It is okay to see color. Acknowledging the cultures and backgrounds of where people came from is okay. That is what makes us special. no one needs to be subjected to intolerance and racism because of it. Good. Now that that's out of the way, I'll start. It was around 6 o'clock at night a few weeks ago, and I was walking with a group of friends, all of whom I have known since I could recall my first memory. Among them was my boyfriend, Alexander. Though many people call him Alex, I prefer Alexander because it sounds much more elegant that way. I was the only girl in the group of 5 guys who were like my brothers, walking to a diner from a meetup we had at a local school. Now, I have to stop you. The reason I spoke about race at the start of this story was because the neighborhood we were walking was a majority white. Hell, our university was majority white and known for its association with the Ku Klux Klan a while back. I know you guys are asking why I went down there, and in truth, because there was no reason not to. As I said, the Klan association was a while back, and I had walked down this road before. Plus, I assume people were smart enough to know to be kind to people who don't look like them. As we walked down the street a little faster, as it was getting darker outside, we saw it, dare I say it, white people staring at us like we were from another planet. Granted, our voices were a little loud, and there was a group of boys following a girl down a sidewalk. Sounds like the perfect setting for a rape, but I was fine. In fact, I made it a point, as more and more people were staring at us, to laugh and smile more than needed to express my enjoyment. As we neared the corner, we saw a car drive past us at top speed. The blur of a woman maybe in the driver's seat. I remember looking at Alexander in dismay before he grabbed my arm in such a rough fashion and yanked me back so hard. I thought he was going to rip my arm off. He gave me a look that said, "Yeah, I just saved my girlfriend's life. What now?" I punched him in the arm and laughed. We waited as more cars drove past before we could walk. All of the car drivers looking at my friends as if we robbed a bank. Accusing eyes burrowed into our souls. It was odd, I have to admit. I don't want people to think that a group of young people walking down the street at dusk was an omen of bad times ahead. No! We were just a group of young people walking down the street, laughing and joking. No big deal. We crossed the street and continued on our hike, the breeze picking up now. I remember looking at my friend Adam's profile and saying to him, "You have such a strong jawline." He laughed and blushed, hard, and a charmer I was. Then we passed a large, well, not that large, rather than a normal size house that looked large because the darkness emphasized the shape. House that stood idly by the corner where the diner was located. And no, for those who have been asking, this diner was not Denny's. I don't fuck with Denny's, mostly because of the food not being good. The house gave me the chills. Every time I passed it, I would feel the need to cross the street, but this time, even though I still had the feeling, I knew I was safe because I had my boys with me. We walked past the house. This time there was a woman in the yard, doing something with her rose bush at night. Okay. I was cautious to tell the truth. She was turned away from us and in her garden at night. Like, what the fuck? Who does that? However, no matter how weird the situation was, I was raised by 2 polite people. I came to a halt, my friend Jacob running into me. Again, Alexander caught me before I could fall forward. I called out to the woman, "Hello there!" She turned around and, unlike many of the stories on Reddit or whatever other storytime funtime sites there are on the web, this lady looked relatively normal. Aside from the PJs she was wearing, I'd say this bitch was normal. She looked at us and said nothing. Her arms were just crossed and her face had a stone-cold look on it. I took a step back, bumping into Jacob again. I couldn't just leave now. The lady saw us and therefore coming back would be more awkward than uncomfortable. So I repeated myself. I'm such an idiot. "Hi, ma'am." Again, she made no move to respond, so I looked at Alexander, who was looking at her with his heart, took my hand. As we started walking again, something the lady said made us all turn around.
"You heathen niggers."
Or something along those lines. Jacob heard clearly, though. Jacob, who was a pretty big guy, not only in height but in weight, he weighed about 250 pounds and was a football player as well as a discus thrower like me. Jacob swung around and he looked at the woman. "Excuse me?" "Jake, don't!" I remember Alexander pulling at Jacob's sleeve. "You niggers need to get off my lawn," the woman yelled. We were so confused. I gave Jacob a look that said, "Did she just call us niggers?" Jacob nodded and looked back at the woman. She couldn't be much older than us, around 25 years old. The woman noticed that we weren't moving. I guess this bitch confused confusion with defiance. Hell, I bet the bitch confused 2016 for 1816. So, out of pure anger, I'm sure the woman said it again. Now I'm pissed. The only black person in the group was Jacob. I know, you guys are asking about my race by now. I'm a chocolate-covered, multiracial, 18-year-old girl. My mom is black and Arab, Israeli, Iranian, and Pakistani, and my father is Italian and black. Yes, I do consider myself black, but I was not expecting her to say nigger, and directed towards me and Jacob, who are hanging with a group of people who aren't even black. I know, you guys are asking me about the races, ethnicities, about my comrades who were with me. Well, Alexander is Indian, Adam is Pakistani and white, Quentin is Israeli and white, and Michael is Latino and Pakistani. In other words, we are all Arab or Arab mixes except for Jacob. I tell her this in less words, and the woman comes running at us with a gun she seemingly pulled out of nowhere. Alexander told me the reason he was staring at her so hard was because he saw the gun on her hip. He started to freak out. Well, I did, even though I came from a military family. My father and grandfather and uncle all served our country, and I knew what a gun looked like. I just have never been this close to one, and damn sure never had anyone charge at me with one. As we scattered, I heard a pop, pop, pop sound come from behind us. I let go of Alexander's hands and took cover behind some cars. Panting, I looked around for my friends and Alexander. I saw Jacob in the shadows looking directly at me. I put my finger on my lips in a motion that told him to shut the hell up, or we'd all get killed. I looked for Alexander and couldn't find him. I shouldn't have let go of his hand. I heard the woman approaching something a few meters away from the car I was behind. I came to a crouch and I peered over the car to see a body on the ground. No blood that I could see, just a body. I noted my eyes to see what the person was wearing and if they were breathing. They were. Just little shallow breaths, but they were breathing. Suddenly my brain registered that it was dark because I couldn't tell what the person was wearing. My heart thumped as I prayed to God that it was Alexander. And if it was him, then I prayed that he was going to live and someone from this neighborhood would come and save us. I turned back to Jacob, and I knew he could, since that I was going to do something crazy. I'm not a violent person. In fact, fighting makes me cringe. I hate it that much. However, even if the body wasn't Alexander, it was someone from my crew, and they were friends and a part of my family, and I had to help them. I crept around the car, careful not to slip on the rubble that surrounded the car. As I got on the curb and looked at the person who was on the ground, I had a complete meltdown. Broke down crying and saw the body of my boyfriend on the ground. Yes, blood was present and all over his sweater vest. I noticed Jacob get up and hear his feet beating against the gravel as he ran up to the woman who was still looking at me and tackled her. I don't know how he did it, but he got her to the ground without firing the gun. I saw Michael and Quentin run up to Alexander and roll him on his back. I wanted to yell, "Don't touch him!" afraid that he would die while they were trying to save him. I'm a biology major and I knew some stuff about the human body and some stuff from TV. All that shit flew out of my mind when I saw Alexander on the ground. I ran over to him and held his hand. I remember repeatedly telling him that he was going to be fine, and next year he was going to carry our school to nationals in distance. I remember hearing him look at me. We start classes somewhere on the other side of the world. He had the most beautiful eyes and without glasses on. I told him, "Alexander Gideon, if you die on me," I could have sworn he wanted to laugh, but probably not. There was an ambulance and police car that rounded the corner. I don't know who called or when they called, but I'm glad they did. The EMTs worked hard to keep him. I have to praise them for that. I give them props for not killing my boyfriend. Once I saw they got him stabbed, I noticed that the police car that had the crazy woman in it was driving away. It drove away, then the ambulance drove away, and just like that, the event was over. I couldn't eat after this, so I called my mother and father to come pick me up. When they arrived, I proceeded to tell them what happened between me, my friend's boyfriend, and that crazy-ass lady in the yard. And I said just that, crazy-ass lady with a gun. I'm not supposed to cuss, but I was scared and worried not only about my boyfriend, but my other friends who would have to return to the university, and for my life, because as I stated before, this area was associated with the Klan. I asked my parents to drive me to the nearest hospital as I called Alexander's parents. When I told them all I could do, as I could hear his mother sobbing in the background, was pray that he didn't lose too much blood. The EMTs told me he was shot in the shoulder, and I knew there was an artery over in that area. Now, a few weeks later, I don't care. No one but my friends, my parents, and Alexander's parents have dropped by to see him, and I don't expect racist people to do so. Alexander is doing fine, and will be returning to university in a few weeks. Guys, don't fuck with racist people. Treat each other with respect, and don't walk down a notorious Klan operational neighborhood at night. Not if you're black, not if you're Latino, not if you're Indian, not if you are anyone. Those guys live in their own world and will not hesitate to kill anyone, even a group of student athletes.
Happened to me when I was 15. I've always been the type to hang out with people but not make them take care of me since I was younger than most of my friends. I had went to the fair the date we were supposed to, but I had a friend that wanted me to go on a separate day. He drove me with him there, and I obliged to take our DART train system that was part of our country. Most of the people had taken it when the fair was open, so they wouldn't have to pay for parking. The train ran about 45 minutes away from the station in my city, sometimes longer since there were multiple stops and people going in and out. I've taken the train many times before with friends and even on my own. I had left my friend to go home around the evening and started to get darker. I was wearing shorts and glitter clothes and had my purse on me. Just to mention the fact that I was young and very much alone on the train. There had been a bunch of people on the train, but as soon as 20 minutes passed, more and more people got off, but a few got on to go wherever the train directed. The DART train was very much sketch. I was afraid sometimes to be going to some stations because of the type of people that were on it. I am a very tough girl for my size, 5'2" and a wrestler. I had some skills. Another thing I just remembered was that I had got a can of pepper spray from my friend's house earlier. I don't remember why I had taken it, but it ironically was needed. I sat in front of the sliding doors to watch the people that came in and sat close to the window, and there were double seats that were left empty. My intentions were for no one to sit behind me. There was a station that a couple of people got on, and an old man with glasses sat behind me. He looked normal, although he was dressed pretty poorly. Baggy pants and a white t-shirt. He sat in the double seat exactly behind me. The train went on. I started to hear some movement and a tug on my hair, thinking that the man had tired moving a bag. So I took a quick turn and looked at the ground behind me. There was no bag. I started to get nervous, thinking the man might try touching me. I stood still. Then I felt, without a doubt, a tug on my hair again. This time when I turned around, I saw the nervousness in his face, just like he had gotten caught. So I knew he did. I got up and looked at him with anger and stormed off to sit in front of a line of women coupled together in seats ahead of where I was sitting. I hadn't looked back because I was worried I'd get the man's attention again. I had then remembered I had pepper spray can in my purse, which I had then started to grip in my purse the entire time I sat there. After a couple stops, I looked back and he wasn't there. So I went back to where he sat because it was in a corner where I could be aware of surroundings. A man that sat across the aisle had seen the whole thing. He asked me what happened, and I told him the creep was touching my hair. He told me I should have protection on me in cases like this. He pulled out a switchblade and said he always carried it for events like that. The man kindly stayed and watched if any creep sat with me throughout the duration of the ride, till he had to get off at his stop, which was 2 stops away from mine. I had my friend picking me up at the stop. I got up at my stop, which was the very end of the train stop, and hoped there wasn't any weirdo waiting outside. I waited on my friend for a couple minutes, nervous and scared. She finally got there, and I told her everything. I haven't been on the train since.
My name is Corey. When I was young, around 9 or 10, my friends and I would go to the park by ourselves. It was only a few blocks away, so our parents would let us. One day, we went behind the park and saw a very big sewer pipe. My friends and I went exploring in there all the time, each day deeper and deeper. I remember one time I went to the other side of town, coming across the parking lot of a drugstore. Every pipe would get smaller and smaller. The smallest one I went into was around 2 feet in diameter. After I went into that pipe, I was well ahead of my friends. When they got into the space I was in, we all saw a massive pipe. I would say around 15 to 20 feet in diameter, which was big for a little kid. Every pipe was lit up with natural light except for this one. It was pitch black. Dimly lit cell phone flash would not do anything. I was the brave one, to say the least, leading the lines. No one else wanted to go in there with me, so I went myself. I couldn't see anything. The pipe reeked a horrendous odor I had never smelled, most likely death. I felt a warm, almost breath. I could feel something touch me. I asked my friends, which was silly to do because they were so far behind. When I walked deeper and deeper into the pipe, it smelled worse and worse and got much larger. I could hear a very loud splash of water, sounding like someone had been sprinting toward me. I ran out of the labyrinth that was the sewers as fast as I could. I told this to my parents, and they never let me go to that park alone ever again. I was terrified. Let's just say I never went in the sewers again.
So I live in a small village in the southeast of UK. I am a 16-year-old female and quite tall for my age, so I tend to attract unwanted attention wherever I go. And in this case, it's more sinister. My house is relatively small, but large enough to accommodate for me and my family. It's not really the house that bothers me, it's the location. All of the surrounding area is neglected, and the neighboring houses almost corner us into the car park opposite. People living next door to me have always been loud, and that's alright, as noise helps me sleep, however. The new friend that comes to visit them makes their calming chatter much more tenser. He tends to bark back at their dog, create arguments out of the blue, and continuously beats the fence that separates our gardens. One night, he was being especially aggressive and loud. I, being the nosy type, decide to look out of my bedroom window, which looks out on their garden along with mine. I watched them for a while, fascinated by how they all seemed to ignore his violent outbursts and still manage to have a nice time. Tommy, which I later found out is his name, notices me and looks up. Tommy is short, bald, quite chubby, and has a lazy eye that drifts to one side when he talks. When he notices me, he smirks to himself and winks. I immediately realize how rude I am being, giving him an apologetic smile, close my curtains, and go back to bed. The next day is Monday, and I have to leave the house by 7:30 in order to catch the bus to school on time. I usually leave with my younger sister, and we part halfway as she goes to a separate college, but for some reason this one time she sleeps through her alarm. I leave the house alone, and as in the middle of winter, it's still quite dark out, which makes my solo trip quite unsettling. As I get up to the point in which my sister and I part, I look back and see Tommy's distinctive white van speeding up the road. As he approaches me, he slows down, and so I take out my earphones and turn to face him. Thinking he wanted to tell me off about spying on his evening with his friends last night, I begin to get a little nervous. He gives me the same smirk he did the night before and says, "Hey, Jenny, right?" I then respond with casual, "Yeah." He smirks again and says, "You want a ride? I'm on my way to the pub. You can come if you want, I won't tell." I give him a nervous smile and decline, starting to walk away, hoping he would get the message. He then drives slowly next to me and says, "I like your hair, red. Red-haired girls are always the sweetest." I thank him and speed up my walk and cut over the green to my bus stop. He then speeds off with a disappointed frown. Okay, well, nothing really happened after that until I went for a long weekend holiday with my grandparents and cousins to a farm. There I would stay in a very small caravan with them, just like what I had done when I was small. These happy memories of my past were crushed when I see an old familiar van parked a few spaces to the left of us. I feel my stomach churn and I tell my grandmother. She tells me to stop being so paranoid and takes me by the hand to go and say hello. Tommy comes out with his girlfriend, with overjoyed expression on his face, which made me believe then that this could have actually been a coincidence. After my grandmother had finished chatting with them about past holidays and future plans, we head back to our caravan. The next day, Tommy is constantly looking out at our caravan and taking walks in front of us, then back again, for a few minutes every 2 hours or so. What really creeped me out was when we all went to see the animals at the farm. There were pens of animals all around this large room, with the odd hay bale nearby for us to sit with the animals and pet them. Me, being an animal lover, I sit down with a small lamb, and this helped me forget about the whole Tommy issue, until I feel the hay sink a little. I turn my head to see Tommy sitting next to me with a wide grin on his face. He started to stroke the lamb and purposely touching my hand as he does. Thankfully, my grandfather is really overprotective and saw this middle-aged man next to me. So, instinctively, he came over and sat very close to me and wrapped an arm around my back. This eased my nervousness for a while, until my little sister fell and started to cry, which left my grandfather to help her as he got up to help. I did so too, as I couldn't stand being alone with Tommy any longer. As I stood up, though, Tommy grabbed my arm and asked in a threatening tone, "Where are you going? You going to ignore me again?" I said I need to be with my grandfather, in which he replied, "Such a pretty thing like you needs to be kept clean." He then wiped the hay off my butt whilst biting his lips slightly. I broke away from him and spent the rest of my holiday in our caravan. He hasn't really bothered me after that, except the occasional wink and his decision to help my dad with his car when he realized I was helping also.
This happened to me on July 4th, 2016. I'm a 14-year-old girl who lives in the United States. I'm 5'5" and I weigh 110 pounds. If this ended any other way, I don't think I'd be writing this at the moment. I was out with my older brother. I'll call him Jason to conceal any private details. We walked out front of our house and down a block, about a 1-minute walk to the park across the lot from our house. We had brought our camera to record the fireworks for our dad, who was overseas. We couldn't make it to the actual fireworks show because our car, a 1998 Durango model, had broken down a couple of days prior. Jason and I wanted to snag some fireworks from people who were lighting them, and so we waited for about 30 minutes in the pitch black before the fireworks actually started. We hit record, and though we could see the fireworks above the tree line, the camera couldn't catch them, so we headed back to our house. My brother led the way, and I followed. We were about 100 feet from our house when we heard more fireworks. Jason hit record and started filming. We were now in front of our neighbor's house, recording the fireworks we could see from behind their roof. All of a sudden, we see flashing lights coming from the neighbor's bedroom window. I thought this was strange, but it was none of my business to begin with. About 30 seconds passed, and a silhouette of a person appeared in front of the window. My brother and I kept recording even though we thought it was stupid. About 4 minutes passed, and we decided to head the rest of the way home. Then, all of a sudden, a light is lit at us. I turn around to see who the person is, but because of the light in my eyes, I couldn't see the person. We started walking faster, and so did the person. Jason walked ahead of me, and I tried to catch up. I turned around again, and the person was about 2 feet away from me, with the light still blinding my every glance. They could have easily grabbed me. I'd never been so afraid for my safety. All of a sudden, I hear my mom yell from the house. She yells at us to come back because we were gone for so long. About 45 minutes, I'd say. We yell back that we are coming up the driveway. I turn around again, and there is no person, no flashlight, no sign of life on the street anywhere. The figure had vanished like they were never there. I told my mom, but she just brushed it off. I never found out who was chasing after us, and I hope I never do. Hey guys, real quick, the timestamps for each story can be found in the comment section below, as well as in the video description. If you enjoyed the video, remember to leave a like and subscribe if you're new. Let me know in the comment section below which story was your favorite. The first 75 people to comment will receive a redemption code good towards 2 free Doctor Strange digital comic books. It seems that the codes are only valid in the United States, so sorry to my international viewers. Also, I'm going to start doing movie reviews on my channel, so be sure to let me know in the comment section below which movie you want to see me review first for a chance to win a $25 gift card for your choice of either Regal or AMC theaters in the United States. The choices are Moana, Allied, Doctor Strange, and Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Good luck, and thank you for tuning in. Hey everybody, it's Sino. Before the video gets started, I just wanted to thank you all for all of your support. We hit 9,500 subscribers a few days ago, and we have 10,000 right around the corner. So remember that when we do hit 10,000, I'm going to be doing my face reveal on this channel. Let me know what you guys think of the story in the comment section down below, and if you enjoyed the story, remember to leave a like, and if you're new, consider subscribing. Starting this Friday, May 26th, I'm going to start uploading daily videos to this channel featuring scary stories from Reddit. I'll be finishing up finals this Thursday, May 25th, so after Thursday, I'll be free to start uploading daily videos featuring scary stories from Reddit. I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and if you do, remember to leave a like and subscribe for daily videos starting Friday, May 26th. Thank you for all the support, and I hope you enjoyed the video.
This is an experience that has bothered me for years, so I felt I should finally post something about it in case it's helpful in some way. I used to live in a subdivision in the middle of nowhere north of Divide, Colorado. Our gravel street ended in a cul-de-sac, and we were the middle house of the 3 at the end of the street, which was on the side of a hill. Because we were pretty far away from anything, I was a latchkey kid and usually was home alone for a few hours after school. This took place in the early 80s when I was about 8 to 9 years old. One day, shortly after the bus dropped me off and I got home, I saw someone pull into the driveway. I didn't recognize him, so I hid behind our wood-burning stove in the corner. He came up and started insistently knocking on the door and looking in the window. He then strangely tried the doorknob. He just wouldn't stop knocking, so I came out thinking if this guy was a burglar and saw me, he would go away. When he saw me, he asked me, through the door which had a window pane, if I could open up the door, and I replied my dad was in the shower. He didn't react and said he was there to see my neighbors, mentioned them by name. I told him they lived next door in the house on the left. He said okay, seemed a bit frustrated, but started walking away to his car. But instead of getting in his car, he started walking around my house. The house was built on the side of a hill, so it had a walkout basement. I started freaking out because at this point, this wasn't normal, and I thought he was going to try and get in through the sliding glass door in the basement, which was locked. I got ready to jet out the door and into the woods, but then I saw him come up the other side of the house, get into his car, and tear out of my driveway, up the gravel road. He never did go to my neighbors, who he said he was looking for. Sobbing, I picked up the phone and called my neighbor halfway up the street, who had a son my age and used to watch me sometimes. She had seen the car speed up the gravel road and told me to come over. So I took off running through the woods to my neighbor's house, avoiding the road in case he turned around and came back. Of course I told my parents, but I don't really think they let it sink in, and since my neighbors weren't home, they said he probably mistook the house. From my standpoint, I'm pretty sure if I opened that door, I would not be here today. No one randomly drives down my street, much less into the subdivision in the middle of the mountains where I lived, and I never saw the guy at my neighbor's house. I vaguely remember one of my parents asking my neighbors if they knew the guy based on the description. Shorter white guy, brown glasses, long brown hair slightly balding, and a longish beard. But they didn't know who that might be. I've always felt he knew I was there alone, based on his non-reaction to me saying my dad was in the shower. He knew the layout of the house, which is why he walked down the side of the house to the walkout basement. He preferred not to leave any physical evidence, which is why he didn't break in. Not sure if my parents knew him or not, but because of the remoteness of the location and the fact we often played in the woods, I'm pretty sure if I did get snatched, they would have chalked it up to me getting lost/hurt wandering around. We moved out of state a year or so later. Never heard of any other local kids go missing, but I can't believe that this guy didn't try to make someone else disappear.
I'm a 19-year-old female living in the UK. I was on my day off from work, as I work 6 days a week at a very unpopular delivery service called Yodel. My mom was out the night before, staying at my grandmother's house due to her being ill. I have 2 small dogs, both Chihuahua cross Yorkshire Terriers, who don't really need all that much walking. But this Sunday morning, I was feeling it. It was around 7:30 in the morning, which means it was still pretty dark out when I put their coats on and left the house. The local park is a 2-minute walk away from my house, which I had no problem getting to. So cut to about 10 minutes into my walk. I'm halfway around the park when I notice that it's brighter than usual. So I turn around and see a car parked in the parking lot of this park, with its lights on full beam directed straight at me. Now at this point, I'm starting to feel uneasy, as I was about to start making my way back there, as that is the way that I had entered the park. But something in my gut told me that it was an incredibly bad idea, so instead, I decided to cut across to the adjoining field and made my way across from there, as there was a public pathway running parallel to both fields. So cut to about 15 minutes later, and I'm starting to calm down, feeling like I had just overreacted to the whole situation. I get to the end of the public pathway. I've passed a few harmless people, and I'm feeling pretty stupid at this point. What I'd forgotten was that the parking lot previously mentioned was just up the road, and the road I had come out at connected to it. As I was just about to turn off the public pathway back onto the main road, a car drives past me that, at first, didn't look particularly memorable until the passenger in the car drove past with the biggest, cruelest, most evil grin on his face as they passed me. I stopped in my tracks and they pulled up just down the road and waited. I started walking home double time, and the walk that would have taken me 20 minutes took me 10. And the entire walk home this car followed me. Thankfully, I had to cut through little alleyways to get to the road leading to the park, and I managed to lose them by the time I got to my house. After I'd caught my breath, I looked out my kitchen window carefully, without moving the blinds, to see 3 guys, in maybe their mid-20s, stalking around the area, presumably looking for me and my dogs. So, to you 3 creeps who have prompted me to change my dog walking routine, let's not meet.
In my lifetime, a lot of weird shit has happened to me. Because of my parents' job, I've practically grown up in a courtroom, and I can say that I've seen some messed up stuff. I can also say that I've almost become desensitized to some of these things. That's some background on this situation. Now to get to the story. I used to go onto Omegle and get the IP addresses of some old creeps that were under the filter children or kids. I would clearly say that I was a minor, and if they continued making lewd comments, trying to get me to do things or trying to expose themselves, I'd get their IP, send it to them, tell them where they lived, and say I was a simulated webcam used by the US government. Sometimes they'd laugh, sometimes they'd apologize, and sometimes they'd be scared shitless. I've encountered several of these guys before, but I can say that I'm very good at remembering faces. Fast forward to a few weeks later. I travel a lot, and I had just arrived in San Francisco, California. I went out to dinner with some family and friends at this popular restaurant. I sat down at the end of our table. It was one of those long tables that could seat plenty of people. There was another long table next to us. Now, I was sitting against the wall in the booth part. This gave me a great view of the whole restaurant. It didn't take long for me to realize that I was being watched. At the table next to us, there was a man, about 50 years old. He was sitting at the end of the table on the other side, so he was sitting diagonally from me. I thought he looked very familiar, and the guy was just grinning at me. I smiled politely, then looked down, hoping he'd stop. He didn't. I was starting to get uncomfortable. Why the heck was this guy staring at me, and why does he look so familiar? Then he spoke. "Hey there," he said softly. His voice was rough. I just looked back at him when it hit me. I had seen him on Omegle. But no, that's stupid. What are the odds of that? I just sat there, looking at him in total shock. He flashed me that creepy grin. At this point, my mother realized that something was wrong and asked what the problem was. I shook my head and the guy smiled at her. For the rest of the night, he continued to stare at me. A little while later, I got up to go to the restroom. In this restaurant, you either had to take an elevator or go around to the hotel next door to get upstairs to the restrooms. When I got to the elevator, I realized this guy was walking after me. He started to rush as soon as I climbed into the elevator. I pressed the close button and held it, praying it would close in time. Luckily, it did. As soon as I got out of the elevator, I ran to the restroom. I heard someone coming up the stairs, so I stood leaning against the door of the bathroom trying to listen. They stopped for a few minutes, then they started again, this time going back downstairs. I took in a breath and waited a bit before booking it back down. When I sat down, he smirked at me. I shot him a glare. Finally, the guy and his group got up to leave. Of course, this guy had to drop his fork. He told his friends that he'd be right there and that he'd meet up outside. He picked it up, looked me in the eyes, grinned, and said, "It was nice seeing you," then stood up and walked out. At the time, I just thought he was a major creep and that it was really weird that I had seen him on Omegle. Then I thought about it. This guy clearly remembered me. What if he had gotten on the elevator with me? It might have been nothing, and it might not even seem like a big deal, but just looking into his eyes and seeing that grin, that was enough to give me chills. Anyway, I haven't been on Omegle since. My message to you reading this is to stay cautious and be careful if you go on sites like Omegle. You never know who you'll meet and what their intentions are. So creepy Omegle pedophile, let's not meet again.
I'm a 16-year-old girl, and as many teenagers, music is basically my life. I recently got new headphones which work very well, but I'm very clumsy and I broke a part of them. They still work, but I have to put my hands around my head to keep them in place. It takes me about 45 minutes to an hour to go home after school, which includes a tramway, a bus, and a bit of walking. I was really pissed about my headphones, so I thought that after taking the bus, I would play my music out loud on the street that leads to my house, knowing that there is usually no one taking the same way home as I do, aside from a girl who I don't know, but goes to the same high school as me. I really hoped that she wasn't taking the bus, so I could play music once I got off, but there she was. I have recently moved into a little village. I didn't know many places or streets to take instead of this one, which my father used to take by car. I thought it would be a bit longer, but I really didn't mind, so I just played my music. I quickly got bored because the sound coming out of my phone wasn't really loud. I put my headphones back on, even though I looked like a huge idiot holding them with my hands. As I got closer and closer to my house, I take a turn, and I see a man on the side of the road. He looked at me, threw something on the floor and then walked to the middle of the road and stood there. I turned my music off and listened as he was saying things, though I couldn't understand much. He was staring and talking in my direction as I passed him. Being kind of creeped out by him, I looked behind me through my phone's reflection. He was following me, still talking. I walked a bit quicker. Then, I took the final turn and rushed into my house. I ran as fast as I could and locked myself in my house. I was home alone, so I quickly dialed the police number on my phone and had it ready, just in case. In the end, I didn't end up using it. Today, I saw some police cars going in that direction and learned that a little boy was reported missing. That's when it hits me. This wasn't the first time I saw that guy. One night after school, I was almost in front of my house when a hooded man ran away from the other side of the street. I clearly saw that he was staring at my house, which creeped me out. He had the same hood as the guy that followed me. Since then, I never go out without a small weapon. Please be careful, even when you're close to home.
This story happened back in the late 90s when I was in 2nd grade. At the time, my uncle, my mom's younger brother, was enlisted in the US Navy. Due to the nature of his job, he constantly traveled to other parts of the world. He was frequently stationed in different countries, sometimes for years at a time. Since he was usually so far away, my family did not get to see him very often. My mother and him were very close, and I had a special relationship with him as well. Every time he visited to a new place, he would send me a gift, a magic lamp from Saudi Arabia, castanets from Spain, rosary beads from Notre Dame, and so on. He was also a lot of fun, and I treasured the time that we spent together. This particular year, he received some time off and informed us he would come stay with us for the holidays. I was beyond thrilled to be seeing one of my favorite relatives. One day, while both my parents were at work, he decided to take my brother and I to a nearby mall. At the time, my brother was 12 and I was 7. We had a good time going to the various stores, getting lunch, and watching skateboarders at an indoor park. Although my uncle loved us dearly, I wouldn't exactly call him the most attentive babysitter. While the three of us were heading out, my brother and my uncle were much farther ahead of me. Both of them walked extremely fast and seemed to be engaged in their conversation. Being a very small girl for my age, combined with having Lyme disease, made it difficult for me to walk at their pace. As hard as I tried to catch up with them, I only seemed to be falling further behind. Suddenly, from the left side, I felt someone grab me. It happened in an instant, and my mind raced while trying to process what was happening. Looking up, I saw him. A face that I recall clear as day 20 years later. He was an old man, perhaps late 70s, but his face was horribly disfigured. All of his skin hung low and poured over his other features. What I remember most was his nose, which was more of a giant tumor so large that it covered his entire mouth. Looking back, it is now clear to me that he had elephant man disease. The man did not say anything to me. Instead, he crouched down to my level and put his face just inches in front of mine. Then he made the most intense eye contact I have ever experienced. Both of his hands were wrapped around my arms so tightly that I winced in pain. Abruptly, he began shaking me, as if forcing me to look at him. I was so paralyzed in fear that I could not make a sound. For some reason, I simply stood there, frozen, staring directly at him. While this was happening, the mall was by no means empty. People passed by, but they either didn't notice or didn't care. After about a minute, which seemed far longer, adrenaline got the better of me, and I violently wriggled from his grip. In tears, I moved as briskly as I could towards my uncle and brother. Luckily, the man did not follow me. By this time, my family members had finally realized that I was gone, and both turned around while I approached them. Their backs were to me during the entire encounter, so they had no idea what just occurred. I didn't say anything to either of them because I was afraid somehow I had done something wrong. When I got home, I had bruises from where the man had grabbed me. I hid them from my mom so I didn't have to explain what had happened. That incident left me so traumatized that the very same night I went vegetarian. In my 7-year-old mind, every time I looked at meat, I would think of that man's face and the way he had stared so intently at me. I would have nightmares that he was coming back for me and was petrified to go back to that mall for many years. Now that I am an adult, I look back and wonder what exactly transpired. Did he want to kidnap me? Was he tired of being ignored by society? Perhaps he had dementia? I will never know. Even though I have empathy and wish him well, I also take solace in the fact that we will probably never meet again. Disclaimer. In no way, shape, or form is my intention to speak ill of individuals who have any type of deformity or condition. This story is simply my recollection of an event that occurred when I was a child. Please keep this in mind in your comments, as I would never judge someone based on physical characteristics that they cannot control.
First of all, I just wanted you all to know that I've been reading Let's Not Meet for a while now. I never posted anything myself, but I do have something that I'd like to share that still creeps me out just thinking about it. I'm from Sweden and English is not my native tongue, so please forgive me if my grammar isn't 100% correct. This happened a few years ago when I had just finished high school. I had just moved to a new town where I started working at a video game store in a mall a bit outside of town. It was really fun at first. I loved talking about games and met a lot of customers who I had a lot of really nice conversations with about games all day long. It really seemed like a dream job for a game nerd like me. Since I'm a female, I often had to deal with people being really questioning about my actual interest in video games. Sigh. But most of our customers were really friendly and non-prejudiced, which made working even more fun. Until one day. Our store had a lot of regulars, and I soon started to recognize almost every one of them. Most of them were just regular people coming in to pre-book some games or have a nice chat for a bit while looking through our new releases, while some of them were a bit more odd. I didn't really pay much attention to the odd ones. They didn't really do anything besides acting a bit weird, asking weird questions and stuff. One of the odd ones usually came in every day to help me sort all games in alphabetical order, which made me glad. I often had to run the store all by myself and had little time to do that kind of work between customers, unpacking boxes, and all the store marketing. He didn't really speak much, but I'm a very social person, and naturally I talked a lot to him and made a lot of jokes, which he seemed to appreciate in his own quiet way, like it was uncommon for him to have someone to talk to him at all. I thought he seemed nice, and assumed that he just had a hard time socializing with people, so I tried my best to win his trust, and to not say anything that would make him uncomfortable. But one day, he started to act a bit more weird than usual. It was a regular day at work, and the guy came in as usual, asking if I needed help with anything. I appreciated his offer, but gladly declined, and said that I had everything under control. As I started my daily routine in the store, marketing new releases, cleaning the floors, etc., I started to notice that the guy was following me around. He was really quiet, and every time I turned around, or noticed that he was staring at me, he looked away instantly. I didn't really think much about it at that point. I had too much work to do, and kept on doing my routines and dealing with other customers. But he kept following me around, always staring right at me. After a couple of hours, I noticed he was still around. I guess I'd been too busy to notice him, but he was still in the store and still staring at me. I was about to close up when he started asking some really weird questions, like where I lived, if I had a boyfriend, what my full name was, and if he could add me as a friend on Facebook. I declined, telling him we had a strict policy at work not to add customers as friends on Facebook. Which I faked, there really isn't any policy. I just didn't know what to say, and his questions started to make me feel really uncomfortable. I told him politely that I had to close up the store. He nodded and started to walk away, slowly, turning around every now and then to see if I was still watching him. I closed up, went home, and didn't really think much about it. I told my current boyfriend at that time about the guy and his strange behavior. He sat quiet for a bit, but after a while, we both agreed that it really wasn't anything weird going on, and we both went to sleep. The next day seemed like any other day at work. I had just started doing my daily routines when the guy showed up again. I said hi, trying to sound as positive as possible, but he didn't answer me. He just quietly started to sort our games in alphabetical order, like he usually does. But I noticed that he was always keeping an eye on me. At this point, I actually started to freak out a bit, but luckily, it was a Saturday and I had a lot of customers, so I was never alone in the store. The day went on really quick, and when it was time to close up, there he was again, right in front of me. This time, he wasn't really as quiet as usual, though. He started to ask for my full name again and demanded that I would add him as a Facebook friend. I once again declined, and that's when he started to become a bit more threatening. He told me that he needed my address and said that he needed to know exactly where I lived, which I refused to answer. He was getting really angry and told me that it didn't matter, that he would find me anyway, that he would follow me home and get into my apartment when I least expected it. I started shaking while he was screaming at me, when finally, 2 guards doing their routine stroll around the mall came by and asked if everything was okay. The guy became nervous and ran away, and I said that everything was fine. He just seemed a bit odd, that's all. Even though I was still shaking, I didn't want to make a big scene about it. I just wanted to get home as soon as possible. I closed up again and headed outside when I saw him again. There he stood, right outside the mall, waiting for me. I felt every single hair on my body suddenly rising, but I kept my head high and walked right past him, like I haven't even noticed him. He started to call for me. "Hey you, stop right now, I just want to talk." And when I turned around, I noticed that he was following me. I started to walk even faster, even more scared, and went down to the subway. He was still following me. I waited for a couple of minutes and glanced at him every other second. As he stood about 10 to 13 feet away from me, always staring right at my face. He went on the same subway as me, and I could almost feel my heartbeat in my mouth. What was the matter with this guy? What did he want? I really didn't even want to know. I just wanted to get home without him following me. I texted my boyfriend that I was followed, and he told me to get off at the station before mine, and that he'd meet me there. I did as he said, still watching every move that guy made. The subway stopped and I went off, as did the guy. I went up the escalators and noticed that he was running towards me. I started to run as well, as fast as I could, up the escalators, where I finally saw my boyfriend waiting for me. As soon as we met up, the guy froze still, turned around, and started to run away. Just like when the guards at the mall approached us. My boyfriend tried to calm me down as we walked home, but I just couldn't get the guy's creepy stare out of my mind. Let's just say I didn't sleep well that night. The next day, I called my boss and explained what happened, and he told me to stay home for a couple of days, which I gladly did. My boyfriend was furious with hatred against this guy. Who knows what could have happened if I had walked home alone that night? It gave me shivers just thinking about it, and thinking about getting back to work and seeing him and his eyes staring at me again. I almost couldn't handle it. A couple of days later, my boyfriend sat me down by the kitchen table. His facial expression was totally serious. He held my hand, looked deep into my eyes, and told me that I never, ever had to be afraid to go to work again. I asked him what he meant, but he just shook his head and said that it all was taken care of, and that I didn't have to worry about it. I couldn't get anything out of him, but just as he had said, when I got back to work, the guy wasn't there. Not that day, or the next day, or the day after that. It was almost like he had disappeared. I didn't ask my boyfriend until years later about that guy again, and what he had actually meant when he said that it was all taken care of. He didn't want to tell me at first, but after I'd begged him for a while, he finally cracked. I think it's accurate to mention that my boyfriend had been involved with some kind of gang before meeting me. I don't know much about it. He told me that after I first told him about the first incident at work, he had contacted some of his former friends and asked them to track down this guy, and they had found out that this particular guy had been following and raping women around town for a long time before I even got to know him. The reason he had kept this from me was because he didn't want me to be more scared than I already was, but he ensured me that he had been taken care of, and that I never had to be afraid again. I never asked him about what happened again after that, but just thinking about it still gives me shivers. I wonder how many girls before me were a victim to this guy. I wonder what he did to them, and I wonder what happened to him. The only thing I know is that I never saw his face again, and you know what? I'm really glad I didn't.
Back in my early 20s, I worked at an adult novelty store. I was used to creepers and not much fazed me at this point in my brief employment. A typical day consisted of an array of colorful people, all of which I'm sure would make great entries, especially the geriatric men that would come in and act like they had bad eyesight and have me read the directions on the back of the penis enhancement creams to get cheap thrills. Gross, I know. After a while, you just learn how to deal with these people and make them move on. Applying for this job, I was naive to the extent of the nut jobs I would have before me. This job was actually very character building in many ways. Enough about that. This particular day, I was working an all-day Sunday shift. Normal to have but a handful of customers. I was camped out in my desk chair inside the circle counter in the middle of the store watching my Golden Girls box set on the television that hung above me. Typical Sunday. I'm assuming it was nearly 1 p.m. at the time. I happened to look out the glass door window to see a red pickup pull into a parking space way far back in the lot. Strange. There were no cars but mine parked out front. The store was completely isolated except for a 7-Eleven caddy corner separated by an alleyway. I was all alone. I see a skinny guy get out and starts to slowly make his way to the storefront. He comes in, I greet him, and he just stands there. I turn away from him, enough to keep him in my peripheral, then he slowly proceeds towards me. He makes his way up to the counter and I'm now facing him. He had bloodshot, watery eyes, dressed in baggy clothes and a cap. He hands me a wad of dirty crumpled money and says in a monotone voice, "I found this in the parking lot. I want to give it to you in case someone wants to reclaim it." I said for him to keep it. He did not bend over in the lot to pick anything up on his way to the store. I also found it strange that he parked so far away. I was onto him, but already getting creeped. I just wanted him to go away. He gave me a sick feeling. Considering the clientele, this was a big deal. He told me to take the money several times, and he was so persistent. Wanting him to just get the hell out, I took the money. He then said to me, "Whatever you do, don't give it back to me." I said, "Okay." He starts to slowly walk out, and just as he reaches the door, and I'm about to sigh my breath of relief, he turns and inches his way back towards me. "Can I have that money back?" he asks. "I thought you said you didn't want it," I replied. "I don't," he said. "Okay, I'll keep it here for safekeeping." This went on for a few solid minutes. I knew I was dealing with a real piece of work, and he kept trying to get behind me, and I was wheeling around in a circle so I could face him at all times. His eyes were so intense and fixated on me the entire time. When he finally left, I was shaken because he was so eerie. I looked down at the filthy, tattered, crumpled money and counted out 6 $1 bills. What the hell? I thought. But I shook it off as another day in the life at the sex shop. A couple of hours go by, and I had swept all the previous weirdness under the rug. It was a slow day, and the store was dead. Then, lo and behold, in he slowly walked. Again. My heart sinks. I grab my phone. He walks up to me and asks if anyone had come in to claim the money. I say no, and point to the money on the counter. Believe me when I say I did not want this money for myself. He then asks for it back. I said that I thought he told me not to give it back. I felt like this was some weird, sick game I was involved in, and his character was so off-putting and unpredictable I felt like I really needed to play along. He then proceeds to beg me for the money, saying he needed it really bad. I broke. I handed to him. His eyes burned into mine, his face expressionless and voice flat. "I told you not to give it back." I froze up. We just stared at each other, and I was picturing gravestones in my head. It felt like eternity. Then a couple walk in. That's when he grabs the $6 and leaves. I'm pretty sure something bad would have gone down if people hadn't come in. He never lunged at me, but there was something sinister about him. I told my coworker shortly after. She said it happened to another girl that worked there too, but he didn't stick around because there was 2 people working. A completely different type of freak than I was used to. I had another creepy incident, with a man pleasuring himself in front of the glass windows at night after I had locked the doors. That one I had no questions to involve the police, and I quit. That was a weird little moment of my life. I have several stories I'd like to put on here. This is a good tame one for me to break ice. Creepy menacing guy with $6. Let's not meet again. Never.
I'm a 26-year-old female who's about 5 foot nothing and generally harmless looking. I have no idea what it is about being seemingly harmless, but it tends to attract a whole array of bad news. Don't believe me? Go ask a soft-spoken tiny girl who gives you the first impression of, "Isn't she just adorable?" And more than likely, she'll have enough stories to make you worry about your sanity. This is compounded by my overall attitude of, I'll be sugar, rainbow, and sunshine right up until you give me a reason not to. A job in retail makes the whole mess about as fun as bamboo splinters under your fingernails. Whoever came up with the idea the customer is always right needs to be shot, resurrected, and shot again. That said, I'll do anything within the limits of my job for a customer. I like helping customers out. Most retail workers do. A little lesson is to be had here for those who have never worked in a service-based company. Most employees want to help you. Let them, and you'll both walk away from the encounter in a much better frame of mind. If they don't, you should ask yourself if it's a situation beyond their control. If the answer is even anywhere close to it might be, let them off the hook. I've seen too many retail employees get a look of dread on their face when something goes wrong, as I, myself, am out being a customer. It bothers me every single time because I know what it's like to think, great, now I'm gonna get yelled at and called names for something that isn't my fault. Or if they're mad enough, they might even call in about me, and then my boss will be wondering what in God's name I'm doing. You know what said employee can do about it? Sit there and take it, while apologizing for your inconvenience. But I digress. I work as an overnight supervisor to a 24-hour drugstore. We get plenty of creepy people in, being a fair-sized city with only 2 24-hour pharmacies in town. I have some really weird stories. Maybe I'll tell a few more at a later date. The evening of this particular incident had me working on a Saturday night with 2 other front-end employees. Saturday nights mean ad tags. We overnighters, the few, the lucky, are the ones stuck with this joyful job. It means 10 hours of monotony and a lot of back and forth around the store. Usually the nights pass with some regulars and some meth heads drunks, some regular meth heads drunks, and the occasional sick person or person with a sick loved one at home. Most intoxicated persons are in and out like a flash. But I've noticed, the more out of their wits they are, the higher the potential for creepy is. So you learn to watch the ones with nervous twitches. It was about 1:30 a.m. when this taller, wiry man walked into my store. His brown hair was cropped pretty short, and he was dressed fairly casually. I didn't even realize his presence in the store until the cashier for the night, Daniel, came up to me and muttered something about the weird guy wandering around the front of the store. Daniel is middle-aged, but mischievous and crotchety are 2 very apt descriptions of him. You never quite know when he's just stirring the pot, so I searched the guy down to see what was bothering Daniel. I'd been thinking it was more than likely he'd noticed something strange about the guy and was worried about shoplifting. This would not be the first or last time his so-called shoplifter turned out to be some poor, exhausted father or husband sent out to get cold medicine. I found him pacing along the front wall and asked if he needed any help in my cheeriest customer service voice. The moment he turned around, I froze. This man radiated subdued violence. It surrounded him like an aura of menace. I couldn't pinpoint what was bothering me. The weirdly still expression, maybe? Or the way he was standing. He was unnaturally tense during my whole experience with him, like he was ready to go off at the first provocation. Truthfully, I still haven't quite figured it out, but he was just off enough to send up red flags just looking at him. Immediately uncomfortable, I was all too happy when he muttered, "No, I'm, just looking." I never have figured out how to gracefully exit the situation when a customer has nothing left to say to you but still stands there, staring, which feels almost expectant, even if it's not. After a minute or so of avoiding meeting his eyes, I told him my usual line of, "All right, well, let us know if you need anything." I backed into the aisle I'd emerged from and hurried off to busy myself with more ad tags. Daniel could keep an eye on him if he felt like it. Dude was scary, and I was the only female on shift. No thank you, they don't pay me enough. It's not long before I start to feel like I'm being watched, and creepy suspect number 1 is lurking at the top of the aisle, staring. I finish all of the tags in line for that aisle, and I'm relieved when I have to move across the store for others in a different section. Again, a few moments passed, and that weird prickly feeling hits me, and he's at the end of the aisle, staring right at me. I ask for the second time if I can help him find anything, and he pretends to busy himself with some vitamins he picked up at random. He gave me a creepy grin and told me again that he was just looking. Yeah, sure, I just bet you were. This continues for another half hour or so, until I find myself heading up to the front to ring up a customer. I had no idea where Daniel was, but it didn't matter. I was grateful for the distraction. That was, until I noticed Creeper following me up to the register, still staring. I conducted the transaction as quickly as possible, and after a few too many nervous glances in my creepy's direction, the customer took off like someone had lit him on fire. I decided to go outside for my lunch break. It was cold, and I thought maybe, since Mr. Creeper didn't have a particularly warm-looking coat on, he'd leave me alone. I searched out one of my coworkers and let them know my intentions, clocked out, and stepped outside and into my car. Now, normally, I try to avoid smoking in my car. I've never liked the way it stinks up a car, but desperate times, desperate measures. I locked the car doors and rolled down the window just far enough to fit my cigarette through to ash it. I picked up a book, turned to the page I'd left off on, and settled in. A few paragraphs later, I heard someone banging on my window. I jumped and looked up. Guess who? That's right, Mr. Creepy. He grinned at me in what I'm sure was supposed to be a sheepish fashion, but it came out more Norman Bates, if you know what I mean. I again asked him if I could help him, and he said he'd been looking for something in particular that he'd like my help with. I told him firmly that there were 2 other employees in the store that would have to help him. I was off the clock. He frowned, and after a moment of me pointedly ignoring him in favor of tensely not being able to concentrate on my book, he went back inside. My lunch break ended, and I still hadn't seen him come back out. I hurried inside, clocked in, and called the other shift supervisor, Mark, into the office. I explained the situation and asked him if he could go deal with the dude. Mark sighed, nodded, and went to talk to the guy. I busied myself in the office with some training sessions I'd been putting off for a while. Mark came back inside the office wearing a very bewildered look. I raised an eyebrow and he sat down. That guy was really weird. Weird is not quite the adjective I'd use. What did he say? He wanted to talk to you again. I told him you had other things you needed to be doing, but I'd be happy to help him. That agitated him. You thought he was freaky beforehand. He visibly shuddered, and I raised an eyebrow again. He asked if I knew what time you got off, or where you lived. What the fuck? Exactly. I told him we were legally obligated not to share such information, and that if he wasn't going to buy anything, he needed to leave. Then he left. I followed him out just in case. He was looking around your car until he noticed I had followed, and then he got in his car and left. I decided I wasn't going to stick around to see if he was going to come back, and noped out of the rest of my shift. Shortly after, my store set up a guard contract with the local police department, and I haven't seen him since.
This happened when I was in high school, maybe between my freshman and sophomore year, so 2005-ish. I was on my way home from school. I had about a 1 to 2 hour more ride home on the bus, 2 to 3 buses depending on the day and traffic flow. Sometimes I'd fall asleep and just nearly managed to wake up before my stop. At the time, I lived in the suburbs, about 5 to 10 miles south of Chicago and from my high school. This day, it was 4 or 5 p.m., because that was usually about the time I'd be walking or getting home. I know that it was quite dark and kind of chilly outside, being that the clocks had been set an hour ahead for the fall/winter months. I was on my third and final bus, and I was approaching my stop. I got off, and I started walking home from the bus stop, which was about 2, almost 3 blocks from my building. In the suburbs, the streetlights are spread out a little more than the city, and it's much quieter. There's less traffic on the streets and the sidewalks. On this night, the streetlight closest to my stop was out, unfortunately, so I hated getting off during the fall and winter at this stop, virtually walking almost half of this residential block or more in darkness pretty much. So I'm about half down the first block when this unmarked white van pulled up beside me, still moving, and the passenger opens the side door. I can't remember what he said exactly. It was something along the lines of, "Hey sweetheart, do you need a ride?" I said, "No thank you," and I kept walking, but a little bit faster. I naturally walk fast, so I was damn near about to break into a small jog. I remember a sinking feeling in my stomach because they were not leaving me alone. I continued to walk in an effort to enforce that I wasn't interested in whatever they wanted. They continued to ride slowly beside me with the side door open, speeding up a little as I attempted to do the same thing. I walked ahead a little faster, looking around my surroundings to see if there was someone I could signal to or alert with a scream or something, since this was just before I had a cell phone that was consistently on and available for use. Luckily, for me, I believe a car was turning onto the same block going in the opposite direction, and because this street is residential and two-way, it was fairly narrow, so they were forced to keep driving. I kept looking left to right and behind me to make sure they didn't follow me home, and I proceeded to open my apartment screen door in record timing. Creepy guys in the unmarked white van, let's not meet again.
This happened 2 years ago, and I can't believe I still work there after this horrifying experience. Maggie and I, and a few other employees, were folding panties and organizing bras when a couple women in their later 20s strolled in. They had a shady vibe about them that made me nervous. They both were wearing sunglasses, and it was 8 o'clock at night, which seemed off to me, like they didn't want to be noticed or identified. We work at Victoria's Secret, so we always have to keep an eye out for thieves, since our items are so expensive and valuable. One of the women who walked in looked to be about 8 months pregnant and was browsing through one of our panty tables when it appeared to us that she was stuffing items in her bag. Maggie and I walked closer to her without looking too obvious, and we watched as she seemed to be sneaking panties in her shirt. That's when I realized she was sticking them up in her belly. She was wearing a strap-on belly and lifting it just enough to stick them in it. It must have been hollowed out. As I went to find a manager, Maggie spoke in the headset that the girl was now going over to one of the bra sections and hiding behind a rack of clothes. That's when I hear it. "Hey bitch, are you talking about me? You think I'm stealing, don't you?" Maggie froze in fear and assured her she wasn't talking about her. The pregnant girl kept yelling about how we were racist against black people and how we always only think black people steal. My manager then walked over to calm the situation while calling security just in case it got violent. Unfortunately, we constantly deal with customers stealing, which is a real nuisance, but we aren't allowed to confront them for safety reasons. We have to call the mall cops, and then they have to call the real cops to come, which can take a while. And since the mall was closing soon, they just made them leave the mall. You might be wondering why they don't search the ladies. Mall cops are different than real officers and are prohibited from searching anyone unless they actually see someone stealing themselves. So, security came and escorted the pregnant lady and her friend to one of the exit doors, and then came back to make sure we were okay. We were fine and thought it was over, but come to find out we were wrong. Maggie and I were off at 9, so we clocked out and walked out of the store, talking about how awkward that was, and how clever but weird it was that she was wearing a fake belly. It's so scary and disturbing the lengths people will go to steal merchandise. That's when we hear, "That's them!" Maggie and I look behind us and see the pregnant girl and her friend with 3 big black guys. One of them is carrying a knife and they start sprinting at us. They yelled a bunch of profanity at us and threatening that we were going to be sorry for what we did. Maggie and I start booking it as fast as we can to our cars, which were parked close to each other, while screaming in fear. Thankfully, they were far enough away that we were able to get to our cars and drive off before they got us. They definitely had a grudge against us for the store incident, and they wanted to hurt us. While driving fast, I made sure I was not being followed, since that group of people were extremely mad and crazy for wanting to potentially kill us over stolen underwear. We told security the next day, and our manager and security reviewed the cameras, but could not identify them, unfortunately. Now, every time I leave work, I leave with multiple people and check the whole area before walking to my car. I also now own mace. Since this event, we have remodeled our store and installed cameras, so if we suspect them stealing, we can look on the cameras, and if the camera captures it, we can keep them in our store until the cops come to arrest them.
This happened a while back, when I was still a junior in college. After becoming an upperclassman, students on campus didn't have to live in a dorm room or in a sorority or fraternity house anymore if they didn't want to, because they were given the option to rent an actual apartment at the college. That's exactly what I did the first chance I got. The apartments were nice, swell appliances, my personal favorite being the handy dandy microwave oven. A lot more space in a dorm, and more privacy. The particular apartment assigned to me was 2 stories instead of 1, like some of the others. The ones with only 1 floor were pretty big in diameter, mine was more narrow. It was great, and I kind of felt like more of an adult because I had house keys. Anywho, I had quite a bit of classes, clubs, sports, and other miscellaneous activities during the day, so I wasn't home a lot during the week. But on weekends, I basically had the whole place to myself, unless I had a not very rare cross-country meet or art show 2 states away. My roommate, Sydney, was a total insomniac though, so she'd do her thing during the day, and usually went on walks or out with friends at night. She'd often come back late or early, depends on how you look at it, at like 4 in the morning. I honestly had no freaking clue when she ever slept. Our apartment was usually empty or occupying one sleepy person. We got robbed a lot. Like, a lot. Super often. Probably twice a month. I complained a bunch to the administrators, but they couldn't really do anything, and in the back of my mind, I kind of knew that. The front door's lock wasn't broken, the window had locks, the robberies just happened. They'd pick the lock, or find an open window on a hot day, even if it was on the 2nd story, and steal our crappy 1990s television set, or even our microwave oven. Clearly, they were running out of things to take. We were college students. We didn't have too many valuables. I mainly complained because it wasn't really the ideal situation, but I'd never woken up to see anything stolen. And Sid never woke up because she was always awake, so the majority of the robberies were in broad daylight when I was at class, which was a little strange. Or sometimes when I came back from 4-day road trips. It wasn't so unnerving because no one ever broke in when I was sleeping, but it was still annoying. Looking back on it now, it was weird how the robberies took place at really precise times, like when Sid went home for the weekend and I was in Missouri for a fundraiser, or while I was at a night class and my roommates were at a friend's. It was quite clear whoever was breaking in and stealing our shit knew our schedule to some extent because there was never an incident while either of us were there. But even so, I still should have gotten out of there. Sydney was at a concert, and I didn't expect her to be home until the horizon started to brighten. I was gonna go to a haunted house with some buddies for Halloween, something the college was putting on to raise money for nicer books and maybe better locks on the doors. Hint hint, nudge nudge, wink wink. But my friend Sarah bailed last minute, presumably to go fuck someone, and her cousin Matt had gotten himself sick, so we rescheduled pretty late into the night. I wasn't feeling so great either though, so I wasn't too bummed, and took to curling up on my sofa and watching Slumdog Millionaire. I ended up falling asleep there on the first floor, and awoke a few hours later when Satan was literally scraping out my uterus with a rusty knife. I retrieved some Tylenol from the bathroom and filled a glass in the kitchen. Downing the pills, I turned to go upstairs to my bedroom when I noticed my roommate standing by the fridge. I was half asleep and in pain, so I tried to say something like, "I thought you'd be home later." But it came out more like, "I thought what?" And I gave up. Sid didn't say anything though. She just stood there, barely moving or breathing. "You okay?" I asked, sounding almost like a regular human being again, but she didn't react in any way. I shrugged and pushed past her to get to the fridge, suddenly very hungry. I took out an apple and munched on it, still chatting with her, asking how the concert was. A few times I thought I saw her nod, but it was dark and I couldn't make out her face. "Okay, well, night I guess." She was still stiff as a board, unwavering as I headed up the stairs and into my room. The next morning I woke up around noon because why not? I grabbed a bowl of cereal. Sitting down at the table, I noticed the kitchen looked different and, upon further inspection, realized our second microwave oven was missing. "What the fuck?" was my first response, and after briefly talking to myself, my phone rang, scaring the absolute living shit out of me. "Hey," came Sydney's voice through the line. "Sorry, I know I said I'd be home last night, but I got caught up and lost track of time. I have class in an hour. Can you come pick me up?" Guys, I talked to my microwave oven thief for like 30 minutes, thinking it was my roommate. This happened to me when I was 14. On this day, I had just gotten home from school. My brother didn't ride the bus home that day, and both of my parents were still at work, so I was home alone. I think I had been home for about 45 minutes at the most. I remember that I was watching TV and I got up to get a snack. When I was walking back to my couch to sit down, I looked out my window only to see a man standing outside in front of the mailboxes that were at the bottom of my driveway, and he was looking into my house with binoculars. At the very least, you could say that I was scared shitless because why the fuck would someone be looking into my house with binoculars? Once I saw the guy, I ducked under the window, hoping to God that he hadn't noticed that I saw him. I crawled over to the phone and proceeded to call my brother. When he answered, I started crying into the phone, asking him where he was and how long it would be until he got home. My brother, of course, was really concerned and asked me what was wrong, and I told him what was happening. My brother was furious and told me he'd be home as fast as he can. Unfortunately, my brother said he had just left the school, and the walk from my high school to my house is about half an hour to 45 minutes, depending on how fast you're walking. Of course, I was very thankful to have my 2 protected dogs with me. They're both pit bulls, so to all of those out there who own pit bulls, you know how protective they are. They'll take a life if they need to. After I hung up with my brother, I decided to watch the guy for a good 2 to 3 minutes. Now, you might think, why didn't you call the cops? Well, for the simple fact that this man isn't actually causing any harm to me, so I can't just call up the police station and say that a man is looking into my house with binoculars because they can't do anything. And also, I'm not the type to call the cops unless I feel that my life is actually in danger. Out of some sort of luck or something, the guy didn't actually try to do anything. He just walked off like nothing had happened. Now, some of you might think that this story wasn't actually that scary, but if you were a 14-year-old girl and you were home alone, and some guy was looking into your house with binoculars, you might be a little scared yourself. What made it so scary for me was that I really didn't know what this guy's intentions were. Was he seeing if someone was home? Was he gonna try to break in and rob us? I really don't know, and honestly, I don't know why anybody would try to rob our house anyways, because if you knew what my house looked like, it wasn't the type of house that a person would want to rob. Nothing really made any sense. I'm just glad that nothing happened to me and that I haven't seen this man again since. I'm a girl, and at the time of this story, I was around 6 or 7 in the early 2000s. Growing up, my family all lived very close together, or actually together in one house. My aunt and 2 cousins lived with my grandparents about a mile away from me. Both my parents worked, so I spent most days there as my aunt also ran a daycare. One of my cousins, Emily, was with me in our game room playing Nintendo, Duck Hunter if I remember correctly. All the other kids had gone home, and my mom was expected to pick me up soon. Some other backstory, our family had a mechanic / handyman, Steve, since before I can remember, and they still use him today, even though he's a total crook and never completely fixes anything. He's more duct tape than anything. Anyway, while we were playing games, the landline rings, and Emily answers it, as she was the older kid, at 10. She asks who it was, but she didn't tell me what they said. Then, they must have asked who was with her because she said I was, and for some reason gave my age. The man on the line said hello, and I said hi back. He asked if I knew who he was, and I replied, "You sound like Steve." Steve was always hanging around the house just waiting for things to break so he could get paid to fix them. Steve said I was right. He told me to go to the bathroom and lock myself inside. Being a stupid 6-year-old and believing I was talking to an adult I knew, I did it. What comes next is still a bit of a blur. My mom had arrived right when I went into the bathroom and found out what I was doing from Emily. Steve told me to unlock the window that was above the toilet. I saw a shadow through the distorted glass. My mom pounds on the door, yelling, and the shadow disappears, and a trash can under the window outside falls over. I let my mom in and wonder what all the fuss was about. When I remembered this story years later and asked my mom about it, she told me that Steve never called and that there were several kidnappings of little girls in towns around the same time as this incident. This happened a couple of hours ago, and since I'm too on edge to sleep, I thought I'd post this while it's fresh in my mind. I have a 16-week-old German Shepherd puppy, and I just collected her from my parents' house since I don't want to leave her home alone all day when I'm at work. I'd gotten into my pajamas and I was playing some silly game on my phone when I heard a knocking sound on the garage door. My house is really small and you can pretty much hear every noise in the house, so this didn't really bother me too much. We don't have a direct back entrance to the house. You have to go through the garage. My dog went to have a sniff around the back door and came back to the living room shortly after. I just thought, being how young she is, she's scared of missing something. A couple of minutes later, I heard a tapping noise from the window of my front door. This spooked me as my dog went crazy with her barking, but because I was home alone, I didn't answer it, as it's about 8 p.m. and pitch black outside. I'm concerned, but not overly afraid, as it could have been anyone or anything, innocently enough. Then, I heard the very distinct sound of someone turning a key in the door. I'm not sure if they were turning a key or another metal object, or trying to push my keys out. I've never felt this way before, but I suddenly felt ice cold and red hot at the same time. I froze on the sofa and, like an absolute idiot, texted my mom telling her someone was trying to get into the house. I know I should have called the police, but I didn't want to make a sound. If I had, then maybe I'd have scared them, but I don't know. They definitely would have heard my dog before, who was now listening intently. She must have thought it was my boyfriend, who is currently working in London, about 3 hours away. I gather after this that they gave up and left, as it's not that late and there are people in cars nearby, though it's still a quiet street. My dad came around and checked everything, but we didn't see anything. We think they may have been checking the place out and seeing if we lock up after ourselves, or looking in to see what valuables we have. I just think they may have seen a lone girl enter her home with just a puppy, or what I think to be more likely, saw my puppy and may have been trying to take her. They may have been seeing if I lock the door right after I get in, which I always do, or if I only do it when I leave or go to bed. A couple of hours later, I decided I should call and report it to the police because I couldn't shake that they would pick on someone more vulnerable, being unsuccessful with me. I don't know if it was someone just messing around, but it left me shaking and standing there with a hammer in my hand, waiting for someone to come through my living room door. There have been a lot of reports of people marking properties to signal whether they are easy to burgle or have a dog. Nothing has been found, but I will check again in the morning when it's brighter. I'm shaking just thinking about it. A little bit of background. I'm a 22-year-old female, and I just moved to a small town from a big city with my dad. We moved into our house in early October of 2015, and we were having problems with a leaky shower in the bathroom adjacent to mine, so my dad called the plumber to come take a look. The plumber arrived around 8 a.m. the following day, while I was getting ready for work in my bathroom. My dad let him in, so I hadn't gotten a good look at him. My dad then goes down the street to gas up his car, and then leaves for work, leaving the plumber to do his job in the bathroom. My bathroom is just a toilet and vanity, with a door leading into a shared shower room that has another door leading into my dad's bathroom. So, while I was getting ready, there was only one door between the plumber and I. I guess he figured out that there was a lady in the house due to my hair dryer. Next thing I know, my bedroom door is opening and closing, and there's a very tall, very wide, very terrifying man with more legs than teeth locking my door from the inside behind him. He then walks 5 feet towards me and stops in front of my bathroom door. I freeze. He stands there, staring at me for the longest 30 seconds of my life. He hits me with the widest, untoothiest grin and literally looks me up and down multiple times. I hear the front door open and close, not knowing then that my dad had forgotten his wallet, and the plumber pivots on one foot in a twirly motion and unlocks my door and walks out. My dad runs in my room, asking if that guy had really just been in there, and goes to run after him, but the guy walked right to his truck and left without fixing our shower. My dad immediately calls the company we hired the plumber from and asks them to send someone else, not that guy. He tries to explain what happened to the manager. The manager proceeds to tell my dad it was our fault the man locked himself in the room with me, because I didn't lock him out of my room in the first place. Sorry, I didn't know I needed to lock myself away in order to not be creeped on by a supposed professional. Just terrifying to think of what would have happened if my dad didn't forget his wallet. I'm sitting here shaking, on the verge of a panic attack, so I'll try and write this. I'm a country girl. I come from a small town and moved up to the large capital city in Australia to attend university at the start of the year. Being a broke-ass student that isn't getting parental support, I'm renting through my university in what is known as subsidized accommodation. Long story short, it's old units from random housing trust blocks that the local housing trust has given the university. This means I'm living with some creepy people. The guy downstairs, I know for a fact is an ex-con because he told me. And the guy across the halls from me is dealing in some serious drug shit and has police and detectives knocking on his door at all hours. I've been at this unit for about 9 months, and other than being slightly scared of my neighbors, I've not had any problems. Until now. Another guy lived across the hall from me. It's a 2-story unit block with 3 units in the top. One for me, one for the druggie, and one for this other guy. This other guy, who I learned is called Josh, is a large ethnic man, who I'd say is in his mid to late 20s. English is not his first language. I've run into him a few times while leaving and entering my unit, and he introduced himself, so I, being the friendly and naive country kid I am, greeted him back. Other than a few short greetings I've had with this man, the only major time I've had contact with him was when we were both at a bus stop and he started chatting to me. He asked what I was doing, and I said I was heading into the city to attend church. While not religious myself, I have a religious friend who had been begging me to attend church with her once. He said he wanted to come with me one day. I thought he was joking, so I laughed and said maybe one day. This was about 2 months ago now. I saw him a couple of days ago, and he asked me when I was going to take him to church. Feeling awkward, I said, I don't know, maybe one day, and bolted into my unit. I have been out all weekend, dog sitting for a university friend, and came home to find 2 notes pushed under my door. I've attached them. Good luck reading half of it because I had trouble as well. I don't know what to do. I'm fucking terrified right now. I called my friend, half laughing hysterically and half freaked out, and made her stay on the phone while I bolted down to the car, took out my small knife that I use for animal rescues, and ran back inside. I can't ring my mother because she would freak out and drop everything to make the 5-hour drive up to where I live, and she can't do that right now. She's working 5 days a week and looking after my terminally ill grandfather, and any other adults who I ring will straight away contact my mother. My friend urged me to go to the police, but while the letters are creepy as all hell, aren't actually threatening. Would the police do anything? How about it? Why don't you join me on this terrifying adventure on how to deal with a creeper?
This happened to me not even 2 hours ago, and I'm still jumpy from it. I apologize in advance for errors. This will be my first post on Reddit. I've been a long-time reader, and and I listened to a shit ton of creepy Let's Not Meet on YouTube before, and I never really thought it would ever happen to me. I was wrong. I'm a 19-year-old female, about 165 pounds, and I'm also 5'9". I live with my grandmother, and we really don't get along, but I don't have any other options for the moment, so I manage. I usually have to take out the garbage when she tells me to, and I really hate doing it. This week, we had a lot to take out because my grandmother was getting a new bed and her room had a lot of shit in it that needed to be cleaned out to make room. I was getting her old computer stand that she calls the monstrosity, and I had to clean the shit out of my room as well to make it fit. This is why we had a lot of shit to get rid of this week, and I was the one to have to make it all fit in one small ass bin. It was about 10 p.m., and this wasn't even the latest I'd taken out the trash. I had taken out at 3 a.m. before, just because my grandmother was on the phone with another one of her stupid daughters that was getting the bed. I had already taken the trash out, and I had to fix that damn recycling bin. I was just way too small, so I had to flatten the boxes to make everything fit without falling out. I was in the garage, and the garage doors were open. I live in a quiet little nest of townhomes, and we don't own a car, so the garage is the storage for everything that isn't being used. Now, I listen to creepy stories on YouTube, and I was listening to one before I started taking out the trash. This already made me a bit jumpy being outside in the cold and quiet dark in the month of October alone. I know people do crazy shit to scare people for kicks, but it never happened to me before, so me looking up every so often to the door wasn't really out of the question for me. Of course, I knew I was overreacting, but I still felt uneasy, like I knew something wasn't right. I was fiddling with the recycling for about 5 minutes at this point when I glanced up at the door. To my complete horror, I saw a clown standing in the middle of the sidewalk of my driveway, staring right at me. All the blood from my face drained. I couldn't help but feel it. You always hear about these things, but never think it'll be you. Be thankful you don't know what it feels like. The clown was straight out of a horror movie. Smudgy makeup, red nose and hair, black and white striped clown outfit with rainbow spots. I was frozen in fear. I never felt fear before in my life, and this isn't something I ever want to feel again. I shot up when it took a step forward. I was staring at them, scared shitless, and prayed my grandmother wouldn't come back to the door. I don't care for my grandmother, but I don't want her hurt. We don't get along, but I still care for her, if you know what I mean. It may sound cold, but whatever. The damn clown took another step forward. It was at this point I noticed it. How had I missed something so important? The clown had a butcher knife. At this point, the clown is about 5 footsteps from the garage door. I knew if I stayed put any longer, I was probably going to die. I really don't know how I did this, and it's really a blur because of the adrenaline that was running through me. All I remember was that fucker grinning and showing his piss yellow teeth running towards me. Somehow I managed to jump backwards inside the thankfully open door and close it using all of my weight to force it shut. Thank God I always make sure the door leading to the garage is locked 24/7 because I'm always afraid of someone breaking in. The clown was banging on the metal door and trying to break it down. At this point, my grandmother came to see what the hell was going on, and I told her to call the cops. She went to grab the phone as I was still holding myself against the door. I had my shoes on and I had a strong grip on the floor. This fucker wasn't getting in. The banging got more frantic as the guy was backing up, then banging into the door with his whole body. I placed both my feet on the other door leading to the kitchen. My house has the kitchen and laundry room together, and the laundry room leads to the garage. It's no more than 2 regular doors big, and I'm 5'9", so this was good in my case to hold my upper back against the door with my feet up like this. The banging went on forever, or so it felt like. I heard the cop cars as they were probably coming down my street. One last bang that broke the lock on the door and made the door open an inch before I shoved it closed. Nothing else for about 30 seconds. I heard the cop cars and I knew they were right outside my house, and no more than seconds later, I heard cops saying, "Open up, this is the police's!" I put my feet down, still ready to slam the door closed in case that this was the damn clown. I know this was stupid because I heard cars and radio, but hell, I was scared shitless and on edge. Don't tell me you wouldn't be too. I cracked the door open and to see a cop with his gun drawn in his hand. I opened the door all the way and my knees gave out and I fell on my butt staring at the knife stabbed in the metal door. The cop could easily see the trash that was kicked around from the guy and my very pale look and the fact I was visibly shaking. About 5 or 6 cops showed up and took a look around the outside of my house and took statements and removed the knife from the door. They said we'd get a call back in a couple of days. 2 of the cop cars are still driving past my street about every half hour. I was never scared of clowns. I'm still not, but hell, I don't like them and I don't want to see any clowns for a good while. I messaged one of my friends and told her about it. I think she thought I was joking, so I didn't bother telling her about the knife and I just left it how it was. I never really thought this kind of shit would ever happen in real life, and I wouldn't have this kind of thing happen to me ever, but I was wrong. This can happen to anyone. Never think that it can't. This world is full of crazy fuckers that just want to scare the shit out of you or just plain want to kill you for kicks. Always pay attention to things around you. To the fucker dressed as a clown and trying to kill me and scared the living shit out of me tonight, let's never meet again.
This took place after my parents had divorced, but they lived close to each other, so it wasn't all that bad. Anyway, I would frequently forget stuff at my mom's house because of the constant travel between houses, and this was almost a nightly thing. So one night, I was bringing my Xbox and some games to my dad's house, and one thing to note is that this was one of these townhouses, and my dad lived on one side and the neighbor lived on the other. As I get to my dad's house, I had to pass their side first. While I was passing their house, the wife stopped me and asked me to come closer. I thought that since my dad shared houses with her and her husband, that he knew and trusted her, so I went closer. She noticed the Xbox and games in my hands, and straight up said, "Hey, we have a bunch of fun games and little boys your age that will play with you in here. Do you want to come in?" I slowly backed away, not turning my head to her. As I was doing so, I felt a cold, large hand on my right shoulder. My blood ran cold. I didn't dare turn around. I heard from behind me, "She isn't this nice all the time. I suggest you take up her offer." My fight or flight kicked in and I chose flight. His grip wasn't all that good, so I escaped easily and ran inside. I didn't tell my dad, but I did call the police. I couldn't live knowing that there could have been multiple kids in there. A few minutes passed and a police car showed up. 5 minutes later, the 2 officers walked out of the house with 2 people. Apparently they had been luring kids into their house with the promise of games and toys. I still imagine what would have happened if the man's grip was stronger. And thank God I chose to call the police. They had already lured 2 kids in the house, both boys. So, creepy couple who lured kids into their house? Let's never meet again.
Okay, so this happened this summer, and I still can't take my mind off the whole situation. It's by far the most scariest thing that's ever happened to me. First things first, I am a female and I am 20 years old. I live in a small village in England. It's beautiful and I've lived here all my life, so I have many good memories here. In June, I started walking to the neighboring village every day, which took maybe around 25 minutes to walk to. The village is a lot more old-fashioned and has a lot of history. The journey was fun for me because I love the countryside. It's a beautiful place and it interests me quite a lot too. As soon as you left my village, you would be walking on country lanes that followed you to the other village. Usually, I would leave my house at around 11 a.m. and start heading back to my own village roughly around 2 or 3 p.m. I went alone most of the time, apart from the weekends when I would go with close friends. Both my village and this village only consisted of houses, parks, churches, you know, all that sort of stuff. When I went alone, I sat at a beautiful park and would sit on a picnic bench and read a book or sit on my phone for hours. I even bought a phone case that charges my phone just so my phone wouldn't run out of battery. I did this for a month, until mid-July when I went shopping and sat in a pub at the closest city with my friends on a Thursday. This meant that I didn't go to the village at the usual time. I got back quite late, maybe around 9 p.m. I don't know what the fuck was going through my mind, but I decided that I would go to the village tonight due to the fact that I wasn't tired and I was in a good mood. I left my house at 9:30 and started heading there. It was getting quite dark, so when I left my village and entered the country lanes, I got my flashlight on my phone up. I was walking for about 5 to 10 minutes before I realized that what I was doing was stupid. Walking the country lanes at this time of night was not a good idea. Stupidly, I continued. It was no longer than 2 minutes later that I noticed a silhouette in the distance. It was standing about 20 yards away next to the sign that told you which directions you can turn. I felt pretty awkward because I didn't want to pass this person at this time of night, especially on my own. I crossed the road to walk on the opposite side, and the person was just standing there, and they were staring at the ground. As I got closer, I could make out what they were wearing. It was a man wearing a black hoodie, tracksuit bottoms, and some muddy trainers. I got closer and closer, and when he finally knew I was there, he looked up and stared at me. For some reason, I stared back, but carried on walking. I shrugged him off and was walking straight for 10 seconds until I heard him walking behind me. I turned around and he had crossed the road to my side. Then I noticed his face. I was terrified and disgusted. He looked like he had been on drugs for most of his life and must have been in his mid-30s. I couldn't turn around now. I was halfway there and knew that for a fact he would follow me home if I did. I didn't know what to do. I still had at least 10 minutes of walking left and was in the middle of nowhere. No people were around, and the closest building was in the village. I had no friends in the area either, so I couldn't go to anybody's house. I started walking faster, but so did he. I was petrified at this point. Things like this don't happen to people like me, or that's what I thought. I started to cry a little, and then I heard him say in the most horrifying and evil tone I've ever heard, "You can't escape me, young lady." I started running and screaming. I don't know how to explain it, but I couldn't control my screaming. It was like I was automatically doing it, if that makes sense. He started running too, and he was much faster than me. Could this whole scenario get any worse? I slowed down, extremely out of breath. I cursed my asthma for this. Tears were streaming down my face, and I felt like I was going to collapse. Then this fucking creep grabs me, and I fall to the floor screaming louder than I've ever screamed before. I didn't know how I could possibly have screamed like this, considering I was out of breath and having a panic attack. He was lying on top of me. He was so fucking heavy and smelled so bad that I could have thrown up. I couldn't see his face as well anymore due to the tears in my eyes. I paused for a second, then he whispered into my ear,
"I won't hurt you. I will break your neck if you can scream like that."
Regardless of what he had just said, I continued for what felt like an eternity. I heard a car heading towards us in the distance. I screamed, "Help me." I felt a lot of relief when I heard the car slowing down. "Help me, please," I continued. The guy got off me and sprinted into a cornfield. A man and a woman stepped out of the car. They must have not been that much older than me, and they asked me what happened. I told them the whole situation, stuttering and gasping for air. The woman sat with me and gave me some water, and luckily she had an inhaler. The man shouted for the creep, who we could all still see sprinting extremely fast down the field. They both took me home, and I thanked them both ever so much for helping me. God knows what could have happened to me if they didn't stop or even notice me. I told my friends about the whole event, and a lot of people met me during the weekend and comforted me. The police were notified, but unfortunately, the creep was never caught. I didn't have a good enough explanation of his face, and of course, there was no CCTV footage in that area. Of course, I never walk the streets, especially country lanes, after dark anymore. I only visit the village every week now since this event, and only ever go with my close friend Courtney. My lesson here is that no matter how safe your area may sound, there will always be bad people around, and you should never walk the streets at this time alone. Creepy, violent, drug-addicted freak, I hope you get caught and get what you deserve. And for the love of God, I hope we never meet again.
So, this story begins in my school cafeteria. My friends and I were joking about a sign out front that read, "No ball playing," and a bunch of other rules. So being the immature 8th graders that we were, we decided to steal it. Since I lived like a half a mile from the school, I was voted to do so. To seem less suspicious, I took a backpack so I wouldn't just be carrying a sign home, and my dog, so I looked like I was just taking him for a walk. It was a nice night, but I had this weird feeling in my chest that you can't describe or recreate. I, at first, assumed it to be anxiety, as I was about to commit theft. But I was a minor, and this would be the best time to do it than any other. When I got to the school, I used my foot to hold my dog's leash. One thing I should mention about my dog, he's a yellow lab and extremely protective over me. Anyways, I had to bend the sign to get it into my backpack. When I did, I booked it off the school property and texted my friends that I did it. Now this is where it gets creepy. I passed a couple with a stroller and my dog went batshit crazy at them. I pulled him back and apologized. Now I noticed that they didn't have wedding rings. This wouldn't have bothered me, but I swear damn near everyone in this town is either Catholic, Methodist, Lutheran, or Jewish, so this struck me as odd. They asked me if I wanted to look at their baby, and I did, but this kinda creeped me out. I didn't grow up in the South, and neither did my family, but I'm still fairly nice and give people a chance. But in my head I was telling myself to book it, but my dog would instinctively stay and fight. I had a knife in my shoe, Sheffield I think. You don't look at it too much because despite how I act socially, I'm kind of a pacifist. The man approaches me and my dog bites his ankle. I still don't have a clue of their intentions, so I apologized again and walked off. Now, I don't have very good hearing as my father frequently took me to gun ranges with rifles, so I guess that's why I didn't notice the couple tailing me, but I did notice that my dog was acting off. It was walking weird and looked back a lot. Whenever I took him for walks, he never turned around or really acted this off. When I was a block away from my house, a police patrol car passed, and the officer looked at me weird. I shrugged it off. Finally, my paranoia took hold of me and I turned around. And what I saw horrified me. The baby was no longer in the stroller, but they were still pushing the stroller. In situations like this, you just think that everything is just a huge coincidence, even if it clearly isn't. So I kept trying to justify it. But when I got to my house, I heard from behind me, "Have a good night," in the most creepiest way you can imagine, as if they had just said, "Hey, we know where you live now." But no sound of them moving away from me. I froze in fear when I noticed the footsteps weren't getting further away, but closer. I booked it inside and locked the door, then I called the police. They came up with nothing, but the baby is what scared me. So, weird couple who possibly abandoned a real baby? Let's never meet again.
Hey y'all, long-time lurker, first-time poster. You know how it is. I'd actually kind of forgotten about this incident until recently when my memory was jogged by seeing a few other stalker-type stories on here. I downplayed it at the time, which seems disturbingly common, and it's only now in hindsight that I realize how skeevy this whole situation actually was. This gets pretty wordy, but bear with me. So this was some years back when I was only 16. For reference, I'm a girl. My family had recently moved cities, so it was a whole new neighborhood, new school, new friends, all that good stuff that comes with a more major move. I had to get used to not being able to walk to school too. I had to take the bus downtown and then walk from there to get to where my school was, which was the first for me, since all my previous schools had been within walking distance. Now, the bus system itself wasn't a problem at all. What became a problem was that apparently someone started watching me at the bus stop. About 3 months or something after the move, I created a Facebook profile for the sake of some competition or other. You know, like this Facebook page for a chance of winning this and that. I had nothing else on this profile at all beyond my name. This was before I was borderline mandatory to be active on Facebook. No picture, no information, hadn't even added any friends. It was a blank save for 1 or 2 like pages. I halfway forgot I even made the profile. But then after a few days, I got an email alert for a message on Facebook. So I went to see what was up. It was from an account that was just as empty as mine, and it simply said, "You're cute." What? I was and still am pretty cute, but nothing out of the ordinary. What puzzled me at the most was obviously how whoever this person was would know that, because no, I did not recognize the profile name at all, and of course my profile didn't even have a picture. I replied something like, "Haha, thanks, but how would you even know?" I wasn't really seeing a red flag yet. I was a little curious, a little flattered. I was still a bit naive, I suppose. So, I got back, "I've seen you at the bus stop." And that didn't sit quite right with me.
Obviously, at the same time, though, I was still telling myself it wasn't really a big deal, and I didn't feel too worried or anything. This was a very nice neighborhood, and I'll mention that I'm from Sweden, which is generally safe. Still, that didn't explain how he'd know my name, which is what I asked him next, how he recognized me. He said he wouldn't tell me unless I added him on MSN, the chat client predominantly used at the time, and talked to him on there. So after a little back and forth, I gave him in and added him on there, primarily because I wanted to know how he had gotten my name at all. It's a common name, and I was feeling a little angsty about that. Part of the reason we moved was to get away from a few people. I felt I had to know how he found me, so in case any other people did. His language was pretty flirty and all. He threw in lots of winky smileys, but from the way he typed, I got the impression that he was around my age. He had a year in his username that I assumed was his birth year. If that was true, he'd actually be a year younger than me, so I still didn't feel too worried. But I got pretty uncomfortable when he told me how he'd worked out what my name was. It was from the school yearbook, which doesn't seem that much of a stretch at first. I know, but the thing that in the city that I moved to, what they do is they compile all schools in the same education level in the city in the same book. So we're talking about 15 schools in that book and a few hundred pages of photographs. And he'd gone through all of them just to find my face and name. I had actually checked when he told me this. I wasn't in any obvious places in this book at all. I had no particular spot dedicated to me or any activity I was in. It was just in this group photo of my class, about 25 students I think, around 2/3 through the book. Plus, if he was really a year younger than me, he himself wouldn't be in that book, or have ready access to it, because he'd be in a different level of education. To any fellow Swedes, I was in my first year of gymnast. At the time, he would have been in high school. This didn't cross my mind at the time, but again, if he was a year younger than me, he'd either have to look through his yearbook first and then move on to a yearbook that wasn't for him, or he's seen me at school too and known to look at the right one for that reason. I didn't really tell him it creeped me out, but he started chatting to me on occasion from then on. Mostly normal stuff, so that was fine, I guess. Always with this flirty tone though. I replied neutrally, or sometimes played along, trying to get an idea of who he was. He said he was a neighbor, and that's why he'd seen me at the bus stop, but he never told me what he looked like. When I was at the bus stop, no one ever came forward to ask him or signal in any way that they might be. Like I said, I didn't recognize his name, if it was even real. He definitely wasn't from our apartment building though, and for some reason I didn't quite believe him when he said he was from the neighborhood. So I started to feel pretty uneasy at the bus stop when there were other people there with me, wondering if one of them was him, if he was watching me. But waiting alone at the bus stop didn't really help either, because I started wondering if he was watching me from somewhere else. The stop was situated near a grocery store with a parking lot, so he could have been there. I'm pretty sure he did tell me, "You looked cute today," or something similar at least, once or twice, but I honestly don't remember much of what we talked about anymore when we did chat. I did remember they were never long sessions though, only 10 minutes to half an hour or so, and I started not really liking seeing him sign on, but for some reason didn't block him. Probably because I still felt I had to work out who he was, and because, well, I didn't feel threatened by him. Just uncomfortable, you know? Until at some point when he told me, I figured out where you live. asking if that wasn't creepy at all. That skeeved me out. I asked him where he thought I lived, which is maybe a stupid move, but yeah. He gave me the right number, and the right floor, and the right apartment. And at that point, I was definitely feeling less uncomfortable and more scared. He went on to say that he worked this out because a friend of his had lived in our apartment prior to us, and that the timeline for me appearing and his friend moving out made sense. I didn't believe this at all. In that case, he'd have worked out where I lived a lot sooner, and if he had, why was he telling me this now? To mess with me? But if he hadn't found out the way, then what? He'd have followed me or something from the bus stop? I don't remember what I told him, though that scared me big time. A day or so after that, he sent me a message that was something like, maybe I'll come over and say hi. And I don't remember the exact wording, but it was actually read very threatening to me. It read differently than the other fairly normal stuff we had talked about before. And if I had such a spike of fear when I got that message, it didn't matter finding out who he was like. I didn't want him to come over at all. I remember looking out my bedroom window and being relieved that there was nobody outside. And I sent him a message back that I don't want him to come over. Ever. He sort of threatened that he would, and then he signed off. I blocked his email and his empty Facebook profile. Then after I had done that, I was left feeling really anxious and frightened, thinking that maybe now he'd come over anyway once he'd realized I'd cut off all his other options, that maybe he was on his way right now. And then what would he do? I didn't really fear rape or murder. It was a little too abstract to me at the time, but I was really scared. For a little while after that, I was scared of the bus stop too. I was scared walking home from it, in particular after school. But nothing happened after I blocked him. It all just kinda ended there, which in hindsight, I consider myself extremely lucky. I was definitely dumb and naive at the time because I didn't mention any of this to my mom or stepdad. And whoever this guy was hadn't been willing to give up on me or lost interest. Or whatever happened with him, things could have gotten really, really ugly. I was always waiting at the bus stop myself, and I was often home alone if I had a shorter school day. And he did know my name and where I lived, and I'll say it again, I was only 16. It's possible that it was just some socially stupid kid with a distant crush, not knowing how to handle it, but thinking back on it, it seems like it had to be more than that. Either way, I'm glad I never met him.
My friends and I back in college would not necessarily call ourselves ghost hunters, but we like to go out into the woods at night, find old abandoned houses, graveyards, and the like, which are plentiful when you live in the middle of nowhere. A common place for us to go was a park which is very far into the woods that had an old covered bridge that was supposedly haunted. As an explanation as to why this bridge seems so scary, there is a light at the beginning of the bridge, and the shadows of the trees form what looks like a figure. When you sit in the middle of the bridge, the wind makes the figure look like it is moving towards you. To the unsuspecting visitor, this can be a frightening experience, so we like taking our friends here to freak them out. To set the scene, it was late summer on a Wednesday night, probably around 2 a.m. We were all on summer break and had nothing going on, so we decided to take a couple of people down to the bridge to give them a good scare. This area is not easy to get to. There's lots of steep hills and rocky roads. It's very secluded, so as expected, there were no other cars on the road. We got down to the bridge, as we had so many other times before. It was tough to see the light at the end, but there were definitely plenty of shadows around, so the scare factor was still pretty high. So, as you are supposed to, We parked our car in the middle of the covered bridge and turned our lights off, as well as our engine. Immediately, the people we brought with us saw the shadow figure approaching our car. We obviously tried to play it up and act like we saw it coming towards us as well, to continue to scare them, but something was all wrong this time. The figure seemed a lot more lifelike, not like a tree swaying in the wind. It didn't feel like an illusion at all. I looked over at my friends and could tell they noticed something was different this time too. It was at that point that I noticed that we were no longer looking at the same shadow figure at the end of the bridge. This one had actually moved directly in front of our car. In a panic, I turned on the headlights because it was becoming a bit too real. Once the lights came on, the figure did not disappear, and it did not stop inching toward our car. There, in front of our car, was a person in an all-black hoodie and all-black pants. Hoodie over his head, looking down at the ground. After the lights came on, he kept inching toward the car at a snail's pace. A prank, I thought. Someone saw us come down and was familiar with the story and wanted to mess with us. We opened our windows and yelled, "Hey, you got us, that was pretty good." He had no reaction. Thinking he was just trying to stay in character, we laughed it off and backed out of the bridge and started heading back up the hill. There was a parking lot up at the top of the hill, still pretty deep into the woods, maybe a minute or two drive from the bridge. We decided to head up that way to gather our thoughts and sort of process everything that had just happened, since adrenaline was still running pretty high. We got to the parking lot, which is normally about a quarter full on a busy weekend during midday with hikers, as it's a pretty popular hiking spot in the area, but 2 a.m. on a Wednesday should have this lot totally empty. Upon pulling in, every spot was full. Considering the park closed at dusk, this was a disturbing discovery. We parked in the middle of the lot, trying to figure out what was going on. I grew up just minutes from this area, and the amount of cars in this lot was probably the equivalent of the nearest town's entire population. We sat in the lot for about 5 to 10 minutes, just talking to each other, trying to figure out what was going on, when 2 German shepherds came running down the hill. They stopped at our car briefly, and then continued running off into the woods. The girl that we had brought with us had a look of horror on her face, and told us that we needed to leave. Confused and still a bit concerned, I agreed and left the area quickly. She put everything together. She said that cult activity in the area around us was very high. German shepherds are commonly an animal they use for sacrifices. I don't know where she got this information, but all I know is that it has been about 5 years. I never saw her again, and I never went back to that bridge at night again. Hey everybody, I just wanted to take a quick second and thank everyone for all the support. As I record this, we are at 3,982 subscribers, which means we're about to hit 4,000 subscribers. I decided to upload another special episode in honor of this milestone, since you guys enjoyed my hour-long 3,000 subscriber special. Also, stay tuned at the end of the video for a special preview of my new Q&A podcast, where I answer your questions and discuss music, movies, and more. Tonight's topic will be guilty pleasure movies. If you have a question you'd like to send in, you can leave that in the comment section below. Thanks again for the support, and I hope you enjoy the video. Number 1. When I was in high school, I lived in a pretty bad neighborhood for a while. There were a few crappy houses, and the area was known for drug use. People lived there because the rent was cheap. We were renting a vacant lot between 2 sad, dumpy houses, and my sister and I lived in an RV, mostly by ourselves. My mom was in a relationship with an abusive guy who kept her at his house all the time, so we were left by ourselves for days. It wasn't much of an issue since we were old enough to take care of ourselves, being high school age and all. Anyways, our lot had a road running in front and back of it, but the entrance was blocked from one road with a log. That was the road I would go jogging on. I would jog from that blocked driveway to the stop sign at the very end. If I made this round trip 10 times, it equaled to about 3 miles. So I would be out there every day after school, just burning off energy. I started to notice a middle-aged man that would come out to the road sometimes and try to stop me to talk. I always thought that was weird, being that I was obviously busy and had my headphones in. Sometimes, he would just sit on his back porch and smoke and watch me run. Sometimes he would go out to the road and try to stop me. Knowing the probability that he was probably just an old, methed out crook, I did what I could to avoid him. This continued a few days a week for about 2 weeks, and usually, after I had passed him 2 or 3 times, he would give up trying to get my attention and go back inside his house. But one day, he must have caught me at the end of my run, and so had the opportunity to see where I crossed the log and ran into the lot. That's the only explanation I could have had for what happened. It was about 12:30 or 1 in the morning, and I was still up, watching anime on Netflix, when I heard a knock on the RV door. Thinking it was my mom, who had potentially come home from her boyfriend's house for the night, I went to open the door, but something stopped me. I have no clue what made me stop, but I decided it would be better to call her instead, to see if it was her at the door. As I was calling her, there was the knocking again, but not on the door, but on the windows, the walls, everywhere. It was finally loud enough to wake my sister up, who was asleep in the back where the bed was, and I quickly told her to be quiet. My mom answered, and all I whispered into the phone was, "Here, someone's knocking all over the RV." And she hung up the phone and drove over with her boyfriend. I was completely terrified, because RVs aren't exactly known for their security, and the lock could have easily been broken. But we just acted like we weren't home for the entire time this person was banging on our RV. When she got there, no one was on the lot, although she was only a few minutes away. There was no knocking after that, and no man. All I can guess was that this guy got spooked enough to not watch me anymore. And that is 100% okay with me. Number 2.
It's amazing how things can haunt us and past experiences make us distrust other people. I've been carrying this around, but I've never told anyone the whole story. This all started back in 2004. I can't believe it's been 11 years now. I was 14 back then. I was a pretty good kid. I was very polite, I did very well in school, and I was always home by 6 to eat dinner. I never stayed out late or did anything wrong, such as drugs or alcohol or anything of the sort. I used to be fairly thin but strong. People had always compared me to other girls, and I was never quite as feminine as them. I didn't mind much. In my opinion, climbing trees was far superior to wearing pretty dresses and makeup. I was proud to be masculine and strong, but it didn't exactly make me popular as a result. Finding new friends was always hard. So I started taking up some hobbies, and among those was martial arts. It fit well with me, and we were a small team of 7 to 8 people who got along pretty well. One of these guys, Matt, was a pretty shy and quiet boy. We were all around the age of 14, and I was pretty direct, and I thought that it simply intimidated him a bit. So I tried to make him feel more included with the others. And I spoke, since I had previously known what it felt like to be an outsider in social groups, and we were all a really friendly bunch. We rode our bikes to and from practice, and I noticed we always went quite a bit of the same way down the road. So we naturally started to talk while riding our bikes home. It was fine. He seemed friendly, albeit a little weird. But I was weird too, so who was I to judge? Everything went just like business as usual for the whole first year. We all became friends and I cherished it, as I didn't really have many others. But the year after was my last year at our regular schools. I wanted to do well, and frankly, I had too much on my plate. So I started to skip practice from time to time to do homework. This didn't go over well with Matt, and he started texting me asking me where I was. Weird thing was that I hadn't given him my number, but I didn't know anyone else with that name. I didn't respond a lot since my dad paid for my phone, and he would get angry if I spent too much on anything. So one day I stopped responding at all. This must have prompted him to begin calling me. I didn't like that and didn't pick up at all for a while. I still sometimes came to practice, but this was kind of freaky and I didn't really like where it was going. Whenever he saw me there, he just kind of stood and stared at me, and had reverted back to always being the quiet kid in the background. I stopped trying to get him fitted into our conversations at this point. Since he started scaring me, I began going home an alternate route, since I couldn't deal with being stuck by his side for 10 minutes on my bike. While this went on, he kept calling me, and I never picked up. One day I had it with the constant calls and I picked up. "Hello?" I asked pretty harshly. He probably hadn't expected me to pick up at all. His breathing was somewhat heavy and it gave me chills. "Hey," he said, Are you coming to practice on Wednesday?" He sounded weirder than normal, and I regretted my decision to pick up the phone. "Yeah, of course." And I was met with complete silence for a while. "Good, I'll see you there." I could hear the smile in his voice, and it sent a shiver down my spine. Wednesday came, and I was in my way over my head, and decided against going to practice. I hoped he wouldn't call again, and he didn't. My phone was silent for several weeks. When I felt comfortable, I went back to practice, but he wasn't there. I thought that maybe he had finally gotten the hint and decided to leave me alone. But my curiosity got the best of me, and I asked the only other girl about it. What she told me next was so surreal and chilling. "Oh, Matt? Yeah, it happened a few weeks ago, I think. You weren't here and he barged in the middle of practice and yelled out your name. 'Look at what you've done to me,' he yelled and showed off his arms. They were cut and torn, and blood was dripping everywhere. I was shocked, but also very glad I had decided against going on that day. She then told me how our teacher had called for an ambulance and tried to calm Matt down. He had apparently gone ballistic when he realized I wasn't even there. He had then been committed to the psych ward, and as far as I gathered, his phone and other belongings were not available to him until he had undergone complete psychiatric evaluation. I felt so relieved. Now, surely I would be safe. Only, I wasn't. The psych ward was in my city, and at one point they must have let him have his phone back, because he began calling me, and this time he left voice messages. He said things like, "You're a horrible person. You ruined me. And no one will ever love you like I could have." I was mostly confused. We had never been romantic in any way whatsoever, and I had never expressed interest in him. I begged my father to change my number so I could be free of the harassment, but my father didn't budge. He was angry that people were calling me, but he couldn't be bothered to remember a new number if I got one, so I was stuck with what I had. After a while, the voicemail stopped. But this was at the time when my rebellious phase began, and I attended protests to keep some historical counterculture buildings in Copenhagen. Somehow he found me there. Every Thursday at the peaceful protest, he was there, staring at me. I was with friends, but I still felt threatened. His scarred arms, sometimes with new cuts, were horrifying. I didn't know what to do, so I always stayed close to my friends. I had hoped my punk phase would deter him, since I dyed my hair green, red, black, whatever, and I wore different clothes. But it seemed that it only made matters worse. He texted me sometimes during the protests, saying how I looked hot, or how he liked me in legs and that skirt. Weird shit like that. I tried to glare at him, but I couldn't look at him for long. He scared me. This went on for several weeks. Then one day, he began sending me mails. I have no idea how he got hold of my email address, since I usually didn't share it with anyone. In the mails, he described how he was feeling, that he was willing to forgive me for what I've done to him, that he had watched me from afar for a while now, and he wanted to be in my life again. He described what I had been wearing that day, and even on days I hadn't been at a protest. One day he messaged me, "You look so peaceful when you sleep." I noped the fuck out at that point, told my dad everything. He was kind of upset, but he didn't yell at me too much. The following month we moved to another town a few hours away. The messages stopped for a while until one day he wrote a chilling text saying, "Why haven't I seen you in your apartment for a while? Did you move? Where are you?" I froze. He had known where I lived? I lived on the ground floor in an apartment, and my room had just been by our small garden. I was chilled to the bone thinking that maybe he actually had stood outside my window and watched me sleep. After this, I heard nothing from him. I got a boyfriend and we moved into an apartment together in a different town when we were 18. I forgot about Matt and didn't think about him anymore. One day while we were out shopping for groceries, I saw him again. He hadn't seen me, it would seem, and I ducked behind my boyfriend and told him, "Please, let's just hide. I don't want him to see me." We stayed behind him for a while, but I was extremely nervous that he would notice me. He didn't. He just bought some stuff and went out. I hoped he was just visiting someone in the area and that I wouldn't see him again. A few weeks later, I went to the town square to draw in the sun. I sat down, music in my ears, and started drawing. A few hours went by and suddenly someone sat down beside me. It was Matt, of course. I took off my headphones a little terrified, but we were in a fairly busy public place, so I didn't feel that threatened. He began talking to me as if we were old friends, telling me how he looked up to Kurt Cobain, how he had learned to play the guitar, how many girls he had fucked, shit like that. I listened and politely replied with, "Oh, uh-huh, and really?" He started complimenting me and I felt increasingly awkward. He then mentioned that I was welcome to visit him whenever I wanted. I've always been a bit curious, so I asked where he lived and he pointed at an apartment. It turned out he lived right across the fucking street from me. I made up an excuse and said I had to go. He seemed annoyed but accepted it. I went to the library and made sure to watch out for him, in case he was following me. But after a few minutes, I decided he had lost interest. I haven't heard from him since, but the fact that he suddenly lived across from me freaked me out for quite a while. So Matt, I hope we never meet again.
Number 3.
So this happened to me earlier today, and although nothing really bad became of it, I still feel the need to share this here. As a bit of a background and to set the scene, I am a 20-year-old female living in a small town in the state of Kansas. I am 5'6" and weigh in at around 170 pounds, obviously making me overweight. The area in which this took place is what the townsfolk would call the Bottoms. It's basically a long stretch of gravel road starting at one end of town, leading out and around until you reach a highway where you can choose to get on it, or continue following the dirt road to who knows where. And it's called such because the area is noticeably lower and more rough in terrain than the area surrounding it. The only thing lower than it is the river that runs near our town, which residents dubbed the Core. There isn't much out there except for a few scarce houses and places for crops. Even domesticated animals such as horses and dogs are a rare sight. Most of the area is covered in farmland. However, there is one portion of it near where you head out of town that was turned into somewhat of a park area. Although the 3 acres of land is somewhat barren, aside from a set of swings and a jungle gym with a slide in one corner, a long sidewalk that circles back around on itself meant for vendors, a stone slab used for concerts, and a house city workers use as a sort of station, as well as a grassy area surrounded by a gravel road right alongside the road running through the Bottoms where people can park. There are several picnic tables here and there as well, and it should be noted that you can see the river from this area, as well as the fact that the play area is blocked from the road by a large grove of trees. Aside from the events such as the 4th of July or concerts, this area is generally empty, aside from a few people here and there looking to have a good time outside. on this day, around 11 in the morning, I decided that I would take my black German Shepherd Odin there to throw a ball around after a walk. We had got there to find only one other person, an older man walking the gravel road surrounding the parking area. He was wearing headsets and didn't seem to notice us, and being the respectful dog owner I am, I kept Odin close as we headed to the play area where I could let him run and chase the ball. Mind you, Odin is generally a sweet dog who wouldn't hurt a fly, but considering that even at 15 months of age he weighs in at roughly 125 and reaches roughly 28 inches at the shoulder, he is overall built like a brick house and can appear menacing at times. As such, I didn't want to startle the man or make him uncomfortable if he didn't like dogs. But I digress. When we made it to the play area, I let him off his leash and began throwing the ball around. As fetching is the greatest thing in the world to him, he chased the ball around enthusiastically and brought it back continuously without hesitation. This went on for about 10 minutes, I myself sitting on one of the swings as I threw the ball around. It was around this time that the encounter occurred. I had thrown the ball once more, my arm starting to tire, though I didn't complain as Odin again went after the ball. It was just as he reached the ball and was about to pick it up when he suddenly stopped, and instead of picking the ball up, he looked to the trees near where we were. Just as I said before, fetch is the greatest thing in the world to Odin, and rarely does he ever get distracted when playing. He barely gave the man walking, who was still doing so now, a second glance when he passed us when we first started playing. I figured he just saw a wild critter or something, so I shrugged it off and called to him, "Odin, ball!" Instead of picking up the ball and bringing it to me as he normally did at the command, he continued to stare in the direction of the trees, a low growl emitting from him. While he was normally a well-behaved dog even off the leash, I started to worry that he'd bolt off after whatever had caught his interest. And, being the out-of-shape person I am, I knew I would be unable to actually give chase and catch him unless he decided to come back. So I stood and turned my gaze in the direction he was looking at, and froze. About 5 or so feet into the little wooded area, roughly 10 to 12 feet or so away from me, a hooded figure stood among the trees, head down and hands in their pockets. As I could not see a face, or go by their body type as the hoodie seemed baggy, I could not tell whether they were male or female, though they appeared a bit taller than me. I stood there for a long moment, confused, before turning to face the person and calling out, "Hey, is everything alright? If you're scared of my dog, I can put him on his leash." As I was a little uneasy, I didn't want to give away the fact that Odin was in fact quite friendly. By the looks of it though, Odin didn't disagree. His normal reaction to new people whenever he was off the lead was to approach them and attempt to at least give them a once-over via smell before asking for attention from them, no matter who they are or where we were. Now, however, Odin stood stock still, watching the figure intently. I could also make out that the hairs on his neck were ever so slowly standing on end. The figure hadn't budged when I returned my gaze, and after repeating myself and waiting for a few moments for a response, I decided it was time for us to leave. I hastily grabbed the leash and proceeded to walk over and hook Odin up and grab the toy, only allowing myself to focus on these tasks instead of the figure as Odin refused to take his gaze off the figure. I practically had to drag Odin away, as he still seemed to refuse to take his eyes off the figure, only doing so when we had reached the gravel road encircling the parking lot, which was a good distance away. By now, the man who had been walking was coming towards us again on another lap. giving me enough courage to stop and turn to see if the figure was following us. While he was not following us like a true creep, he had moved closer to the parking area. However, still deep in the trees and still had his head down. I must have been standing there for a tad too long, or at least appeared creeped out or unnerved, as the man stopped just after passing Odin and I. There was a pause before the man asked in a slightly loud voice, assumingly so the figure at the tree line could hear, "Hey, you alright, miss?" He was obviously a bit concerned, if his expression and tone of voice was anything to go by. I replied that Odin and I had been playing the ball when we spotted the person just standing there in the trees, not responding to anything I was saying, and had moved when I walked to the gravel road. The man glanced at the figure before assuring me that he would be walking for a bit longer, and would say something to the person if they appeared to be following me. While I was not wholly scared at the thought of the person following me, as I figured, or at least hoped, Odin would protect me if the person did anything, and both Odin and I would have backup in the form of his 95-pound brother, littermate, if the person followed us on a short walk to home. I thanked him and quickly made my way back home. We got home with no further incidences, and I made sure to take a few detours on the way. But, as I said before, I live in a small town, as in, I could literally give anyone in the town either my parents' name, and most would automatically know who they are. And by default, many people knew me as well. And so I worry about this person possibly finding out where I live, and doing way worse than what they had. I might just be paranoid, and the event might seem harmless, but I'm still scared shitless by it.
Number 4. I'm a male, and when I was 19, I used to work for a company doing deliveries back in 2008. I stopped at a rest area to drop some twins off at the pool. As I'm in the stall doing my business, I noticed someone looking intently into the stall I was in, through the crack on the door, their eye pressed against the door. I make eye contact with the guy, and he slowly moves straight backwards from the stall door, revealing more of his face. I notice he has a shit-eating grin, possible pun intended, on his face. A few seconds later, someone enters the bathroom, and he washes his hands to pretend like he's finished, and exits. I'm beyond creeped out at this point. I honestly didn't even wipe. I just pulled my pants up and exited the bathroom. Once I exited the bathroom and walked a little ways, I noticed the same guy standing beside an 18-wheeler with a sleeper. I looked at him and gave him the most evil glare that I could. As I'm doing that, he motions with his hand for me to go into his truck. He does this a few times, so I proceed to tell him he's number 1 with a thoughtful finger gesture. I make it to my truck, start it up, and drive away, thinking it's all over. I had about 30 or 40 miles left to reach my place of occupation, and it's basically a straight shot from where I was to my destination, only requiring me to take an exit, leading to and being on the road my work is. About 10 miles into my travel back to my place of occupation, I noticed a similar truck behind me. I kind of just shrugged it off, because of how common that type of 18-wheeler is. It was a plain white Volvo with no identifying marks, such as owner name on the truck or company name on truck or trailer. The truck stayed directly behind me no matter what lane I was in, right on my bumper. I took it as he was trying to use less gas, even though I was in just a straight stub-nosed truck. Then we hit traffic, and I was able to see inside the cabin. It was the same motherfucker from the rest stop. All I could think was, what the fuck? I think I made it clear I wanted nothing to do with him. So I take down his license plate while stopped in traffic, and I do the smartest thing I can think of. I go to the nearest police station and report it. It turned out the plates were reported stolen about a day before, from a personal rig of the same make. I never heard anything more though. Number 5.
So I live on a not-so-quiet neighborhood, which is filled with derelicts such as methamphetamine users and undomesticated alcohol tasters. And this is an issue, but I have lived here most of my life, so I'm not fazed as to walk late at night, which I'm required to do because of my working conditions, cleaner at a local mall without a car. I'm walking back from the mall after finishing up work, and everything has been fine for the most part today. I got to even take some nearing expiration date food back with me, and nobody has been hassling me today. As I get to the corner of my street and pass by a house, which seemed abandoned for the longest time, I notice a lot of lights inside and out, and they're lit up, and that queerly moving shadows are flicking back and forth behind the curtains of the house front. I say queerly because the movement seems so determined and mechanical that it could only belong to some sort of automated machine. But I watched it for so long that I got the impression that it seemed more like a larger set person pacing back and forth. So as stupid as I am, I decided to go and check out whatever the fuck was going on inside. I remember getting to the window and feeling so sure that I was spotted out as the pacing shadow had suddenly stopped. I could make out quite visibly that a face was peeking out of the curtains, but it turned out to be quite coincidental, as a truck had just drove up to the roadside of the house. Just my luck. A beefy set man sauntered out of the truck and into the house, mumbling something like, "He's double grounded. He is definitely double grounded." I didn't think much of it at the time as I was so panicked that I could have been caught, but it does make sense later. I decided that I had enough excitement for one day and I headed back home. The next day I believe I was in my usual routine of waking up, watching, reading my usual book, show, in bed, and I had noticed some weird almost white noise of crunching and creaking outside. I remembered that I brushed it off as wind affected my house with creaks, and a lot of crunching could have been because of the rotting wooden balcony outside. Out of nowhere, I suddenly hear a bellowing voice shouting, "Nicholas, get home, or you're going to be double, triple grounded." And after this, I remember feeling a good sense of dread and fight or flight because the peculiar white noise had suddenly stopped, and I heard a lumbering, shuffling mix with anguishing exhalations from directly on the other side of the wall, which my bed is pushed next to. I slowly crept into my own kitchen, making sure not to be visible through the windows of my house, and then I grabbed my bulky security torch to use as a blunt force weapon if need be, and a kitchen knife. I sneaked towards my back door, which leads directly to the wall on the other side of my bedroom, psyched myself up with anger. After a long time of psyching myself up, I bust through the back door and ran to the outside wall of my bedroom. I didn't find anybody, but what I did find was perhaps even more disturbing. A dozen so empty potato chip bags, and a KFC meal variety bucket, almost devoid of content aside from what looked to be chicken wing bones. I don't know what to make of this besides, somebody was watching me through my window all night, whilst enjoying a meal. Now this would lead me to ask, how has this happened before? Is this frequent? If whoever left this was keen enough to bring a full meal, does this mean that it is indeed a frequent? I am not sure as to what to do, and I'm a little distraught to be honest.
Number 6. Where I live, winter is a living hell. I have to shovel every other week, and what's worse, I live on a corner. Anyway, I pop in my earbuds and get to work. I'm about halfway done when I see this guy walking in the middle of the street. I'm kind of creeped out, but I brush it off. I decide to make a mental note to keep an eye on him because I was getting some bad vibes. I keep shoveling, but as he's walking past me, I hear him yell something to me. I take an earbud out and ask him if he was talking to me. "Yeah, do you, have a phone on you? I need to make a call," he replies. I was already sketched out. We don't live in the best neighborhood, and this was a common tactic thieves used to get phones. "Yeah, one sec," I say, as I pretend to look for my phone. Sorry, man, I must have left my cell at home, I say, trying to act as if I would have given it to him in the first place. Say, you don't live in that house, do you? He says as he points behind me. This caught me off guard, but I was able to make up some bullshit about how I was getting paid to shovel their sidewalk. You know what though? I think the bar down the street has a phone you could use, I offer, hoping that he would go away. Oh, thanks, he says as he starts walking down the street. Relieved that he's finally gone, I get back to shoveling, but when I stop to catch my breath, I see a person duck their head back into an alleyway, but I get back to the task at hand. When I look up again, the same guy is standing a bit farther down the street by the bar. As I finish shoveling, every once in a while, I look up to see if he's there, and every time, he's a little bit closer. Once I'm done, I loop around the block and go in the back door. I looked out the window to see if he was still there, but thankfully, he wasn't. Number 7.
Something you should know about me is that I'm a butcher, and have been for just over 3 years now. Each person in the meat room has their own set of knives that they maintain. This includes cleaning, sharpening, and other general maintenance. I keep mine in particular good order. Not sure if it's OCD or something, but I enjoy my knives extremely sharp and spotless. I like to take my knives home every night so that other people don't use them or mix them up. I live very close to work and usually take a walking trail by the forest to work in the day, and then bus back home at night once I'm off. Anyways, about a week ago, I had agreed to stay in a little late to do some extra cleaning. This caused me to miss my bus home. I stood outside my store weighing my options. I could either wait another 25 plus minutes for a bus, or I could take the path home. I decided the walk home would be quicker and set off. As I began my walk, a large man with a beard turned the corner from behind the store and began walking behind me. I live in Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada, and although the store is close to a sketchy neighborhood, you never hear about much crime in my area. So as he followed me up the sidewalk and eventually onto the path, I stupidly didn't pay much attention. I walked about half the path's length when I heard his brisk walk break into a jog. He came up beside me and shouted, "Hey, buddy." I turned to greet the man. He was even worse looking up close. He had a comb over and a long, unkept beard. He stopped in front of me and asked where I was going. I told him I was on my way home and asked if there was something I could help him with. "You got any money?" he asked. I could smell alcohol on his breath as he spoke. Not wanting to cause any trouble, I simply replied with, "No, sorry, man. I don't have anything on me." And then I began to walk off. He placed his hand on my shoulder as I tried to walk past him, pushing me back in place. Clumsily pulled out a pocket knife. "I know you got a phone or something," he said, threatening me. I nearly shat myself. I wanted to run, but I was too scared of running past him, and the thought of running the other way and being farther away from home scared me even more. "Just a sec," I stammered, thinking on my feet. "I've got my wallet in my backpack." He muttered something like, "Give it here," as I frantically took off my backpack and unzipped it, pretending not to hear him. He stepped forward angrily and snatched it out of my hands, but not before I got my hands on my work knives. He must not have noticed me pulling them out, because he immediately started rifling through my backpack. I took my knives out of their holder and tried to think of something badass and threatening to say. All that came out as I poised myself menacingly was, "Hey, asshole!" He looked up and I saw his face drop as he stared at my perfectly sharpened 14-inch butcher knives. He stared at me for what felt like hours, sizing me up. My adrenaline had pumped up. I eventually decided to make a move. I began to step forward, raising my arm, when the guy ran past me with my backpack in hand. Luckily, I never had my wallet in my backpack, and I was wearing my work uniform, so all he got from me was an old Batman backpack. I told the police when I got home, and even asked around work about him. No one had really seen him before, nor did he come wandering around my store again. In retrospect, I probably should have went with something like, "You should never try to rob a butcher," or something, but either way, I'm very fortunate the man was likely drunk instead of homicidal.
Number 8. I was born and raised in Honolulu, Hawaii, so I know the surrounding areas of Waikiki and Kapahulu like the back of my hand. This happened a year or two ago. I'm a female, and I was 18, having just finished a nice dinner date, followed by a walk on the beach at night. By the time my boyfriend and I decided to part, it was about 2 a.m. It is a straight shot to my house. I walk past the Shell Center and the Honolulu Zoo, and just keep going up to Diamond Head. This is about a 10-minute walk, as I walk rather briskly when alone, so I decide to pass on taking a taxi. I'm wearing a strapless dress with flats, one earphone in my ear, and I make my way home. It is not unusual for cars to slow down, catcall, or even offer a ride home. However, this night was different. A car slowed down as I was walking past the last ABC store across the street from the zoo, and I crossed the street, making note of the car. I only saw half his face, but I could tell he was watching me. He then sped off. This is where it gets a little creepy. The road slightly turns, and you have to walk past the zoo length without any lights, and I decided to walk on the side of the street with the trees, since there's a lot of homeless people on the other side, where the parking lot is. I begin to worry, for the first time ever, wondering if I should have walked the long way home or not, when I saw the car parked on my side of the street just a little further ahead. I did not have my knife or taser with me at the time, and although I was roughly 5'1", I knew how to handle myself. I take out both of my earphones, readying myself to seem confident. The guy who had slowed down in the car earlier steps out from behind one of the trees, only a few paces ahead of me, and holds his hands up as if to say, "Don't worry." Hell no. I couldn't help but scream, because what I hadn't seen before was now obvious. He had an eye patch on, with a long scar on the right side of his face. Big, fat, fucking nope. "You remind me of my little sister," he says, trying to calm me down. "And I'd just like to give you a ride home." He takes a step towards me. 2 seconds later, I find myself screaming and sprinting across the street, back towards Waikiki, where I could find a cab. Every time I looked back until I couldn't see him, he was just standing there, staring with a grin on his face. Let's not meet again, pirate butt fuck.
Some backstory. I'm a female in my early 20s, and I moved to Belfast from Sweden a few years ago. The taxi prices here are so much better than the ones where I'm from, and for a good year and a half I relied on taxis getting me pretty much everywhere, including to and from work. I usually tell this story to friends and family as a funny story whenever I have a few drinks in me or someone brings it up, but to be honest with you, I was completely horrified when it happened. So, about a year and a half ago, I was out for drinks with a friend of mine, and her friend that was visiting from abroad, and was staying at my house since I had a spare room. For some reason, they went home before me, and I was left by myself at the bar, which I know is a really dumb thing to do. After an hour or so, a few drinks, and a failed attempt at picking someone up, I decided it was time to call it a night. I usually book taxis as there are a few handy apps, but with it being a pay weekend, there was no way I'd be able to get a car, so I walk outside, hoping for the best. The moment I get outside, I'm approached by an older man, white hair and on the heavier side, asking if I need a taxi, so I cheerfully accept, thanking my lucky stars that I'll be home very soon. The taxi I was in didn't belong to a taxi company, which admittedly is a bit strange, but I've taken those before with friends without issue. Right off the bat, the driver starts asking the usual questions, like where I'm from and how long I've been in town, if I'm studying or if I'm working, what brings me here, and so on. Then he asks if I've ever been on a black taxi tour. These tours are quite famous here, and they're meant to be really good, showing off all the murals in the city and the Peace Wall and such. You also get stories from people that grew up here during the Troubles. I say that no, I haven't had the opportunity yet, but I'll definitely get to it as soon as I can. He then suggests when we get to my house that he'll give me a tour. As I mentioned before, I'm not in a black taxi. He then tells me he'll do it for free, right now, in the middle of the night. Being the way too nice idiot I am, I hear myself saying, "Yeah, sure, that would be nice," when what I really meant was, "Hell nah, dude." So he starts driving out of town, down countryside roads and not at all in the direction of any murals, and on the other side of town from the Peace Wall. His questions get more personal, asking if I have a boyfriend and if I have family around, if I live by myself and if I have many friends. He then says, "We can be friends. You'd like that, wouldn't you?" He has this creepy laugh going, while repeating the phrase over and over and nudging my side with his arm. He keeps driving in the middle of nowhere, talking about how this footpath was this and that, connecting to another footpath and so on, while dropping the "we can be friends" thing in between. At this point, we're about 20 minutes outside of town, and the streetlights stop. It's pitch black. I'm clutching my phone, ready to call the police, and looking at the dashboard GPS to see nearby location names, and getting ready to tuck and roll out of the car, completely freaked out by him. I'm finally able to stutter out that I'm getting a bit tired, and it's time for bed. He agrees to take me home, and turns around. We pull up outside my house again, and I feel a wave of relief washing over me, like I can finally breathe again. I pay him for the taxi ride, and get ready to get out of the car. He then turns the car off, takes off his seatbelt, and keeps talking, turning slightly so he's kinda half facing me. After a few minutes of talking, him still talking about being friends, I say that I need to use the bathroom, and thank him for the tour. He tells me to hurry back outside so we can continue the conversation. I bolt inside, lock the door and keep the hall light turned off. I look out through the peephole, and I can see that he's still sitting there in his car. After about 15 minutes, he finally drives away, and I sort of just collapse on the floor, beating myself up for being so stupid. Needless to say, I've never taken a taxi. I haven't booked since.
I just found this sub, and I wanted to share my own experience. It happened when I was 13, and it's something I've never forgotten. We had just moved into a brand new house in a brand new housing development. A lot of the houses around us were either unfinished or had families that had just moved in. And behind our house was a lot of field, mostly for future homes. We lived in a fairly safe, small city, and the housing development was very quiet so far. And at least for the first few years that we lived there, we never bothered to lock the doors. Even at night most of the time, it just wasn't something we thought about. My parents had just put in hardwood floor, so the house was a pretty echoey single story. One night I was laying in bed, trying to fall asleep, thought I heard the back sliding glass door open. I was up late on the internet, but everyone else was asleep in the house, so it was pretty quiet. I had my door slightly open, so my cat could come and go, and so I knew that I was definitely hearing something. I froze, hoping it wasn't the door, but a moment later I heard it slide shut. Then I began to hear what sounded like heavy shoes walking across the hardwood floor. It was a very specific sound, and suddenly I couldn't breathe. The footsteps were slow and quiet, like they were trying to make as little noise as possible, but because the floor was wood and our house had high ceilings, the steps echoed down the hallway and into my room. Then I heard them stop, the sound of the hallway closet being opened, and then the door quietly clicking shut. They turned the knob and pulled the closet door, and then released the knob once it was in place. It was silent after that. My heart was beating so fast, I began to cry. The only way to my parents' room was up the hallway, and their door was about only 20 feet away from where that hallway closet was. I was frozen, and I honestly thought I'd pee my pants. I was so scared. However, it was silent for long enough that I knew I had to get my dad. So I stood up and walked sock-footed to my door. I stood there for a long time, just breathing. Then I ran. It's not a long hallway, but I went as fast as I could. I got inside the room and tried to wake up my dad. "Dad! Dad!" I was frantically whispering. "Huh?" He was half asleep. "Dad!" "Huh? What?" "Dad, I think there's someone inside the house." "What?" "I think there's someone inside the house." "There's no one in here. Go back to sleep." "Yes, there is." And I started crying. That gets him up. My mom also wakes up at this point as well, so they both got out of bed. My dad, sure that there's no one in the house, doesn't even grab something as a weapon. But I follow behind him as he leaves the room. He goes into the living room, passes the closet, and turns on all the lights in the house. I remember standing in the living room, knowing exactly where the person was and not being able to say anything. He tells me, "Look, there's no one here." He doesn't even check the closet though, and I don't know what to tell him. I'm so afraid that whoever is in here will jump out with a knife and kill my dad in front of me. The 13-year-old me keeps thinking that I can't be the one possible for my dad's death. So I say nothing, and I don't tell him to check the closet. I don't know why he did it, because if I were a dad, I would have. He locks the front door and tells me to go back to bed. They wait until I'm back in my room before they close their own bedroom door and go back to sleep. Again, the house is silent, and I'm laying there afraid because that person is still here in the one place that he didn't look. Suddenly I hear the closet door open, just as slowly and as quietly as before. Then the footsteps again. I could hear them so clearly, walking towards the kitchen where the back door was, and then they stop. It's followed by the sound of the back door being slid open again, and then quietly being pushed closed. I hear the back door click into place, and then the house is silent. I'm laying there crying and breathing, but hearing them leave the house, I felt instant relief, though I was still shaking with fear. I give it a few minutes, hoping they wouldn't come back, and they don't. So after a bit, I sneak out there. My one and only thought is to lock the back door, which I managed to do, but the scariest part was that when I looked in the hall closet, the door wasn't closed anymore. It was cracked because they hadn't bothered to close it, even after they left, though I know it was definitely closed when my dad was out there with me. I tried bringing it up to them years later, and they still didn't believe me. But that's not just something you hear.
This story took place when I was 20 years old and living in New Hampshire at my parents' house. I had been back home for a little over a month now, after a defunct experience at a college in Boston that wasn't the right fit for me. In the meantime, I was taking classes at a local community college. Anyway, going from living in Boston for a semester and having total independence, as well as almost endless opportunities for fun with other cute gay guys like myself, to back with my parents in rural New Hampshire was a huge knockback, and I was seeking thrills in the meantime to numb the pain. Sometimes, I have an almost ravenous sexual appetite, which was hard to satisfy in New Hampshire. I used gay hookup websites such as Manhunt and the app Grindr to meet other like-minded guys in my area. Not surprisingly, these sites and services come with their fair share of creepers, but I honestly never found myself threatened when they reached out, just sort of flattered, and then would take comfort in the fact that I could easily block them. The problem occurred when some guys couldn't take a hint though, and there was one in particular that kept attempting to contact me under different usernames after I would block him. His original username was something along the lines of SoccerBoy123. His profile picture on Manhunt was of a fit-looking guy from the neck down. He reached out to me and we began chatting. He said he lived in Concord, which is roughly an hour south of where I lived, and also where my community college was located at the time. We were chatting about explicit stuff, use your imagination, and possibly meeting up, when I asked to see some pictures of him, including one of his face. He sent the pictures over. I could notice that they didn't really seem to match up with each other, not to mention his profile picture. The face picture I requested was also missing. I replied with something like, hot, and I asked him again for a picture of his face. He gave me the old, this computer is new and I don't have one on here yet line, and I said I wasn't going to continue chatting unless I saw one. He eventually caved, and he sent me a few photos of his face. I'm not shallow, but he was ugly. I wondered why he didn't continue his trend of sending fake hot pictures. The thing about him I found most unattractive was a huge mouth full of really crooked, very messed up teeth that kind of protruded out in a freakish sort of way, even with his mouth closed. I think I blocked him right away, being kind of weirded out by the whole thing, and I went along with my business. However, in the months that followed, I began receiving hostile sounding messages from phony looking profiles on both Manhunt and Grindr. Most of them were blank and contained little to no information about the user. The messages were tinged with a strange, bitter tone, and the sender acted like he knew me. He'd say things like, "You're a shallow little prick," "You're fucking ugly inside," and "Someone's gonna teach you a lesson someday." They actually really started to creep me out after I repeatedly blocked the person, and they would come back with another blank profile and continue to message me. I had a feeling who it was. One night, sometime around early March I believe, it was getting late and I was feeling kind of horny, so I turned on Grindr and I started browsing. I messaged this one guy without a picture but some stats like a football player. My philosophy is that I can always ask for a face picture after I say hello, because some guys are very closeted. We began chatting. We exchanged pictures, and he seems not only legitimate, but hot. We discussed meeting up, and he says he lives in Concord. Well, it's getting really late. Concord is an hour away, and it's fucking freezing out. It's still very cold during March in New Hampshire. I was not thinking with the head on my shoulders though. So I got dressed, pulled on my parka, and hopped in my car to make the hour-long drive. We continued to chat using Grindr on my way down, but as I neared the city and began asking exactly where to go, the conversation took a weird turn. He gave me an address, but said that he wanted me to wait outside because his parents were asleep, and that he was going to sneak downstairs to unlock the door. Then, he would go back in his room and text me when it's unlocked, so that I could walk in and up to his room on the right. This was the strangest set of instructions I had ever received. But what was even more strange was that he didn't want me to turn on a single light as I walked into his house, up the stairs, and then into his room for fear of waking up his parents. At this point, I've already parked the car on the populated yet entirely dead street, and I began counting the ascending numbers to the house. I find myself in front of a large, blue Victorian house that needs a little taking care of, with no light coming from any of the windows. Now I am creeped out. I message him and let him know that I'm outside, and I wait for some sort of light to come on. He tells me to wait, because his dad just got up to get a drink or something, but no lights come on in the house. I am getting seriously creeped out and impatient while waiting, and decide to tell him I'm leaving. I start walking, and all of a sudden, he reveals to me that he gave me the wrong address, and that I should be at X number on X street instead. I'm feeling beyond weirded out, and actually kind of pissed off. I was just standing outside of this random house for 10 minutes in the cold and dark night, only to find out he deliberately gave me the wrong address. I honestly want to go home now, but my other head is really banking on the possibility of this being good. And I just drove a fucking hour, so I pull out my iPhone and mapped it out. It didn't take me long to realize the new address was in my line of vision and sat across the street at a small intersection that led to more houses. I moved towards the house. This one, a large white colonial house with green shutters and an orange street lamp that shined down upon it. I let him know that I'm outside, although no lights are showing through the windows. This time, he says the door is unlocked. He wants me to come upstairs in the dark and enter his room. Then, feel for a mattress and get down on it. He says he wants me to just feel what's happening instead of seeing it, and assures me it will be so hot. Fuck no, I think, beginning to give in to the impending fear taking hold of me. But in a last-ditch effort from my other head, I give him an ultimatum. Either come down here, open the door, and let me in with the lights on, or I'm leaving. He says he'll comply, and I wait, now excited for this hot, straight football player to come and open the door. I stare with a shaky, adrenaline-fueled gaze at the door for what seems like forever when I sense movement. Yes, he's actually coming down. The door pushes slowly outward, and that's when I saw, emerging from the darkness, his face, his teeth, washed in the orange light from the street lamp. This was not who I thought I was meeting. An icy, stabbing chill washed over me as we made eye contact, and he gestured for me to come inside. I knew who this was. This was the man who has been contacting me. I looked at him and yelled, "No! Fuck no!" And I started half running, half walking away from the house and back to my car. I looked back after a few seconds, and he was watching me from the door. I got to my car and quickly got in, locked the doors, and sped home.
I've been a long-time lurker of Let's Not Meet, and I have a story of my own that still haunts me to this day. Let me set the scene for you. I was 7, currently 25, and my mother was dating a man with a daughter who was about 15. Her name was Christy. While she did not live with us, she did stay with us on some weekends. The reason this is important will come into play a little later. I grew up in a moderately isolated area in the south. My mother's house is on about 90 acres, most of it being heavily wooded. For the most part, it was quiet. The type of place where people didn't lock their doors and everyone knows each other. It was quiet until one sequence of events that shook my community to its core. There was a man just 2 streets over from mine who murdered his girlfriend's entire family, including her, in their home over a dinner about 2 weeks before this event took place. It was also learned later that he had also murdered his mother and father in their home, as they were found after his girlfriend's family was. He hadn't been caught, and the local police were working with the police in Tennessee as there had been reportings of people sighting him there. My mother had gotten a security system installed, just to ensure that our home was properly secured. We had alarms on every window and door in our house. On this Saturday, my mother got called into work, as she was an apartment manager and there was an emergency that she needed to tend to. Her boyfriend had gone to work early that morning. My mother was very, very nervous about leaving, and due to the nature of the emergency, she thought it would be best for Christy and I to stay at home where we were safe. Safe. So she thought. She reluctantly left and let us know that her cell phone was always going to be on her if we needed her. Christy and I promptly set the alarm and made sure all the doors were locked. My mother had been gone for about an hour, and we were deep into a movie on Disney and pizza. Suddenly, the alarm started blaring. Christy and I jumped up to see what was going on. On our way to the alarm, you have to pass a very large sliding glass door. What we saw there left us frozen. There was a man prying our door open with a crowbar. He saw us, made eye contact, and quickly ran off into the woods behind my mother's house. I will never forget what he looked like, or the sinister look he had in his eyes. We called the police, and then we called my mother, who had already been alerted by the alarm company. My mother actually arrived before the police did, due to how isolated we really were. When we described the man to the police, they immediately knew it was the man they were looking for. Of course, there was a massive investigation that day of the property and the woods surrounding us. In the woods, they found cigarette butts, lots of canned foods, soda bottles, and a makeshift tent made out of a tarp. The man had been living behind us the entire time, and even stealing food out of our trash. When he was arrested, which was a few hours after the incident, he had admitted to watching our family and learning our habits, knowing that he could take advantage of the house when no one was there. Even now, as an adult, this event follows me. Just goes to show, you really never know who is watching you.
It all started on St. Patrick's Day, in a small town when I met a lanky guy that seemed like fun company. The sun was setting and he said he had some fireworks he could show off. And, having never seen fireworks up close, I agreed. Me, him, and a mutual friend walked to his house, and the fireworks were disappointing, but at least not dangerous. On the way back to town, he started flirting. Now, he was tall, very tall, compared to me. I'd say definitely over 6 foot, and I'm about 5'3". I thought he was kinda cute, so I flirted back. He decided to say, "I almost want to make a move, but I don't want to scare you." I said go ahead, and he grabbed me. He licked my neck and grabbed my crotch through my jeans. I was shocked. No one had seen this happen except for the 3 of us in a dark alley around 8 p.m. Somehow I forgave him. I thought he was just, I don't know, bad at these things. That maybe he was drunk or tired or something. I remained friends with him. He was one of the only friends I had. It was now summer. I was bored, and I went to his house alone, without telling my parents. They would just be worried for no reason. It looked dusty and old, like peeling paint, and a blanket of dust in some rooms. And something didn't feel right at all. I heard a dog, and it sounded big. It was in the yard. I went into his bedroom, and he closed the door, and there were holes in it. All over it. Holes and slices. When he's mad, he stabs the door, he told me. I was between him and the door. I remember looking past him, and seeing a fish tank before hearing something and flinching. He had thrown a knife into the door. It was impaled into the wood next to me, and now he was laughing because I flinched. "I knew that would scare you," was what he said. I looked back at the fish tank. It was loud. He opened the door. He told me something that still haunts me. He looked me right in the eyes, so close, and at least a foot taller. Oddly, I remember his nose more than his eyes, with how close it was. In a tone somewhere between small talk and the kind of sound like you were complimenting someone's looks. "I could kill you so easily right now." Struggling to keep the fear out of my voice after I forced a laugh, I said I'd rather sit outside together, rather than inside with all the dust. I told him I was going to go get some ice cream because he was not allowed to leave his house after his last suicide threat. I tried to keep steady as I walked in the general direction of the Carvel. I made sure I was out of his sight. I called my mom and asked to be picked up. Told her I wanted to be picked up because I was bored. She said she could get me within an hour. I decided to spend that hour on the other side of town, in the library. She said something like I looked sick. I told her it was just the heat, and she believed me.
I started working at my current summer/part-time job last spring. I'm situated in a large old building that used to be a country club, but it fell into disrepair about 10 years ago. Although there's nothing paranormal about my story, it's just maybe worth mentioning that the former manager committed suicide in the main office upstairs when they went out of business. It adds to the unsettling quality of this place. Along with that, so do the seemingly never-ending hallways and passages, innumerable hidey holes and half-empty pools, and other strange, unused parts of the building, like a secret shower room, sauna, and a tunnel of storage areas that connect the men's and women's bathrooms. There are also a lot of doors to the outside of this place. But currently, we only use one small room for the golf course check-in, the kitchen, and one dining room for the restaurant upstairs. And then one small cafe for early morning golfers to get their tea and beer. The cafe area is where I work. In the summer, we clock in to open the cafe before 6 a.m. This is often before the sun comes up. The golf course people come in pretty shortly after, but I would be the first person in the building every morning. I would unlock the front door, disarm the alarm, walk downstairs in the dark, unlock this cage that's there to keep the drunks from the bar upstairs from coming down and wandering. I'd then crawl along the long, dark hallway with no windows just to get to the light switch at the end of the hall. This always creeps me out, and I end up holding my keys between my fingers like brass knuckles. Mind you, I'm a woman in my mid-20s, and I lived in plenty of bad neighborhood. I'd ninja slide down the walls on the opposite side of whatever doorway is coming, just because it's pitch black, and I'm a scaredy bear. By the time I get to the end of the hall and flip on the light, my heart is always pounding out of my chest as I struggle to find the right key to let me into the cafe. The whole situation started when Tim, a golf course employee, mentioned that he kept shutting the door between the men's locker room and the storage area that leads to the women's, and every time he would go back in there, it would be open again. This, along with some strange noises, was fodder for the bar regulars upstairs to claim this place was haunted by the old manager and whomever else they say died within these halls. Travis, co-worker in the cafe, also mentioned that a few minutes after he opened, he went into the men's locker room and noticed that it was steamy and smelled like soap. So he went into the shower room to investigate, and everything was soaking wet and still hot. He was the only person who was supposed to be there at that time of day, but didn't see anyone, so he just let it go. A couple months later, Tim noticed this weird side door that you had to climb up a rickety old staircase on the side of the building. He saw that it wasn't shutting correctly, so he fixed it and locked it. He just didn't think anything more of it. Shortly after, someone from the golf course came over to tell me that they had found someone's entire life packed away into one of their hundreds of lockers that no one used. They thought that someone was living in the storage room between the men's and the women's bathrooms. He must have been coming in before the golf course people set the alarms when they left in the evenings, and leaving after the cafe person would come in and turn off the alarm in the morning. So that means every morning, as I was blindingly shuffled my way down that long, dark hallway alone, one of those pitch black doorways actually did have someone hiding behind it. A few days later, a red-faced, angry, bald man in Vietnam-era Army-issued glasses came into the cafe and started screaming, puffing and flailing his arms around, yelling about his stuff getting thrown out. He went over to berate one of the golf course people, so they asked him about the contents of the locker. His answers about specific items led them to realize that this is the man who was secretly living in one of the buildings in the many dark hallways. I never found out much about him, but watching him scream about his stuff made it clear that he wasn't 100% rational. I still work there and do a darkness shuffle down the hall every morning when I work. And although they say everything is on the up and up with the alarms and the doors locking, it still creeps me the hell out. There have been some other creepy things that have happened in this place recently to make me think that this isn't all over with, which I'll post separately if anyone's interested.
This happened about a year ago. I'm a 30-year-old white male, and this is in the Deep South. I had relocated to Georgia from Texas about 6 months prior to take a higher paying position within my company. I had managed to make a few good friends in the short time I'd lived there. It was the first Friday of the month in November, which was a pretty big deal in this city. All the bars downtown had drink specials, live music, and events scheduled for First Friday. Downtown was relatively crowded considering how cold it was out. I met a couple of friends at a local punk bar and we started drinking. One of my friends, Adam, was going through a separation and inevitable divorce and was pretty upset about it. After a few hours of heavy drinking, I decided to part ways with my friends and head a few blocks down the main street to a different bar. It was a little after midnight and there were still quite a few people roaming the streets. As I was entering the next bar, I ran into Adam's wife, Becca. She was out with a couple of girlfriends, and she told me she was heading to the bar I had just left. As soon as she left, I immediately called Adam to give him a heads up. I had a few more drinks and talked to some people I knew casually. Before long, the lights came on and I closed my tab and started preparing for the walk back. I decided to call my friends and try to get a ride, as I felt like I was just a little too drunk to drive home safely. They told me to meet them in front of the first bar and they would drive me home. On First Fridays in this city, you could take your drinks out of the bar and onto the street as long as you pour them into a solo cup. Most of the bars had a stack at the door before you exited. I poured the rest of my beer into a cup and headed out the door. I was about halfway back to the first bar when I ran into Becca again. She was very drunk and had obviously been crying. She started asking me questions about Adam. Did he say anything about me? Do you think he still loves me? Etc. I tried to calm her down without getting too involved when a man walked out of the shadows and stood about a foot from us like he was part of the conversation. This guy was obviously drunk. He was holding a blue solo cup, so I figured he must have just left the bar too. He was tall, about 6'2", and relatively clean cut. His eyes were a little crazy, to the point that I believed he may have been on some other drugs as well. We tried to ignore him, and for about a minute, he says nothing. Finally, he asked what I was drinking. I was still holding the solo cup I got when I left the bar. I told him I was drinking beer. He raised his cup and we drank. I shrugged him off as just being an annoying drunk. But then he started getting into our conversation. "Is this your boyfriend?" he asked Becca. "Yes," I said, sensing that she was feeling uneasy. He had been inching closer to her. Adam's wife was very attractive and dressed for a night out. Although annoying, I didn't think it was particularly odd that some drunk asshole was trying to talk to her. We again tried to carry on our conversation, hoping this guy would get the hint and leave when out of the blue, he said, "You can do better." That was about all I could take. I said, "Fuck you," and started taking my jacket off. I was pissed. This guy takes off running down the street and I follow. Becca is trailing behind me, telling me to stop, and it's not worth it. She was right. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, a taxi cab pulled up to the curb, right in front of this guy, and he hops in with me still running after him. I grabbed the open door and told him to get out. He started yelling at the confused taxi driver, "Go!" Becca catches up and grabs my arm and tells me again to stop. I turn around, and for the split second it takes to look at her, this guy leans out of the car and throws his drink in Becca's face. Now furious, she starts punching him wildly as I grab the door and jam and kick this guy in the face. The taxi driver peels out and leaves Adam's wife and I standing in the dust. She is soaking wet and very pissed. I gathered up my jacket and put it on when she screamed. I turned around and she said, "It's piss. It's fucking piss." The drink he had thrown in her face that was covering her clothes, face, and dripping from her hair was urine. This guy had given me cheers with that cup, and I watched him drink a mouthful of it. Crazy drunk, piss-drinking guy. Let's not meet.
Long-time lurker, first-time poster. This happened back when I was 21 and living downtown with my boyfriend. I'd just found out that my boyfriend, who I'd been with for almost 4 years, had been cheating on me. We were invited to a Halloween party that night and had initially declined the invite. But then I found out about the cheating and told him I was going. He could stay at home if he wanted. We were in the process of breaking up and dividing our assets. Anyway, the breakup is relevant to my frame of mind. We lived in a rather sketchy area downtown, one of those brand new apartments built in a slummy area sort of things. And any other night, I'm the type who keeps the windows up, all the doors locked, until out of the area immediately surrounding our apartment. However, my mind was understandably elsewhere, and I had both driver and passenger windows down so I could smoke a cigarette. first red light I came to on the way to the party was still in the shady part of town. I'm the first car at the lights, so I have a full view of the 20-something guy crossing the crosswalk left to right in front of my car. Suddenly, he looks over and makes eye contact with me. I'm flicking ash from my cigarette out the window at this point and may have done a polite head nod. Can't remember. Next thing I know, he picks up his pace, walks over to my passenger window, leans into my car, and asks if he can have a light. When flustered, I tend to be polite, so without really thinking, I hand him my lighter. I was totally prepared to just pull away when the light turned green and let him have it. That's when, instead of reaching for the lighter, he reaches into my car and lets himself in. Just sits down like we're old friends. At this point, the light turns green, and I grab my purse and wedge it in between my left leg and the driver's side door. Apparently, I was more concerned with being robbed than the darker alternative. He thanks me for giving him a ride, and I slowly pull away from the stoplight, cars are behind me, and ask him why he got into my car. He replies that he could tell I just wanted to give him a ride, and launches into an obviously fabricated story about needing a ride because his girlfriend had just broken up with him and left him stranded downtown. I tell him I'd take him to the nearest gas station as I needed to get gas. I didn't, but this is the closest place to our location, which was well lit and sure to have people. The gas station was only about 6 blocks away, but was the longest 6 blocks of my life. He tells me I'm pretty and asks me if I can have money so he can get a cab home. Like I'm an idiot. I offer him the $4 in quarters I keep in my car for putting in parking meters. At this point, I think I was just ready to make him stop talking and leave me alone. Instead, he starts throwing the quarters one by one down the cleavage of my shirt. What the fuck? I ask him to stop. He just laughs. Then I see it. The gas station. I pull in and tell him we need to both get out so I can pump. He hesitates and then gets out. I've never locked my car door so fast in my life. I walk inside, telling him I need to prepay. Instead, I find the first group of people I can. College town and Halloween weekend, so they're out in costumed droves. And explain the situation. At this time, a guy with the group I'm talking with comes to tell his buddies that a guy is out there telling him that I'm his girlfriend, and that I accidentally drove away with my purse on top of my car. No. The group of college kids ended up going outside, making him leave, and then sticking around until I was back in my car and on my way. I have no idea what your intentions were, unwanted hitchhiker downtown, but let's never meet again.
Number 1. This must have happened about a year ago now, around Halloween. And to this day, it still creeps me the fuck out. Me and my twin sister, Lauren, both 20 now, had moved into our first flat 3 months before this happened. Our parents helped us move into the flat. My dad hiring a van to get all of our stuff, and the whole family, including my older brother Sam, who was visiting from England, helped us move furniture and numerous boxes into the flat. Our family helped us settle in, and luckily enough, our flat was actually next door to one of our dad's old friends, Danny, which was great as we hadn't seen him or his wife in about 10 years. The neighborhood we live in, which is a smallish village, about an hour or so from Glasgow in Scotland, is 99% of the time really quiet, and everybody around the area is really nice, but this one night, something wasn't quite right. Like I've said already, we had only really got used to the area we were living in. But after what happened this one night, I always have my wits about me now. It was a dark winter's night in late October/early November. A Thursday, I think. My sister and I decided to stay up until about 1:30 in the morning. as we sometimes did after a long week at college. We'd stay up drinking, stuffing our faces, and talking about random stuff like acting, the subject we were both studying, motorbikes, guys, and some bitching too, just like any normal young women would do. We then decided to put the lights out and go to bed as we had grown tired. I'd do the normal nightly routine like check everything was turned off and the door was locked, which it was thankfully, as a few nights previously I had forgotten to lock it, so we both went to bed and fell asleep as usual. Just to set the layout of the flat, me and my sister were on the first floor, above an old woman, Betty, who is rather lovely, but we don't see her very often. Our bedroom is right next to the porch and the front door, and our bedroom window looks out onto the street. It was about 4 a.m. when we awoke to a loud knocking at our door. I was expecting a parcel the next day, so initially thought it would be the postman. But that's when I checked the time on my phone, which I usually leave on in case of emergencies, and it was 4:30 in the morning. Still being tired and disoriented, I realized it was far too dark to be about 10 a.m. when the postman usually came, even though the mornings were much darker now during the winter months. The banging on the door lasted about what felt like 20 minutes, but was probably less. Me and my sister were too scared to move from our beds, only whispering quietly to each other to just ignore the banging on the door. Neither of us were very comfortable about answering the door to a stranger knocking at an ungodly hour. I don't usually answer the door to strangers, or even answer mobile numbers I don't recognize. The banging stopped suddenly, and I heard heavy footsteps descend down the stairs next to the wall near my head. Everything fell silent for a few minutes. I tried to settle back down, but my adrenaline was going crazy. I could feel my legs shaking. I was so nervy about whoever it was outside. There was no way I was getting back to sleep. Then I saw the flashing of a torch through our bedroom window. It flashed at least 3 times, but maybe more. Then it stopped. I then heard what sounded like the man talking on the phone to someone, or having a conversation with someone outside, sounding a bit agitated and angry. I didn't look outside of our bedroom window in case the man saw me, but a few minutes later, I heard the rumbling of a car engine below me. I then assumed that he came in his car. His voice became increasingly explosive as I became more and more scared. It got to the point where I was about to phone the police, but then I heard the man opening his car door and leaving swiftly along the street. I don't know who the man was or what he wanted, but I didn't sleep at all that night. And for the next few days after that, every single noise would give me a fright. I was scared that whoever it was going to come back. In the end, I thought that it was someone with the wrong address, or maybe just a drunk guy, but about a week later, we got a knock at about 6:30 in the evening, which was unusual for such a quiet area, and neither me or my sister were expecting any mail packages or shopping to be delivered, so I decided to open the door to whoever had knocked. Initially, I thought it was our neighbor, as he had been round once before to see how we were settling in, but not this time. It was a woman who was dressed in a suit and looked very professional, her hair up in a tight bun and holding a clipboard. I was a bit anxious and wondered who the hell she was. I looked down at her name badge, but I can't remember her name now. Let's call her Molly. Molly said she worked for the criminal courts and was looking for a guy, let's call him Thomas, who had previously been a tenant at this flat before we moved in a few months before. Molly mentioned something to do with money, but the visit was so vague, I don't really remember what she said. She asked if the man lived here. I said no, just me and my sister. She asked when we moved in and what letting agency we were with, but I think it was just to confirm that we did live there. She seemed nice enough, got what she wanted, and left, so I'm guessing money is the reason why the creepy guy turned up a few nights previously, banging loudly on our door. I'm so glad I didn't answer the door that night, and that I made sure it was locked. Fuck knows what would have happened if he thought that we were the man he and the courts were looking for. I am happy to say, since then, we have had no further disturbances at our flat, but it still gives me the chills just thinking about it. I just hope this creep never comes back. Number 2. So this just happened to me today, and I'm still traumatized over it. I'm a female in my early 20s and was on my way to a job interview. I live in the capital of my country and the interview was in the city center. I don't drive, so I have to use public transport. To get to my interview, I had to walk through some shady parts of the inner city center, which is unpleasant on any given day, but as it gets dark by 5 p.m., it's even worse. Anyway, I got to the street my interview was at, but I couldn't find the building it was in. I tried ringing the company to ask for directions, but their phones kept ringing out. After about 15 minutes of walking up and down the same street to no avail, I noticed I was nearing the time for my interview. I decided to enter this old man's pub, as I like to call them. Basically the local pub where all the old farts and unemployed people usually spend their evenings getting pissed. I forgot to mention I was wearing a black dress, black blazer, tights, and small office-type heels, so I must have stuck out like a sore thumb. I walked up to the barman and I asked him if he knew where the building I was looking for was. But before he even got a chance to answer, this fella in his mid-20s asked me, "Is it for an interview?" My attire obviously gave me away. I said yes, and he said with a half-lipped smile, "I know where that is. It's at my house." I kind of half laughed and tried to turn my back to him. The barman had gone to the other side of the bar, so I was waiting for him to come back to continue asking for directions to the building. Then, out of nowhere, it seems another fella in his mid-20s pops up on a bar stool beside me, so now I'm sandwiched between these two dudes. Thinking that the other dude who just came over might not be as creepy, I asked him if he knew where I was looking for. "Are you doing a presentation?" he asked. "No, it's for a job interview." "I was hoping it was for a presentation so you could show me your slides," he said while breaking into a creepy laugh and high-fiving the other guy over my head. Screw this, I thought, and pushed my way through them leaving the pub. By the time I got outside, it was pitch black, and I was late for my interview. I just wanted to go home. As I was walking down the street, I noticed that the two creepers had followed me out of the pub and were about 20 feet behind me. One shouted, "Come back, love, we just want to see your slit." And the other one threw something at me that felt like a small stone. I was absolutely terrified. Even though there were people around, I felt so scared and alone. As I was crossing by a set of traffic lights, they caught up to me and both stood on either side of me. One of them said, "Let's go for a walk, then go back to my place." So nonchalantly, he then linked his arm into mine and was pulling me across the road, while the other one kept laughing and rubbing my back. I was thinking, what the fuck? How is this happening on a populated street in front of tons of people? I screamed and pulled my arm away from him, telling him I will kick him in the balls if he didn't get his fucking hands off me. An older man about 10 feet in front of us heard the commotion and asked if everything was okay. That's when one of the dudes says, "This is my girlfriend. She's only joking. Don't worry, we are on our way back to my place. Thanks though, bud." I was stuck for words. I couldn't believe this fuck had the balls to try and abduct me in a populated area in the middle of the evening. The old man must have seen the fear in my eyes because he didn't buy it. "I don't think so, pal. Leave her alone or I'll break your neck." The dude closest to me pushed me and the two of them took off running. I thanked the man profusely for what he did. He wanted me to call the police, but I just wanted to go home. So he walked me to a nearby taxi rank and offered to pay my fare home. Of course I refused. I was already so grateful to him I couldn't take his money as well. The whole ride home I could not stop shaking, and I'm still very upset and shaken up as I write this. Creepy would-be rapists / abductors, let's not meet again. Number 3. Hello there. My name is Zach. This all started in the summer of 2015, back when I worked at the Walmart of my town, pushing carts. I'm not sure the exact date it all started, although I do recall it was around the 4th of July. It all started with a simple call over my radio with a request to help someone load their items into their car. Glad to get out of the hot summer heat, if only for a few moments. I responded quickly, saying I'd be right over it, and hurried in. I walked over to the register where the customer had requested assistance. The customer was a heavy-set, middle-aged man who had purchased a 52-inch flat screen. I greeted the man with a warm hello and a smile, which he returned. The man stood at about 6'8" and spoke with a deep southern accent. He offered his hand for me to shake, which I did before he led me to his van. On the way, he made small talk with me, asking how my day was, how old I was, if I liked my job, etc. I answered all his questions honestly, saying that my day was going fine so far, that I was 19, and I could have a worse job than this. We got to his gray van and worked together to load his TV into the back. Before parting ways, he asked me where I lived and if I lived alone. Now this wasn't unusual, as a few other customers had asked me this before in the past. I simply said no. I stayed with my grandparents, having been too poor to afford to live by myself at the time, and I lived a mile or two out of town. I took the man's cart, wished him a good day, and walked off. It was a few days after that I realized, whenever I worked, that gray van would be in the parking lot. I didn't think too much of it, as it wasn't unusual for people to shop at Walmart every single day, so I would just go about my work. That was until a week afterwards when, after noticing the same gray van, I turned to a fellow cart pusher named Joe and said, "That gray van is always here." Joe nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I know, dude. Although it's strange, I've only ever seen that van here when you're working." Confused, I asked what he meant. He responded, "I've only ever seen that van here during your shift. It leaves shortly after you do when you clock out." I found that to be a little strange, but I blew it off as a coincidence. One day, I noticed that gray van would follow me everywhere I went. I don't own a car, so I walk everywhere I go. I don't really mind as I enjoy walking. Again, I would just chalk up the van always following me as a coincidence. Pretty sure the van was just heading in the same direction. Although I always found it odd that the van never drove past me as I walked, but always hung back, not caring if it was holding up traffic. Red flags didn't start going off until I spotted that gray van trailing me on a Wednesday night as I was walking back home from my youth group meeting at church. At first I just brushed it off as usual, until it followed me out of town. Normally it would turn away when I left city limits, but this time, it continued to follow me. I started to feel as though something wasn't right about this, and I began to wish I had my pocket knife on me, just in case. The van followed me until I walked into my driveway before turning off. I got the chills at this point, and I made sure to lock the doors when I entered my house. The next night, I was walking home in the dark again after a men's group Bible study. The memory of last night was burned in my mind, and I decided that if the van followed me to my house again, I would notify the police in the morning. Sure enough, it ended up trailing me. I gritted my teeth, sick of whoever this person was. However, the van pulled off a few feet ahead of me and stopped. The driver's side door opened and the customer who I had helped with the TV stepped out and approached me. He greeted me like everything was normal and asked me where I was headed. I told him I was headed home, making a mental note to tell the police about this guy first thing in the morning. The man continued to act friendly and offered me a ride home, stating it was too dark for me to walk home, and that weirdos might try something. I declined, saying I didn't live that far away, but he kept insisting it was too dangerous and that I should ride with him. The more I said no, the more he kept pushing for me to get in his van. It was at this point I decided I was done and started to walk past this guy when he put his hand on my arm and started pulling me to his van, stating that he was giving me a ride, whether I liked it or not. Being a 19-year-old young man, I had always thought I would be able to easily handle a situation like this should it happen. However, panic had taken over my body, and my mind raced for a way to get away from this guy. Pretty sure wherever this guy wanted to take me, it sure wasn't my house. Now, I don't know if it was a miracle or just plain luck, but at that moment a police car drove by and pulled into the nearby gas station to fill up. The man let go of my arm, wished me a good night, got into his van, and sped off. I decided to talk with the cop while he was getting gas, telling him about the past events. The cop ended up driving me home, telling me if I saw the guy again to immediately call the police. It's been months now and I haven't seen that guy again. I eventually quit my job and moved to another state starting college. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened to me if that cop hadn't drove by that night. Whoever you are, owner of that gray van, let's not meet again. Number 4. This story still creeps me out, but I'm happy to share it with you. I like to go for walks in the dark. I'm not sure if this is strange or if everyone does it, but it just makes everything really creepy. I live in a well-civilized area with a lot of friends who live extremely close to me. Around 2 kilometers from my house is a heavily wooded area. I like to follow a 4-wheel drive track when I go for my walks. It was around 9:30 p.m. on a Friday night, and I was going for a walk down the 4-wheel drive track when I heard a very light scream in the distance. I assumed it was just some kids playing, so I kept walking until I heard it again. At this point, I knew someone was in trouble. I ran for my life hoping that I could help this person. I ran for about 100 meters when I came to the end of the track and looked around. One of the first things I saw was a girl about 19 years old being held by a 40-year-old looking man. When the man saw me, he dropped the girl and legged it around the corner. I sprinted over to the woman who was busy crying, obviously shaken up. We ended up calling the police and they came and took my statement and took the girl home. I am glad that I still go for my walks. If I didn't, a girl probably would not be here today. Number 5. So this happened about 6 years ago now. I was 14 at the time, and I just moved to Australia. One of the girls in my grade was having a picnic in the park, about 30 minutes away from my house, but I was keen to make friends and so was up for a trip. Anyway, I arrive at this park at about 1 p.m. on a Saturday, and it's great. We eat potato salad, there are other families around. It's chill. But I know I have homework, so I say goodbye a little earlier to make my own way home. I was at an age that meant I was exercising my independence, so I enjoyed public transport and such. As I'm walking through a suburban area, 2 things occurred to me. The first is that it's really quiet for a midday on a weekend. The second, I've been followed since I left the park. I turned around, feeling a little startled, but it's just some guy on his bike. This isn't really unusual, but there's something about the way this 40-something man's leisurely pace that makes my skin crawl. The guy is clearly into cycling. He's geared up with sunglasses and all the lycra, but he maintained a pace just so that he was several seconds behind me. I move a little faster, speeding up to see his reaction, but sure enough, he speeds up. And as I slow down again, he ends up cycling next to me. I ignore this and just make it seem as though I'm totally unfazed. He then smiles to me and asks for the time. I inform him of the time, but he just stays there. He just keeps cycling next to me. Suddenly, he cycles very close to me and leaning towards me mutters, "I'm the type of guy who likes to have sex with young girls. Interested?" I was terrified. At 14, I didn't even look 14. I had a boyish build and terrible acne. This guy was at least 40, and he was blocking my route to the nearest houses with his bike. "No, I wouldn't," I managed to say, in an attempt at confidence. This clearly undermined whatever this guy was thinking, because he pedals off like a speeding bullet. I ran home and called the police, and they swept the area. But they never found him again. Number 6.
I've been lurking on the sub for a while and wanted to share my story. It's Thanksgiving 2011 and I was celebrating at my grandparents' farm in the little town of Seville, Florida. I had had way too much to eat that holiday and was about to leave for the drive back to school in Tallahassee. I stopped at one little gas station in town to fill up before getting on the highway. I had just finished filling up when a lady walked up to me. She was really ratty looking with crazy blonde dyed hair, but this was the backwoods of Florida, so no judgment. They were really kind people who looked like that in those parts. She started talking to me about how her car had run out of gas. She pointed over to an old junker parked over in the convenience store and asked if I could possibly give her some cash to get home. I usually don't say yes to things like that, but it was Thanksgiving weekend, so I was feeling extra generous. I told her that I'd be happy to fill up her car a little to get her home. That's when it started getting weird. She kept insisting I'd give her cash and that her car was so empty she couldn't drive to the pump. I don't know why I didn't leave right then and there, but again, I was in a really good mood. I told her if she had a gas can, I would put some in, but didn't feel comfortable giving her cash. She kept objecting, but eventually went over and pulled a gas can from her car. I started filling it up. She put her hand on me and said, "Do you have a girlfriend?" I told her no politely. She said she wanted to pay me back somehow for the gas and asked if I wanted to come to her place. I told her no, less politely. She kept touching my shoulder, thanking me, and then offered me a blowjob behind the station, so I stopped the gas pump, got in my car, and left her there with the gas can. I called my mom a little later and told her about the creepy, sleazy encounter. She paused and asked me if this lady had ratty blonde hair and looked like she was on drugs. I confirmed that, yes, that was what she looked like, and how could she know that? This lady was apparently all over the news. She was a prostitute in town and had been at a party earlier. An exchange had gone south and her baby had been kidnapped by a client of hers and left under a bush in town. She hadn't even bothered to call the police about the missing child until later. They were both arrested and charged.
Number 7.
Okay, so I'm a long-time lurker and a first-time poster, but this is a story my mom told me that took place when I was about 2 or 3 years old. It takes place in Glasgow, a city in Scotland. I've lived there since I was born, and it's generally not too bad a place for creepiness. However, this was scary. So my mom was taking my dog for a walk and carrying me. We were walking in the park, which was very big and had a big statue in the middle of it. Since we didn't have a car then, it was the closest place to walk the dog. Everything was pretty normal, until suddenly this big black car starts coming towards us. My mom says it looked very suspicious, windows tinted and stuff. There was a tall blonde woman apparently in the front, with no one else supposedly with her. The fact that a car was coming up out of the park was very strange, because it was quite late, so no one would frequent the park then. My mom was getting warning signals because the car itself and the person driving it, but she slowed down. The woman drew up beside us and gave my mom a huge, very strange smile, as if they had been best friends. Now, this is Scotland, so a lot of people know each other, but my mom had no idea who this person was. Then, the woman gave her a big wave and rolled down the window, saying, "Hello, you look like you need a lift. Would you like a lift with us?" This was creepy because there was no one else in the car that we could see. My mom also said that the woman was staring at me in particular. My mom smiled back, trying to be friendly, and politely declined. However, the woman seemed put out by this and said, "I think your dog is getting hungry. How about we give him a few treats?" My mom was definitely creeped out now, and my dog was definitely not hungry. He had eaten before we left. So she just said, "Oh, no thanks, he'll be fine." Suddenly the woman went from smiley to angry. My mom said she looked almost furious. Then she revved up the engine and took off out of the park. To this day, me and my mom still think there was someone in the back of the car because the windows were tinted heavily. Whether or not the woman meant harm, though, is undecided. But we never went to that park again.
Number 8. I'm a 17-year-old girl and I live in a rural area. My house is almost entirely visible from the road. I'm typing this almost exactly 30 minutes after it happened and I'm still shaking. 30 minutes ago at 5 a.m., I was sleeping deeply and someone slowly opened my bedroom window. My bed is literally right next to the window so I can open and close it. I was sleeping and I could hear my window slowly opening upwards since it's old and heavy. I thought I was dreaming or it was a possum because they live on the tree outside it. It's 5 a.m. and it's getting light at about this time. My bedroom is isolated and at the back of the house, but there is a complete driveway and full access to it there. And holy shit, I realize it's a person opening the window. I look through my makeshift curtain and I say, "What the fuck?" There's a figure outside my window. They slammed the window down quickly, right next to my face, when they realized there's a person less than a meter from them. I could see the figure because there is still some light, but nothing else. I start yelling, I go to my parents, etc. They check the area, but they can't see any cars or people as it's covered in trees. All in the meanwhile, I think I'm crazy. How could that have happened? Was I dreaming? But my curtain is tucked under the window, and my cat is going crazy, and I know what happened. It was terrifying. I'm sure that they were a thief. We've had some dodgy people around my area before, but I swear, when it happened, I thought it was a ghost or something. I was terrified because I've been reading a lot of this subreddit, and the subreddit No Sleep. Now I have to get ready for school. My parents are going to put a lock on my window. Update. I don't understand why someone would try to rob a house at 5 a.m. My dad's awake every morning before 5 and there is light still in the sky. If it was earlier in the night, it probably would have been way scarier. A policewoman came. She explained about crimes in the area. She looked for footprints and fingerprints but couldn't really see any, as it was raining. She was really kind, but I'm still spooked. I don't know if anyone will read this, but a few hours later, my parents discovered the window adjacent to mine had chisel marks on it, and it was fairly damaged. Obviously, this means they tried to break in through there but couldn't, and then tried my window. Number 9. I have provided links for news coverage of the following story in the video description below. This is the story that my dad shared with me. He grew up in a small suburb community of Stowe, Ohio with his parents and older sister. Across the street lived a boy named Richard Wade Cooey. He was the same age as my dad, who described him as a scrawny, red-headed troublemaker. He would spit on people as they walked by, and even set a house on fire in the neighborhood and blamed it on a kid who had special needs. Nothing he did as a child, however, could compare to the crime he committed when he was only 19 years old. My dad had just started his sophomore year of college when he heard the news. Richard and his friends Clinton and Kenneth were throwing pieces of concrete off a local bridge onto the interstate when one of them struck the vehicle of 21-year-old Wendy Ofrendo. Her friend, 20-year-old Dawn McCreary, was also in the car. They were sorority sisters who had just gotten off of work at a local restaurant. At this point, Kenneth decided he'd had enough and went home. This is when Richard and Clinton came up with their evil scheme. Both of the young men approached the girls, offering them help, offering to give them a ride. They drove the girls to a shopping center where they told them to call their parents and let them know they were alright. The two then forced the girls back into the car, tied their hands together, and drove them to a field behind the local mall where they raped, stabbed, and tortured them for 3 grueling hours. They abandoned their bodies in the field, but only after they carved large X's on their stomachs. Richard and Clinton then decided they wanted to sell the girls' clothing and jewelry to make some extra cash. When Richard couldn't find a buyer for the items, he burned them in his backyard, which woke my grandparents. My grandfather called the police to report what he thought was yet another neighborhood disturbance from Richard. The police gathered the items for evidence, and after finding Wendy's abandoned car, they arrested Richard and began the investigation. Clinton and Richard were both arrested and charged with the murders. They had found a bloody pocket knife used to stab Wendy in the neck in Clinton's pocket when he was arrested, and some of the burned items still had traces of the girl's blood. Since Clinton was only 17, he was spared the death sentence and currently is serving life in prison. Richard, however, was given the death penalty. On October 14th, 2003, at 10 a.m., Richard was executed by lethal injection. Wendy's family was present at the execution. Every time I visit my grandparents and look across the street at that house, I can't help but to get the chills. Richard, I'm glad we never met, and I'm certainly glad my dad was smart enough to not become your friend growing up. Number 10. It was March during spring break. I was 16 at the time, and me and about 20 people went out into the woods in Surrey County and got a cabin on this nice little retreat center. We planned on staying there for 4 days. For a bit more detail, the cabin was surrounded on all sides by woods. To the west of the cabin are some hunting trails and a creepy abandoned trailer next to a small clearing with a single pine tree in the center. To the east, there was a large field. At the far end of the field, there is a slope leading down to a beach. When going to the slope to the right, there is an area of higher elevation, and to the left was a valley that could be accessed from the beach. On the last night, a group of about 8 of us decided we'd go down to the beach and sit around and sing songs while playing guitars. It was about 11 p.m. Everything was going fine, and then 3 of the guys decided to head back to the cabin and get some food. They were only gone for 10 minutes before one of the guys got a call from his brother. His reaction to the call made it seem like something happened or someone was hurt. When he got off the phone, he said, "We have to leave right fucking now," in a very hushed and panicky voice. We all asked why, and he told us that while the others were walking back, they had found a rabbit at the top of the trail with his head cut clean off. Not ripped off like an animal doing it, but cut like someone took a knife to the rabbit. We automatically thought they had to be fucking with us. We began walking back, brandishing the guitar and a metal pipe as weapons in case they really weren't fucking with us. About halfway up the hill, we hear rustling and twigs snapping to our right where the valley is. It sounded like someone was walking up the side of the steep slope, which would not be possible without climbing gear. We stopped moving, but the movement and noise continued. We told them to knock it the fuck off if it was a joke and it wasn't funny. The movement to the right stopped very suddenly. We kept going, and once we neared the top of the hill, I turned on my phone's flashlight, and right on the ground in front of me lay a rabbit with its head cut off. We took off running and heard someone or something come out of the woods. We didn't stop running until we got back to the cabin. When we got to the cabin, we found all the guys sitting inside. We locked up every door and all of the windows. Me and 2 of the other guys stayed up all night to keep watch and make sure whatever it was didn't follow us to the cabin. We fell asleep around 6:30 a.m. We awoke around 8 a.m. to one of the girls screaming about a rabbit's head on the front porch. Number 11. I'm a 5'3" female, presently gender fluid 17-year-old. When I was 16, me and my girlfriend, who's about 5'7" and easily stronger than me, went to the mall because we both had the same stuff we needed to pick up. As a bit of backstory, my ex, who is still my friend to this day, is a total fucking badass, and not in the way where she looks cool. I mean, she does, but that's not the point. She's badass in the way where she knows how to throw knives, was a master archer at like age 10, and held her own in a fight because her parents ran a bounty hunting service at the time. Anyway, we were leaving a store, holding hands the whole time because we were fucking adorable, and she turned to kiss my cheek, and right before she turned to face ahead again, she whispered in my ear, "We're being followed. Giggle when I turn forward, and don't turn around." My blood ran cold, and I stared at her for a second before she smiled at me. I forced a laugh and squeezed her hand out of nervousness. We live in Texas, so radical homophobes aren't exactly uncommon. I personally know a few LGBT friends who've gotten jumped or almost raped by people like this, so I was very scared. I began to focus into what they're saying, and as I thought, they were talking about the fucking dykes in front of them. Thanks. I leaned over to tell her what I heard, and she squeezed my hand, silently telling me that she knows and she's listening. My hearing's never been the best, and the mall was fairly busy, so I couldn't easily decipher what they were saying after that. I guess she heard something though, because her grip tightened, and when I looked at her, she actually looked nervous, which obviously isn't a look I'd seen on her before. She always carries a pocket knife on her, and now was no exception. We headed to the bathroom at this time, a very desolate part of the mall, so as soon as we were clear of everyone's eyes, except who we were being followed by, she took it as an opportunity to show them who exactly they were dealing with. She pulled out her knife and put it in her back pocket to show them she had it. When they kept following us, she pulled it back out, stopped walking, and opened it. She cracked her neck, and I heard one of the guys mutter, "Shit." They walked past us, glancing back when they were about 10 feet ahead. I'm just lucky my ex-girlfriend was fucking awesome. And I'm just glad those homophobic dickheads fucked off. Number 12. I was 8 years old when this happened. It was a hot summer day, so my dad asked me if I wanted to go to the pool. I of course said yes, so we took a couple of towels and went to the pool. We left our stuff under a tree and went to the water. This is a really big pool. It's about 40 meters long. I'm not sure how to explain this, but on one side there is a pool and on the other side is a river. My dad loves fishing, so we went to the other side to see if someone was fishing. He ran into his old buddy and they started talking. I was really bored, so I asked my dad if I can walk for a little bit. He said yes. This is a pretty safe little town where nothing ever happened, so kids were free to do anything they wanted. I went to the other side of the pool, and my dad was still talking to his friend, and after a while, I couldn't see them anymore. I was in the water when I noticed this old creep staring at me. I just looked at him and started swimming. He asked me if I wanted him to help me swim. I said no. Then he asked me how old I was. I was pretty confused, so I told him my real age. Then he started hugging me. I told him to leave me alone, but then he started kissing me and touching my lady parts. Nobody seemed to notice. I was trying to scream, but his hand was on my mouth. When he took me out of the water, I bit his finger and kicked him in the balls. I started running as fast as I could, and he started chasing me. Luckily, I was faster than him. He stopped at the middle of the pool and went back. I ran to my dad and I asked him if we could go home. He asked me why, but I just started to scream that I wanted to go home, so we took our stuff and went home. I never told him. I never told anybody. Creep from the pool? I hope I never see you again. Number 13.
This happened when I was around 12 or 13. My parents and I were going on a trip for a couple days, and while they were getting our stuff inside the house, they told me to stay outside and watch the car. it was daylight and this is a safe neighborhood. I'm outside for a couple minutes sitting down on the lawn and I see a pickup truck pull across the street and this old-looking man gets out of the truck and comes towards me. I get up and he starts telling me he sells homemade chairs and that he has one in the back of his truck that he can show me. He seemed off to me, so I told him I was going to ask my parents. So I'm rushing to the door and start knocking. Our outside door locks automatically. My mom comes out and I tell her what the man told me, but he interrupts me and tells her I called him over or that I needed help or something like that, which my mom knew was a lie. My mom told him she was going to call the cops and then he left. My dad had to calm her down since she was freaking out and thinking that the guy was going to take me, and after she was calm, we continued putting things in the car. So, the weird part of this was when the man's car was following us a while later. My dad was so pissed off that he braked the car and pulled over to the side and actually tried to follow the man's car and get his license plate. The man sped away, so we lost him by then, and it left us pretty scared for a few months since he knew where we lived. Even though it's been a few years, I still don't like being outside alone anymore.
Number 14.
Hi there. This is my first post, so I apologize if I make any mistakes. But after looking for a while, I just had to share this story told to me by one of my coworkers. So one summer, a few years ago, he and her then boyfriend and now husband decided to go to Ontario to visit friends and family. While there, they made the decision to camp out over the weekend by one of the many lakes scattered throughout the province. One campground they had been directed to by friends was beautiful but absolutely packed with holiday goers, and if you're anything like them or myself, you find the more solitude provided by a campground, the better. So they chose instead to head down the road a little further, where they had seen signs for another campground. The new site was breathtaking, she said. Absolutely stunning, with huge maple trees and a sandy beach, with the waves gently lapping against the shore. However, it was dead empty. Not a single camper or tent in the entire place. But they just couldn't understand why people were choosing to shove themselves into a packed campground, while another perfectly acceptable location was just a few kilometers down the road. They didn't think much more of it after that, and simply paid for the night and set up a tent while going about their evening business, hanging out around the fire and taking in the lovely surroundings. She told me they went to bed roughly around 11:30 p.m., just after it got dark. My coworker awoke in the middle of the night to a strange feeling. She knew something was wrong, but couldn't put her finger on it immediately in her sleepy haze. She lay there in the pitch black for a while, and rather than drifting back to sleep, her feeling of unease grew as she pulled further awake. Suddenly, she realized what was wrong. There was breathing. Extra breathing. Not that of herself or her boyfriend, but the sound of someone else just beyond the walls of their tent. She lay quietly for a second, making sure what she heard wasn't only her imagination. Fear gripping her heart and taking her breath from her lungs. Slowly and quietly, she shook her boyfriend awake, urging him to be silent. He gripped her hand as he too heard the sound of another person outside the tent. Neither of them had any idea what to do. Sure, they could emerge from the tent and confront the person, but what if there was more than one hiding in the dark? What if they had a weapon? My coworker and her boyfriend didn't have anything to defend themselves with other than basic camping necessities, so they spent the night wide awake, listening, while whoever was standing just beyond the protection of the tent breathed easy, occasionally moving from one side of the shelter to the other, but never doing anything more than lurking. The next morning, as the sun came up, they heard footsteps of someone slowly walking away from the tent. They immediately packed all of their belongings and left the site, now having a very good idea of why such a lovely campsite had been so incredibly empty. On their way out, they informed the owner of the campground of their nighttime visitor. It was an elderly couple who claimed to have no idea who it could have been, or why someone would spend the entire night watching their tent. Regardless, they left quickly and never went back. To this day, she still says it was one of the most unsettling and scary nights of her life.
Number 15. My husband works nights sometimes. His shifts rotate, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., 9 p.m. to 9 a.m., that sort of thing. I wasn't too bothered by it until the other night. We live in a fourplex, one beside and two behind, all on a single level. Since I'm not working yet, I'm pretty familiar with the comings and goings of my neighbors. Heck, I even know what everyone's cars sound like. It was probably just after midnight and I was talking to some friends over Skype when I heard the door handle jiggle. At first, I thought maybe my husband was home early and I got up to greet him. Then, quickly realized I hadn't heard his work boots on the gravel or his car. I went really still and I kept listening, just in case I was mistaken. Finally, I yelled, "Hello?" Just silence. Then I heard something in the lock. My husband likes me to be protected, so he bought us a couple of guns. I grabbed the shotgun and pumped it once. It's loud enough without actually putting ammo in that you know what it is. Then I yelled, "I have a gun and I know how to use it. Get lost before I call the police." Big, heavy footsteps ran off across our graveled lot, and I stayed up the remainder of the night until the sun came up. Then I finally fell asleep. My husband came home later that morning and was worried when he found me in bed at 11 a.m., but let me sleep a little longer once I explained what happened. He had the next day off, so we went to visit some friends of his. When we got back, we discovered the pumpkins I had next to the stoop were all knocked over, like someone was looking for a key. My husband did a quick sweep of the house before we went in, but we're looking for a new place now. Person trying to break into our place? Let's not meet. Number 16. A few years back, me and a few friends had walked across our town to go to the town center. We were around 13 at the time. Our town was not huge, but it was one of the bigger towns in the county. There was a lot of crime in the area, usually to do with drugs. We were walking along one of the main roads because it was the shortest way to get to the town center. We were all staying at our friend John's house later that night, and we wanted to get some snacks and maybe some new games if they were cheap. We made it to the town center, all was well and good. But on the way back is when it got a bit creepy. About halfway between John's house, which is on the really bad side of town, and the town center, while walking down the main road, we noticed a man in a dark jacket walking behind us. It was around 5 p.m. and it was February, so it was getting a bit darker. We thought nothing of it initially, but as we walked further and further, we noticed he was still following us. We decided to pick up our pace to try and get back as fast as we possibly could, while trying to remain calm. Despite taking a different route home to try and lose this man, he stuck with us, walking about 10 meters behind us. We were at the bottom of John Street when the man started to slow down. We got back, and while we were shaken up about the man following us, we didn't think it was a big deal, so we didn't bother telling John's mom or brother. Later on, around 9 p.m., John's mom went out to spend time with some of her friends, and his brother was at a neighbor's house. We were sitting in the living room. John's house was laid out in a way that the sofa in the living room was visible from the kitchen, and the kitchen had a window at the front side of the house. We were watching a film and I went to get a drink. I walked to the fridge next to the window and got some Coke. When I closed the door, I glanced at the window to look out. I thought I noticed someone there, but it was dark outside, and the light was on in the kitchen, so it was hard to see outside properly. I shrugged it off and walked back to the living room. About 20 minutes passed, and I glanced back over to the window. Now the kitchen light was off, as was the living room light, making it easier to see outside. I could quite clearly see a man there, and he looked exactly like the man who was following us on the way home, wearing the same dark jacket, staring at me and my friends intently. I looked back at the TV, not trying to give anything away. I told my friends that I thought there was someone at the window, but to not all look. John turned and looked. He was as shocked as I was. We were all 13 years old and home alone. Needless to say, we pretty much shat ourselves. John got up and went over to the home phone, which was just next to the front door, and called his brother. He said he would come over straight away. We made sure that the front door and the back door was locked, and sat in the living room until his brother came back. Thankfully, the man was gone by the time John's brother got back. We checked the house and the garden just in case he was hiding somewhere, but he was gone. We all thought this would be the end, and that we wouldn't see the man again, but a few weeks later, me and my friends were walking to a sports event, taking the same route we had taken previously, and we saw the man again. This time he didn't follow us, but as we walked past, he stared at us intently. None of us knew who this man was, or why he followed us. None of us have seen the man since, and hopefully we never will. Number 17. This still haunts me to this day. I remember it pretty vividly, and I consider myself to have a bad memory. When I was 10, my mother needed to go to Walmart to grab some groceries. Being the hard-headed kid I was, I didn't want to go inside, so she let me stay in the car. I was reading a book and listening to music when all of a sudden, an old, beat-up tan car parks next to me. I look over and it's some guy in his 50s. The guy then opens his car door, and he's completely naked except for a trench coat. I freak out and lock the doors. He begins to masturbate profusely while staring at me, and I just avoid eye contact. This goes on for about 10 minutes until he finishes and leaves. My mom comes back about 20 minutes later, and I tell her what happened. She's pissed and flags the security officer, but she didn't know English, so I don't think it got through. My mom never left me alone in the car again until I was in my teens, when I would just stay home. I also never found out any more information about him. Guy that robbed me of my innocence? Let's never meet. Number 18. I lived on campus during my first year at my university, but it was a fun little college town. One night, my friends, Alexander, Anna, and I left our dorm to go to a sandwich place a little over a mile away. I'm paranoid as hell and always think I'm being followed when I'm out at night, but on our way back, Alexander started to make me feel really uneasy. He kept glancing back over his shoulder, so I told him to stop because he was making me freak out a little bit. He told me he was sure someone was following us. Alexander is a pretty big dude, 6'4", so someone following us made me feel really weird, because it didn't exactly look like we were skinny little girls walking alone. He made us walk in front of him so that he would be between the guy and ourselves, but I was starting to panic. We got into our residence hall and made a beeline for the doors that led to the rooms. You need to have a resident keycard to get in. This is the first time I can get a look at the homeless dude who's been following us, since I can finally see him in the light of the lobby. He follows us all the way to the door with the lock, puts his face up to the window, and smiles as he watches us take off down the hall. On the stairs, we heard the door open, and Anna and I almost screamed and sprinted to her room. Alexander went back to either confront him or report him. We talked to the police about it, and the next day, they did a follow-up with us. Apparently, that night, the same guy had gone into another resident hall on campus and found a door that had been propped open. He raped a girl in the bathroom. Number 19.
So, a little backstory to start. I live in a flat with only one neighbor above me. I have a son who is from a previous relationship that also lives along with me and my wife. So, this started a few years back in 2013 when we first moved into the flat. Everything went well and we were happy to have our own home. We were really friendly with the neighbors, especially the neighbor that lived above us. We were fine for the first year or so. She was an older lady in her late 50s. As a young couple, aged in our early 20s, it was nice to have someone who was so nice when we first moved in. We were approached within the first few weeks by our other neighbors, explaining how she was a little weird. Stories including vandalizing the previous tenant's car and throwing paint on the door. These even went as far as giving full bottles of vodka to an alcoholic that lived on our street because whenever he drank he got violent. This creeped us out a little, but she seemed so opposite of what we heard of her. We had been alright with each other for months. That's when things took a turn. We got a knock on the door from the police stating that we had been abusing my son. I was shocked. He was around 2 at this age and was happy as can be. I remember letting the police officer in, and he came in, saw my son playing with his blocks in the living room. Then the police officer rolled his eyes, apologized to me, and left. We spoke to the neighbor upstairs about it, and she seemed to suggest it was another neighbor as she overheard them speaking about it. Thinking it was no good to dwell on it, we left it and nothing happened for a few weeks. A few weeks later, my son's mother came around and was rather distressed. She showed me some messages she got on Facebook from someone called John Smith. They explained that they worked at the nursery that my son attended and was concerned about my son, going into a lot of detail about how we would shout at him and abuse him. I flipped my shit and even gave her a copy of the recordings from my son's baby monitor. See, since the last time we were accused of anything, we installed a baby monitor that stored the last 7 days onto a server I have. This is linked to my mobile, perhaps due to paranoia after hearing of all the kidnappings that can happen. The funny thing that made no sense was that in the message, it had my full address. She and my wife's full names and details of our house, even about the background that I had on my computer, which was a payday background. It made no sense at all, and the only person in my house was the neighbor upstairs and my parents. I don't like people within my space, and she used to come around and use our bathroom and shower as her bathroom was being converted into a wet room. Later on, I got a phone call from the neighbor, and she said that some white nationalist was trying to find me. Now, I'm half caste Indian. Apparently I said something they didn't like and they came to batter me. She explained what they looked like and that they had leather gloves, but she lied and said I didn't live there. I phoned the police and we were on a watch list due to the threats that were said. All passed to me from her upstairs and no one else. She got an interview with the police and denied any of it happening, and she said that I was on drugs. Now, I have not touched drugs in years, and even then, it was only a little bit of cannabis. Things got a bit weird, and she had her son starting to live with her. One evening, we were playing D&D, and around 9:30 p.m., we got a text from her explaining she wanted quiet or else. Things had been slowly escalating up until this point. I replied, "Fuck off, it's 9:30, we finish at 11. I wouldn't have minded, but this had been a regular occurrence for a few weeks. We play on Saturday nights, and this had not been a problem for a year or so. Things escalated further. She started banging on the floor, put the vacuum on, and threatened to send her son down to come do me in. I confronted him the next day about this, and he denied everything and said that his mom was a bit sensitive. Turns out she has bipolar. This all makes sense now, from poisoning my plants and lawn to threatening me with her sons. She's now left and has a for sale sign on her flat, and that explains why the house was so cheap when we got it. So, sociopath neighbor, please don't move back in. I now know that some people just want to watch the world burn."
Number 20.
This happened last year on Halloween. A lot of creepy stuff happens on Halloween, and this is no exception. I'm 5 feet tall and 105 pounds. Not a very intimidating figure. I'm transgender, and I look a little more on the feminine side of things. I was out on Halloween with my girlfriend at the time. We'd gone into the city. We're from a college out in a small town, to go to a haunted house. And we were walking back to the train station from the haunted house at about 12:30 a.m. to go home. We were both dressed up like witches, both wearing high heels, and I had my purse with me. My girlfriend's hands were cold, so I was holding her hand and walking very close to her. Yes, these are all very important details. The city was almost like a ghost town as we were walking back. We saw almost nobody else. We were walking along a main road, just going under an overpass, when a car full of 20-somethings drove by us, going the opposite way, and a guy hung out the window and shouted, "Ugliest lesbian couple ever!" Of course, both of us were offended, but we just kept walking, and the car drove up off the street. We were about 2, maybe 3 blocks from the train station, and this train station is in the heart of the city, with a lot of elevated highways and railways and overpasses surrounding it, so it tends to be very shadowed, especially at night. We heard the sound of a car engine off to our right, across the street, and at this point, my girlfriend whispered to me, "It's the same car." I glanced over, and it was the same car from earlier. The people had gotten out of the car, and were kind of milling about it, but I could tell they were looking at us. I was very nervous at this point, because being both queer and transgender, you face a lot of potential violence and hate crimes. All of the stories about trans people and lesbians and gays getting beaten to death were flashing through my head. I was terrified. About a year ago, my dad had told me I had to carry something for self-defense, but instead of mace or something, he gave me a flashlight. It's about 8 inches and very sturdy, made of steel and incredibly bright. This thing will temporarily blind you for a good minute, and it has a raised, beveled edge that would likely hurt like a bitch if you were hit with it. I reached into my purse and pulled out the flashlight, gripping it tight in my free hand. There was the sound of breaking glass behind us, and both of us looked over our shoulders to see the group of people crossing the street towards us. There was broken glass in the street, and from what I could make out in the streetlights, one of the people was holding a broken beer bottle. I said to my girlfriend, "We need to get out of here now." We ran the remaining 2 blocks to the train station, but not very quickly because we were in high heels. And the entire time, we could hear the group running after us. Heavy steps, shouting slurs, maybe 50 feet behind us the whole way. When we got to the train station, we immediately bolted for the brightest area with the most people around, and looked around for the group, but they didn't come to the station. It hit me really hard right then, how close we'd come to being statistics.
Number 1. This must have happened about a year ago now, around Halloween. And to this day, it still creeps me the fuck out. Me and my twin sister, Lauren, both 20 now, had moved into our first flat 3 months before this happened. Our parents helped us move into the flat. My dad hiring a van to get all of our stuff, and the whole family, including my older brother Sam, who was visiting from England, helped us move furniture and numerous boxes into the flat. Our family helped us settle in, and luckily enough, our flat was actually next door to one of our dad's old friends, Danny, which was great as we hadn't seen him or his wife in about 10 years. The neighborhood we live in, which is a smallish village, about an hour or so from Glasgow in Scotland, is 99% of the time really quiet, and everybody around the area is really nice, but this one night, something wasn't quite right. Like I've said already, we had only really got used to the area we were living in, but after what happened this one night, I always have my wits about me now. It was a dark winter's night in late October/early November, a Thursday I think. My sister and I decided to stay up until about 1:30 in the morning, as we sometimes did after a long week at college. We'd stay up drinking, stuffing our faces, and talking about random stuff like acting, the subject we were both studying, motorbikes, guys, and some bitching too, just like any normal young women would do. We then decided to put the lights out and go to bed as we had grown tired. I'd do the normal nightly routine like check everything was turned off and the door was locked, which it was thankfully, as a few nights previously I had forgotten to lock it, so we both went to bed and fell asleep as usual. Just to set the layout of the flat, me and my sister were on the first floor, above an old woman, Betty, who is rather lovely, but we don't see her very often. Our bedroom is right next to the porch and the front door, and our bedroom window looks out onto the street. It was about 4 a.m. when we awoke to a loud knocking at our door. I was expecting a parcel the next day, so initially thought it would be the postman. But that's when I checked the time on my phone, which I usually leave on in case of emergencies, and it was 4:30 in the morning. Still being tired and disoriented, I realized that it was far too dark to be about 10 a.m. when the postman usually came, even though the mornings were much darker now during the winter months. The banging on the door lasted about what felt like 20 minutes, but was probably less. Me and my sister were too scared to move from our beds, only whispering quietly to each other to just ignore the banging on the door. Neither of us were very comfortable about answering the door to a stranger knocking at an ungodly hour. I don't usually answer the door to strangers, or even answer mobile numbers I don't recognize. The banging stopped suddenly, and I heard heavy footsteps descend down the stairs next to the wall near my head. Everything fell silent for a few minutes. I tried to settle back down, but my adrenaline was going crazy. I could feel my legs shaking. I was so nervy about whoever it was outside. There was no way I was getting back to sleep. Then I saw the flashing of a torch through our bedroom window. It flashed at least 3 times, but maybe more. Then it stopped. I then heard what sounded like the man talking on the phone to someone, or having a conversation with someone outside, sounding a bit agitated and angry. I didn't look outside of our bedroom window in case the man saw me, but a few minutes later, I heard the rumbling of a car engine below me. I then assumed that he came in his car. His voice became increasingly explosive as I became more and more scared. It got to the point where I was about to phone the police, but then I heard the man opening his car door and leaving swiftly along the street. I don't know who the man was or what he wanted, but I didn't sleep at all that night. And for the next few days after that, every single noise would give me a fright. I was scared that whoever it was going to come back. In the end, I thought that it was someone with the wrong address, or maybe just a drunk guy, but about a week later, we got a knock at about 6:30 in the evening, which was unusual for such a quiet area, and neither me or my sister were expecting any mail packages or shopping to be delivered, so I decided to open the door to whoever had knocked. Initially, I thought it was our neighbor, as he had been round once before to see how we were settling in, but not this time. It was a woman who was dressed in a suit and looked very professional, her hair up in a tight bun and holding a clipboard. I was a bit anxious and wondered who the hell she was. I looked down at her name badge, but I can't remember her name now. Let's call her Molly. Molly said she worked for the criminal courts and was looking for a guy, let's call him Thomas, who had previously been a tenant at this flat before we moved in a few months before. Molly mentioned something to do with money, but the visit was so vague, I don't really remember what she said. She asked if the man lived here. I said no, just me and my sister. She asked when we moved in and what letting agency we were with, but I think it was just to confirm that we did live there. She seemed nice enough, got what she wanted, and left, so I'm guessing money is the reason why the creepy guy turned up a few nights previously, banging loudly on our door. I'm so glad I didn't answer the door that night, and that I made sure it was locked. Fuck knows what would have happened if he thought that we were the man he and the courts were looking for. I am happy to say, since then, we have had no further disturbances at our flat, but it still gives me the chills just thinking about it. I just hope this creep never comes back. Number 2. So this just happened to me today, and I'm still traumatized over it. I'm a female in my early 20s and was on my way to a job interview. I live in the capital of my country and the interview was in the city center. I don't drive, so I have to use public transport. To get to my interview, I had to walk through some shady parts of the inner city center, which is unpleasant on any given day, but as it gets dark by 5 p.m., it's even worse. Anyway, I got to the street my interview was at, but I couldn't find the building it was in. I tried ringing the company to ask for directions, but their phones kept ringing out. After about 15 minutes of walking up and down the same street to no avail, I noticed I was nearing the time for my interview. I decided to enter this old man's pub, as I like to call them. Basically the local pub where all the old farts and unemployed people usually spend their evenings getting pissed. I forgot to mention I was wearing a black dress, black blazer, tights, and small office-type heels, so I must have stuck out like a sore thumb. I walked up to the barman and I asked him if he knew where the building I was looking for was. But before he even got a chance to answer, this fella in his mid-20s asked me, "Is it for an interview?" My attire obviously gave me away. I said yes, and he said with a half-lipped smile, "I know where that is. It's at my house." I kind of half laughed and tried to turn my back to him. The barman had gone to the other side of the bar, so I was waiting for him to come back to continue asking for directions to the building. Then, out of nowhere, it seems another fella in his mid-20s pops up on a bar stool beside me, so now I'm sandwiched between these two dudes. Thinking that the other dude who just came over might not be as creepy, I asked him if he knew where I was looking for. "Are you doing a presentation?" he asked. "No, it's for a job interview." "I was hoping it was for a presentation so you could show me your slides," he said while breaking into a creepy laugh and high-fiving the other guy over my head. Screw this, I thought, and pushed my way through them, leaving the pub. By the time I got outside, it was pitch black, and I was late for my interview. I just wanted to go home. As I was walking down the street, I noticed that the two creepers had followed me out of the pub and were about 20 feet behind me. One shouted, "Come back, love, we just want to see your slit." And the other one threw something at me that felt like a small stone. I was absolutely terrified. Even though there were people around, I felt so scared and alone. As I was crossing by a set of traffic lights, they caught up to me and both stood on either side of me. One of them said, "Let's go for a walk, then go back to my place." So nonchalantly, he then linked his arm into mine and was pulling me across the road, while the other one kept laughing and rubbing my back. I was thinking, what the fuck? How is this happening on a populated street in front of tons of people? I screamed and pulled my arm away from him, telling him I will kick him in the balls if he didn't get his fucking hands off me. An older man about 10 feet in front of us heard the commotion and asked if everything was okay. That's when one of the dudes says, "This is my girlfriend. She's only joking. Don't worry, we are on our way back to my place. Thanks though, bud." I was stuck for words. I couldn't believe this fuck had the balls to try and abduct me in a populated area in the middle of the evening. The old man must have seen the fear in my eyes because he didn't buy it. "I don't think so, pal. Leave her alone or I'll break your neck." The dude closest to me pushed me and the two of them took off running. I thanked the man profusely for what he did. He wanted me to call the police, but I just wanted to go home. So he walked me to a nearby taxi rank and offered to pay my fare home. Of course I refused. I was already so grateful to him I couldn't take his money as well. The whole ride home I could not stop shaking, and I'm still very upset and shaken up as I write this. Creepy would-be rapists / abductors, let's not meet again. Number 3. Hello there. My name is Zach. This all started in the summer of 2015, back when I worked at the Walmart of my town, pushing carts. I'm not sure the exact date it all started, although I do recall it was around the 4th of July. It all started with a simple call over my radio with a request to help someone load their items into their car. Glad to get out of the hot summer heat, if only for a few moments, I responded quickly, saying I'd be right over it and hurried in. I walked over to the register where the customer had requested assistance. The customer was a heavy-set, middle-aged man who had purchased a 52-inch flat screen. I greeted the man with a warm hello and a smile, which he returned. The man stood at about 6'8" and spoke with a deep southern accent. He offered his hand for me to shake, which I did before he led me to his van. On the way, he made small talk with me, asking how my day was, how old I was, if I liked my job, etc. I answered all his questions honestly, saying that my day was going fine so far, that I was 19, and I could have a worse job than this. We got to his gray van and worked together to load his TV into the back. Before parting ways, he asked me where I lived and if I lived alone. Now this wasn't unusual, as a few other customers had asked me this before in the past. I simply said no. I stayed with my grandparents, having been too poor to afford to live by myself at the time, and I lived a mile or two out of town. I took the man's cart, wished him a good day, and walked off. It was a few days after that I realized, whenever I worked, that gray van would be in the parking lot. I didn't think too much of it, as it wasn't unusual for people to shop at Walmart every single day, so I would just go about my work. That was until a week afterwards when, after noticing the same gray van, I turned to a fellow cart pusher named Joe and said, "That gray van is always here." Joe nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I know, dude. Although it's strange, I've only ever seen that van here when you're working." Confused, I asked what he meant. He responded, "I've only ever seen that van here during your shift. It leaves shortly after you do when you clock out." I found that to be a little strange, but I blew it off as a coincidence. One day, I noticed that gray van would follow me everywhere I went. I don't own a car, so I walk everywhere I go. I don't really mind as I enjoy walking. Again, I would just chalk up the van always following me as a coincidence. Pretty sure the van was just heading in the same direction. Although I always found it odd that the van never drove past me as I walked, but always hung back, not caring if it was holding up traffic. Red flags didn't start going off until I spotted that gray van trailing me on a Wednesday night as I was walking back home from my youth group meeting at church. At first I just brushed it off as usual, until it followed me out of town. Normally it would turn away when I left city limits, but this time, it continued to follow me. I started to feel as though something wasn't right about this, and I began to wish I had my pocket knife on me, just in case. The van followed me until I walked into my driveway before turning off. I got the chills at this point, and I made sure to lock the doors when I entered my house. The next night, I was walking home in the dark again after a men's group Bible study. The memory of last night was burned in my mind, and I decided that if the van followed me to my house again, I would notify the police in the morning. Sure enough, it ended up trailing me. I gritted my teeth, sick of whoever this person was. However, the van pulled off a few feet ahead of me and stopped. The driver's side door opened and the customer who I had helped with the TV stepped out and approached me. He greeted me like everything was normal and asked me where I was headed. I told him I was headed home, making a mental note to tell the police about this guy first thing in the morning. The man continued to act friendly and offered me a ride home, stating it was too dark for me to walk home, and that weirdos might try something. I declined, saying I didn't live that far away, but he kept insisting it was too dangerous and that I should ride with him. The more I said no, the more he kept pushing for me to get in his van. It was at this point I decided I was done and started to walk past this guy when he put his hand on my arm and started pulling me to his van, stating that he was giving me a ride, whether I liked it or not. Being a 19-year-old young man, I had always thought I would be able to easily handle a situation like this should it happen. However, panic had taken over my body, and my mind raced for a way to get away from this guy. Pretty sure wherever this guy wanted to take me, it sure wasn't my house. Now, I don't know if it was a miracle or just plain luck, but at that moment a police car drove by and pulled into the nearby gas station to fill up. The man let go of my arm, wished me a good night, got into his van, and sped off. I decided to talk with the cop while he was getting gas, telling him about the past events. The cop ended up driving me home, telling me if I saw the guy again to immediately call the police. It's been months now and I haven't seen that guy again. I eventually quit my job and moved to another state starting college. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened to me if that cop hadn't drove by that night. Whoever you are, owner of that gray van, let's not meet again. Number 4. This story still creeps me out, but I'm happy to share it with you. I like to go for walks in the dark. I'm not sure if this is strange or if everyone does it, but it just makes everything really creepy. I live in a well-civilized area with a lot of friends who live extremely close to me. Around 2 kilometers from my house is a heavily wooded area. I like to follow a 4-wheel drive track when I go for my walks. It was around 9:30 p.m. on a Friday night, and I was going for a walk down the 4-wheel drive track when I heard a very light scream in the distance. I assumed it was just some kids playing, so I kept walking, until I heard it again. At this point, I knew someone was in trouble. I ran for my life hoping that I could help this person. I ran for about 100 meters when I came to the end of the track and looked around. One of the first things I saw was a girl about 19 years old being held by a 40-year-old looking man. When the man saw me, he dropped the girl and legged it around the corner. I sprinted over to the woman who was busy crying, obviously shaken up. We ended up calling the police and they came and took my statement and took the girl home. I am glad that I still go for my walks. If I didn't, a girl probably would not be here today. Number 5. So this happened about 6 years ago now. I was 14 at the time, and I just moved to Australia. One of the girls in my grade was having a picnic in the park, about 30 minutes away from my house, but I was keen to make friends and so was up for a trip. Anyway, I arrive at this park at about 1 p.m. on a Saturday, and it's great. We eat potato salad, there are other families around. It's chill. But I know I have homework, so I say goodbye a little earlier to make my own way home. I was at an age that meant I was exercising my independence, so I enjoyed public transport and such. As I'm walking through a suburban area, 2 things occur to me. The first is that it's really quiet for a midday on a weekend. The second, I've been followed since I left the park. I turn around, feeling a little startled, but it's just some guy on his bike. This isn't really unusual, but there's something about the way this 40-something man's leisurely pace that makes my skin crawl. The guy is clearly into cycling. He's geared up with sunglasses and all the lycra, but he maintained a pace just so that he was several seconds behind me. I move a little faster, speeding up to see his reaction, but sure enough, he speeds up. And as I slow down again, he ends up cycling next to me. I ignore this and just make it seem as though I'm totally unfazed. He then smiles to me and asks for the time. I inform him of the time, but he just stays there. He just keeps cycling next to me. Suddenly he cycles very close to me and leaning towards me mutters, "I'm the type of guy who likes to have sex with young girls. Interested?" I was terrified. At 14, I didn't even look 14. I had a boyish build and terrible acne. This guy was at least 40, and he was blocking my route to the nearest houses with his bike. "No, I wouldn't," I managed to say, in an attempt at confidence. This clearly undermined whatever this guy was thinking, because he pedals off like a speeding bullet. I ran home and called the police, and they swept the area, but they never found him again. Number 6.
I've been lurking on the sub for a while and wanted to share my story. It's Thanksgiving 2011, and I was celebrating at my grandparents' farm in the little town of Seville, Florida. I had had way too much to eat that holiday and was about to leave for the drive back to school in Tallahassee. I stopped at one little gas station in town to fill up before getting on the highway. I had just finished filling up when a lady walked up to me. She was really ratty looking with crazy blonde dyed hair, but this was the backwoods of Florida, so no judgment. They were really kind people who looked like that in those parts. She started talking to me about how her car had run out of gas. She pointed over to an old junker parked over in the convenience store and asked if I could possibly give her some cash to get home. I usually don't say yes to things like that, but it was Thanksgiving weekend, so I was feeling extra generous. I told her that I'd be happy to fill up her car a little to get her home. That's when it started getting weird. She kept insisting I give her cash and that her car was so empty she couldn't drive to the pump. I don't know why I didn't leave right then and there, but again, I was in a really good mood. I told her if she had a gas can, I would put some in, but didn't feel comfortable giving her cash. She kept objecting, but eventually went over and pulled a gas can from her car. I started filling it up. She put her hand on me and said, "Do you have a girlfriend?" I told her no politely. She said she wanted to pay me back somehow for the gas and asked if I wanted to come to her place. I told her no, less politely. She kept touching my shoulder, thanking me, and then offered me a blowjob behind the station, so I stopped the gas pump, got in my car, and left her there with the gas can. I called my mom a little later and told her about the creepy, sleazy encounter. She paused and asked me if this lady had ratty blonde hair and looked like she was on drugs. I confirmed that, yes, that was what she looked like, and how could she know that? This lady was apparently all over the news. She was a prostitute in town and had been at a party earlier. An exchange had gone south and her baby had been kidnapped by a client of hers and left under a bush in town. She hadn't even bothered to call the police about the missing child until later. They were both arrested and charged.
Number 7.
Okay, so I'm a long-time lurker and a first-time poster, but this is a story my mom told me that took place when I was about 2 or 3 years old. It takes place in Glasgow, a city in Scotland. I've lived there since I was born, and it's generally not too bad a place for creepiness. However, this was scary. So my mom was taking my dog for a walk and carrying me. We were walking in the park, which was very big and had a big statue in the middle of it. Since we didn't have a car then, it was the closest place to walk the dog. Everything was pretty normal, until suddenly this big black car starts coming towards us. My mom says it looked very suspicious, windows tinted and stuff. There was a tall blonde woman apparently in the front, with no one else supposedly with her. The fact that a car was coming up out of the park was very strange, because it was quite late, so no one would frequent the park then. My mom was getting warning signals, because the car itself and the person driving it, but she slowed down. The woman drew up beside us and gave my mom a huge, very strange smile, as if they had been best friends. Now, this is Scotland, so a lot of people know each other, but my mom had no idea who this person was. Then, the woman gave her a big wave and rolled down the window, saying, "Hello, you look like you need a lift. Would you like a lift with us?" This was creepy because there was no one else in the car that we could see. My mom also said that the woman was staring at me in particular. My mom smiled back, trying to be friendly, and politely declined. However, the woman seemed put out by this and said, "I think your dog is getting hungry. How about we give him a few treats?" My mom was definitely creeped out now, and my dog was definitely not hungry. He had eaten before we left. so she just said, "Oh, no thanks, we'll be fine." Suddenly the woman went from smiley to angry. My mom said she looked almost furious. Then she revved up the engine and took off out of the park. To this day, me and my mom still think there was someone in the back of the car, because the windows were tinted heavily. Whether or not the woman meant harm, though, is undecided. But we never went to that park again.
Number 8. I'm a 17-year-old girl and I live in a rural area. My house is almost entirely visible from the road. I'm typing this almost exactly 30 minutes after it happened and I'm still shaking. 30 minutes ago at 5 a.m., I was sleeping deeply and someone slowly opened my bedroom window. My bed is literally right next to the window, so I can open and close it. I was sleeping and I could hear my window slowly opening upwards since it's old and heavy. I thought I was dreaming or it was a possum because they live on the tree outside it. It's 5 a.m. and it's getting light at about this time. My bedroom is isolated and at the back of the house, but there is a complete driveway and full access to it there. And holy shit, I realize it's a person opening the window. I look through my makeshift curtain and I say, what the fuck? There's a figure outside my window. They slam the window down quickly, right next to my face, when they realize there's a person less than a meter from them. I could see the figure because there is still some light, but nothing else. I start yelling, I go to my parents, etc. They check the area, but they can't see any cars or people as it's covered in trees. All in the meanwhile, I think I'm crazy. How could that have happened? Was I dreaming? But my curtain is tucked under the window, and my cat is going crazy, and I know what happened. It was terrifying. I'm sure that they were a thief. We've had some dodgy people around my area before, but I swear, when it happened, I thought it was a ghost or something. I was terrified because I've been reading a lot of this subreddit, and the subreddit No Sleep. Now I have to get ready for school. My parents are going to put a lock on my window. Update. I don't understand why someone would try to rob a house at 5 a.m. My dad's awake every morning before 5 and there is light still in the sky. If it was earlier in the night, it probably would have been way scarier. A policewoman came. She explained about crimes in the area. She looked for footprints and fingerprints but couldn't really see any, as it was raining. She was really kind, but I'm still spooked. I don't know if anyone will read this, but a few hours later, my parents discovered the window adjacent to mine had chisel marks on it, and it was fairly damaged. Obviously, this means they tried to break in through there but couldn't, and then tried my window. Number 9. I have provided links for news coverage of the following story in the video description below. This is the story that my dad shared with me. He grew up in a small suburb community of Stowe, Ohio with his parents and older sister. Across the street lived a boy named Richard Wade Cooey. He was the same age as my dad, who described him as a scrawny, red-headed troublemaker. He would spit on people as they walked by, and even set a house on fire in the neighborhood and blamed it on a kid who had special needs. Nothing he did as a child, however, could compare to the crime he committed when he was only 19 years old. My dad had just started his sophomore year of college when he heard the news. Richard and his friends Clinton and Kenneth were throwing pieces of concrete off a local bridge onto the interstate when one of them struck the vehicle of 21-year-old Wendy Ofrendo. Her friend, 20-year-old Dawn McCreary, was also in the car. They were sorority sisters who had just gotten off of work at a local restaurant. At this point, Kenneth decided he'd had enough and went home. This is when Richard and Clinton came up with their evil scheme. Both of the young men approached the girls, offering them help, offering to give them a ride. They drove the girls to a shopping center where they told them to call their parents and let them know they were alright. The two then forced the girls back into the car, tied their hands together, and drove them to a field behind the local mall where they raped, stabbed, and tortured them for 3 grueling hours. They abandoned their bodies in the field, but only after they carved large X's on their stomachs. Richard and Clinton then decided they wanted to sell the girls' clothing and jewelry to make some extra cash. When Richard couldn't find a buyer for the items, he burned them in his backyard, which woke my grandparents. My grandfather called the police to report what he thought was yet another neighborhood disturbance from Richard. The police gathered the items for evidence, and after finding Wendy's abandoned car, they arrested Richard and began the investigation. Clinton and Richard were both arrested and charged with the murders. They had found a bloody pocket knife used to stab Wendy in the neck in Clinton's pocket when he was arrested, and some of the burned items still had traces of the girl's blood. Since Clinton was only 17, he was spared the death sentence and currently is serving life in prison. Richard, however, was given the death penalty. On October 14th, 2003, at 10 a.m., Richard was executed by lethal injection. Wendy's family was present at the execution. Every time I visit my grandparents and look across the street at that house, I can't help but to get the chills. Richard, I'm glad we never met, and I'm certainly glad my dad was smart enough to not become your friend growing up. Number 10. It was March during spring break. I was 16 at the time, and me and about 20 people went out into the woods in Surrey County and got a cabin on this nice little retreat center. We planned on staying there for 4 days. For a bit more detail, the cabin was surrounded on all sides by woods. To the west of the cabin are some hunting trails and a creepy abandoned trailer next to a small clearing with a single pine tree in the center. To the east, there was a large field. At the far end of the field, there is a slope leading down to a beach. When going to the slope to the right, there is an area of higher elevation, and to the left was a valley that could be accessed from the beach. On the last night, a group of about 8 of us decided we'd go down to the beach and sit around and sing songs while playing guitars. It was about 11 p.m. Everything was going fine, and then 3 of the guys decided to head back to the cabin and get some food. They were only gone for 10 minutes before one of the guys got a call from his brother. His reaction to the call made it seem like something happened or someone was hurt. When he got off the phone, he said, "We have to leave right fucking now," in a very hushed and panicky voice. We all asked why, and he told us that while the others were walking back, they had found a rabbit at the top of the trail with his head cut clean off. Not ripped off like an animal doing it, but cut like someone took a knife to the rabbit. We automatically thought they had to be fucking with us. We began walking back, brandishing the guitar and a metal pipe as weapons, in case they really weren't fucking with us. About halfway up the hill, we hear rustling and twigs snapping to our right where the valley is. It sounded like someone was walking up the side of the steep slope, which would not be possible without climbing gear. We stopped moving, but the movement and noise continued. We told them to knock it the fuck off if it was a joke and it wasn't funny. The movement to the right stopped very suddenly. We kept going, and once we neared the top of the hill, I turned on my phone's flashlight, and right on the ground in front of me lay a rabbit with its head cut off. We took off running and heard someone or something come out of the woods. We didn't stop running until we got back to the cabin. When we got to the cabin, we found all the guys sitting inside. We locked up every door and all of the windows. Me and 2 of the other guys stayed up all night to keep watch and make sure whatever it was didn't follow us to the cabin. We fell asleep around 6:30 a.m. We awoke around 8 a.m. to one of the girls screaming about a rabbit's head on the front porch. Number 11. I'm a 5'3" female, presently gender fluid 17-year-old. When I was 16, me and my girlfriend, who's about 5'7" and easily stronger than me, went to the mall because we both had the same stuff we needed to pick up. As a bit of backstory, my ex, who is still my friend to this day, is a total fucking badass, and not in the way where she looks cool. I mean, she does, but that's not the point. She's badass in the way where she knows how to throw knives, was a master archer at like age 10 and held her own in a fight because her parents ran a bounty hunting service at the time. Anyway, we were leaving a store, holding hands the whole time because we were fucking adorable, and she turned to kiss my cheek. And right before she turned to face ahead again, she whispered in my ear, "We're being followed. Giggle when I turn forward, and don't turn around." My blood ran cold, and I stared at her for a second before she smiled at me. I forced a laugh and squeezed her hand out of nervousness. We live in Texas, so radical homophobes aren't exactly uncommon. I personally know a few LGBT friends who've gotten jumped or almost raped by people like this, so I was very scared. I began to focus into what they were saying, and as I thought, they were talking about the fucking dykes in front of them. Thanks. I leaned over to tell her what I heard, and she squeezed my hand, silently telling me that she knows and she's listening. My hearing's never been the best, and the mall was fairly busy, so I couldn't easily decipher what they were saying after that. I guess she heard something though, because her grip tightened, and when I looked at her, she actually looked nervous, which obviously isn't a look I'd seen on her before. She always carries a pocket knife on her, and now was no exception. We headed to the bathroom at this time, a very desolate part of the mall, so as soon as we were clear of everyone's eyes, except who we were being followed by, she took it as an opportunity to show them who exactly they were dealing with. She pulled out her knife and put it in her back pocket to show them she had it. When they kept following us, she pulled it back out, stopped walking, and opened it. She cracked her neck, and I heard one of the guys mutter, "Shit." They walked past us, glancing back when they were about 10 feet ahead. I'm just lucky my ex-girlfriend was fucking awesome. And I'm just glad those homophobic dickheads fucked off. Number 12. I was 8 years old when this happened. It was a hot summer day, so my dad asked me if I wanted to go to the pool. I of course said yes, so we took a couple of towels and went to the pool. We left our stuff under a tree and went to the water. This is a really big pool. It's about 40 meters long. I'm not sure how to explain this, but on one side there is a pool and on the other side is a river. My dad loves fishing, so we went to the other side to see if someone was fishing. He ran into his old buddy and they started talking. I was really bored, so I asked my dad if I can walk for a little bit. He said yes. This is a pretty safe little town where nothing ever happened, so kids were free to do anything they wanted. I went to the other side of the pool, and my dad was still talking to his friend, and after a while, I couldn't see them anymore. I was in the water when I noticed this old creep staring at me. I just looked at him and started swimming. He asked me if I wanted him to help me swim. I said no. Then he asked me how old I was. I was pretty confused, so I told him my real age. Then he started hugging me. I told him to leave me alone, but then he started kissing me and touching my lady parts. Nobody seemed to notice. I was trying to scream, but his hand was on my mouth. When he took me out of the water, I bit his finger and kicked him in the balls. I started running as fast as I could, and he started chasing me. Luckily, I was faster than him. He stopped at the middle of the pool and went back. I ran to my dad and I asked him if we could go home. He asked me why, but I just started to scream that I wanted to go home, so we took our stuff and went home. I never told him. I never told anybody. Creep from the pool? I hope I never see you again. Number 13.
This happened when I was around 12 or 13. My parents and I were going on a trip for a couple days, and while they were getting our stuff inside the house, they told me to stay outside and watch the car. It was daylight, and this is a safe neighborhood. I'm outside for a couple minutes, sitting down on the lawn, and I see a pickup truck pull across the street, and this old-looking man gets out of the truck and comes towards me. I get up, and he starts telling me he sells homemade chairs and that he has one in the back of his truck that he can show me. He seemed off to me, so I told him I was going to ask my parents. So I'm rushing to the door and start knocking. Our outside door locks automatically. My mom comes out and I tell her what the man told me, but he he interrupts me and tells her I called him over or that I needed help or something like that, which my mom knew was a lie. My mom told him she was going to call the cops and then he left. My dad had to calm her down since she was freaking out and thinking that the guy was going to take me, and after she was calm, we continued putting things in the car. So, the weird part of this was when the man's car was following us a while later. My dad was so pissed off that he braked the car and pulled over to the side and actually tried to follow the man's car and get his license plate. The man sped away, so we lost him by then, and it left us pretty scared for a few months since he knew where we lived. Even though it's been a few years, I still don't like being outside alone anymore.
Number 14.
Hi there. This is my first post, so I apologize if I make any mistakes. But after looking for a while, I just had to share the story told to me by one of my coworkers. So one summer, a few years ago, she and her then boyfriend and now husband decided to go to Ontario to visit friends and family. While there, they made the decision to camp out over the weekend by one of the many lakes scattered throughout the province. One campground they had been directed to by friends was beautiful, but absolutely packed with holiday goers, and if you're anything like them or myself, you find the more solitude provided by a campground, the better. So they chose instead to head down the road a little further, where they had seen signs for another campground. The new site was breathtaking, she said. Absolutely stunning, with huge maple trees and a sandy beach, with the waves gently lapping against the shore. However, it was dead empty. Not a single camper or tent in the entire place. But they just couldn't understand why people were choosing to shove themselves into a packed campground, while another perfectly acceptable location was just a few kilometers down the road. They didn't think much more of it after that, and simply paid for the night and set up a tent while going about their evening business, hanging out around the fire and taking in the lovely surroundings. She told me they went to bed roughly around 11:30 p.m., just after it got dark. My coworker awoke in the middle of the night to a strange feeling. She knew something was wrong, but couldn't put her finger on it immediately in her sleepy haze. She lay there in the pitch black for a while, and rather than drifting back to sleep, her feeling of unease grew as she pulled further awake. Suddenly, she realized what was wrong. There was breathing. Extra breathing. Not that of herself or her boyfriend, but the sound of someone else just beyond the walls of their tent. She lay quietly for a second, making sure what she heard wasn't only her imagination, fear gripping her heart and taking her breath from her lungs. Slowly and quietly, she shook her boyfriend awake, urging him to be silent. He gripped her hand as he too heard the sound of another person outside the tent. Neither of them had any idea what to do. Sure, they could emerge from the tent and confront the person, but what if there was more than one hiding in the dark? What if they had a weapon? My coworker and her boyfriend didn't have anything to defend themselves with other than basic camping necessities, so they spent the night wide awake, listening, while whoever was standing just beyond the protection of the tent breathed easy, occasionally moving from one side of the shelter to the other, but never doing anything more than lurking. The next morning, as the sun came up, they heard footsteps of someone slowly walking away from the tent. They immediately packed all of their belongings and left the site, now having a very good idea of why such a lovely campsite had been so incredibly empty. On their way out, they informed the owner of the campground of their nighttime visitor. It was an elderly couple who claimed to have no idea who it could have been, or why someone would spend the entire night watching their tent. Regardless, they left quickly and never went back. To this day, she still says it was one of the most unsettling and scary nights of her life.
Number 15. My husband works nights sometimes. His shifts rotate, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., 9 p.m. to 9 a.m., that sort of thing. I wasn't too bothered by it until the other night. We live in a fourplex, one beside and two behind, all on a single level. Since I'm not working yet, I'm pretty familiar with the comings and goings of my neighbors. Heck, I even know what everyone's cars sound like. It was probably just after midnight and I was talking to some friends over Skype when I heard the door handle jiggle. At first, I thought maybe my husband was home early and I got up to greet him. Then, quickly realized I hadn't heard his work boots on the gravel or his car. I went really still and I kept listening, just in case I was mistaken. Finally I yelled, "Hello?" Just silence. Then I heard something in the lock. My husband likes me to be protected, so he bought us a couple of guns. I grabbed the shotgun and pumped it once. It's loud enough without actually putting ammo in that you know what it is. Then I yelled, "I have a gun and I know how to use it. Get lost before I call the police." Big, heavy footsteps ran off across our graveled lot, and I stayed up the remainder of the night until the sun came up. Then I finally fell asleep. My husband came home later that morning and was worried when he found me in bed at 11 a.m., but let me sleep a little longer once I explained what happened. He had the next day off, so we went to visit some friends of his. When we got back, we discovered the pumpkins I had next to the stoop were all knocked over, like someone was looking for a key. My husband did a quick sweep of the house before we went in, but we're looking for a new place now. Person trying to break into our place? Let's not meet. Number 16. A few years back, me and a few friends had walked across our town to go to the town center. We were around 13 at the time. Our town was not huge, but it was one of the bigger towns in the county. There was a lot of crime in the area, usually to do with drugs. We were walking along one of the main roads because it was the shortest way to get to the town center. We were all staying at our friend John's house later that night and we wanted to get some snacks and maybe some new games if they were cheap. We made it to the town center, all was well and good. But on the way back is when it got a bit creepy. About halfway between John's house, which is on the really bad side of town, and the town center, while walking down the main road, we noticed a man in a dark jacket walking behind us. It was around 5 p.m. and it was February, so it was getting a bit darker. We thought nothing of it initially, but as we walked further and further, we noticed he was still following us. We decided to pick up our pace to try and get back as fast as we possibly could, while trying to remain calm. Despite taking a different route home to try and lose this man, he stuck with us, walking about 10 meters behind us. We were at the bottom of John Street when the man started to slow down. We got back, and while we were shaken up about the man following us, we didn't think it was a big deal, so we didn't bother telling John's mom or brother. Later on, around 9 p.m., John's mom went out to spend time with some of her friends, and his brother was at a neighbor's house. We were sitting in the living room. John's house was laid out in a way that the sofa in the living room was visible from the kitchen, and the kitchen had a window at the front side of the house. We were watching a film and I went to get a drink. I walked to the fridge next to the window and got some Coke. When I closed the door, I glanced at the window to look out. I thought I noticed someone there, but it was dark outside, and the light was on in the kitchen, so it was hard to see outside properly. I shrugged it off and walked back to the living room. About 20 minutes passed and I glanced back over to the window. Now the kitchen light was off, as was the living room light, making it easier to see outside. I could quite clearly see a man there, and he looked exactly like the man who was following us on the way home, wearing the same dark jacket, staring at me and my friends intently. I looked back at the TV, not trying to give anything away. I told my friends that I thought there was someone at the window, but to not all look. John turned and looked. He was as shocked as I was. We were all 13 years old and home alone. Needless to say, we pretty much shat ourselves. John got up and went over to the home phone, which was just next to the front door, and called his brother. He said he would come over straight away. We made sure that the front door and the back door was locked, and sat in the living room until his brother came back. Thankfully, the man was gone by the time John's brother got back. We checked the house and the garden just in case he was hiding somewhere, but he was gone. We all thought this would be the end, and that we wouldn't see the man again, but a few weeks later, me and my friends were walking to a sports event, taking the same route we had taken previously, and we saw the man again. This time he didn't follow us, but as we walked past, he stared at us intently. None of us knew who this man was, or why he followed us. None of us have seen the man since, and hopefully we never will. Number 17. This still haunts me to this day. I remember it pretty vividly, and I consider myself to have a bad memory. When I was 10, my mother needed to go to Walmart to grab some groceries. Being the hard-headed kid I was, I didn't want to go inside, so she let me stay in the car. I was reading a book and listening to music when all of a sudden, an old, beat-up tan car parks next to me. I look over and it's some guy in his 50s. The guy then opens his car door, and he's completely naked except for a trench coat. I freak out and lock the doors. He begins to masturbate profusely while staring at me, and I just avoid eye contact. This goes on for about 10 minutes until he finishes and leaves. My mom comes back about 20 minutes later, and I tell her what happened. She's pissed and flags the security officer, but she didn't know English, so I don't think it got through. My mom never left me alone in the car again until I was in my teens, when I would just stay home. I also never found out any more information about him. Guy that robbed me of my innocence, let's never meet. Number 18. I lived on campus during my first year at my university, but it was a fun little college town. One night, my friends, Alexander, Anna, and I left our dorm to go to a sandwich place a little over a mile away. I'm paranoid as hell and always think I'm being followed when I'm out at night, but on our way back, Alexander started to make me feel really uneasy. He kept glancing back over his shoulder, so I told him to stop because he was making me freak out a little bit. He told me he was sure someone was following us. Alexander is a pretty big dude, 6'4", so someone following us made me feel really weird, because it didn't exactly look like we were skinny little girls walking alone. He made us walk in front of him so that he would be between the guy and ourselves, but I was starting to panic. We got into our residence hall and made a beeline for the doors that led to the rooms. You need to have a resident key card to get in. This is the first time I can get a look at the homeless dude who's been following us, since I can finally see him in the light of the lobby. He follows us all the way to the door with the lock, puts his face up to the window, and smiles as he watches us take off down the hall. On the stairs, we heard the door open, and Anna and I almost screamed and sprinted to her room. Alexander went back to either confront him or report him. We talked to the police about it, and the next day, they did a follow-up with us. Apparently, that night, the same guy had gone into another resident hall on campus and found a door that had been propped open. He raped a girl in the bathroom. Number 19.
So, a little backstory to start. I live in a flat with only one neighbor above me. I have a son who is from a previous relationship that also lives along with me and my wife. So, this started a few years back in 2013 when we first moved into the flat. Everything went well and we were happy to have our own home. We were really friendly with the neighbors, especially the neighbor that lived above us. We were fine for the first year or so. She was an older lady in her late 50s. As a young couple, aged in our early 20s, it was nice to have someone who was so nice when we first moved in. We were approached within the first few weeks by our other neighbors, explaining how she was a little weird. Stories including vandalizing the previous tenant's car and throwing paint on the door. These even went as far as giving full bottles of vodka to an alcoholic that lived on our street because whenever he drank he got violent. This creeped us out a little, but she seemed so opposite of what we heard of her. We had been alright with each other for months. That's when things took a turn. We got a knock on the door from the police stating that we had been abusing my son. I was shocked. He was around 2 at this age and was happy as can be. I remember letting the police officer in, and he came in, saw my son playing with his blocks in the living room. Then the police officer rolled his eyes, apologized to me, and left. We spoke to the neighbor upstairs about it, and she seemed to suggest it was another neighbor as she overheard them speaking about it. Thinking it was no good to dwell on it, we left it and nothing happened for a few weeks. A few weeks later, my son's mother came around and was rather distressed. She showed me some messages she got on Facebook from someone called John Smith. They explained that they worked at the nursery that my son attended and was concerned about my son, going into a lot of detail about how we would shout at him and abuse him. I flipped my shit and even gave her a copy of the recordings from my son's baby monitor. See, since the last time we were accused of anything, we installed a baby monitor that stored the last 7 days onto a server I have. This is linked to my mobile, perhaps due to paranoia after hearing of all the kidnappings that can happen. The funny thing that made no sense was that in the message, it had my full address. She and my wife's full names and details of our house, even about the background that I had on my computer, which was a payday background. It made no sense at all, and the only person in my house was the neighbor upstairs and my parents. I don't like people within my space, and she used to come around and use our bathroom and shower as her bathroom was being converted into a wet room. Later on, I got a phone call from the neighbor, and she said that some white nationalist was trying to find me. Now, I'm half Cass Indian. Apparently I said something they didn't like and they came to batter me. She explained what they looked like and that they had leather gloves, but she lied and said I didn't live there. I phoned the police and we were on a watch list due to the threats that were said. All passed to me from her upstairs and no one else. She got an interview with the police and denied any of it happening, and she said that I was on drugs. Now, I have not touched drugs in years, and even then, it was only a little bit of cannabis. Things got a bit weird, and she had her son starting to live with her. One evening, we were playing D&D, and around 9:30 p.m., we got a text from her explaining she wanted quiet or else. Things had been slowly escalating up until this point. I replied, "Fuck off, it's 9:30, we finish at 11. I wouldn't have minded, but this had been a regular occurrence for a few weeks. We play on Saturday nights, and this had not been a problem for a year or so. Things escalated further. She started banging on the floor, put the vacuum on, and threatened to send her son down to come do me in. I confronted him the next day about this, and he denied everything and said that his mom was a bit sensitive. Turns out she has bipolar. This all makes sense now, from poisoning my plants and lawn to threatening me with her sons. She's now left and has a for sale sign on her flat, and that explains why the house was so cheap when we got it. So, sociopath neighbor, please don't move back in. I now know that some people just want to watch the world burn."
Number 20.
This happened last year on Halloween. A lot of creepy stuff happens on Halloween, and this is no exception. I'm 5 feet tall and 105 pounds. Not a very intimidating figure. I'm transgender, and I look a little more on the feminine side of things. I was out on Halloween with my girlfriend at the time. We'd gone into the city. We're from a college out in a small town, to go to a haunted house. And we were walking back to the train station from the haunted house at about 12:30 a.m. to go home. We were both dressed up like witches, both wearing high heels, and I had my purse with me. My girlfriend's hands were cold, so I was holding her hand and walking very close to her. Yes, these are all very important details. The city was almost like a ghost town as we were walking back. We saw almost nobody else. We were walking along a main road, just going under an overpass, when a car full of 20-somethings drove by us, going the opposite way, and a guy hung out the window and shouted, "Ugliest lesbian couple ever!" Of course, both of us were offended, but we just kept walking, and the car drove up off the street. We were about 2, maybe 3 blocks from the train station, and this train station is in the heart of the city, with a lot of elevated highways and railways and overpasses surrounding it. so it tends to be very shadowed, especially at night. We heard the sound of a car engine off to our right, across the street, and at this point, my girlfriend whispered to me, "It's the same car." I glanced over, and it was the same car from earlier. The people had gotten out of the car and were kind of milling about it, but I could tell they were looking at us. I was very nervous at this point because being both queer and transgender, you face a lot of potential violence and hate crimes. All of the stories about trans people and lesbians and gays getting beaten to death were flashing through my head. I was terrified. About a year ago, my dad had told me I had to carry something for self-defense, but instead of mace or something, he gave me a flashlight. It's about 8 inches and very sturdy, made of steel and incredibly bright. This thing will temporarily blind you for a good minute, and it has a raised, beveled edge that would likely hurt like a bitch if you were hit with it. I reached into my purse and pulled out the flashlight, gripping it tight in my free hand. There was the sound of breaking glass behind us, and both of us looked over our shoulders to see the group of people crossing the street towards us. There was broken glass in the street, and from what I could make out in the streetlights, one of the people was holding a broken beer bottle. I said to my girlfriend, "We need to get out of here now." We ran the remaining 2 blocks to the train station, but not very quickly because we were in high heels. And the entire time, we could hear the group running after us. Heavy steps, shouting slurs, maybe 50 feet behind us the whole way. When we got to the train station, we immediately bolted for the brightest area with the most people around, and looked around for the group, but they didn't come to the station. It hit me really hard right then, how close we'd come to being statistics.
When I was 19, I was a Venture Scout. It's sort of like Boy Scouts, only for older kids, and it's gender mixed. I decided to go to this week-long mixed scouting crew camping trip with a friend of mine. But a few days before going, my friend from Venture Scouts bailed, so I'd be going up into the mountains alone with a bunch of strangers, which was no big deal for me. I can handle myself. When I got there, I was the only Venture Scout, and the only girl. It was a little awkward, but most of the Boy Scouts were pretty nice and easy to get along with. Although they weren't used to camping with a girl, they happily accepted me as just one of the guys. But there was this one guy, Danny. From the first day of camp, he wouldn't take his eyes off me. He'd just stare at me. It was a little uncomfortable, yeah, but I figured he was just socially inept with girls or something, and I tried to pay him no mind. The next day, while we were hiking, we all split off into pairs, and it turned out I was paired with Danny. He looked a little too excited about the idea of hiking with me alone. His eyes always seemed a little too wide, a bit crazy looking, but he was a small guy. Spindly, unkempt hair, a little shorter than I was at 5'7". I figured I'd be able to take him out in a fight if he tried anything, so I didn't raise a fuss about it. Before settling out to the hike, he kept asking me if I needed help putting on my sunscreen. Even though I kept declining, he kept pushing the question and tried to put sunscreen on me until one of the guys told him to cut it out. While we were hiking together, he kept probing me. "How old are you?" he'd ask. 19, almost 20, I'd reply. Don't lie. You must be 14 or something. You're so innocent. Young, innocent girls are always the cutest. He kept asking innocent enough questions, like where I lived, if I had siblings, what my favorite color was, but he then started asking me if I'd ever heard of BDSM. I was taken aback by this and was more than a little uncomfortable, so I'd pretend to not know what he was talking about, all the while trying to give as many cues as possible for him to drop the subject. But he then started going on about what BDSM was, about tying girls up, about hitting them and burning them. At this point, I was freaking out a little bit, but keeping my cool. I didn't want to show him my distress, any chinks in my armor, as I knew he'd probably get off on making me squirm. The only thought I had was, what the fuck? Seriously, what the fuck? Then, he started complimenting my skin. You don't see a lot of girls with pale skin. Do you use moisturizer? He'd ask, attempting to touch my hand, but I kept my arms close to me, held fast in my backpack. I was incredibly tense, and every muscle in my body was screaming. I sorely regretted wearing a tank top, as I could feel his eyes on me. He started telling me how pale skin is beautiful, since you can see the rope burns and the bruises better. The way he said it sent chills down my spine, and the anxious knots forming in my stomach grew tighter. He asked if I was a virgin. Then he asked me if I fantasized about rape, and if I'd like to try out rape play. Wide-eyed in disbelief, I turned my gaze away from the dirt path and looked at him. He was smiling. A creepy, childish sort of smile that was just chilling. I kept silent and quickened my pace. He felt too close, far too close. I wanted to run. He could probably see the fear in me at this point. There was no hiding it. But then, I saw that another pair of scouts were ahead of us. I ran to them, telling them that the four of us should group up and go together. At first they declined, saying that we're supposed to be going in groups of 2, but upon seeing how panicked and distressed I was, the 2 guys changed their minds, looking confusedly at Danny, who was silently glaring at them. I was just glad that someone else other than Danny was there. The 4 of us went up the mountain, and I tried to keep close to the other 2 boys, and as far away from Danny as possible. Upon reaching the end of the trail, and regrouping with the others, the 2 Boy Scouts offered to switch partners to descend the mountain path. Danny looked downright upset, angry even. He was looking at me as if he were betrayed, but I didn't care if it pissed him off. I accepted the offer of switching partners, and was able to get back to camp in relative peace. On the way down, the Boy Scout I was with asked me if Danny was bothering me or something. I lied and said he wasn't bothering me too much. After all, I was 19. I thought it would be pathetic to get so distressed about some weird 15-year-old kid. I figured that so long as I stuck with the other guys, I'd be fine. But then, that night, I was alone in my tent. Everyone else got to sleep in pairs of 2 or 3, but since I was the only girl, I had to be alone in my tent. It's always a little creepy being alone and isolated in the forest, away from everyone else. The scoutmasters insisted my tent be far away from the boys' tents so that they wouldn't bother me, but it only put me in a more vulnerable, isolated position. I sorely wished I'd been closer to the protection of the rest of the group. Late at night, I heard rustling outside. I figured it was just a deer or an elk or something, as it usually was, and went back to sleep. But then I heard my tent opening. Opening my eyes, I peeked through the crack in my sleeping bag to see what it was, and there, I saw the white of an eye looking back at me. Looking through the opening of my small tent. It was Danny, staring at me. I froze, holding my breath. I held my dad's hunting knife close to me, hiding in my sleeping bag, not moving a muscle, staring Danny down, pretending to be asleep, ready to fight at any moment should he take one step into my tent. But he didn't do anything. He just stared, watching me, breathing heavily and muttering incoherently to himself. "Are you there?" I thought I could hear him say. Eventually, after what felt like an hour, he left. The next morning, exhausted, I caught naps when, and if I could, and kept close to the other scouts in my group. It was difficult to maintain my calm and cool composure. The scout leaders were a little frustrated with me, since it seemed like I wasn't paying much attention to their instructions. But at this point, I didn't care much for it. I was always on some level of alert, as Danny would sometimes creep up behind me and caress my neck, or play with and try to smell my hair. And every night, Danny was there, watching. One night, he went digging through my backpack, looking for something. Unfortunately for him, I kept all my clothes and personals tucked away with me in my sleeping bag. He left with nothing. I grew up in rough situations and circumstances, so I always felt I can only rely on myself. Asking for help was never an option as a kid. Asking for help meant you're weak, so it hardly even occurred to me. I was prepared to tough out the rest of the week, but a little over halfway through the week, Danny was called away by the scoutmasters and sent home. I got the feeling that the Boy Scout that helped me before saw what he was doing and sent in a complaint about him to the staff. While everyone else was confused and happily saying bye, he just crossed his arms firmly and stared as Danny left. Danny looked so bewildered and confused by it all, like he didn't understand what he did to deserve being kicked out of camp. It was so strange. I tried my best to forget about it, and the rest of the week went off without a hitch. But the more I think back on it, the more I realize how damn freaky and bizarre that kid really was. I fear he may end up being some kind of serial rapist or something when he grows up. All I know for certain is that he was very disturbed. I'm just glad my dad told me to take his hunting knife in with me, even though knives weren't allowed at this camp. My father insisted I keep it for protection, and I don't regret it.
This happened to me a few months ago. I was at the store with my mom. She had to return some things. I can't remember what or why. I was a few feet away from her, looking at the books they had on clearance. A man, who could not have been much older than 50, also began looking at the books on the shelf next to me. Ironically, I'm a really paranoid person, but I didn't worry too much because my mom, and about 20 other people, were only a few feet away from me. I picked up one of the books. I think it was The Maze Runner, but I'm not too sure. And the man proceeded to pluck the book out of my hand. Then he asked me, "Are you buying this for college? Do you go to the university in town?" I told him no, and tried not to look at him. I figured he'd get bored and walk away, but he didn't. Every book I picked up, he picked up. I even tried to walk to the other side of the shelves, but he followed me. I dropped all my books and walked over to the customer service station where my mom was. I told her about him, but she told me to knock it off, that I was just being paranoid. I finally let it go when I saw him walk off toward the clothing sections. While we waited, my mom asked if I could go grab a bottle of aspirin. By now, I figured the guy must have left and went over to the medicine aisle. I walked over to the little 20 items or less register. There was a woman in front of me. Someone had walked up behind me, but I was just trying to focus on buying the aspirin and going back to the service station with my mom. The person behind me began to whistle, so I turned around, and it was the guy from the book aisle. I tried to keep my cool, but my body began to shake, and I broke out into a cold sweat. I kept looking back at him, and he kept smiling at me. The woman in front of me seemed more nervous than I was. She kept looking at him, and then to me. She was finally done checking out, and I started to scoot closer to the register. He also scooted closer, to the point he was almost completely pressed into me. I urged the cashier to hurry and just scan the bottle of aspirin. I snatched my change from her, grabbed my bag, and ran toward the customer service station. My mom was sitting on the bench, waiting for me, and I started crying my eyes out the moment I walked up to her. When I told her what happened, she became angry this time, and started walking towards the register I was at. But he had already left. In a hurry, the cashier told her. For a month, I refused to go into the store. I would opt to stay at home in fear that he would be there. Dear creepy man at the store, let's not meet again.
So I used to work in a public library. I absolutely loved my job and all the interesting people who came through. As with any job in public though, you do occasionally get some creeps. One night I was working in clothes with one other coworker, and this older gentleman comes in. He's probably pushing 60, skinny with stringy hair. He had come from one of our other locations, as we were open later than other branches, to use the computer. I set him up on one, and within minutes he was at the desk, asking to exchange the headphones he'd purchased earlier that day. I obliged without thinking anything of it. As I handed them to him, he grabbed my hand to introduce himself. He told me his name and told me how beautiful he thought I was, and that he loved to take me out and show me a good time. Mind you, I'm 25 at the time. I politely declined, and he storms back to his computer till closing time, where upon leaving, he mumbles some very choice words under his breath. The next day, I was working again, but setting up for a program in the conference room. One of my good friends who I work with came running in and told me some old dude came barreling through the library, mumbling about the girl with dark hair. She came to warn me, but luckily I was heading out for the night. She called me after I'd gotten home to inform me that some dude, turned out to be Creepface, called and asked if and when I was working again. At this point I was becoming legitimately concerned and contacted my supervisor about how to handle this. She told me to contact security and do what I felt best. The next day, I was at work and I was on edge constantly. I had my husband on standby and a good friend of mine who happened to be off that day to hang around the library for the last leg of my shift. And lo and behold, Creepface is making a beeline for me. I run to the back office, locked with a security code, to hide. He followed me the whole way, then waited outside the door, preventing me from coming back out front for almost an hour. The maintenance guy comes to the back to check on me, where I start hyperventilating when I heard someone touch the door. I told him the scenario and he told the dude off and never to come back. I had a friend and family follow me home for weeks to be safe, and I always took a different route home. One of the more terrifying experiences of my life. So creepy old dude, let's not meet again.
In 2008, I worked at a retail clothing store with my girlfriend Chelsea. We were both 18 years old, and we tried to work as many shifts together as possible to maximize our time together because she was still in school. My grandfather had recently purchased a Dodge Sprinter van for his business, and my car was being serviced overnight, so I got to drive the van. Chelsea and I loved the nights that we got to take the van, because it usually had back seats installed, and the tinted windows meant that we could have some privacy, which is great for teens who still live at home. That night, we only had one row of seats in the back, and it was the row just behind the driver and passenger. Chelsea and I parked near each other, like we always did, and worked our evening shift, closing the store with a few of our co-workers. We all leave together, and I help the manager lock up because the glass doors need to be aligned properly for the lock to engage. It's early March in Pennsylvania, and it's still very cold outside. So Chelsea usually starts her car to warm it up, and then sits with me as my car warms up. When I get to the vehicles, her car is idling because she is already in the van. I don't even realize that I still have my keys, and I never unlock the doors. She sits with me chatting for a while. She sits on my lap, and we kiss in the front seats, and we decide it's too late and too cold to have a little fun in the back. Every night, we drive home separately from work while talking on the phone. She usually gets home first, and I stay on the line while she walks up her long driveway in the dark. That night, I made it home first for some reason, and I knew I had a lot of stuff to carry in, so when I'm close to home, I tell her I'll call her in a little bit. She asked me to stay on the line because she's almost home, and she doesn't like walking past the dark bushes next to her driveway. I stay on the phone and fumble with all of my things that I'm carrying out of the van. I know I locked and armed the van because I was using a key fob to lock the vehicle. I dropped a few things while struggling to keep the phone to my ear. The motion lights have illuminated the whole area, so I'm able to see everything that I dropped. We both make it inside safely, and then we also decide not to stay on the phone because she had school in the morning. I began to doze off immediately in my bedroom. I lived with my grandparents who built a house to accommodate my grandfather's aging parents suffering from Alzheimer's, my great-grandparents, so they didn't have to go in a home. The driveway runs parallel to a daylight basement that has two garage doors. an entrance door, and the French doors to my bedroom. I'm falling asleep as all of the motion lights finally turn off, and now my room is completely dark. It wasn't 20 minutes later when I'm jarred awake by the alarm sirens of the van. All the motion lights are on, and the flashing lights of the van alarm are filling my room. I left the key fob upstairs in the main part of the house, so I ran upstairs to silence the alarm. In the kitchen, as I'm grabbing the fob, my grandfather in his boxers, my great-grandmother in her nightgown, and I in my boxer briefs all meet in the dark. My grandfather grunts as he sees me grabbing the key fob, but what my granny said sent shivers down my spine. "What in the Sam Hill are you doing running outside at this time of night, darling?" I wasn't outside. I explained that I was sleeping, and she insisted that I was outside making the van alarm. My great-grandparents' bedrooms sits above the garage doors looking down and over the driveway in the van. I'm assuming she's confused. She has Alzheimer's after all. The goosebumps from her exclamation prompted me to grab a knife from the butcher's block, and my grandfather followed with a baseball bat. We both walk outside wearily, in our boxers, in the cold, but highly illuminated and loud dead of night. The van is still going crazy. The interior lights are all flashing, and I remember that specifically because I'd never seen a car alarm do that. We silence the alarm and start looking around. My grandfather says he thinks a deer may have ran out of the woods in the dark and hit the van. I don't say anything as we investigate. When I reach the back of the van, I notice the door is wide open. That explains the alarm. The van has a feature that if the vehicle alarm is armed and the door is open somehow from the inside or outside, it alarms. But how? I locked it and armed it, hence the blaring alarm, but that's when I realized the door was open from the inside. My blood ran cold. The door is open, so the inside lights are still on. I see the empty space behind the row of seats, and there are wadded up napkins and a chip bag. They weren't ours. Someone was in the van with me the entire time. I must have left the van unlocked by mistake when I went into work, and that's how Chelsea was able to get into the van without keys at the end of the night. Was it a homeless person escaping the cold, or someone with more sinister intent? What if I hadn't gotten off the phone like I wanted to? If they had ill intent, the fact that I was on my phone might have saved my life, because Chelsea would have raised hell if she had heard me being attacked. I get chills every time I think about it. We didn't call the police because my grandfather was skeptical of my conclusion, but my gut tells me that I didn't drive home alone that night. Person in the back of my van, let's not meet.
Just the other night, there was a windstorm that blew through my town. The wind was accompanied by a downpour of rain. Having grown up on the coast of Oregon, I'd fallen in love with the sound of rain, especially when it's hitting the cement patio outside my bedroom window. So I had my window open, so I could hear the rain better, and settled into bed, curling up in my blankets and trying to fall asleep. Not long after settling in, I heard what sounded like nails, or claws, scratching at the cement. This wasn't entirely out of place, seeing as I have two wolf hybrids who usually sleep out back at night, so I brushed it off and tried to drift off again. Not much later, I hear it again. I opened my eyes and focused on the sound. The more I listened, the more it became obvious that this wasn't Cova or Anya. If they were moving around, I would hear their tags jingling. I would hear the distinct pattern of them walking. But this was as if someone was taking their nails and scratching at the cement. Being too lazy to get up and put pants on to check if the dogs were inside, I texted my stepdad and asked if he let the girls out or not. He told me no, that since the wind was blowing so hard and there was so much rain, he brought them inside about an hour ago. I told him about the sound I was hearing, so he got up and grabbed a flashlight. I heard him walk by my bedroom door and open the back door directly outside my window. He came back in and told me he didn't see anything, but if I heard it again, to just look outside. So he went back to bed, and I stayed there, listening. It was quiet for a bit, so I figured maybe I was just hearing leaves sliding across the ground. I had finally begun to fall asleep when I heard a hard thud on the outside of my bedroom wall. It startled me and I got up, peeking out of the window to see what the hell it was. There was no way it could have been a raccoon, because since we got our dogs, they haven't bothered coming into our yard. I see something small and black bolt across the yard. That was honestly the last thing I expected to see. I decided to just sit and listen. I wrapped myself up in my blanket and got my phone, texting my friend Justin to tell him about the sound. There's something outside my window, and it just ran into the side of the house. It didn't take long for him to reply, since he had just gotten off work. It's probably just a raccoon or something. No, they don't come to our yard anymore. Not since we got Clover. And it's too small to be a raccoon, unless it's a baby. Well, if you're unsettled by it, I can stay up and talk with you if you want. Yeah, I'd like that. For the next half hour, I was hearing fast skittering, tapping, thumping, and hissing coming from outside my window, until it stopped suddenly. I thought that would be the end of it, until I heard what sounded like claws scraping the wall. Pressing my ear to the wall, it sounded as if something was slowly crawling up the side of the house. Justin! Shit, it sounds like it's climbing up the wall. Dude, it's under my window. What the fuck is this thing? Shit, that's creepy. Just try to relax. Thanks, man. Real helpful. Continuing to listen, the sound stopped and I was thinking I was just tripping myself out, until I heard a soft tap, tap, tap on the glass. By this point, I'm freaking the fuck out. Justin, it's tapping on my window. It's tapping my goddamn window. Of course. Now of all times, he doesn't answer, and I yell for my stepdad, who is snoring like a bear in the other room. But almost as soon as I yell for him, my two dogs come bolting into my room, barking and growling. As soon as the dogs came in barking, I heard whatever it is hiss and scrape down my wall, before I heard the grass in the yard being disturbed. I was sitting in my bed, freaking out as Clover and Anya lay beside my bed and stare at the window. After a few minutes, I get a text from Justin. Shit, my roommates needed help with something. Is everything okay? I told him yes, that the dogs had scared it off, and I was going to go on my laptop to distract myself. He ended up calling and talking to me until I fell asleep. There's no way it was just an animal. If it was, the dogs would not have reacted the way they did. I've encountered a lot of things, but never at my own home. I really hope that it never happens again.
When I was a sophomore in college, I lived in a small but beautiful historic studio apartment in a small East Coast city that had somewhat of a reputation for crime/danger. However, the neighborhood I lived in was usually considered one of the good neighborhoods. It was close to the city's university and was mostly students living there, especially on the street my building was on. My building was a huge 4-story townhouse, if you can really call it that. It was really a mansion as a whole, built in 1895. The architecture was really awesome, built-in bookshelves and huge mahogany pocket doors that slid into the walls. Anyway, the building wasn't exactly in mint condition, and my landlord was pretty lazy. He would always come by and check up on things and make promises to get the place fixed up a bit, but never really did. The apartment I was renting was on the first floor, my front door immediately on the left as you walked into the building's door on the street. This door, the building's front door, which from the street opened to a small lobby area with one door in it, mine, and a staircase to the other apartments upstairs, was huge and heavy and was never locked. In fact, you couldn't lock it. So, basically the door to my apartment was open to the street. I asked my landlord countless times to please do something about the front door, but he never did anything. Well, one night I was getting home from work and it was very late, about 3:45 a.m. I worked as a pizza delivery driver at a place that was really open late at night, and I was just sitting on my couch watching a little TV before I went to bed. I had also gotten totally naked, something I truly loved being able to do, considering I lived alone. Anyway, not 10 minutes since I'd gotten home and sat down, I hear 3 slow knocks at my door. I'm thinking, who the fuck would be at my door at this hour? What could they possibly want? Why didn't I hear the building's front door open like I normally do? Young and naive, I was half scared and half intrigued. I put a robe on and slowly crept toward the door, which, by the way, was literally right next to the couch where I was sitting. At this point in time, my door didn't have a peephole, so I kinda had to take a leap of faith and open the door. When I did, a tall, emaciated, middle-aged man stood staring me down with low eyes and a grin. He was wearing all black, many layers, and a big black trench coat. The first thing he said was,
"Can I come in?"
With the door barely open, I had a deep pit in my stomach and just went, no man, what's up?" He just kinda stared into my eyes for a second, clearly disappointed, and then said,
"I've seen you around,"
and started to grin again. The pit in my stomach had evolved into a churning sensation, and I was starting to get nauseous.
"Yeah, I've been watching you, and I like the way you look,"
he said.
"So, you gay? Bisexual?"
I was just like, "I don't know, but it's late and I'm going to bed. Bye." He kinda nodded and lingered for a second, as did I, watching to make sure I saw him leave the building. Once he did, I closed the door, locked it, and stood with my hand still on the knob for a good minute at least. After I snapped out of my shock, I ran over to my couch and pushed it up against the door. I ended up sleeping on the couch that night even though it was right there. It just made me feel safer, like I could hear something if it happened. Well, nothing happened that night. It wasn't about until a week later, on one of my nights off from work, that I was sitting around my apartment, winding down by myself after I had some friends over drinking and smoking a little bit, as college kids will do. All of a sudden, I hear a weird rattling noise coming from across the room, so I turned off the music I was playing to find out what it was, coming from none other than my front doorknob. I looked at it for a second and saw that both the knob and the top lock were jiggling. Someone was trying to get in. Like a deer in headlights, I was frozen, staring at the things wiggle and shake until I started to see the top lock actually budge and start to turn. I leapt up from my chair, soared to the door, grabbing tightly on the lock and forcefully twisting it back to being locked. The jiggling of the lock and knob stopped for a second because whoever it was clearly knew now that I knew. It was only a second, though, before they just started struggling again, and I had to use all my might to keep it still. Sweat was dripping down my forehead and my ribcage, and after about 15 seconds of wrestling with the intruder, it suddenly stopped, and I heard the building door open and close, and footsteps run down the stairs of the stoop to the sidewalk. Just like I was before, I was paralyzed with my hands at the door for a good while before I realized I was crying and shaking and that I needed to call someone. My instinct was to call the police, but in hindsight, I regret doing this for the following reasons. I was having basically a panic attack while I was on the phone with 911, and I actually threw up during the call. And I think that's when they decided I was just fucked up or something. When the two police got to my apartment, they stood in my doorway as I struggled to recount to them what had happened as I'm shaking and crying. I noticed at one point that they're both smirking and laughing, and I say, What's funny right now? One of them goes,
"It reeks of marijuana."
I was just like, okay, and basically argued with them after that. Long story short, they ended up confiscating a bunch of shit from my apartment and basically turning the whole situation into a little mini drug bust. Although they said they weren't going to charge me with anything, just take my shit. Nothing about this attempted break-in besides keep your door locked. I hate to make this story so long, so I'll try to keep the last part short. Basically, this same scenario happened one more time about 2 weeks from the last time. Only instead of calling the police, I called my dad, who raced down in an hour, 2-hour drive from his house to this place, with a crowbar up his sleeve. Unfortunately, by the time he had gotten there, whoever it was had already left. My dad ended up cussing out my landlord and demanding he get the door fixed and install a new lock and a peephole on my door. He did make this happen within a reasonable amount of time, and I also got one of those bars you wedge between the doorknob and the floor, as well as an aluminum baseball bat to protect myself, so I felt a lot better from then now on. Needless to say though, I ended my lease for that apartment a month early and never moved back to that street. I never found out for sure who was trying to pick my locks and if it was that guy who had come to my door the first time, but whoever it was, that's not me.
Around March of 2014, I started talking to this girl on Tinder. She seemed cool and fun, and after about a week of talking, she suggested that we meet up in person. She invited me to this cafe shop. I accepted. However, the day of, she started messaging me saying she had to tell me something. Her pictures on her Tinder weren't actually of her, and yes, she was a guy. He claimed he really liked talking to me though, and begged me to still meet up with him. Naturally, I declined. I blocked his profile and continued on with my life. About a week later, I started talking to another girl. Once again, she seemed cool and fun and we hit it off. She asked me if I spoke to people on Tinder frequently, and rather stupidly, I told her about my previous encounter with the man lady. She asked me if I wanted to meet up. I said sure, as long as it was in a public place. We decided on a cafe. The next day, I sat at a table waiting. 5, 10, 15 minutes had passed, and she was nowhere to be found. I then peered out the window and saw from across the street a man staring at me intently. I looked away, waited a few seconds, and looked back. He was still standing there staring. At that point, I left the cafe, got on my bike. I always bike everywhere I go, and booked it home. I was definitely a little freaked out, but tried to pull myself together, and a reason that no one could have followed me. I then deleted my Tinder profile, and things were normal for a few weeks. About 3 weeks later, I started getting phone calls. The numbers all showed up unknown. I picked up the first few times to some guy breathing heavily into the phone. I was already a little freaked out. After about a day, I stopped picking up any calls unless it displayed the caller's name. I then started receiving texts. At first they were pretty harmless, calls for attention and begging me to meet up in person. It then changed to very sexual texts until eventually the messages became threatening, and whoever was messaging me started throwing out my family and friends' names and whereabouts, saying he/she would get them involved unless I answered. Because they were texting me, I could see the displayed number. But when I called phone providers, they told me the number couldn't be traced. It was probably a track phone. Great. I waited about 2 weeks not responding to text, thinking I shouldn't feed the troll, but eventually it became too much. I started getting upwards of 50 calls and texts a day. I would wake up to 10, 20 texts every morning. I then decided to change my number altogether. The texting and calls stopped for a while, but sure enough, it started happening again. I called my phone provider asking if they gave out numbers at users' requests. They said their policy stated that they wouldn't/couldn't unless a valid identification was provided. Then one day, I tried logging into Facebook, but was denied. Within a day, friends started contacting me asking me what the hell I was doing, saying they were getting terrible messages from my account. In particular, one of my girlfriends was receiving messages about her mom who died years ago. I apologized profusely and told people what was going on. I contacted Facebook and explained the situation. They helped me access my account again, at which point I deactivated it for a while. Enough was enough. I decided to contact the FBI, explaining what had been going on for a month now. Documented everything, but told me since I or any of my friends/relatives were in no immediate danger, they probably wouldn't be able to do anything. At that point, I felt stuck. I thought about hiring a private investigator or a hacker. I decided against it, however, just hoped it would fade out. I never answered. I left my Facebook deactivated, ignored any text/phone calls. I never had any trouble at home, but some of my closest friends would receive an occasional text as well, which weirded us all out. I hated that they got dragged into it. One day I came home and things felt very eerie. Door unlocked, windows open, no one home. A strong breeze running through the apartment. I did a check of the place and found nothing else weird, so I locked everything up and just waited for my roommates to get home. Been almost 7 months now. The text/calls have more or less stopped. I get an occasional text, but at most every 2 weeks. At the peak of it, I was receiving almost 100 texts a day. It definitely affected my social/personal life. I became more wary of people around me and my surroundings. I just felt like I couldn't really focus on anything until this stopped. Work was very difficult though. I tried to maintain my composure as best as I could. Everything was just weird. Life was weird. I've since stopped using all forms of dating apps/websites. Things are getting back to normal. At this point, I just wanted to put all this behind me. I'm moving at the end of this year, so it'll be nice to have a fresh start in a new place. I'm not going to sit here and say all dating apps are dangerous and no one should ever use them, but definitely cover your bases. Ask more questions before meeting someone. FaceTime them first, Skype, anything. I was naive about it, and I regret it. Be safe, stick close to your friends, and try meeting people in more traditional ways. Weird Tinder stalker, let's not meet.
This took place about 3, maybe 4 years ago. It was a calm winter evening, and my parents were gone for a couple of days on Christmas Eve to relax after a very tiring last day at work. It was just me, my video games, and my dog, Chase. I'm a 14-year-old male, 6'1" at the time, so I was a pretty big dude for my age. I had taken up MMA, and I had also started going to the gym for a couple of years by that time, so I could take care of myself if needed to. Now, back to the story. I was home alone, playing some Battlefield on my PS3, all chores taken care of. My dog is fed and lying next to me. I did my usual routine as every other night. Play some PS3 until about 12:30 a.m. Wash my teeth, mess around on my phone for a bit, and then go to sleep. It was about 1:20 a.m. I was on my phone when I heard something, like faint footsteps going around my backyard, onto the left side of the house, where the bathroom window is. It's basically like this. To give an insight of how my house is from the inside, there are 2 floors. The first is where the kitchen, living room, and bathroom are. There's a staircase to the left of the bathroom door, which goes upstairs to the bedroom. My room is the first door to the right, as soon as you walk up the stairs. My parents' room is a few steps to the left. Chase is a very protective dog, so when he hears anything, he stands up and bolts it downstairs to the front door. Only now, he just stood up and went to the start of the staircase, just staring down onto the bathroom door. As soon as I exited my bedroom to check out what was going on, I heard what sounded like the bathroom window shuffling. I froze. Slowly, I made my way into my bedroom, calling Chase behind me with a hand gesture. I turned off the lights in my room, as they were the only ones on in the house, and I made my way to the staircase again. I don't know why I did that. Dumb move, I know, but I did. So yeah. I crouch walked down the stairs, and on the second to last step, the bathroom window opened, with a slight thump as it hit the top of its frame. Right then and there, fight or flight kicked in. If I made a run for it, there was a very high chance he would see me, and I didn't know if he had a gun on him. So I stood there, unarmed, with my only options being whatever I had learned over the course of 5 years of MMA, and my dog. I waited for what seemed like a minute, which in real life couldn't have been more than 10 seconds. And then, I see him. Black hood on, black skinny jeans, black all-stars, and long, greasy blonde hair. He hadn't seen me yet, but if he turned around, me and Chase were ready for a fight. He turned around, and as soon as his eyes met mine, my fist had already connected with his bottom jaw. I hit him hard enough to hit his head against the wall. He then proceeded to lose consciousness with Chase growling on top of him. After that, I called my mom, and then the cops. The police showed up in 10, maybe 15 minutes, and they arrested the dude. My parents arrived the next day, never to leave me home alone again.
A couple of years ago, I was working front desk at a hotel in a small town off the interstate in Pennsylvania. I'm not sure how other hotels do it, but unless it was a busy summer, front desk agents worked alone on every shift. Since it was second shift, that meant that all the housekeepers had left hours ago. My manager was gone for the day, the maintenance man was gone, and I was the only person in this 3-story hotel, with the exception of about 4 rooms that were being rented. Since it was about 7 at night, I'm pretty sure all but one of the guests were out to dinner. Even as a woman, it never really bothered me to work by myself at night. I was cautious, but never creeped out too badly. I mostly spent the long, boring hours either catching up on homework or watching Jeopardy on the lobby TV, but I'm not sure what I was doing when he walked in. The sun had already set, but it was still light out. He came through the front doors and walked over to the desk. I couldn't see his car anywhere, which was odd since usually check-ins parked under the overhang to unload luggage. I didn't think much of it and asked him how he was doing. He was maybe 5'8", medium build, dark hair, glasses, looked like a normal 20-something kid. He said he wanted to know if I could help him, and proceeded to go into a very heartfelt story about how he had been to other hotels off this exit, and they all turned him down. He said his sister ran away from home a while ago and that he came all the way to California to pick her up, from, I think, New Jersey? Being that he wasn't from California, it was starting to be gross winter weather here. I laughed a little and said, "Yeah, sorry it's so awful here." He paused. He stared at me completely stone-faced, as if I had just made a joke at his expense. "What do you mean?" "Just the weather," I tried to recover. I was used to making worthless small talk and jokey observations with guests, but nobody had ever taken anything I said casually or so seriously. "It's not exactly California weather outside." "I love it here. I think it's beautiful," he said, and again stared. I didn't know what to say. Think about it. What would you say to that? I tried to laugh it off and said I'd trade him, but he just stared. Finally he goes, "Anyway, the reason I'm here is that I've been driving almost non-stop for a couple days and I've honestly got almost no money to me." Here it comes. I thought some guy is gonna ask me for a room at a crazy low rate because he sees the parking lot is almost empty. Before I can say anything, he continues, "I don't want a room, I just need a place to take a shower really quick. I swear I won't touch anything or mess anything up. I honestly just need a shower really badly." I thought about it for a minute. At the time, I hated my manager. I knew she'd never allow it. And for whatever reason, nothing in my brain screamed stranger dangers, so I finally agreed. He told me he could give me his driver's license to hold on to until he was done, but I trusted him. He ran out to his car to get some clothes, and I gave him a handful of tiny soaps and shampoos, and some towels so he didn't fuck up the ones the maids put in the room this morning. I put him in a room right down the hall from the front desk so that I could keep an eye on him. He went in, and I went back to watching YouTube videos. A couple minutes later, he comes down to the desk. I don't know what's wrong with me. I can't figure out how to turn the shower on. Could you come show me? I'm sure you're thinking exactly what I was thinking when I looked back on this situation, but no, I didn't see why this was a dangerous situation at the time. A young woman, alone in a hotel room with a stranger who hasn't left any kind of trail or identification, with no other employees on property, and almost no other guests. Yeah, I'm stupid. I got up and switched the phone lines from switchboard to cordless and took the receiver with me into the back. I grabbed the keys and locked up the front desk area before following him down the hallway to his room. I had easily 50 pounds on him and about 2 inches height, so I felt secure. I opened the door and walked in while he followed behind me. I heard the door click and realized immediately that I wanted to leave. I walked to the bathtub, turned on the water, easiest to understand tabs by the way, and ran my hand under the stream a few times. Just pull up that when you're ready, I said, and scurried to the door. I could hear him saying something behind me, but I opened the door and walked out. I got back to the front desk, locked the door behind me, and sat down. At this point, I was a little shaken at what just happened, but talked myself down by reminding myself that if he was going to rape me, murder me, he would have done so by now. Again, dumb. Finally, he comes down the hallway and hands me the towels and empty bottles of shampoo, body wash. He says he's hungry, so I point to the breakfast area in the lobby and tell him there's some apples and bananas sitting out from breakfast and that he could take some for the road. I remember hinting that I wanted him to leave. He walks a few yards over to the counter and grabs a banana and an apple, then comes back to the front desk. What did you say your name was again? Queenie Frostine, I said hesitantly. He could see my name tag. How old are you? 23. Could I ask you a question, Queen Frostine? He seemed so confident, almost robotic, like this was Groundhog Day, and he has relived this uncomfortable, awkward half hour 50 times before, and has no reason to think anything is weird or spooky or inappropriate. I was standing now, and I moved a little farther from the desk, casually putting my back against the wall and adding another foot or so of space between us. Do you have a boyfriend, Queen Frostine? I said I did. He asked me, really? I wasn't lying, but perhaps he thought I was. I wondered. I assured him I did, and he gave me an odd look. The best way to describe it is that he saw something funny in his head and was amused by it, but more amused by the fact that he was the only person who could see it. That's really weird, he continued. Why is that? I asked. He told me it was weird again, and I racked my brain trying to think of what he meant. Was he implying that I'm ugly? Did he think I was a lesbian? Any and all solutions came flooding over me so fast, yet none of them fit. Why is that so weird? It just is. He smiled a little. Okay, I let out. I stood there staring at the floor a little bit, then back at him. Anyway, I gotta go. Thanks for the shower and the fruit, he said as he walked out the door. I watched his car pull away, but couldn't tell what kind it was. It was that weird kind of time in the early winter where it goes from dusk to pitch black in what feels like 10 minutes. I sat back down, rattled. I couldn't believe how uncomfortable I was all of a sudden. My stomach burned inside and I was relieved that he was gone. For the first time, I felt really truly scared in that hotel by myself. I got up and ran to the laundry room that connects to the front desk. I made sure the door leading to the lobby on the side was locked. It was. I ran to the other side of the laundry room and skidded into the door that leads out to the public hallways. I checked to make sure that it was locked. It wasn't. I usually didn't lock it on the off chance that I'd go to the bathroom and forget my keys some night. I slammed it shut and latched it. The phone rang. I walked over to pick up the cordless, that I lay next to the switchboard. "Thank you for calling. This is..." All the further I got. "Hey, Queen Frostine." I paused for a second, shocked that someone messed up my spiel. It definitely wasn't my boyfriend's voice, nor was it maintenance man. "It's Adam. I was just there." I could literally feel my heart sink. I looked at the door but couldn't see him there. The darkness on the outside unsettled me. I sneaked behind the door to the front desk and into the laundry room. I didn't know if he was outside watching me, but I didn't want to be seen. I mumbled and, "Oh, hey," trying to be casual and failing. He continued, "Hey, I just wanted to let you know why I said it was weird that you had a boyfriend." I peeked out again to see if it was him at the door yet, but nobody was there. "I think it's weird that you have a boyfriend, but you still let a guy come in and shower." I could feel my pulse quicken. "I mean, that's so weird." "Is it?" I asked, trying to keep my composure as I ran through the laundry room and rechecked the doors. Then I remembered the only door that wouldn't lock. The door directly to the outside. The back of the hotel where employees would sneak out to smoke weed. The latch had been broken for a while, and our manager decided that decorating the lobby for Thanksgiving came before safety issues in terms of budget. I stepped back to the doorway that led to the front desk and to the laundry room, and locked that one behind me. "Yeah," he continued. "I mean, you have a boyfriend and you still let me come in and shower. I don't know. Don't you think that's weird?" "No," I said, trying to end the conversation in a short tone. "That's all I wanted to say. Anyway, I'll see you soon, Queen Frostine," he finished almost threateningly. I hung up the phone. I called my sister and told her to send her husband over, but she insisted on calling the police. I made her promise not to, as I didn't want to lose my job. I called the maintenance man, since I knew he lived right up the road, and told him to hurry over. I called my boyfriend and told him to please come. I wanted my bases covered so that someone would show up within 10 or 15 minutes. I never heard from him again, and we all kept it a secret from my manager to keep me from getting fired. I hadn't thought about this for a while, but looking back at it, it's entirely creepy to me. So, yeah, Adam, let's not meet again.
About 3 years ago, I moved into my first apartment. I lived alone on the first floor of a 3-story shotgun house built in the mid-1800s. The house was beautiful, albeit a little creepy due to its age. It was on the nicer end of a rough neighborhood near the university I was attending at the time, and break-ins were pretty common. But I always felt safe because my landlord and his wife lived in the 2 floors right above me. They were in their late 60s, but it felt good to know that I wasn't totally alone. It was the first fall I was living there, and the days were getting shorter. On this particular evening, it was already good and dark outside by 6 p.m. I was in the kitchen making dinner when suddenly the power cut out. I was a little startled, but luckily the flame from the gas range was still going, so I could see well enough to grab my phone and use as a flashlight. Aside from the flame flickering under the pot of soup, the house was pitch dark. I double-checked the light switch in the kitchen, but got nothing. The only thought that occurred to me was that it was a strange time for the power to go out. It wasn't storming, and it wasn't particularly hot outside or anything. I used the light from my phone to navigate from the kitchen towards the front of the house. I peeked out the blinds in the living room, but couldn't see from that vantage point whether any of the other houses had lights on. I decided it would be a good time to call the landlord, because I sure as hell wasn't going down to our creepy stone basement to mess with the 100-year-old fuse box. I knew they were home since I kept hearing them go up and down the stairs earlier, so I rang them up. Being older folks, they only had a house phone, and when I called it, it was disconnected. Of course, it was connected to the power. Still standing there in the pitch darkness, I wasn't quite sure what to do. I remembered the burner I left on and was heading back toward the kitchen when I heard their front door slam shut and heavy footsteps in the entryway that separated our apartments. Then I heard 2 men's muffled voices. You know that primal fear people talk about when something bad is about to happen to them? I felt it. Every hair on my body stood up. In half an instant, my heart was in my throat. I stood paralyzed in the doorway to the kitchen. Luckily, I snapped myself out of it and grabbed the closest weapon I could find, a bright pink chef's knife on the kitchen counter. I'm a small woman, and certainly not strong. I had my doubts about whether I could fend off one intruder, but two? I crept as quietly as possible back toward the front door, clutching the knife in one hand and my phone in the other. I stood a couple feet from the door, and the men were still out in the entryway talking. Their voices were rough sounding, and definitely not from the area. "Well, do what you gotta do. I'll be waiting in the van," said one. With that, I heard the front door open and close. At this point, my heart was beating out of my chest, and I felt like I was going to be sick. Were they just breaking in, or did they intend to hurt me? Had they already hurt the landlord and his wife? Shit. I made my way over to the blinds and peeked out the window again. Sure enough, I saw a man in dark clothes hop into a white van parked across the street, just to the left. I live at the end of a dead-end street, where you can only park facing one direction, and the van was facing the wrong way, ready to head up the street. I tried to collect myself. There was nowhere to hide, really. Perhaps I stood a chance if this guy wasn't expecting me to be ready when he came in. Unfortunately, my cat hates strangers, and she was now going crazy, tearing back and forth through the house at full speed while meowing. In my head, I silently cursed her for giving our position away and probably killing us. Then suddenly, I heard the landlord's apartment door open and close again, and the man went back upstairs. A million thoughts raced through my head. My car was parked just up the street. If I sprinted, I could make it and drive somewhere safe. I don't know why I didn't just call the police. I think I was afraid the men would hear my voice and know where I was. In any case, I had my hand on the doorknob, psyching myself up to run. I couldn't hear the man moving around anymore, which probably meant he was on the third floor. His buddy was still waiting in the van, lights off. I peeked one last time to make sure no one was waiting near the front stoop before I ripped the door open and ran full tilt out the front door and up the sidewalk about 100 feet to my car. I hopped in and locked the doors when suddenly my phone started vibrating in my hand. It startled me so badly, I almost chucked it across the car. I didn't recognize the number, but I picked up. "Hello?" I managed to choke out. It was my landlord, sounding as calm as ever. I said something along the lines of, "Are you okay?" and was about to tell him not to go in the house. I was so scared and out of breath that it came out more like, "Don't, men, house." He seemed confused, and before I could collect my words, he started telling me that, yes, they were fine and the power was out on the whole street apparently. He'd just phoned the energy company on his new cell phone to check on it. I should probably take down the number while he's got me on the line, and he hoped I didn't mind, but some repairmen were at the house to check on the heating and cooling system. They might need access through my apartment to get to the basement. Shame they came by right before the power outage. Slowly, the dust began to settle in my mind. I had been at the point of maybe having a heart attack and definitely wetting myself over some repairmen, one of whom was still waiting outside in the van and had just seen me haul ass up the street with a giant pink knife in my hand. I was too embarrassed to walk back to the apartment, so I just told the landlord to go ahead and let them in if he needed to. I'd be surprised if that repairman didn't call the police himself to report a crazy woman with a knife running through the streets. On the bright side, I learned I can run quite fast if I need to.
Some information about me is that I am 15 and was at the time of the encounter. I am male. My height is around 185 centimeters and my weight around 75 kilograms. It was this summer that this encounter happened. I was on vacation to my old home from my childhood in Portland. It was a fairly large home with a huge backyard surrounded by a fence. Behind that was a forest. The only problem with this house is within 1 kilometer, there is only one other home and it is empty. A girl with her parents lived there. I had a crush on her when I still used to live there, but they very rarely visit that house anymore as they live in Germany and go there in the winter. I am 15 at the moment of writing this. I was alone at the house for 2 weeks as my grandfather had to watch over a hotel, and I was used to being alone, traveling across the cities in Portland. I felt kind of lonely at this point, because my German Shepherd passed away 2 years ago, and no one I knew lived within 1 hour of walking time from there. I spent most of my time on my laptop. However, I would occasionally go into the woods and explore, because I used to go there with my grandfather to collect mushrooms. I even went to the woods 3 times that night to watch the wildlife in the forest, as it was very peaceful. It was 5 days before my grandfather would come back. It was 1 a.m., and I was watching television downstairs when I felt like I was hearing something that wasn't in the television. However, every time I turned the volume down, I could hear nothing, so I just thought I was imagining things, as I often thought someone called my name when I wore a headset. After a bit, I just decided to go to bed, and when I suddenly turned off the television, I heard the sound of footsteps for a second before they stopped. I was sure this time I wasn't imagining, and quickly got up from the sofa and headed upstairs, going into my room and locking the door behind me. I was completely quiet and tried to listen if there was any more footsteps, but I didn't hear anything since then. I walked over to the window from where I could see the whole backyard, and as I pulled the curtain, I could see someone standing in a backyard. There was no light to the backyard, so I could barely see him. I pulled out my phone while staring at the figure, quietly calling the police. However, as I started to speak to my phone, I could see the figure quickly rush to the side of the building. Soon after that, I could hear glass break downstairs. I quickly threw my phone on the bed after I told the police where I lived and dragged the desk over to the door of my room. I moved back from the door and grabbed my butterfly knife. I remember how much I was shaking at the time, the knife almost falling out of my hands. I heard footsteps on the lower floor of the house for a few minutes before I heard him going up the stairs. However, whoever that was stopped right before my door and started banging on the door more and more violently. I stayed quiet in the room with my knife still in my hand. Then I heard him speak. "I know you're in there, open up!" I was afraid to do anything. I just stood there, completely frozen from fear. After a bit, I heard the sirens of police and heard the man rush down the stairs and through my backyard, climbing over the fence and disappearing into the woods. I told the police about the whole incident and noticed that the broken window was the only thing destroyed in the house. There was nothing missing from the house. Nothing was even touched except for the window. The police have not found that man that came into my house, and I left Portland early, and I don't think I want to visit that house again.
In 2007, I was 20 years old and lived with my girlfriend. Neither of us had a vehicle at the time, so when we got into an argument one night, I left and started walking the 8 miles to my mum's house to give things a chance to settle down. This was around 1 a.m. As I'm walking, a small goldish car pulls up beside me, and the driver, a middle-aged black man with a slight speech impediment, asked me if I need a ride, which I declined. He asked me if I was sure several times, and I said yes, but thanked him, and he drove off. For the next couple of miles, he was idling at every major intersection, sometimes honking his horn at me slightly. Every time I noticed him, I made a conscious effort not to look at him again, or invite any more of his attention. I thought he had got tired of messing with me, until I walked in front of a small used car dealership. I heard someone say, "Hey, come here," from the parking lot. It was him again. I stopped, obviously startled, and he tries to calm me down. "Whoa, chill dog. Hey man, you sure you don't need a ride? I'm not busy at all, and I really don't mind." I again declined, and he starts asking me questions left and right. I talked to him for a good 45 minutes or so, hoping it'd make him leave me alone before I go on a less busy street. He asked me what my name was several times, as if to check if I gave him a fake one. I did, but I lied consistently. He also kept asking me if I had any weapons on me, or if I was violent. I told him no, which was probably stupid. He then started trying to get me to step closer, so he didn't have to yell to talk to me. No. Finally, I tell him I need to keep walking. He again offers me a ride, is again rejected, and then says, "Look man, I'm really just trying to get some weed." What the fuck? Given his behaviour and the circumstances, that seemed very unlikely. I walked off and crossed the street and zigzagged through some shopping centres to lose him. If I did, it was only temporarily. At this point, I was confused, slightly freaked out, and mildly paranoid. But what happened next really freaked me out. An hour or so later, I was on a quiet street, almost to my mum's house. Psst. I look to my right, and I see a chubby but attractive Hispanic woman smiling really big and waving me in to approach her. She was in a driveway of a yard full of plants, a man-made jungle type thing. Can't see a lot of the yard from the street. She did not live there. Yeah? What's up? I asked her, not moving towards her at all. Hey baby, wanna come home? No thanks, I told her. Oh, you have a girlfriend? I just don't know you, I say, and then continue walking. I honestly thought at the time that this was a setup for a robbery or something, but it appeared she was alone, and there was no one else in the truck. I glanced back towards her, and she's now got her truck door open, like she's going to leave, but the back of her shorts are pulled down, with her ass fully exposed and staring up the sky like a lunatic. Are you alright? I asked. I was genuinely concerned. Yes, I'm just waiting for someone. Waiting for someone in the sky at 2:30 AM in a stranger's driveway, hidden from the view of a street? Okay, good luck, weirdo. She had to be on something. I kept walking. She backs out of her truck and drives past me. As she does, I see there was someone else in the truck the whole time. Must have been hiding for some reason. It was the black dude from earlier. Staring. Eyes like daggers. No smile, or anything this time. I get chills even now thinking about realising for the first time that this guy really wanted me for something. And I probably almost became a victim of some major crime. Shortly thereafter, I made it to my mum's. 5 freaking years pass. It's 2012. I have a car, but decide to walk to Walmart for dog food. I'm in the same general area, with my iPad mini in my pocket and earbuds. I see a car pull up next to me in the parking lot. Hey dog, do you know how to get to the Landmark Apartments? I recognised him immediately, even after 5 years. He looks like a skinnier version of Fleece Johnson from MSNBC's Lock Up. I am almost positive he didn't recognise me, or remember our previous encounter. I take out my iPad, connect to Wi-Fi, and try to look up this apartment complex. It did not exist. He volunteers that his name is Carlton. I start telling him where he might want to check, but he's not interested, and starts asking me questions. Again, asked my name several times, asked if I'm armed or violent, asked me to step closer so he doesn't have to yell. How often does this guy do this shit? For fuck's sake. You going to Walmart? I can take you there. No thanks, guy. He keeps trying to get me into the car and asking if I have weapons. Finally, I make it clear I'm not going near him. He starts to pull off and then stops immediately. Look man, to be honest with you, I'm just trying to find some weed. Okay, no. Screw this. I jog to Walmart, send an MMS message to my girlfriend of his car and license plate in case I turned up dead somehow, and haven't seen him since. If he was doing this kind of thing for at least 5 years, he had to have been successful at some point. I personally hope that he was just gay and horny, but he gave off a serial killer vibe.
So, I'll start off by saying that this story is pretty long and is gonna make my friend and I sound like complete fucking idiots. This is because, well, we are. We completely ignored everything we've been told about stranger danger and basic safety because, hey, we're both 20-year-old college dudes. I also am not the best writer, so bear with me. This happened last Sunday. So, my parents are pretty well off and love to travel to exotic destinations. They planned a trip to St. Lucia and extended an invitation to my sister, her boyfriend, and my friend Vince and I. St. Lucia is a small mountainous island near the coast of Venezuela. It's a significantly underdeveloped nation with an all-cash economy where few taxes are collected and spent for the good of the commons. Violent crime on the island is not unheard of. There are a few paved roads, a few major fava-like towns, and a couple of small, secluded, high-end boat-accessible resorts. We stayed at one of these resorts. My parents were in one room, and the rest of us stayed in a room next door. The rooms were more like little huts open entirely to the outdoors with easy accessible rooftops above and below. All was well for most of the trip. We went hiking, snorkeling, and relaxed on the beach. As much as my friend and I enjoyed it, this resort was meant for honeymooners, not for college kids looking to have a wild time. One night, Vince and I were up drinking late at the bar, which was not extremely lively as usual, and we get to talking with the bartender, Gustavo. We bond with Gustavo over our interests in Easy Weezy and girls, and nothing seemed off at all. We asked him if he knew any clubs or where to go to have a good time in town. He told us about how we really had to leave the resort to experience St. Lucia as we expected. He offered to take us to his place sometime to show us the good time we'd been looking for. He then showed us a picture of his house. This should have been the first red flag, but we were drinking and had no reason not to trust our new friend. Gustavo had a massive house for St. Lucian standards, complete with a huge flat-screen TV, pool table, bar, and a Camaro. We'd been around the island a bit at this point and had not seen a house or car half as nice as his. We told him we'd be interested, but would have to let him know when we could go later. The next day, we get a text from Gustavo midday saying that a boat was at the dock to pick us up. This was strange to Vince and I since we didn't really agree upon a time. We told him that we had plans and couldn't go during the day anyway. This seemed to piss him off just a little bit. The next day, whenever Vince and I would see Gustavo at the resort, he lacked enthusiasm and ignored us as we said hello to him. The following day, however, Gustavo was off work and texting us like we were best friends again. He asked us if we could come to his place and told us he was making pizza, had girls lined up, and some of that good. Knowing that my parents would never let me do something so risky, we told them that we would go out after 10 because my parents were most likely going to be asleep at that point. He agreed, but was kind of annoyed and made it sound like we owed him and better not bail again. On a side note, I've never done coke, but my friend Vince has. I was slightly worried, but I figured I'd just say no, like Dare taught me or whatever, and still could have a good time. Besides, we couldn't really bail on him twice. As 10 o'clock rolled around, my parents had gone to sleep, my sister and her boyfriend had gone elsewhere, and Vincent and I had finished up pre-gaming at the bar near the dock until it closed for the night. It started getting very dark, and soon Vincent and I were about the only ones down at the dimly lit beach area. This is when things really started to get sketchy. Around 10:15, we get a call from Gustavo saying something along the lines of,
"The plans have changed. The boat taxi is no longer being arranged through the resort. My guy is coming to pick you guys up. The fare is going to be a little more expensive now, around $100 plus tip. He's nice, but he has a little temper, and he's in a hurry, so don't piss him off. Look for the green and yellow boat and just get in."
The unfamiliar flat and low tone of his voice that he used sent chills down my spine, and suddenly we knew we were in serious trouble. We only had $140 on us together and immediately agreed that we would wait for the boat, give him the cash, and say we couldn't go anymore. A few minutes later, we got another call saying,
"My guy is going to be a little late. He has some drop-offs to make, but if you're not gonna dock when he gets there, he will be knocking on room 17. Don't make him knock."
Room 17 is the room my parents are staying in. Vincent is about to throw up at this point. Trying to calm down, I suggest that we hide our phones and wallets nearby just in case they try to mug us. There was nobody but us at the beach at this point. I could barely make out some small boats far out the bay, but they hadn't moved in a while. We were standing on a small rock peninsula at the side of a cliff surrounded by black water with a single dim lamp overhead. We cannot run and we cannot hide. My parents and my sister and her boyfriend may be in serious danger if we do. 11:30 p.m., we get another call from Gustavo.
"There will be 3 boats coming. Just get in."
This is now obviously fucked. We are fucked. We are so fucked. Why the fuck are there 3 boats? Vincent and I are pretty skinny guys. There's no way we could fight more than one person. It's the perfect kidnapping, I thought to myself. Vince and I are weak young adults who come from apparent well-off families, who didn't tell anyone where they were going or what they were doing. Gustavo knew all of these things and obviously had the resources and connections to pull abduction off, or worse. I spot what appears to be a security guard making rounds down the beach a ways and immediately walk as fast as I can to him with Vincent. I explained, without using Gustavo's name, that we were supposed to be picked up by 3 boats and we feel extremely uncomfortable after recent events and just want to pay the boat captain and leave. My hope was that if we did get kidnapped, at least one person would know where the fuck we went or what happened to us. He assured us that no boats come around this time of night and we shouldn't wait too much longer. We walk not 100 feet before we get the single most chilling text I've ever read.
"Did you just talk to the security?"
Vince and I both froze and stared at each other for a few seconds. We decided to reply and said we were just chatting with him and heading back and that we can't go anymore because it's too late. He quickly replied,
"Don't worry, haha."
We replied, "Seriously, don't send the boats, we're not going anymore." Once again, his response was, "Don't worry, haha," followed by another "Don't worry, haha," and that was the last we heard of him. I've seen this shit in the movies. Coke dealers don't usually treat rats very nicely. Maybe Gustavo knew that I didn't use his name, and maybe that's why we were able to get out of that mess. Was the security guard in on it, or were we being watched the whole time? I will never know. Not knowing what to do, Vincent and I started climbing the few hundred stairs up to the mountain, back to our room with purpose. It was dark now, with the only occasional dim lamp along the way. Every single sound, every single movement in the surrounding jungle scared the living shit out of us. I've never felt this afraid in my entire life. We get back to the room, lock the door, and I go out to the patio silently watch the climbable roofs like a fucking hawk. Vincent swears that he saw hands on the edge of the roof, but they were gone when I pointed my phone's flashlight at them. For the next 2 hours, I sat there, head on a swivel, ready to fucking scream to wake up my family and fight for my life. While freaking the fuck out, I saw a meteor burn up in the clear night sky, which was easily the highlight of my night. So that was pretty cool, I guess. Eventually, we figured it was over and went to bed. Relieved to wake up in the morning without my throat slit, I relaxed a bit. Luckily, we were checking out of the hotel at 11, so we wouldn't have to run into Gustavo again. Before leaving the resort, Vincent and I wandered down to the beach to kill some time. That's when 2 large native men that didn't appear to work at the resort approached us. The larger one said,
"Hey, are you the guys that were supposed to be on the boat last night? You know, Gustavo?"
I replied, no, trying my best to sound confused.
"How much longer are you guys staying?"
he asked. "We're leaving in an hour," I replied. He looked at me with an "I know you're lying to me" face, held out his fist, grinned and said with a low voice,
"Safe trip home."
I bumped his fist and walked away, trying to stay cool. It felt like everyone who worked at the resort was looking at us and whispering about us for the next hour. I just wanted to get the fuck out. I didn't feel safe until we made it the hour drive to the airport and got through security. Gustavo and your friends, let's not meet again.
I've only ever mentioned this story in this video, but I'll never truly feel ready to go into details about what really happened that night on my YouTube channel. Just a warning, I'm no English major, so sorry if it goes off on tangents or doesn't make sense. But feel free to ask questions and I'll clear things up. Some names have been changed to protect the innocent. I was 18 at the time I got accepted into university. The same day, me and my then boyfriend got into a fight. I decided to have a few drinks with my cousin Becky, her boyfriend whom she had a child with, Eugene, his housemate, Ken, and the neighbor Hadley. Sounds like a safe scenario, right? Wrong. Around that night, we were all playing drinking games, and I thought I was having a ball in my best t-shirt without my boyfriend. This only being the second night I'd gone out since I'd moved out of my family's because of issues and only went to school, work, sports, school clubs, and the first night was going to my cousin's birthday. I noticed Ken kept staring at me the whole night, but I never tried anything, and Becky told me to stay away from him because he would sleep with anyone, including Hadley. I wasn't going to sleep with him because of a disagreement with my boyfriend. It got late. Becky asked if I wanted to stay at Dad's house while she was away or sleep in the spare room. I told her I felt a lot safer if I slept in the same room with her and Eugene, since I always got a creepy vibe in the spare room since it was small, cold, and cramped. My half-sister used to have the house before my cousin got it, and it used to be my half-sister's room. That was also where I watched The Exorcist. I didn't feel safe sleeping alone in my dad's house. Ken and Hadley slept on the couch. I noticed Ken kept following me around all night, making derogatory remarks. Later on in the night, Ken started licking and sucking on my feet and toes, and tries to move up. I'm paralyzed with fear because I only had one incident where I had almost gotten raped. Again, the first time I thought it was a safe environment with family. He tries to move up my leg. I pretend I'm trying to toss and turn and cover up my zipper of my pants. But he forcefully and quietly moves my hand away and goes back to sucking and licking on my feet. Eventually goes back to Hadley. I hear her giggling. Prepare myself for the worst and think if he comes back in here, I'll wake up my cousin. Of course he comes back in. I nudge and shove and shake my cousin's arm quietly, fearing Ken would do something violent if he found out. Turned out to be Eugene's. He grabs my hand, I squeeze it tightly, once again tossing and turning so Ken doesn't travel any further up my feet. Eugene apologizes when Ken leaves and tells him he didn't do anything and feels guilty. Maybe it's because Ken was bigger than him and he was under the influence of drugs. I didn't know he did crystal meth until later, but Eugene says he'll say something if he came back in. Yep, and he did. Eugene asked, "What the fuck are you doing in my room?" Ken nervously musters up an "oh, I'm sorry," and quickly walks off. This is now dawnbreak. Eugene profusely apologizes when I told him he could have woken up Becky. Then Eugene grabs my hand and I feel something erect. I pull my hand away. He tries it again. I move my hand away and tell him I gotta go back to my house. I take the longest shower of my life. Then I couldn't even wash the disgusting feeling I felt. I walked back to my home. I'm greeted with why it's my fault and I should have never left or fought or an argument, unfinished business with my boyfriend's mom. I burst out crying, tell her everything for the first time. She hugs me, they call the police, and report both of them. I never went to work that day. Around then, Ken decides to quickly move the fuck out. Eugene and Becky are confused and ask my cousin if it wasn't touching what I think it was, what the fuck was I touching then? That was so important that I had to remove my hands twice. Eugene wanted to talk to me, one-on-one, but I refused. 2 weeks and 2 days later, he hangs himself, writes a letter to my cousin. I had no idea. I was actually at my dad's house at the time, after another argument with my boyfriend. Eugene only lives next door. His workmates actually found him when he didn't show up to work for 2 to 3 days. My dad tricked me into going to Thailand, said it was my fault I almost got raped. He drugged me. I'll never know if this was true. Against my will, the police decided to drop the charges since I was living in another country. That was 7 years ago, I gotta say. Ken does a damn good job at hiding his tracks. While I was writing this story, I did manage to find his Facebook. Please do not mention that you found this story out of respect for my family, in case he finds my YouTube channel or Facebook and intends to hurt me. If you do, you're giving the perpetrator fuel and just as bad. I'm living in another country, but I'm still terrified of him in some ways, if he can get away with it once. I feel this sickening and horrifying sense of guilt about Eugene, since I was the one that reported him. I was responsible for his death. He was my niece's father. I love her so much, but I'll always be reminded for taking her dad away from her. Here's his Facebook. Worse has already been done to him, so don't try anything malicious. Months later in 2010, I was on visit to New Zealand. I found out the day we met Ken, he was staring at Becky. One day while she was sleeping in the same bed with Eugene, he was just staring at her. She woke up. She got lucky. I have to wonder how much worse the situation would have gotten if I slept in the spare room or went back to my house all alone. The moral of this story is no matter how safe or careful you are in an environment, you could never truly be sure, and people you think you could trust can be turned in a heartbeat.
I was seeing this guy Jack for a couple of months, and when I broke it off, I thought he was okay with it. He took it well, said he'd see me around, and we went our separate ways. I lived on a dead-end street at the very end of the street. I had huge windows, and knew my neighbor's cars, and I knew Jack's car. About a week after we broke up, I started to see Jack drive by my apartment and quickly pull into the back parking lot that went the whole block, parallel to the street. Sometimes I would walk outside and see his car parked at the end of the street. I once circled the block and came up to his car and asked, "What the fuck are you doing here?" His response was something along the lines of, "Just seeing if you were home." "Okay, you fucking weirdo." I went back inside. At first I let it go. I was a full-time student and worked full-time, so I hardly had time to placate a man I wasn't interested in anymore. Not to mention I was young, 19, and I for sure didn't believe or think anything bad could happen to me. After a couple of weeks, it got a little creepy, and I would find things on my car or in my mailbox from Jack. Stuffed animals, candy with notes like, "Please don't leave me," or "I'll wait." Nothing too crazy or anything that scared me. He was a good-looking guy, had a good job, and took care of himself. How dangerous could he be? Jack started showing up at my school's gym and cafeteria. He didn't go to the college, and as far as I knew, had no reason to be there. He would just watch me, and a few times, he tried to corner me to talk to me or give me a hug. This is where I started to get a little freaked. I finally went to the cops because I was just tired of him always being around. Plus, I had started seeing a new guy, and it was always awkward for me to see Jack when I was holding hands with the new guy. He hadn't actually done anything illegal, but I lived alone, and far from any good friends or family at the time, so I was a little nervous. After I went to the police, he completely changed. He would drive up and down for hours around my block. I would see him at the grocery store, or the local ice cream shop, like he knew my schedule. One day, I left to go for a run like I usually do. I always went around the same time in the late afternoon and always the same route. The neighborhood I lived in connected to the Horsemen's Association. They were allowed to have horses in the city proper, so, conveniently, there was a well-maintained path for them to use to get to the forest preserve. From the start of the trail in my neighborhood to the parking lot/trailhead was about 2 miles. It went through empty fields and retention ponds. No houses or other people, but that never bothered me. So, off I go into my own world, as I concentrated more on the crunch of the gravel under my feet, or the fall colors starting to pop. As I closed the distance to the trailhead, there were 4 cop cars just waiting. Weird for where I lived. Very low crime, and a quiet part of town. A cop stops me and asks my name. I give it, and he asks me to come with them. Now I am freaked. I was shitting bricks. Finally, we get to the station and they explain everything. Jack had been picked up for loitering and suspicious behavior. I happened to live across the street from the police chief of the town, whose house sided up to the entrance of that running path. He knew about Jack, as I had mentioned about a month before, that someone kept coming by and hanging about. The police had noticed Jack's car earlier in the day, and when Jack spent hours hanging around, he got suspicious. He had Jack tracked down and asked him questions. He admitted to letting them search his car. They discovered that Jack had duct tape and a bottle of chloroform. I quickly moved.
This happened about a year ago in Seattle. I was managing a coffee shop just down the road from my apartment. An easy 15-minute walk most mornings, which I appreciated since I like to sleep in as much as I can. I had done this walk many times, leave at 5:45 and get to the cafe at 6 a.m. But what happened this morning would shake my comfort about early mornings, my neighborhood, and my city. Because I would sleep in so close to when I would have to leave, the walk to work would usually be the thing to wake me up. I stepped off the steps of my apartment building and maybe took 5 steps before feeling extremely uncomfortable. A man had just crossed the street and was walking towards me. Something in my body told me not to make eye contact with him. But just as passing, I couldn't resist and looked into his eyes. His eyes were piercing and my heart started to race. To the best of my abilities to describe him, he was at least 6 feet, wearing all black, a hoodie pulled over his head. But his eyes are what haunt me to this day. I wasn't sure if he was African American because his skin was black, and there were large white circles around his eyes, almost as if he had painted black onto his face, which I am certain to be the case. With that one glance, I knew something was wrong. I walked quickly and crossed the street to the other side. I glanced back and he was standing at the foot of the stairs of my apartment building. Certainly he had seen me come out of there. At this point, I was about a block away from him, hiding behind a tree in the doorway of another apartment building, calling my boyfriend over and over. I watched as he looked at my building for what felt like an hour, and proceeded down the sidewalk the opposite way I was walking. I was shaken and relieved. I was thinking about all the things I would have done, running to the police station that was 2 blocks away, calling the security guard I knew was working in the building I worked. All of these different things came to mind. I continued to walk down the block, but felt the urge to take a glance behind me, and thankfully I did. I couldn't see the man walking on the block. He surely would have still been on. I wasn't sure what to make of it until I saw him, on the same block as me, across the street, coming closer. I started to run and he matched my pace. I ran the 2 blocks to the police station, and he was gone. I went in and made a report and called the owner of the cafe to come get me. It took a while before I felt comfortable walking to work alone. Even alone, I couldn't listen to music or anything, always aware of my surroundings. Thankfully, I have never had another encounter with this man. So, weird creepy dude on 12th Ave, let's not ever meet again.
I've posted this story on Ask Reddit, but came across this sub and thought it would fit in. In my childhood neighborhood, my neighborhood's pool was larger than the other surrounding neighborhoods, so people often visited ours instead. When I was 8, I went to the pool with my sisters on the first day of summer, as I always did. When the lifeguards kicked all the kids out for the adult swim, I sat down on a pool chair next to my sisters. This guy, probably between 11 and 13, laid down on the chair next to me and said, "You're beautiful. Will you go out with me?" My sisters thought it was funny and teased me about it, so I just kind of laughed, but it made me uncomfortable. I was really shy back then, so I wrapped my body up in the towel I brought to cover my body, which he was staring at very openly. He introduced himself as Chris and kept trying to talk to me, and I was too shy to tell him to go away, so I let him keep the conversation going. Even though it made me uncomfortable, I soon forgot about it, until I went back to the pool next time. There he was, telling me how pretty I was, petting my hair, asking me to go out with him, and introducing me to his disabled grandmother, who brought him to the pool. Anyway, one day this girl came up to me and asked me if Chris was bothering me. I lied and said that I didn't really care, and she rolled her eyes and joked about how he used to ask her out too, and that she was glad he'd found someone else to pine over. The girl, Elizabeth, started hanging out with me when I went to the pool, which was almost every day since I was allowed to go by myself if I wanted. She explained to me that she and Chris were good friends from a different neighborhood, but came to our pool because it was bigger and had more room for his grandmother to work on physical therapy for her legs. We became great friends and laughed about how Chris was always following us around and asking me out. One day, I noticed that Chris followed me all the way back to my house and tried to hide behind a mailbox when I turned around. As funny as that sounds, I didn't think it was funny back then and rushed back into my house. I began to notice that he was getting more aggressive and annoyed with me for refusing to date him. He started asking me to go on walks with him through the park and brought his grandmother so I didn't feel like I could say no. He would take me into the woods or behind the jungle gym, out of sight from his grandmother, and make creepy comments about my body and touch my cheek while telling me how pretty I was. He'd pet my hair and try to bounce the curls, like stretching out a spring and watching it curl up again. His grandmother would offer to let me sit on her lap during these walks while she controlled her wheelchair, which made me feel really uncomfortable because I didn't know her well, and being a stupid, ignorant 8-year-old, I thought her atrophied legs were a little gross. He continued to follow me home, even when I took shortcuts through the woods or the long way that led in circles. His presence began to make me nervous, because I wasn't sure what would happen if I continued to turn him down. I started avoiding the pool when his grandmother's handicap van was there, but I'm pretty sure he just fixed that by showing up later than usual, so I'd already be there when he arrived. All of my friends, including Elizabeth, thought it was so funny, so I never told them I didn't want to go to the pool anymore, and never brought it up to my sisters or parents. So if someone asked me to go with them, I'd just go and hope he wasn't there. Finally, during the last week the pool was open, I went to the bathroom. The bathrooms are a bit off to the side of the pool and closed off with a large heavy metal door, so kids don't sneak in and vandalize it at night. The second I entered, the door shut behind me and the lights turned off. Then I heard Chris say, "I'm not letting you out until you agree to go out with me," and he locked the door. The bathroom was cold and pitch black, and I was terrified of the dark at the time. The tile was that disgusting, slimy, wet feeling that tile gets when it's wet, with bits of dirt and sand on it, which is why I never liked going in there in the first place. It also smelled like chlorine and a typical subpar public restroom, stuff of nightmares for an 8-year-old. I started banging on the door and screaming for help, but nobody could hear me because of the really heavy door in the location. But then some angry soccer mom started screaming at me to stop pranking her and how much trouble I was in. Turns out that she'd been locked in there too, and was mad that while she was peeing, the lights turned off. She called for help with her phone, and I was eventually let out of the bathroom. Being 8, I didn't think much about it, but now I realize how creepy the whole situation was. I should have told someone the first time he followed me home, and it never occurred to me to just stop going to the pool. The lifeguards stopped allowing people from other neighborhoods due to an unrelated series of break-ins, and I'd heard that he was banned from the pool for locking me and the mom in the bathroom. But the next summer, I saw a boy who looked just like Chris but taller and with blonde streaks dyed into his hair. It might have been his brother or a spot-on look-alike, but I never went to that pool again after that, and I never met Chris or Elizabeth again.
Some background info. I attended a private high school, but our tuition did not cover the school trips and the like. This incident took place during the summer of my junior year, during the last few months of school. During high school, I was part of the Language National Honor Society, a club that will only let you in if you have an A and are overall level 3. 3 years of language study in a non-English language. Mine was Japanese. I had taken several classes over the summer and tested from level 2 to level 4. I was ecstatic to join the club and do all the activities advertised, including traveling to our respective countries of study. That meant if I kept my grades up, I would be able to travel to Japan just over summer for a home stay. Part of the way us students raised money for our trips was to recycle all of the school's recycling and turn it in for a collective fund. Again, private high school. I guess we just did things differently. Anyway, the jobs for recycling were divided between the students who sorted the recycling and dug through the trash at school, and ones who drove the bags of bottles to the local recycling center. I was in the latter group, since my family owned a Suburban, which could fit most of the bags in one trip, with all the other seats down. So during late April, early June, I was signed up to take the bags. My mom offered to drive, since she wanted to use the truck to go shopping later in the day. It was surprisingly hot for the west side of Oregon. I was dressed in jean short shorts and a t-shirt and sneakers. No way I was going to wear flip-flops at the center, even with the heat. Old soda feels disgusting as it dries between your toes, trust me. At this time, my mom and I were not in a good spot in our relationship. We butted heads over every little thing, including recycling. She couldn't understand why I insisted on going to the recycling center early in the week. It was wasting time because she needed to buy something for one of my siblings' school projects. If you want, you can just drop me off. I'll grab a soda or something and text you when I'm done or walk home, I said, annoyed. She sighed. I'll wait around for a bit. When we reached the center, which was connected to a QFC, she parked one row from the entrance and I hopped out, dragging 3 huge bags with me. I returned to the car to grab the second batch when I felt it. That tingle go up your spine when someone is watching you. I frowned and then looked around. There was no one around really, except for an elderly looking old man sitting in his car in the row behind us. He was looking right at me. I did a quick check to make sure there was no soda streak on my bare legs. Shit. There's a hole in my shorts. Jerk. So go ahead and laugh at the dumb teenager with bright pink panties. He wasn't laughing, but I was more embarrassed by the staring than creeped out. With a huff and a grumble, I dragged the remaining bags to the recycling center. It's a small open room that you can see into from the parking lot. Recycling machines lined the walls, and I got to work. A few minutes pass, and I get a text from my mom. I'm going ahead to the mall. Text me when you're on your way home. I don't want you waiting around for me to pick you up. Great, I text back. A few more minutes later, and I hear a car pulling up into the parking spot right in front of the recycling center opening. I look up as a reflex, and I felt my heart sink. It's the old man from before. The tingle down my spine is made of ice this time, settling in my gut. This was not okay. The man was watching me. Even if he was waiting for somebody, why not remain in his original spot? Why pull up in front and park instead of driving closer to the grocery store entrance? Still, I try to ignore it. That is, until I hear a creak of door hinges. My head snaps up, and I see the man has opened his door and has one leg sticking out. I text my mom, "Can you come back?" She asks why. There's this guy watching me and is creeping me out. Just go tell one of the employees if he's really bothering you. You're young. I'm sure you can outrun them anyways. Yeah, thanks, Mom. The man hasn't gotten out of his car yet. He's just sitting there, watching me. Watching me stand there with my phone in my hand. That's when I noticed a very rhythmic movement of one of his arms. Hell no. Abandoning my bottles and walking out of the recycling center and heading towards the entrance of the QFC. As I pass the car, I can't help but look, just to make sure I'm right. And lo and behold, the man is sitting there half out of his car, watching me. He's exposed and pleasuring himself. That sight makes my lip curl in disgust. I hurry into the QFC and tell the first employee I see what's going on. She just says, "Oh, that's gross," and walks away. Yeah, fuck you too, lady. I feel gross. Violated almost. It makes my skin crawl, but I'm too nervous to go back out of the store again. I linger by the doors, like a creep myself. Nervous. After about 5 minutes, another employee, a man this time, comes up to me and asks if I'm lost, and reminds me that there's no loitering in the store. I have no choice but to go back out again. Thankfully, the man is gone. I finish the recycling, turn in the receipt for cash, buy the damn soda and walk home. I never saw that man again, and opted for sorting bottles at the school instead of taking them to the recycling center. On the plus side, my relationship with my mother has gotten a lot better since. The downside, it wasn't the last, or even the most extreme creepy encounter I've experienced.
When I was a sophomore in college, I lived in a small but beautiful historic studio apartment in a small East Coast city that had somewhat of a good reputation for crime or danger. However, the neighbourhood I lived in was usually considered one of the good neighbourhoods. It was close to the city's university, and was mostly students living there, especially on the street my building was on. My building was a huge 4-story townhouse, if you can really call it that. It was really a mansion as a whole, built in 1895. The architecture was really awesome. Built-in bookshelves and huge mahogany pocket doors that slid into the walls. Anyway, the building wasn't exactly in mint condition, and my landlord was pretty lazy. He would always come by and check up on things, and make promises to get stuff fixed, but never really got around to doing much of anything. The apartment I was renting was on the first floor. My front door was immediately on the left as you walk into the building's door from the street. This door, the building's front door, which from the street opened to a small lobby area with only one door in it, mine, and a staircase to the other apartments upstairs, was huge and heavy and was never locked. In fact, you couldn't lock it. And in fact, it didn't even close all the way. So basically, the door to my apartment was open to the street. I asked my landlord countless times to please do something about the front door, but he never did anything. Well, one night, I was getting home from work and it was very late, about 3:45 AM. I worked as a pizza delivery driver at a place that was open really late every night. And I was just sitting on my couch watching a little TV before I went to bed. I'd also gotten totally naked, something I truly loved being able to do, considering I lived alone. Haha. Anyway, not even 10 minutes since I'd gotten home and sat down, I heard 3 slow knocks at my door. I'm thinking, who the fuck would be at my door at this hour? What could they possibly want? Why didn't I hear the building's front door open like I normally do? Young and naive, I was half scared and half intrigued. I put a robe on and slowly crept towards the door, which, by the way, was literally right next to the couch where I was sitting. At this point in time, my door didn't have a peephole, so I just had to kind of take a leap of faith and open the door. When I did, a tall, emaciated, middle-aged man stood staring down at me, with low eyes and a grin. He was wearing all black, many layers, and a big black trench coat. The first thing he said was, "Can I come in?" With the door barely open, I got a deep pit in my stomach and just went, no man, what's up?" He just stared into my eyes for a second, clearly disappointed, and then said, "I've seen you around," and started to grin again. The pit in my stomach had evolved into a churning sensation, and I was starting to get nauseous. "Yeah, I've been watching you, and I like the way you look," he said. "So you gay? Bisexual?" I was just like, "I dunno, but it's late and I'm going to bed. Bye." He kind of nodded and lingered for a second, as did I, watching to make sure I saw him leave the building. Once he did, I closed the door, locked it, and stood with my hand still on the knob for a good minute at least. After I snapped out of my shock, I ran over to my couch and pushed it up against the door. I ended up sleeping on the couch that night, even though it was right there. It just made me feel safer, like I could hear if something happened. Well, nothing happened that night. It wasn't until about a week later, on one of my nights off from work, that I was sitting around my apartment winding down by myself after I had a few friends over drinking and smoking a little bit, as college kids will do. All of a sudden, I heard a weird rattling noise coming from across the room, so I turned off the music I was playing, to find out that it was coming from none other than my front doorknob. I looked at it for a second, and saw that both the knob and the top lock were jiggling. Someone was trying to get in. Like a deer in headlights, I was frozen, staring at the things wiggle and shake, until I started to see the top lock actually budge and start to turn. I leapt up from my chair and sawed to the door, grabbing tightly on the lock, forcefully twisting it back to being locked. The jiggling of the lock and knob stopped for a second, because whoever it was clearly knew that I knew. It was only a second though, because they started struggling again, and I had to use all my might to keep it still. Sweat was dripping down my forehead and my ribcage, and after about 15 seconds of wrestling with this intruder, it suddenly stopped, and I heard the building door open and close, and footsteps run down the stairs of the stoop to the sidewalk. Just like I was before, I was paralysed with my hands at the door for a good while before I realised I was crying and shaking, and that I needed to call someone. My instinct was to call the police. In hindsight, I regret this for the following reasons. I was basically having a panic attack while I was on the phone with 911 and actually threw up during the call, and I think that's when they decided I was just fucked up or something. When the two police got to my apartment, they stood in my doorway as I struggled to recount to them what had happened, as I'm shaking and crying. I noticed at one point that they're both smirking and laughing, and I say, "What's funny right now?" One of them goes, "It reeks of marijuana." I was just like, okay, and basically argued with them after that. Long story short, they ended up confiscating a bunch of shit from my apartment, and basically turning the whole situation into a little mini drug bust. Although they say they weren't going to charge me with anything. Just take my shit. Nothing about this attempted break-in besides, keep your door locked. I was devastated and felt so helpless. I hate to make this story so long, so I'll try to keep the last part short. Basically, This same scenario happened one more time about 2 weeks from the last time. Only, instead of calling the police, I called my dad, who raced down in an hour, which is a 2-hour drive from his house to this place. And he had a crowbar up his sleeve, haha. Unfortunately, by the time he had gotten there, whoever it was had already left. They didn't struggle very hard this time. My dad ended up cussing out my landlord and demanding he get the door fixed and install a new lock and a peephole on my door. He did make this happen within a reasonable amount of time. And I also got one of those bars you wedge between the doorknob and the floor, as well as an aluminium baseball bat to protect myself with, so I felt a lot better from then on. Needless to say though, I ended my lease for that apartment a month early and never moved back to that street. I never found out for sure who was trying to pick my locks, and if it was the guy who had come to my door the first time. But whoever it was, let's not meet.
When I was a sophomore in college, I lived in a small but beautiful historic studio apartment in a small East Coast city that had somewhat of a reputation for crime and danger. However, the neighborhood I lived in was usually considered one of the good neighborhoods. It was close to the city's university and was mostly students living there, especially on the street my building was on. My building was a huge 4-story townhouse, if you can really call it that. It was really a mansion as a whole, built in 1895. The architecture was really awesome. Built-in bookshelves and huge mahogany pocket doors that slid into the walls. Anyway, the building wasn't exactly in mint condition and my landlord was pretty lazy. He would always come by and check up on things and make promises to get stuff fixed, but never really got around to doing much of anything. The apartment I was renting was on the first floor. My front door immediately on the left as you walked in the building's door to the street. This door, the building's front door, which from the street opened to a small lobby area with only one door in it, mine, and a staircase to the other apartments upstairs, was huge and heavy and never locked. In fact, you couldn't lock it, and in fact, it didn't even close all the way. So basically the door to my apartment was open to the street. I asked my landlord countless times to please do something about the front door, but he never did anything. Well, one night I was getting home from work and it was very late, about 3:45 a.m. I worked as a pizza delivery driver at a place that was open really late every night. And I was just sitting on my couch watching a little TV before I went to bed. I had also gotten totally naked, something I truly loved being able to do considering I lived alone. Anyway, not 10 minutes since I'd gotten home and sat down, I hear 3 slow knocks at my door. I'm thinking, who the fuck would be at my door at this hour? What could they possibly want? Why didn't I hear the building's front door open like I normally do? Young and naive, I was half scared and half intrigued. I put a robe on and slowly crept towards the door, which by the way was literally right next to the couch where I was sitting. At this point in time, my door didn't have a peephole, so I just had to kind of take a leap of faith and open the door. And when I did, a tall, emaciated, middle-aged man stood staring down at me with low eyes and a grin. He was wearing all black, many layers, and a big black trench coat. The first thing he said was, "Can I come in?" With the door barely open, I got a deep pit in my stomach and just went, No, man. What's up? He just stared into my eyes for a second, clearly disappointed, and then said, "I've seen you around," and started to grin again. The pit in my stomach had evolved into a churning sensation, and I was starting to get nauseous. "Yeah, I've been watching you, and I like the way you look," he said. "So you gay? Bisexual?" I was just like, "I don't know, but it's late and I'm going to bed. Bye." He kind of nodded and lingered for a second, as did I, watching to make sure I saw him leave the building. And once I did, I closed the door, locked it, and stood with my hands still on the knob for a good minute at least. After I snapped out of my shock, I ran over to my couch and pushed it up against the door. I ended up sleeping on the couch that night, even though it was right there. It just made me feel safer, like I could hear if something happened. Well, nothing happened that night. It wasn't until about a week later, on one of my nights off from work, that I was sitting around my apartment winding down by myself after I had had some friends over drinking and smoking a little bit, as college kids will do. All of a sudden, I hear a weird rattling noise coming from across the room, so I turned off the music I was playing to find out that it was coming from none other than my front doorknob. I looked at it for a second and saw that both the knob and the top lock were jiggling. Someone was trying to get in. Like a deer in headlights, I was frozen, staring at the things wiggle and shake until I started to see the top lock actually budge and start to turn. I leapt up from my chair and soared to the door, grabbing tightly on the lock and forcefully twisting it back to being locked. The jingling of the lock and knob stopped for a second because whoever it was clearly knew now that I knew. It was only a second though before they just started struggling again, and I had to use all my might just to keep it still. Sweat was dripping down my forehead and my ribcage, and after about 15 seconds of wrestling with this intruder, it suddenly stopped, and I heard the building door open and close, and footsteps run down the stairs of the stoop to the sidewalk. Just like I was before, I was paralyzed with my hands on the door for a good while before I realized I was crying, shaking, and that I needed to call someone. My instinct was to call the police. In hindsight, I regret this for the following reasons. I was having basically a panic attack while I was on the phone with 911, and actually threw up during the call. And I think that's when they decided I was just fucked up or something. When the two police got to my apartment, they stood in my doorway as I struggled to recount to them what had happened, as I'm shaking and crying. I noticed at one point they're both smirking and laughing, and I say, "What's funny right now?" And one of them goes, "It reeks of marijuana." I was just like, okay, and basically argued with them after that. Long story short, they ended up confiscating a bunch of my shit from my apartment and basically turning the whole situation into a little mini drug bust. Although they said they weren't going to charge me with anything, just take my shit. Nothing about this attempted break-in besides, keep your doors locked. I was devastated and felt so helpless. I hate to make this story so long, so I'll try to keep this last part short. Basically, this same scenario happened one more time about 2 weeks from the last time. Only instead of calling the police, I called my dad, who raced down in an hour, 2-hour drive from his place to this place, with a crowbar up his sleeve. Unfortunately, by the time he'd gotten there, whoever it was had already left. They didn't struggle very hard this time. My dad ended up cussing out my landlord and demanding he get the door fixed and install a new lock and a peephole on my door. He did make this happen within a reasonable amount of time, and I also got one of those bars you wedge between the doorknob and the floor, as well as an aluminum baseball bat to protect myself with, so I felt a lot better from then on. Needless to say though, I ended my lease for that apartment a month early and never moved back to that street. I never found out for sure who was trying to pick my locks and if it was the guy who would come to my door the first time, but whoever it was, let's not meet.
This took place several years ago, when I was 18, freshly enrolled in college. I grew up in an extremely strict household, Asian female by the way. My parents set my curfew at 8 p.m. I wasn't allowed to drive at night or go to parties, etc., all because my family was convinced that all of these situations led to rape. Anyway, you could see how I once moved out of the house, I was relished in my opportunity to exercise my new freedom and independence. One night around 11 p.m. I got super hungry and had a real craving for Arby's roast beef sandwich. My roommate was tired and didn't want to go with me, so I hopped in my car and decided to go make a quick trip by myself. To get to Arby's, I had to take a stretch of the road that was really secluded and not well lit, of course at the time of night. There were barely any cars on the road. At the stoplight just a few blocks away from the Arby's, I was the third car waiting at the red light. Car A was very front, car B was behind it, and I was behind car B. There was a last car, car C, that's behind me. All of a sudden I guess he must have thought that the light turned, but it is still red. The car in front of me stepped on the gas and lurched forward, tapping into the back of the car in front of him. The two drivers immediately got out and started looking at the damage. Neither of them were hurt, and there was little to no damage that I could see made to either car. I had no idea what to do in this situation. Again, I was a dumb 18-year-old, just got injected into the adult world, and I had never witnessed an accident of any kind before. Was I supposed to stick around as a witness or something? I wasn't sure, but I felt uneasy about the idea of getting out of my car in the middle of the night on a really isolated road to talk to two guys, especially when I didn't think they needed my intervention at all. Again, it was a super minor fender bender, and they were talking really civilly, though they didn't move their cars. So the light turned green, I decided to move over into the other lane and proceed on my way. Again, this may have been the wrong thing to do, but I didn't know any better. The car that had been behind me didn't like the fact that I was trying to leave. To this day, I have no idea what they were thinking. At the time, they must have thought I caused the accident or something. Anyway, as I shifted over into the other lane to leave, they started blasting their horns at me. I got super scared and proceeded down the road, past the green light. And car C, the one behind me, took off after me. What ensued was still the most terrifying experience I've ever had. The car, which I could dimly see had two male figures in front seat, followed me closely for quite a while, occasionally blasting their horns aggressively. They would speed up until they were just about to hit the back of my car when I was starting to get really freaked out, so started making random turns to lose them, or to see if they were really following me. They definitely were. I made 3 left turns and they were still on my tail. Eventually the car pulled over into the lane beside me and kept speeding and nudging into my lane, as if to cut me off or run me off the road. I was actually crying now and called my then boyfriend, telling him what was happening. I initially wanted to drive to his house, but then I realized I didn't want these psychos knowing where he lived. I tried to avoid making eye contact with the 2 men in the car beside me, and tried not to let them imitate me off the road. They kept blaring the horn, and then eventually the driver rolled down the window. I was too scared to talk to him, but I could hear what he screamed clearly through my window, which had a slight gap in the top that never sealed up. "We're gonna catch you, bitch, and I'm gonna rape your dumb ass." I think the guy next to him said something like, "Don't slow down" or something, but I couldn't hear it clearly over the rushing of the wind and the sounds of our cars accelerating. My boyfriend heard them shouting over the phone and directed me to the nearest police station, which was about 8 minutes away from where I was. It was actually hard for him to find the police station to give me any directions to it because he had no idea where I was. 2 guys kept shouting things at me, but I didn't know what else was said. I was too busy blabbering to my boyfriend. Maybe it was really hard to remember what went on in those moments. Physically, I was speeding so fast to try to get away from those guys. At this point, I was just hoping a cop would stop me. There were no cars on any of the roads we went down, and it just made everything worse. And then my phone battery decided it was time to die. I seriously thought it was one of those horror stories my parents had always told me about. Eventually, I finally saw the police station my boyfriend had given me directions to. Almost drove past it. Turned into the parking lot, the car followed me, and the passenger door actually opened before the car even stopped. But I think they noticed where we were and drove out of there fast. I sat in my car too terrified to get out because I thought moving would provoke them into coming back. Literally 60 seconds later, my boyfriend pulled into the parking lot next to my car and climbed out with a baseball bat. He held me for a little while, and then a cop who was pulling into the lot or something coming out of the building approached us and asked if everything was okay. Turns out that the car had tailed me fit the description of a car that had apparently scared a girl so badly, same type of thing. Late night, empty road, lone driver, super aggressive driving, and screaming. That she had crashed her car into a tree divider trying to get away from those guys. Neither she or I got the license plate. Though, and to this day, I don't know if they ever caught those guys. I don't know what kind of human being gets their kicks out of terrorizing female drivers late at night on the road, but whoever they were, fuck those guys. I hope someone somewhere managed to put a stop to them.
Hey everybody, it's Sino. Before the video gets started, I just wanted to thank you all for all of your support. We hit 9,500 subscribers a few days ago, and we have 10,000 right around the corner. So remember that when we do hit 10,000, I'm going to be doing my face reveal on this channel. Let me know what you guys think of the story in the comment section down below, and if you enjoyed the story, remember to leave a like, and if you're new, consider subscribing. Starting this Friday, May 26th, I'm going to start uploading daily videos to this channel featuring scary stories from Reddit. I'll be finishing up finals this Thursday, May 25th, so after Thursday, I'll be free to start uploading daily videos featuring scary stories from Reddit. I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and if you do, remember to leave a like and subscribe for daily videos starting Friday, May 26th. Thank you for all the support, and I hope you enjoyed the video. Last June, my boyfriend and I were living with our roommates and my 2 kids. Our roommates decided to leave and only gave us 3 weeks notice on a month-to-month lease. We were already planning on leaving ourselves in a couple of months, but with the short notice, we decided that we just had to find a place somewhere, anywhere. Luckily, we both work remotely, so we had the ability to move anywhere in the state. For 2 weeks, we searched every rental site on the internet that we could find. This eventually led us to Craigslist. Yeah, Craigslist. We had multiple rejections from landlords who weren't willing to work on deposit, which is understandable. However, one was open to the idea. She was a nice older woman in the state with an approved realtor profile. I googled her. The house was perfect. It was a side-by-side duplex, which would be fine for a little while. A cute little kitchen and a backyard. The crime rate didn't look too bad, and there was a school close by. She accepted large dogs, which was perfect, and the deposit wasn't too high. After some researching online and talking, we made arrangements to move into the home. When we left our old home, we took off to finally see our new humble abode. We dropped off the kids at my mom's, for safety's sake, and went on our way. The drive was awful. We were lost, left and right, and even nearly ended up in the wrong town. Eventually, we were able to find an ATM to pay for the rent and deposit. After getting lost, and yelling at one another on the freeway for another 45 minutes, in the middle of absolute nowhere, with limited reception and having to find a place to call her, we lost reception again. but we eventually found the gate where she met us to let us in. Something was immediately off. She seemed fidgety and nervous. She didn't look like her pictures. She kept wiping her nose with her sleeve, saying she was sick. She was a little older and maybe like she had been on drugs at some point, or maybe still. We went through the gate and drove about a half-mile down to her home. Apparently, her office was also her home. I didn't know that. The property was filled with old trucks, boats, and buses. It was like a graveyard for oversized vehicles. My boyfriend looked at me completely frustrated. In his failed attempt at humor, he blurted out, "Well, we're either going to get a house or we're going to die. Let's go find out." We parked and met with a woman outside. She seemed really anxious and was telling us random things about her many projects. I assumed tweaker. Sorry, but that's just what I assumed, and it's a common problem in that area. We went inside the house, which strangely was well decorated and very modern. The rest of the house was a little trashy. She claimed that our office was flooded and we'd just have to sign the paperwork here. We agreed. We signed the paperwork, but when we realized we were missing $200, my boyfriend felt secure enough to leave me alone, to go check the car to see if it was missing. She went on to tell me about the house and the arrangements. Random things. The key is by the light outside. They said there's a washer and a dryer in the garage below. We don't know anything about that, but you might not want to go in there. It might be kind of icky. They also said there's a crawl space where somebody can get in. I'm not sure what they're talking about, but just said to be careful and make sure it's okay. She was incredibly adamant about not having been at the home in quite some time. Okay, I realized that's the part where I should have definitely paid attention. But it was such a chaotic day, and I was so exhausted that I just said, okay, sure. I shrugged it off. I just wanted to get the hell home. My boyfriend came back inside. She said the missing amount was fine. We could just tack on the missing amount to the next month's rent. Perfect. We thanked her and were on our way, new lease in hand. We picked up the kids and drove another hour to the home. The entire drive we were watching the miles down to the town and counting down. 15 miles. 10 miles. 5 miles. Then, we arrived. It was an old 3-story building duplex. Not a 2-story, but a 3-story. The town was eerily depressing. Have you ever seen Gummo? It's a spitting image of Gummo. Actually, I lived in this same town as a kid with my dad sometimes. It was literally 1983. There were mullets and 1980s tank tops, children playing outside, while their meth-addicted parents smoked on the porches and chugged cheap redneck beer like water. It was hot, but the sky was dark and gray. Even the power lines were hanging down and about to fall. There were drug addicts walking around and small children playing outside. Other children played by themselves, running their bikes through the streets unsupervised. This was not Mayberry. That beautiful yard had grown into a jungle. This beautiful duplex was practically abandoned and nobody was living on the other side. My boyfriend and I looked at one another with a sense of dread. "Is this it?" I asked. "This is it. This is where we live now," he told me. He grabbed the key by the light and we walked into the house. It was worse. The floor was covered in water. The fridge had been leaking for a while and the power wasn't on yet. We called the company earlier that day and they said we would have to wait a week to turn it on. There was a cup of coffee left on the kitchen counter. I noticed the locks had been recently changed and the door had obviously been broken into several times, so much that the locks were completely useless. There was like this weird gap between the door and the frames. There was a horrible smell, like the stench of rotting flesh or something. My boyfriend went to grab the things while I watched the kids. I walked in the living room. The house had been painted that day. It was roasting outside, and the smell between the paint, the smell of the mold, and overwhelming smell of death. I had to open a window. I tried. He tried. The windows were broken and painted shut. This place was a train wreck. The pictures online had to have been from a few years ago. Whoever painted the house painted quickly and got the hell out of there. It was poorly done. Even the door frames were painted. They painted the walls, ceiling, the banisters, and even the stairs this ugly, depressing salmon pink color. That instantly set me off. "I think there was blood in here," I told my boyfriend. "Why do you say that?" he asked, dropping down more boxes onto the floor. "That's the only reason to paint it this god-awful color. Blood will seep through white paint, eventually, and it's impossible to get rid of. The only reason I know this is because I remember hearing about a news story where a woman took over a murder house." As I walked further into the living room, I realized there was a huge bleach stain, about 2 feet wide on the dark carpet. The house was lifted so high with the garage or basement, whatever it was, below. I didn't understand how it could feel like it had been flooded or why the carpet was so badly wrinkled. We scoped out the house and went upstairs to the bedrooms. The windows were so low to the ground and hanging open, and I just thought, this is not safe for kids. There was a bucket of paint with a paint roller still inside, randomly left behind in what would have been our bedroom. I stood by the window, which was only about maybe 2 feet high. It must have been about 4 feet tall, 3 feet wide, no guards, and was completely left open. There wasn't even a screen. I could have sworn I saw a flash of light while staring down 3 stories below from the death trap. Call it whatever you want, but I instantly had a vision of a woman with long hair falling out the window and crashing down on the ground below. I didn't tell my boyfriend. I had to get out from upstairs and just took the kids. About 10 minutes later, that smell of death was making it impossible for me to breathe. I had to go to the bathroom. We had been driving for hours that day, but the moment I stepped in, I noticed that the mirrored bathroom cabinets were cracked, left open, and the toilet paper holder shoved inside in parts. I walked in a little more, and I noticed the red spots on the shower walls and a sealed tampon in the middle of the floor. I don't think the maintenance man had any use for a tampon, and it looked as though someone had gotten the hell out of there and did so quickly. I was about to go in, but something held me back, and a little voice in my head said, "Don't go into the bathroom." So I didn't. My boyfriend was sitting in the car. He said it was too hot and he needed some air. I looked down below, out the living room window, and noticed that there were groups of people walking by, making comments about someone being in the house, those people being us. I was trying to come up with every positive reason to stay here. I kept coming up with excuses like, it's not so bad, maybe it just needs a woman's touch, maybe some flowers will make it better, maybe some air freshener, maybe like 10 bottles of air freshener and a lot of bleach. I kept trying to convince myself by looking around and thinking how to make it work. I opened up the closet and then peeked inside to see that it led further down behind the wall. Keep in mind this house was probably built in the very early 1900s and is around 100 years old, if not more. It wasn't uncommon back then for secret rooms or passageways to exist. It's so hard to explain the feeling I had, but as I was about to peek inside to see the back of the closet, something came over me. I knew that if I had gone any further, my kids and I wouldn't be alive. Everything felt so heavy and I was about to throw up. This was the closest I had ever felt in my entire life to not just death, but hell, pure evil. I can't even possibly explain the amount of dread and discomfort. I was so uncomfortable. My son, who is always positive, came closer, excited and shouting, "Is that another room?" I full-on went pissed off mother bear, pushed him away and closed the door. Suddenly, the words that the landlord told me ran through my head again. They said there's a crawl space where someone could get in. Just then, I heard something else in the house, something like someone moving around, somewhere around behind that closet area. I stood there for a moment and I had that eerie thought creep into my head. You're all going to die if you stay here. That very thought sent me into a panic, and with my heart pounding, I quickly grabbed my kids and ran out to the car. I could tell that my boyfriend was visibly upset with the home, giving me an opportunity to skip beating around the bush. Hey, let's just go, I told him. I was a little bit hysterical, and I don't remember exactly what I said, but it was on the lines of, "It will be fine. We will find something. We don't belong here. We need to get the fuck out. Let's just go. I don't care. I'm not mad. Let's just fucking go." He was relieved. Neither of us wanted to disappoint the other, but after talking things through, it turned out that we had the same feeling of dread and death in us. He was just as afraid of dying as I was. I was absolutely positive that one night there would have killed us. I asked him to take pictures so that the landlord would know the situation. As we were leaving, we noticed that there was actually another window on our side of the duplex, which we believe was a secret room. I heard the neighbors across the street laughing and saying things like, "It looks like they're leaving. That didn't last long." We slept in the car at a nearby gas station. We were so exhausted. I cried, of course, and then called my mom to see if we could stay the night, but would have to wait until early in the morning. My boyfriend did his best to comfort me, and we explained to the landlord that we didn't move in, that we had taken pictures and there were multiple health code violations. We would send them if she needed them. She didn't even hesitate or want to see the photos, and within minutes offered to write a check for our money back. I swear there was someone else in that house. It still terrifies me to talk about it, and I will never rant sight unseen again. And I'm sharing this story because you shouldn't either. By the way, that's not the end. That feeling haunted me for weeks, so much I couldn't sleep. Even my dreams were haunting me with the image of that woman falling out of the window. I eventually Googled the address to find out who had lived there before us. I found a woman's name. I Googled that woman's name, and she's dead. She was beaten to death with a baseball bat, apparently stabbed, allegedly by her daughter and her daughter's boyfriend. They stuffed the body in a car for weeks, after hiding it in a garage, and it was found a couple of hours away. I don't believe that the news story says that the murder took place in that house. I don't even know, but it still feels like it was somehow involved, or something else happened. I'm not sure. I just know one thing. Someone is hiding something, and I definitely believe that someone else was in that house.